Supreme Pupillary Master, Peerless Eldest Miss Chapter 2311 to Chapter 2487. Songqing, don't think that you don't know what kind of dog shit luck you have. You can be arrogant in front of us just because you have a breakthrough. With just you alone, you actually want to deal with a group of us. What a joke. The group of people from Lingyu Inscription City sneered. Although they don't know how Songqing's inscription skills increased so much. But even so, they are not people that Songqing can deal with alone. The people from Lingyu Inscription City thought and raised their hands. One of them said coldly, "Humph. Let's beat the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City out first. Let's see what Songqing can do." As the group of people spoke, they immediately rushed towards the group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. The latter group was previously injured by Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others. Just now, they were suppressed by them for so long. Their entire body is covered in injuries and they can barely stay in the inscription tower. They are unable to fight back at all. Seeing this scene, Songqing's face suddenly turned cold. He said to Luo Qingtong, "Disciple, help me protect them." After waiting for Luo Qingtong's affirmative answer, he immediately rushed out. Boom! Songqing's hand blasted out inscription patterns one after another, rushing towards the people from Lingyu Inscription City. The latter group was originally rushing towards the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. However, Luo Qingtong's figure flashed and appeared beside them. Boom boom boom. The inscription patterns that they blasted out were all blocked by Luo Qingtong. Looking at the youth's relaxed movements, it was indescribably smooth. In an instant, the group of people from Lingyu Inscription City opened their eyes wide. They looked at the youth in front of them in disbelief. The latter's figure is like the wind. He is tall and slender, holding a jade fan in his hand. What an outstanding and casual style. Sorry, the people that my master wants to protect, you can't touch a single one of them. Luo Qingtong lightly waved the jade fan in her hand and easily blocked the inscription patterns that they blasted out. Most of the inscription masters left behind in Cold Jade Inscription City were elementary and intermediate level inscription masters. The high-level inscription masters had already followed the city lord to the 4th floor or even higher. When Luo Qingtong dealt with them, it was a piece of cake. The only reason he hadn't immediately dealt with them was because he wanted to leave them for Songqing to deal with. Boom! As Luo Qingtong blocked all the inscription patterns of the Cold Jade Inscription City, Songqing's attack also arrived. The inscription pattern he drew in his hand directly blasted towards the people in the Cold Jade Inscription City. Bang bang bang! Those people from Cold Jade Inscription City didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would be able to block their attacks. They also didn't expect that Songqing's inscription skills would be so much stronger than what they had imagined. They hurriedly drew their inscription patterns to collide with Songqing's inscription patterns. However, they did not expect that their inscription patterns would be destroyed. Boom boom boom. One by one, the inscription patterns exploded. In the next moment, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from those inscription patterns, causing the inscription masters in Cold Jade Inscription City to be thrown off their feet. They screamed out miserably. Some of them were originally going to be blasted out of the inscription tower by the terrifying aura. However, Luo Qingtong was already prepared. When Songqing attacked, she immediately followed up. The inscription pattern created by Luo Qingtong coincidentally collided with the inscription pattern created by Songqing and the inscription pattern created by the people from Lingyu Inscription City. Under such an attack, the aura of the inscription pattern created by Luo Qingtong and the inscription pattern created by Songqing and the inscription pattern created by the people from Lingyu Inscription City cancelled each other out. It caused the aura of the inscription pattern to explode and cut the people from Lingyu Inscription City to the point that they were drenched in blood. However, it didn't injure them at all, causing them to be unable to escape from the inscription tower with heavy injuries. "Alright, Uncle Masters," said Ji Futian. Luo Qingtong looked at the injured people from Lingyu Inscription City and said to the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City with a smile, "They are here, you can deal with them. Martial uncles, please don't show any mercy. Just deal with them the way they dealt with you guys." The moment Luo Qingtong's words left her mouth, the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City who were stunned instantly regained their senses and looked at her with astonishment. How could the crowd not see that Luo Qingtong's disciple's inscription pattern ability was above Song Qing's? Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to block the aura of the inscription pattern created by Song Qing and the people from Lingyu Inscription City so easily. Coincidentally, she was able to control the aura of the inscription pattern at the same level, causing the people from Lingyu Inscription City to be injured but not sent out of the inscription tower. This inscription pattern control ability was simply terrifying. The crowd was overwhelmed with shock. They didn't know what was going on. Such a person with such a powerful inscription pattern talent was actually Song Qing's disciple? Not only that, Song Qing's inscription pattern talent had also increased so much in an instant. What was going on? The crowd was shocked. They didn't know what was going on. Only Song Qing knew that this was all due to his disciple's ability. However, he couldn't tell his martial brothers about this. After all, this was Luo Qingtong's own ability. Moreover, it was best for fewer people to know about this girl's ability. It wasn't that Song Qing didn't believe in his senior brothers, but Luo Qingtong's ability was too special. He was able to provide his abilities to others. How attractive would this be to those who did not have the strength or talent? Song Qing didn't know if Luo Qingtong could only provide inscription talents to others or if she could provide other talents as well. But just having the same inscription talent was enough to make people go crazy. In this world, there were very few people with inscription talent, not to mention Luo Qingtong's inscription talent. She was 1 in a million. Under such circumstances, if everyone knew that Luo Qingtong had such an ability, wouldn't Luo Qingtong be like a delicious cake? Everyone would want to take a bite of her. He wanted to obtain her inscription talent and strength from her. If such a thing were to happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Song Qing would never reveal Luo Qingtong's heaven-defying ability. Even if it was the Heavenly Wind Inscription City's lord, he wouldn't say it. Unless Luo Qingtong told him that he could reveal it, he would carry this secret with him to the grave. Song Qing made up his mind. He didn't mention a single word about Luo Qingtong's ability. He also didn't say how he was able to obtain his current talent and strength. He only let the Heavenly Wind Inscription City's people take care of these Lingyu Inscription City's people. As for himself, he continued to rush upstairs with Luo Qingtong. Suddenly, a voice came from behind them. "Junior brother Qing. You must be careful when you go. There's a black-cloaked man in Lingyu Inscription City. He's extremely powerful, so you must be careful." The one who called out to Luo Qingtong and Song Qing was a senior inscription master from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. They originally didn't have any hope for the fight for the inscription tower this time. They tried their best to climb up because they weren't willing to give up. However, at this moment, under the inscription talent that Luo Qingtong and Song Qing revealed, hope was reignited in their hearts. This time, they might really be able to take back the inscription tower. As everyone thought about it, their hearts were filled with excitement. However, at the same time, they were also extremely worried in their hearts. This was because the people from Lingyu Inscription City weren't easy to deal with. Those who were here were only ordinary people among the people from Lingyu Inscription City who came this time. Those who were strong had already followed Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others to ascend the tower. The inscription tower had a strong effect on an inscription master. Thus, under such circumstances, Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others naturally climbed as high as they could. What made the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City even more worried was the black-cloaked man in Lingyu Inscription City. They were injured by the other party. Otherwise, under the threat of Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others, even if they couldn't deal with him, they wouldn't be blocked on the 3rd floor. It was that black-cloaked man who blocked them from the 3rd floor, preventing them from rushing to the 4th floor and leaving. Song Cheng's face instantly darkened when he heard the words of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City's senior inscription master. "It's the person who injured Master, right?" Song Cheng's face was cold. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord wholeheartedly wanted to protect Heavenly Wind Inscription City. In the end, he would rather self-destruct his inscription mark and cripple his inscription strength to prevent the people from Lingyu Inscription City from seizing the inscription tower. At that time, the person who dealt with the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord was a mysterious black-cloaked man from Lingyu Inscription City. The latter was shrouded in black clothes and was definitely not from Lingyu Inscription City. Song Qing and the others didn't know who the other party was. But it was that person who joined Lingyu Inscription City and injured the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord, crippling the latter's inscription strength. Xianxia originally thought that the other party would not appear here this time. After all, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord had been crippled. These people were basically no match for the Cold Jade Inscription City Lord. With the strength of that black-cloaked man, it was reasonable to say that he would not attack again. He didn't expect the other party to be in the inscription tower. Not only that, he even hid in Lingyu City's group and injured the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, wanting to wantonly humiliate them. Xianxia clenched his teeth as he recalled the series of things that the other party had done. The inscription master from Heavenly Wind City nodded when he heard that. That's right. It was him. Junior apprentice brother Cheng, you must be careful. Hope had been ignited in everyone's hearts, and they didn't want to see their hopes dashed, especially Luo Qingtong, this disciple of Song Qing. Her inscription talent was obviously much stronger than Song Cheng's. Everyone looked at the two of them, endless hope rising in their hearts. At this moment, the group of people from Cold Jade Inscription City who were knocked to the ground were enduring the injuries on their bodies as they sneered and said, laughable. Do you think you can defeat our city lord and the others? As they spoke, they laughed heartily and their expressions were filled with pride. Especially an intermediate inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City, he laughed and said, and you guys, do you really think that after injuring us, you can do whatever you want? Don't forget, in this inscription tower, as long as the attack exceeds the limit that you can withstand, you will be expelled from the inscription tower. You people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City are stupid, risking your lives to climb into the inscription tower, but we don't have such thoughts. Haha, as long as we attack ourselves and the power on our bodies exceeds the limit that we can withstand, we can leave this inscription tower. You people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City can stay here and slowly be stupid. Haha. As the intermediate inscription master from Heavenly Wind Inscription City spoke, he raised his hand and was about to draw an inscription pattern towards himself. However, before he could make a move, Luo Qingtong had already raised her hand and an inscription pattern shot out. In an instant, a huge inscription pattern floated above the heads of the people from Cold Jade Inscription City. Streaks of inscription pattern energy were emitted from it. The intermediate inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City lost all his power in an instant. It was sealed by the huge inscription pattern. Spirit Restriction Inscription Pattern. You. The intermediate inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City felt that he was unable to use the power around his body. In an instant, his face was filled with shock. Spirit Restriction Inscription Pattern. That was an inscription pattern that only spirit inscription masters and above could use. How could her inscription skills be so strong? Wasn't she Song Cheng's disciple? Everyone was shocked. They didn't know that Luo Qingtong's inscription skills were so strong that she could draw the spirit restriction inscription pattern that only spirit inscription masters could draw. Since she was so strong, how could she be Song Cheng's disciple? The inscription masters from Cold Jade Inscription City were shocked. Not only was the intermediate inscription master who mocked her dumbfounded, the other inscription masters were also in disbelief. The people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were also in a daze. They looked at Luo Qingtong's direction in disbelief. They didn't expect Song Cheng's disciple to be so strong. Who was this young man named Xianxia? What kind of fortuitous encounter did Song Cheng have when he went out to train and break through? The people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were shocked. Luo Qingtong had already slowly retracted her hand. She smiled at the inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City and said, "Thank you for reminding me just now. Otherwise, after I leave, I'm afraid you guys would have escaped. But for now, all of you should just obediently wait in the inscription tower and enjoy yourselves. As for whether or not I can deal with that black-clothed man, that is not something you need to worry about." The moment Luo Qingtong's words left her mouth, that Lingyu Inscription City's intermediate inscription master wanted to cry. How could his mouth be so cheap? If he knew that the other party's inscription skills were so strong, he wouldn't have told Luo Qingtong the method to leave, but who would have thought? This disciple of Song Cheng was actually such a freak. Despite being so young, he actually possessed the strength of a spirit print master. How was this possible? They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they racked their brains. As for Luo Qingtong, after imprisoning them, she went up to the 4th floor with Song Cheng. There was no sign of Lingyu City Lord and the others on the fourth floor. There were a total of 7 floors in the inscription tower. It was already rare for an ordinary inscription master to be able to reach the fourth floor. This was because the strength and pressure in the inscription tower was stronger than the previous floor. Under such circumstances, every time he advanced a level, it would represent a huge breakthrough in his comprehension of inscriptions. This kind of breakthrough wasn't in the level of inscription strength, but in the realm of comprehension. However, once this kind of breakthrough was made, after leaving the inscription tower, one's inscription strength would also have a breakthrough not long after. There were almost no existences like Luo Qingtong, whose inscription strength wasn't high, but whose inscription comprehension was ridiculously strong. No, it could be said that there were no such existences at all, therefore, no one thought that her strength would be so strong in the inscription tower. Even Xianxia, although holding on to a glimmer of hope, didn't think that she would be able to display such a terrifying inscription strength in the inscription tower. TTTT. Xianxia was still unable to react after being pulled to the fourth floor by Luo Qingtong. Luo Qingtong actually had the strength of a spirit print master? She could actually inscribe inscription patterns that only spirit print masters could inscribe? Xianxia's eyes widened. Only the heavens knew that he had pretended to have expected this in front of the people from Tianfeng Inscription City and Lingyu Inscription City. In fact, he didn't think that Luo Qingtong's strength would be so strong. Oh my god, his disciple was simply going to heaven, how could her inscription talent be so powerful? This simply overturned Xianxia's understanding of inscriptions. As for Luo Qingtong, after not seeing Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others on the fourth floor, she brought Xianxia directly to the fifth floor. The fifth floor was the place where ordinary high-level inscription masters stayed. Lingyu Inscription City Lord and his trusted subordinates were about the same level of strength. On the fifth floor, they were already considered leaders. Under such circumstances, every time he advanced a level, it would represent a huge breakthrough in his comprehension of inscriptions. This kind of breakthrough wasn't in terms of inscription strength but in terms of comprehension. However, once he made a breakthrough, his inscription strength would also make a breakthrough not long after he left the inscription tower. As for people like Luo Qingtong, whose inscription skills hadn't reached that level, but whose inscription comprehension was extremely powerful, it was almost impossible for them to exist. Thus, after Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others reached the fourth floor, they were all shocked. He immediately headed to the fifth level. The fifth level was where normal high-level inscriptionists stayed. City Lord Ling Yuan and his trusted aides were all at the same level. On the fifth level, they would be able to obtain great experience and breakthrough. The group of people were all choosing the inscription patterns they were good at. They were constantly drawing and practicing, searching for the bottleneck and breakthrough points in their own inscription skills. These inscription patterns had to be practiced one by one in order to increase proficiency. When their proficiency increased to a certain level, they would naturally comprehend a breakthrough in their own inscription technique. From there, he could draw an even stronger inscription pattern. And this meaning is exactly where the power of the higher-level inscription pattern lies. While Lingyu City Lord and the others were practicing on the fifth floor, Luo Qingtong and Xianxia also came to the fifth floor. Shoo! Luo Qingtong looked at the scene of Lingyu, City Lord Lingyu, and the others drawing inscriptions on the fifth level. Her lips curled up, and she instantly raised her hand to stop Xianxia from rushing out. What's wrong? Disciple? Xianxia looked at Lingyu City Lord and the others with fire in his eyes. He was about to rush out but was stopped by Luo Qingtong. He immediately lowered his voice and asked her. See if the black-cloaked man is here? Luo Qingtong asked him. Oh, Xianxia glanced around and saw that the people of Lingyu City standing here were all familiar faces. He immediately shook his head and said, I don't think he's here. Xianxia didn't recognize the black-cloaked man. Because the other party didn't show his face from the beginning to the end, nor did he appear in front of him. Even the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord who fought with him didn't know what he looked like. The black-cloaked man was very mysterious. No one knew why he wanted to help the people of Lingyu City. Xianxia suspected that the black-cloaked man was here for the inscription tower. But this inscription tower had almost no effect on people above the Spirit Seal Master level, Could it be that the black-clothed man was here for the battle inscription pattern at the peak of the human martial realm? If that was the case, then it wasn't impossible. After all, there were many spirit seal masters in the world, but there were very few spirit seal masters who could draw battle inscriptions. As Songqing was thinking, Luo Qingtong nodded and said, "That's right." Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She held the jade fan in her hand. Her fingertips were as gentle as jade and mixed with the fan handle. For a moment, one couldn't tell if it was the color of the fan handle or her fingers. She raised her hand and pointed at the scene in front of them. She said in a low voice, "The black-clothed man isn't here. That means he's on the 6th floor. If I follow them, Master, you might not be able to deal with this group of people from Cold Jade Inscription City." Moreover, Luo Qingtong didn't mention that there was a time limit to the inscription pattern she shared with Songqing. If Songqing wasn't careful and got entangled by these people from Lingyu Inscription City, he wouldn't be able to deal with them in time. Then, Songqing would be out of luck. Even if Songqing was fine in the end and didn't pick up the Cold Jade inscription, the city lord would still lose this bet. Songqing was taken aback when Luo Qingtong said that. He hurriedly asked, "Disciple, what should we do?" Luo Qingtong was definitely going to deal with the man in black. Whether or not the inscription tower could be saved was all on Luo Qingtong. It was absolutely impossible for Songqing to let Luo Qingtong stay behind to deal with Lingyu Mingwen and the others. Not to mention that the black-clothed man was already on the 6th floor. If Luo Qingtong was entangled here, the longer the opponent stayed on the 6th floor, the higher the chances of Cold Jade Inscription City winning. Songqing didn't want to win against Lingyu Mingwen and lose the inscription tower. At that time, even if Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others were saved, they wouldn't be happy. After Songqing said that, Luo Qingtong smiled mysteriously and said to him, "I naturally have a way. Follow me." As for Lingyu City Lord and the rest, they did not notice Luo Qingtong and Songqing's approach at all. When practicing a new inscription pattern, one must be completely focused. As for Lingyu City Lord and the rest, they did not expect anyone else to reach the 5th level. They blocked all the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City on the 3rd level. Under such circumstances, they were not worried that someone would rush into the 5th level to disturb them. Thus, all of them relaxed their vigilance and focused on practicing their newly learned inscription patterns. The aura of the inscription tower is really useful. A senior inscription master from Lingyu City sighed. In his hand, lines of inscription patterns formed one after another and quickly formed a complete inscription pattern. However, when he was about to succeed, he paused uncertainly. In an instant, the inscription pattern in his hand became crooked. In an instant, the inscription pattern that was about to be formed collapsed in his hand. This senior inscription master from Lingyu City did not care at all. He casually waved his hand and continued to draw inscription patterns. If this was outside, without a certain amount of rest, it would be impossible to do it. However, in the inscription tower, they could practice indefinitely until their mental strength was exhausted and their energy was exhausted. Under such circumstances, the improvement of the inscription masters was very obvious. This was because when they were improving their inscription techniques, the proficiency and use of inscription patterns was extremely important. Only when they were completely proficient and grasped the inscription patterns needed by their own level. Only then would they be able to attack the inscription patterns of the higher level. Otherwise, any mistake could lead to the collapse and disintegration of the inscription patterns they were drawing. Just like the senior inscription master from Lingyu City. Not only that, if they were not proficient enough, they would not even know how the lines of the higher level inscription patterns were arranged. Inscription techniques were definitely not that simple. These high-level inscriptionists of the Cold Jade Inscription City were enjoying their time on the 5th floor. Their inscription techniques had already reached a certain level. If they did not have the help of the inscription tower, they might not be able to break through even after 10 years. However, at this moment, with the help of the inscription tower's aura, their understanding of their own inscription techniques quickly deepened. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to break through their respective realms very soon this time. Yeah. Another Lingyu Inscription City's senior inscription master sighed after the previous inscription master's words. He laughed loudly and said, "Such a treasure should belong to our Cold Jade Inscription City." Those trash from Heavenly Wind Inscription City should still be in despair on the 3rd level, right? Ha ha ha, this time, the inscription tower is definitely ours. When we obtain the inscription tower, we will be able to see them cripple their own inscription techniques in despair. That would be great. Yes. Our city lord's move is really brilliant. In the future, we won't have to worry about the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City snatching the inscription tower away. Previously, the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City used Song City's bet to win back 10%. Now, we have to let them know what it means to be powerless and hopeless. The crowd burst into laughter. That Cold Jade Inscription City's senior inscriptionist was facing Luo Qingtong and Song Qing. At this moment, he was roaring with laughter as he drew the inscription pattern in his hand. Luo Qingtong looked at his actions and slightly narrowed her eyes. She instantly flashed out and flew out. An inscription pattern formed in Luo Qingtong's hand and blasted towards that senior inscriptionist. Seeing this scene, Song Qing was shocked. Before he could ask why Luo Qingtong did this, that senior inscriptionist from Cold Jade Inscription City jumped up and angrily looked in their direction. Song Qing's expression suddenly turned cold and was about to prepare for battle. However, Luo Qingtong pulled him to hide behind a pillar at the side. Coincidentally, they avoided the senior inscriptionist from Cold Jade Inscription City's line of sight. The floors of the inscription tower were not spacious and unobstructed. There were pillars one after another in the floor. Not only did they have the function of supporting the floor, they also divided the floor into small areas. It was convenient for inscriptionists to practice inscription techniques. Generally speaking, an inscriptionist would be in one area. And Luo Qingtong and Song Qing happened to be at the back of the Cold Jade Inscription City senior inscriptionists area. After they hid behind the pillar, the senior inscriptionist from Cold Jade Inscription City's line of sight was blocked. He angrily rushed towards the area behind him and shouted at the senior inscriptionist, "Mao Dihao, what is the meaning of this? Why did you attack me?" That senior inscriptionist from Cold Jade Inscription City called Mao Dihao looked at him with a baffled expression. He didn't know what was going on with him. "What's wrong with you? When did I attack you? You're still quibbling. The power of the attack clearly came from you. You're disturbing me from practicing inscription patterns. What are you thinking?" That senior inscriptionist from Cold Jade Inscription City had a gloomy expression. He originally only wanted to question Mao Dihao and make him apologize. In the end, the other party actually refused to admit it. Did that mean that he had deliberately slandered him, or did he do it on purpose? The purpose was to disturb his practice of inscription patterns and prevent him from successfully breaking through. This inscription master from Cold Jade Inscription City had a basis for his suspicions. All of them had similar inscription strengths. If they cultivated separately according to the previous situation, the time difference between their breakthroughs might not be too big. But now, with the help of the inscription tower's aura, the gap between them had widened. This Lingyu Inscription City's senior inscription master who was attacked by Luo Qingtong clearly improved faster than the one called Mao Dihao. In that case, he naturally suspected that the other party was deliberately sabotaging him. As for the senior inscription master called Mao Dihao, he was clearly unhappy because his strength was not as fast as the other party. Hearing his words, he was instantly enraged. "I should be the one asking you what you mean. What? You think you're amazing just because you've improved your strength faster than me? Let me tell you, if you want to find fault with me, there's no way. Get lost." As he spoke, he directly threw an inscription pattern towards that Lingyu Inscription City's senior inscription master. When his attack was thrown out, that Lingyu Inscription City's senior inscription master was also enraged. He immediately threw an inscription pattern over. While the two of them were fighting, Luo Qingtong also secretly threw several inscription patterns at the other senior inscriptionists, causing them to be unable to practice inscription patterns in peace. The crowd tried to persuade them, but Mao Dihao and the senior inscriptionists from Lingyu City refused to admit that they were in the wrong. In addition, the inscription patterns would hit the senior inscriptionists from time to time, interrupting their process of studying inscription patterns. In an instant, the senior inscriptionists from Lingyu City were enraged and joined the battle. The group of Cold Jade Inscription City's high-level inscriptionists were just like that, they were having a great time fighting. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. Luo Qingtong's movements were as fast as lightning, and the angle of attack was just right. The people from Lingyu City did not know that someone was deliberately causing trouble. What shocked Xianxia even more was that Luo Qingtong was using the inscription patterns that the senior inscriptionists from Lingyu City used. It had to be known that every senior inscriptionists were proficient in different inscription patterns. Even if an ordinary senior inscriptionist learned the inscription patterns that the senior inscriptionists were proficient in, the aura of the inscription patterns that the senior inscriptionists inscribed would be different from the senior inscriptionists. But Luo Qingtong was different. Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he looked at the inscription patterns that Luo Qingtong was inscribing. The inscription patterns drawn by the youth were exactly the same as the ones drawn by the high-level inscription masters of Cold Jade Inscription City. Not only that, even the aura was not much different. More importantly, Luo Qingtong did not seem to need to practice at all. She could inscribe an inscription pattern with just a lift of her hand. That familiar posture was as if she had practiced it thousands of times and was very familiar with it. Oh my god, if it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia and Luo Qingtong knew each other from the start and knew that she had started learning inscription patterns from scratch, he would have thought that she was from Lingyu City. He also knew that she came from a 9th grade continent like Truespill continent. He would have thought that the person standing in front of him was a supermaster who had studied inscription patterns for countless years. No, that's not right. Even if it was a supermaster who had studied inscriptions to the point of perfection, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do what Luo Qingtong did. What she was doing was no longer a carving, but a copy. Luo Qingtong was copying the inscription patterns of those high-level inscriptionists in Cold Jade Inscription City. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was using the eye technique copy to copy the inscription patterns that the high-level inscription masters of Lingyu City were adept at. These Cold Jade Inscription City's high-level inscription masters all had their own inscription patterns that they were good at. Their understanding of the inscription patterns that they were good at was something that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Luo Qingtong copied their inscription patterns, which was equivalent to fusing their understanding of inscription patterns into her mind. Under such circumstances, her understanding of the inscription technique continued to deepen. This was much faster than Luo Qingtong practicing the inscription patterns according to the inheritance left by the Immortal Slayer Palace in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. The improvement of her inscription technique would be much greater than if she were to practice like that. After all, she had used her eye technique to see through those inscription patterns. After all, Luo Qingtong had used her eye technique to practice the inscription patterns. It was equivalent to copying the standard answers in an exam. Although the final result was correct, she still couldn't understand the meaning of those questions. However, if he were to copy the inscription patterns of the senior inscriptionists in Cold Jade Inscription City, it would be equivalent to copying the steps and thoughts of the inscriptionists into the inscription patterns. Luo Qingtong continued to throw out inscription patterns, absorbing the understanding and inscription of the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City. At the same time, she continued to disturb the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City, not giving them the chance to stop and think about what was going on. Cold Jade Inscription City Lord, who occupied the best location on the 5th floor and also the place where the aura of the inscription tower was the densest, noticed that something was wrong with his surroundings and retreated from his comprehension of the inscription technique. Because these high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City had selfish motives in their hearts and were fighting privately, they intentionally avoided Cold Jade Inscription City Lord when they were attacking. Luo Qingtong also did not want to touch him. She wanted to give him a chance to stop this chaotic battle. Thus, everyone had the same goal and did not attack Cold Jade Inscription City Lord. When the latter realized that something was wrong and regained his senses, the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City were all injured. Bastard! All of you, what are you doing? All of you, stop! As soon as Cold Jade Inscription City Lord woke up, he started cursing loudly. Can't these fellows be at ease? They are fighting to the death in the inscription tower. Isn't it just for some improvement? When the inscription tower is theirs in the future, they can improve however they want. Is there a need to be so petty? Cold Jade Inscription City Lord was about to be angered to death by these people. After Cold Jade Inscription City Lord spoke, although the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City were still unconvinced, they slowly stopped. At this moment, swish. A huge inscription pattern instantly flew out from Luo Qingtong's hand and enveloped the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City. Spirit Restriction Inscription Pattern, along with this inscription pattern flying out. In an instant, the high-level inscriptionists from Cold Jade Inscription City who were all injured from killing each other had no time to dodge and were instantly enveloped by Luo Qingtong's huge inscription pattern. No need, I think it's good for them to fight like this. Let's continue like this, don't stop. As the youth spoke, he flashed out from behind the pillar with a smile. A jade fan complemented the golden mask on his face. His lips were slightly raised, giving off an indescribable sense of coolness and wickedness. When the inscription pattern in Luo Qingtong's hand blasted out, Lingyu City Lord and the others were shocked. You! Out of all the people from Cold Jade Inscription City, only the City Lord managed to escape from Luo Qingtong's huge spirit restriction inscription. As for the others, they were all enveloped in it. Suddenly, they felt the power around them disappear. They lost all their strength and all of them fell to the ground. This? The high-level inscriptionists of Lingyu City were shocked. Lingyu, the City Lord, was even more shocked. He looked at the huge inscription pattern created by Luo Qingtong and Songqing who walked out from behind her. The shock in his heart was indescribable. You? Songqing, you piece of trash, what's going on? Why are you here? Lingyu City Lord found it hard to believe. Songqing, this inscription pattern trash, actually appeared on the 5th floor. With his inscription pattern talent, shouldn't he not be able to enter the 2nd floor? Lingyu Inscription City Lord looked at Luo Qingtong. If he wasn't wrong, that inscription pattern just now was a spirit restriction inscription? Songqing's disciple was actually a spirit seal master? Lingyu Inscription City Lord was shocked to the extreme. At this moment, he didn't believe that Luo Qingtong was Songqing's disciple at all. This was definitely an external aid that Tianfeng Inscription City had invited from outside, just like their Lingyu Inscription City's Master Qin. However, wasn't the other party a little too young? Looking at this hand and the exposed chin, this degree of smoothness and firmness, he didn't look like a respected master at all. How could he be so powerful? Moreover, the other party even called Songqing master. Shouldn't such an inscription expert be proud and arrogant? Even if he came to help Tianfeng Inscription City, why would he lower himself and call Songqing master? Moreover, this fellow Songqing was an inscription trash. In Lingyu Inscription City Lord's heart, he couldn't understand what was going on. However, this didn't stop him from threatening the other party with a stern voice. Who are you? I advise you to not interfere in the matters of our Lingyu Inscription City and Tianfeng Inscription City. Our Lingyu Inscription City also has a spirit seal master. Moreover, Lingyu Inscription City Lord sneered and raised his head. Our Lingyu Inscription City's Master Chen is related to the 3-star domain. Lingyu Inscription City Lord said with a strong appearance, but his heart was beating like a drum. He also didn't know where Luo Qingtong came from. This Xianxia seemed to have suddenly popped out and directly wanted to help Tianfeng Inscription City. Originally, Lingyu Inscription City Lord didn't put her in his eyes. He only thought that she was a little disciple that Songqing had met outside. She didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and wanted to help Tianfeng Inscription City. Previously, when he was outside, he deliberately provoked Luo Qingtong to sign a bet with him. He even thought that his method was great. However, at this moment, looking at Luo Qingtong who appeared on the 5th floor with Songqing, Lingyu Inscription City Lord's heart felt a chill. His body shuddered violently, and his heart was filled with extreme regret. The bet he made with Luo Qingtong was probably the thing he regretted the most in his entire life. He recalled that he had previously said that as long as Songqing defeated him, he would atone for his sins with his death. Not only that, he also wanted everyone from Lingyu Inscription City to cripple their own inscription techniques. His heart trembled when he heard that. He looked at Songqing, who was standing next to Luo Qingtong. He no longer had the confidence he had before. He originally thought that the inscription pattern trash had actually reached the 5th level. Was this Songqing pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Or was Xianxia's strength unfathomable? He was actually able to turn something rotten into something magical and raise Song Cheng's strength to such a powerful level. How did he do it? Just when Lingyu City Lord's heart was filled with cold sweat, and his back was drenched in sweat, Luo Qingtong indifferently said to Song Cheng, "Master, I'll leave him to you. These people are also up to you to deal with." Luo Qingtong's last sentence was naturally referring to those high-level inscriptionists of Lingyu Inscription City who had their inscription techniques restricted by her. Luo Qingtong didn't forget that the people from Tianfeng Inscription City were all stuck on the third floor of the inscription tower. These high-level inscriptionists of Lingyu Inscription City were all part of it. She wouldn't let a single one of them go. They were all handed over to Song Cheng to deal with. When Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, Song Cheng's voice also sounded. "Don't worry, disciple. Leave this matter to me." Song Cheng didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would actually help him to this extent. When he saw Lingyu City Lord and the others on the 5th floor, he didn't have any confidence in dealing with them. But now, with Luo Qingtong's help, those senior inscriptionists in Lingyu City were crippled. Without their help, Song Cheng was still very confident in dealing with Lingyu Mingwen alone. As for those senior inscriptionists in Lingyu City, he wouldn't let them off. He would definitely let them experience the same pain and despair as the inscriptionists in Tianfeng Inscription City. Luo Qingtong nodded her head when Song Cheng's voice sounded and then rushed towards the 6th floor. The black-cloaked man in Lingyu City wasn't here. It was obvious that he was on the 6th floor. That black-cloaked man's strength had indeed reached the level of a spirit print master. Those people in Lingyu City weren't wrong about this. You. Seeing Luo Qingtong's figure rushing towards the 6th floor, Lingyu City Lord subconsciously wanted to stop her. However, before he could make a move, Song Cheng had already blasted out an inscription pattern and stopped him. "Humph, City Lord Lu, your opponent is me. Why are you looking at my disciple? Don't worry, you're still not my disciple's match. You should be glad that my disciple doesn't have time to deal with you. Otherwise, you'll definitely know what a blow is," Song Cheng said with a face full of arrogance. In fact, it was true. Song Cheng had never seen a monstrous inscription genius like Luo Qingtong. It was as if the other party was born for inscriptions. No, not only inscriptions, Luo Qingtong was equally powerful no matter if it was pills or formations. The young girl's talent, in Song Cheng's eyes, was the best in the world. No one could compare to her. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Song Cheng wouldn't dare to believe it. "Song Cheng. He's definitely not your disciple. Who is he?" Lingyu City Lord's face was filled with anger. He didn't expect that Xianxia would appear out of nowhere. The other party had never appeared before the inscription tower. Not to mention that this young man had the strength of a spirit print master at such a young age. How could such a person be Song Cheng's disciple? This was absolutely impossible. The other party must be hiding his identity. However, Ling Yuan did not expect that Luo Qingtong had indeed hidden her identity. But that was only because her status was too low and she didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. If he knew that Luo Qingtong's identity was just a young girl from a low-level continent in the 9-star domain, his expression would be even more incredulous. After all, it was such a remote and backward star field. As far as they knew, there were almost no inscription masters. Even an ordinary inscription master apprentice would be able to call the wind and summon the rain and be sought after by others. How could a spirit print master like Luo Qingtong be from there? Therefore, Ling Yuan did not think in that direction at all. He only thought that Luo Qingtong was from a higher star field. He also didn't know that the strength that Luo Qingtong displayed at this moment was only because her understanding of inscriptions was more powerful. However, even if Songqing said such a thing, he might not believe it. Hence, Songqing was too lazy to answer. Humph. It's not up to you to know what kind of person my disciple is. Lu Zhitong, just wait for your bad luck this time. As Songqing spoke, he rushed towards Lingyu Inscription City Lord. Before Luo Qingtong left, she told him that there was a time limit to his inscription skills. She told him not to delay for too long and to deal with Lingyu Inscription City Lord first. Although Songqing already knew that the improvement of his inscription skills was related to Luo Qingtong, when he heard it from Luo Qingtong, he still couldn't hide the shock in his heart. This disciple of his was really incredible. This time, their Tianfeng inscription city might really be able to defend the inscription tower. Just as Songqing was thinking about this, Luo Qingtong's figure had already entered the 6th floor. Boom! The pressure on the 6th floor of the inscription tower was much stronger than the one on the 5th floor. As soon as Luo Qingtong's figure appeared on it, she was instantly frozen on the spot by a terrifying aura of suppression that came crashing down. The aura that was enveloped by the aura was completely related to the understanding of a spirit print master's inscription marks and realms. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong had read a lot of inscription books in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. At this moment, the blood-red light in her eyes flickered violently. Very quickly, she dissolved the aura that was enough to blast an ordinary senior inscription master out and crush them on the spot. Swish, waves of aura lingered around Luo Qingtong and turned into an aura of inscription power that she could use. This was the magical part of the inscription tower. It was used to train and strengthen the understanding of an inscription master's inscription techniques. As long as your inscription technique comprehension and realms reached the standard, even if your strength wasn't enough, you could use the power of this realm. If this was in the outside world, it was absolutely impossible. After all, the aura of inscription techniques in the outside world required a corresponding strength to break it. It was completely different from the inscription tower. When Luo Qingtong appeared on the 6th level, at the entrance of the 6th and 7th levels, Master Chen's figure was also shrouded in a black cloak. He looked at the entrance greedily and passionately. "The 7th floor, that thing is in there." "It's a pity," Master Chen said as he took a big step forward. However, he had just taken this step. Wang, the light shrouding the entrance to the 7th floor buzzed and suddenly grew stronger. In an instant, it landed on his body. Countless inscriptions lit up on Master Chen's body. The strength of a heaven-grade spirit seal master and his understanding of inscription patterns were revealed, but he still couldn't resist the pressure from the 7th floor. He didn't even manage to block it for a moment before he was sent flying by the terrifying aura. If it wasn't for the fact that his understanding of inscription patterns and strength were strong enough, this attack would have been enough to blast him out of the inscription tower. "I still can't get in. This 7th floor is indeed not something that ordinary people can enter." Master Chen got up from the ground and looked at the 7th floor without any surprise. There were a total of 7 floors in the inscription tower. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, they could enter the first 6 floors. However, since ancient times, only the most outstanding genius disciples were able to enter the 7th floor. It was said that the president of the Central Inscription Union had tried it before, but he was unable to enter. However, it was precisely because of this that the thing he wanted was kept inside and not taken away by anyone. As Master Chen thought about it, he wasn't so angry anymore. "Looks like I can only wait for the people of Lingyu City to obtain the inscription tower before I think of a way to take the thing out." As he thought about it, he instantly got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, and closed his eyes to rest. In any case, it was almost impossible for anyone to defeat him in the inscription tower. Apart from the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, it was impossible for anyone to come up to the 6th floor of the inscription tower. The latter had already self-detonated his inscription mark during the previous battle for the inscription tower. Not to mention that he didn't come this time, even if he did, he would only be beaten up. It was impossible for him to compete with him. Not to mention that he had learned his lesson last time. This time, he would absolutely not give the other party any chance to make a comeback. After all, it was easy to be discovered as long as the thing in the inscription tower wasn't taken out. At that time, his painstaking effort to conceal his identity and come to such a low-level inscription city to seize the inscription tower would be in vain. While Master Chen closed his eyes to rest and recover from the injuries in his body, not far away from the 6th floor of the inscription tower, Luo Qingtong's eyes were slightly cold as she looked in his direction. "This black-cloaked man is actually a heaven-level spirit seal master." Little Pig, who was perched on her shoulder, muttered softly. "Fortunately, you weren't rash and directly fought with him. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble." When Little Pig saw Master Chen resisting the light at the entrance of the 7th floor, he was also shocked by the aura of the inscription patterns that rippled out from his body. With the inscription ability of a heaven-level spirit seal master, his status in the Central Inscription Union wouldn't be low. Why would he suddenly appear in Tianfeng Inscription City and even fight for the inscription tower for the people of Lingyu City? Logically speaking, the inscription tower was of no help to him at all. If it was the 9-story inscription tower in the Central Inscription Union, it might be of some help to him. This person is definitely plotting something here. It whispered in front of Luo Qingtong. The latter glanced at it and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to it. Was there a need for it to say that? She could tell too, otherwise, why would a heaven-grade spirit seal master appear here? Previously, Luo Qingtong also thought that if she knew her enemy, she could win 100 battles. Therefore, she deliberately sneaked over without alerting the black-cloaked man. She wanted to see what he was doing here. If the other party wanted to get the human martial level battle inscription mark, she could have interfered and sabotaged it. She didn't expect to see such a scene. This Master Chen wants the item on the 7th floor. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and looked in the direction of the entrance to the 7th floor. Wherever her gaze landed, her blood-red eyes trembled slightly, as if she wanted to see through the scene. However, the light that shrouded the entrance to the 7th floor was so strong that Luo Qingtong couldn't see through it. And that Master Chen was sitting near the entrance, so she couldn't walk over to take a closer look. She also couldn't fully activate her blood-red eyes. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if she didn't see the entrance to the 7th floor and alerted the other party. Suddenly, Master Chen made a move. Looking at his appearance, it seemed like he still wanted to try and see if he could enter the 7th floor. However, this was normal. He was the only one on the 6th floor. Master Chen didn't need to practice inscription patterns here. Under such circumstances, instead of staying here and doing nothing, he might as well try and see if he could enter the 7th floor. Therefore, Luo Qingtong watched as he continued to walk towards the 7th floor. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked at Master Chen's movements, and the bloody light in her eyes flickered. All of a sudden, her eyes lit up and she laughed. That's it. She snuck up behind Master Chen and made sure that she was in his blind spot. He wouldn't be able to see her or see her movements, so she made her move. Boom. When Master Chen took a step forward and blocked the light at the entrance of the 7th floor, Luo Qingtong's inscription pattern also hit the light at the entrance of the 7th floor. Luo Qingtong's bloody eyes allowed her to copy the aura of anyone's inscription pattern. Her inscription pattern was exactly the aura of Master Chen's inscription pattern. Master Chen was entangled with the light at the entrance of the 7th floor, and the aura of the inscription patterns around him was desperately attacking the light at the entrance of the 7th floor. With so many inscription patterns entangled with each other, Master Chen didn't notice anything wrong with the aura of Luo Qingtong's inscription pattern. Boom. After Luo Qingtong's inscription pattern was blasted out, Master Chen was obviously able to withstand the light at the entrance of the 7th floor for a moment longer. Then, with a boom, he was blown away again. However, this time, Master Chen was overjoyed. The light at the entrance of the 7th floor was shaken? Master Chen was pleasantly surprised by the revelation. He had already tried several times at the entrance. The feeling was the same every time. However, this time, he clearly felt that the light at the entrance was weakened. Could it be that his attack was effective? Did he accidentally hit a certain part of the entrance, and that was why it was shaken? If that was the case, didn't it mean that he might be able to enter and obtain that item this time? Thinking of this, Master Chen was very excited. If he could, of course, he wanted to take that thing away as soon as possible. Although they could wait until the people of Lingyu City obtained the inscription tower, they could slowly study it and take it away. But in this way, the longer he stayed, the more likely his identity would be exposed. If others were to find out that he had obtained this item, it would be a huge disaster. Thinking of this, Master Chen immediately made up his mind. He didn't even care about healing himself as he rushed toward the entrance of the 7th level. Looking at his action, Luo Qingtong raised her eyes slightly. Following her previous action, she continued to cooperate with him and blasted the light at the entrance of the 7th floor. The power of the inscription pagoda that she could control was not as strong as Master Chen's, but she had the eye sorcery. Every attack from Luo Qingtong could help Master Chen shake the entrance to the 7th floor a little. How could Master Chen not be excited when he saw this scene? He originally thought that it would be impossible for him to break through the light at the entrance to the 7th floor in a short period of time. However, at this moment, with the assistance of Luo Qingtong, he saw the hope of breaking through. Immediately, his confidence increased greatly, and the strength of his attacks became even more powerful than before. Originally, he was afraid that he would hurt his foundation at the entrance to the 7th floor of the inscription tower, so he didn't dare to forcefully attack. Every time he tried to attack, he would hold back. Therefore, when he was sent flying by the light at the entrance to the 7th floor, he wouldn't be injured. After all, the light at the entrance to the 7th floor was reflected according to the attacker's strength. If someone who didn't meet the requirements entered, even someone as strong as the president of the Central Inscription Association would be sent flying with a single blow. If Master Qin used all his strength to attack, if he couldn't break through the light at the entrance to the 7th floor, he would definitely be seriously injured by the rebound of the attack. Therefore, when he attacked, he left some leeway. However, at this moment, seeing that he had hope of breaking through to the 7th floor, how could he hold back? Naturally, he would attack with all his strength so that he could successfully break through to the 7th floor. In this way, even if he was seriously injured, it didn't matter. Therefore, after a few consecutive attempts, Master Qin found that his strength was indeed able to shake the entrance to the 7th floor. Moreover, with Luo Qingtong's conscious cooperation, he felt that his attacks were becoming more and more effective. Immediately, he was wild with joy. In the end, he used all of his strength. All the inscription marks of a heaven-level spirit print master were mobilized in his body, and one powerful inscription pattern after another floated outside his body. Each of them was enough to kill an inscription master below the heaven-level spirit print master. Looking at the aura of the power of the inscription tower that was lingering around him, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed slightly. The opponent's strength was indeed powerful, and not something an ordinary spirit print master could compare to. Although Luo Qingtong's inscription comprehension was comparable to an ordinary spirit print master, she could only comprehend it and had never fought against an expert of the same level. Not to mention that Master Chen was one of the most powerful heavenly-level spirit print masters. Although Little Pig didn't specifically tell Luo Qingtong about the division of spirit printer masters above advanced rune masters, Luo Qingtong knew that Luo Qingtong was a spirit printer master. However, Luo Qingtong understood the meaning of its words. Spirit print masters were divided into 3 realms, heaven, earth, and mortal, just like the 3 realms of martial artists. In that case, this Master Chen's true inscription ability was probably above many spirit print masters. If Luo Qingtong were to fight against him, even with her eye technique analysis, she would not be his opponent. After all, the other party's inscription comprehension and experience were extremely powerful. But Luo Qingtong didn't have any experience as a spirit print master. This was the most fatal. Without experience, she might not be able to win against her opponent in terms of the conversion of the power of the inscription tower. If the other party's inscription pattern and power were stronger than hers, then it would be troublesome. But now, Luo Qingtong chuckled as she watched Master Chen prepare for the final attack. It was obvious that after a series of probing, the other party had made up his mind to stake it all on one throw. Luo Qingtong raised her hand and dispersed the power of the inscription pagoda in her hand. She calmly watched as Master Chen prepared for his final attack. Boom! Master Chen had gathered all the power of the inscription pagoda that he could mobilize in his attack. The pressure of the inscription pagoda that he had just endured was all converted into the inscription patterns that surrounded his body. At the same time, all the power in his body was poured into the inscription patterns around him. With a boom, he blasted towards the entrance of the 7th floor. Bang! His power landed heavily on the entrance of the 7th floor, but it did not weaken the light of the entrance of the 7th floor as he had imagined. On the contrary, without Luo Qingtong's attack to help target the weakness, the light of the entrance of the 7th floor was dozens of times stronger than Master Chen's previous attack. Pfft! Before Master Chen could react, he was sent flying by the rebounding force. His body was sent flying high into the air and smashed backward like a kite with a broken string. Along the way, the wind that his body cut through whistled like a ghost. Not only that, but he also spat out a large mouthful of blood. The skin all over his body burst open with numerous small wounds, and a large amount of blood spurted out. It was obvious that he was severely injured by the rebounding light of the entrance of the 7th floor. When Master Chen was sent flying, he was completely dumbfounded. He could not understand how the entrance of the 7th floor, which had become smoother and more shaken under his bombardment, had suddenly recovered its previous toughness and strength. The result of his attack should not be like this. Just as he was in a daze and did not know what was going on, he spat out blood and retreated. Luo Qingtong made her move. She had lured Master Chen step by step to use an even stronger force to bombard the light of the entrance of the 7th floor. It was all for this moment. The power of the inscription pagoda around him had been exhausted, and he had also inscribed countless inscription patterns in an instant. He had not been able to recover for the time being. In her eyes, Master Chen was even weaker than an ordinary spirit print master. Boom, a huge inscription pattern appeared around Luo Qingtong. This time, she didn't use the spirit restriction inscription from before. After all, that kind of inscription pattern was only useful for inscriptionists below the level of spirit print master. Since they were both spirit seal masters, they had their own ways to deal with it. Not to mention that Master Chen was a heavenly level spirit seal master. If Luo Qingtong had the thought of restraining his inscription pattern ability and keeping him here to torture him, she would be the unlucky one in the end. After all, she only had one chance to attack Master Chen in this one moment. Once he missed it, he would immediately be able to redirect the pressure within the inscription pagoda. At the same time, he would utilize his own comprehension of inscription patterns to draw inscription patterns around him one after another. It was sufficient to cancel out Luo Qingtong's attack. After all, Luo Qingtong's inscription comprehension was only at the level of a spirit print master. Therefore, Luo Qingtong chose to copy the inscription pattern that Master Chen had used just now. The inscription patterns that Master Chen had drawn in order to break through the entrance of the 7th floor covered all the levels of spirit print masters. He had used all the inscription patterns that could be drawn from the level of a spirit print master to the level of a heavenly level spirit print master. There was no room for negotiation. You? When Master Chen saw Luo Qingtong rush out, he was shocked, angry, and disdainful. He was shocked and angry that Luo Qingtong could appear on the 6th floor of the inscription tower. He was disdainful that the other party overestimated herself and wanted to make a move on him. Even if he would be injured by the light of the entrance to the 7th floor. His inscription skills weren't something that a fledgling brat could hurt, so what if the other party could enter the 6th floor? She was probably the same as the Tianfeng inscription city lord, who was just close to the strength of a spirit seal master. With such an inscription comprehension ability, even if he didn't have any strength and took her attack head-on, it would only worsen his injuries a little. When he recovered, he would let the other party know the price of provoking him. Killing geniuses was also one of his favorite things to do. With that thought in mind, Master Chen cracked a sinister smile. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a vicious and cold gaze. However, soon, his gaze changed. He was shocked and aghast. How is this possible? He looked at the inscription pattern that Luo Qingtong blasted out in disbelief. The aura on it was his own. It was exactly the same as the inscription pattern that he blasted out. How did the other party do it? When he saw the inscription pattern that Luo Qingtong blasted out, Master Chen understood why the light at the entrance to the 7th floor had been shaken. You did it? He looked at Luo Qingtong in shock. It turned out that the other party had been scheming against him from the beginning, but how did she do it? She copied the aura of his inscription pattern. No wonder he didn't notice it at all. Master Chen was shocked and furious to the extreme. He watched as the inscription pattern that carried his aura and power blasted towards him, but he couldn't resist it, and it was too late to dodge. He had no choice but to grit his teeth. In an instant, a huge light inscription pattern flew out from his body. Natal inscription mark. Every spirit print master would condense an inscription pattern when he or she was promoted to a higher level. This inscription pattern maintained the inscription master's comprehension and usage of the inscription technique. Once the life inscription mark was destroyed, that inscription master would be crippled as a martial artist. He had a belly full of comprehension of inscriptions, but he had no way to use them. The Heavenly Wind inscription city lord from before had his life inscription mark destroyed. Even if his inscription comprehension was still there, he couldn't use it anymore. However, Master Chen's last request was to make him unable to touch and teach the last bit of knowledge about inscriptions. In this life, he was completely cut off from the inscription pattern technique. That was why Songqing and the others were so agitated and indignant. At the same time, Master Chen summoned his life inscription mark. With A loud boom, the life inscription mark clashed with Luo Qingtong's inscription mark. Ka ka ka. A series of cracking sounds came, and the natal inscription mark summoned by Master Chen instantly cracked. Bastard! Xianxia, you deserve to die. Master Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The life inscription mark was extremely fragile. Ordinary spirit print masters would keep it in their bodies and wouldn't release it easily. After all, once the life inscription mark was broken, he would be crippled. However, at this moment, under the attack of Luo Qingtong's inscription mark, his life inscription mark was severely injured. Brat, how dare you! Master Chen's anger had reached its peak. His killing intent towards Luo Qingtong was blazing. Boom! The aura of the inscriptions around his body erupted at this moment. He had taken advantage of the moment when his inscription mark blocked Luo Qingtong's attack to condense and transform a new aura of the inscription tower. Bang! The inscription pattern condensed around his body instantly blasted towards Luo Qingtong. However, compared to the inscription pattern he had condensed before, the aura of the inscription pattern was much weaker. Firstly, he had hurriedly transformed the aura of the inscription tower, so there wasn't much of it. Secondly, the inscription mark in his body had been damaged, so the inscription power he could unleash in this place had plummeted. From a heaven-level spirit print master, his strength had dropped to the level of a human-level spirit print master. Even if he had a heaven-level spirit print master's inscription comprehension, he wouldn't be able to unleash it. After all, unless he wanted to completely shatter the inscription mark in his body, he wouldn't be able to unleash an inscription power that exceeded what his inscription mark could bear. Otherwise, there was no need for Luo Qingtong to make a move, and he would become a cripple himself. With that thought in mind, Master Chen was enraged. Ordinary spirit print masters wouldn't be forced to such a state. Even if spirit print masters of the same level fought, they wouldn't hurt their own inscription mark. However, he was in the inscription tower, and he had met such a weirdo like Luo Qingtong. Not only did she scheme to make him lose all his power, she even copied and used the power of his inscription pattern. Unless Master Chen wanted to be blown out of the inscription tower by Luo Qingtong's attack, he could only use his inscription mark to fight. Bastard! Master Chen's anger had reached its peak. He looked at the youth holding a fan in front of him, and the coldness and killing intent in his eyes were unusually cold. The other party's background was strange, and his ability was powerful. He was definitely not ordinary. You are not from the Tianfeng inscription city. His tone was cold as he said with certainty. You are also here for that thing inside? As Master Chen spoke, the killing intent in his heart burned even more fiercely. What Song Chang's disciple? What Xianxia? That was just a cover for the other party. The other party was definitely here for the items in the inscription tower. His goal was the same as his. Otherwise, Master Chen couldn't understand why Luo Qingtong, with her strength and ability, would be willing to stand up for the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City and even consider herself as Song Cheng's disciple. However, he did not expect that Luo Qingtong was really Song Cheng's disciple. And the thing he was talking about, Luo Qingtong didn't even know about it. However, even if she told him the truth, he wouldn't believe her, right? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She glanced at the entrance to the 7th floor. That thing. Could it be related to the faintly discernible attractive force that she had been feeling since she entered the tower? Luo Qingtong thought to herself as she raised her hand to block Master Chen's attack. The latter's inscription strength had plummeted, and even though he had the comprehension of a heaven-level spirit seal master, he couldn't use it. It wasn't that difficult for Luo Qingtong to deal with it. When Luo Qingtong raised her hand to block the inscription pattern, Master Chen's heart became even more furious. Even a small youth was able to block his inscription pattern. How could he, a heaven-level spirit seal master, put his face there? Furthermore, the other party was obviously here for that thing. Luo Qingtong's previous silence was taken as tacit agreement by him. Boom! The power of the inscription patterns around him instantly withdrew and released. In an instant, a huge inscription pattern that emitted a fierce aura appeared in front of him. Along with the appearance of this huge and fierce inscription pattern, the surrounding air was also distorted. Streaks of silver sword light appeared in the air and vaguely circled around the huge inscription pattern. Million sword illustration. Battle inscription pattern. The so-called battle inscription pattern was the same as the martial arts of martial artists. It was an inscription pattern that inscription masters could use to attack directly. To inscribe this kind of inscription pattern, the inscription master had to be a spirit seal master as well as an expert above the human martial realm. However, there were very few inscription masters in this world. Those who could cultivate both inscription patterns and martial arts at the same time were even fewer. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but now, this Master Chen had directly inscribed a battle inscription pattern. In an instant, the aura of the inscription pattern in his hand surged. Compared to ordinary inscription patterns, the battle inscription pattern had an increase in attack power and aura. When a spirit seal master who cultivated both martial arts and inscription patterns used the battle inscription pattern, he could completely fight against a spirit seal master of a higher level. This kind of spirit seal master was called a battle spirit master among the inscription masters, even if he was one level lower than other spirit seal masters. The power of the inscription pattern he could use through the battle inscription pattern was enough to fight against the opponent. He could directly crush martial artists and spirit seal masters of the same level. When this Master Chen used the battle inscription pattern in his hand, Luo Qingtong immediately felt threatened. This is the battle inscription pattern? Luo Qingtong carefully sensed the power and aura of this battle inscription mark. She found that it allowed Master Chen, who was only able to use the power of a mortal level spirit print master, to increase his power by another level. Battle Spirit Master. Seeing this scene, Little Pig, who was sitting obediently on Luo Qingtong's shoulder, stood up immediately. This Master Chen is actually a battle spirit master. Damn. This kind of spirit seal master, and a heaven-level spirit seal master, can completely crush most of the spirit seal masters in this world. His identity is definitely not simple. Oh my god, what on earth is on the 7th floor that attracted him here? Little Pig said as he looked at the entrance of the 7th floor not far away. To be able to make a heaven-level spirit seal master and an expert above the human martial stage come here, the item on the 7th floor must be incredible. At the same time, he hurriedly said to Luo Qingtong, Master, don't fight with him again. Battle inscription pattern is the most powerful inscription pattern. The other inscription patterns, even if their aura is stronger than this one, will be disintegrated when they meet it. I didn't expect Master Chen to have such a trump card. Let's get out of here. The other parties. Battle inscription pattern had its own buff, and it had an advantage against other inscription patterns. Of the battle. Unless she could also use the battle inscription pattern. However, Luo Qingtong was not a human martial realm expert, so it was impossible for her to inscribe the battle inscription pattern. She didn't expect Master Chen to be a battle spiritualist. As expected, none of these old foxes were easy to deal with. She had lured Master Chen into thinking that the entrance to the 7th floor could be shaken. He actually hid his strength in the last attack. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. She looked in the direction of Master Chen and said to Little Pig calmly, It's too late. He won't let me go. Her strength and ability had been exposed in front of him, and she had even fought with him. If she was Master Chen, she would definitely choose to eliminate the source of trouble. Now that she was in the inscription tower, she could still resist him by relying on the power of the inscription tower. But if she left the inscription tower, she wouldn't be a match for him with his strength and identity. Therefore, she couldn't leave. Not only could she not leave, but she also had to help the people of Tianfeng Inscription City seize the inscription tower. As long as the inscription tower was in Tianfeng Inscription City, she would have the competence to deal with him. While Luo Qingtong and Little Pig were talking, the battle inscription pattern in Master Chen's hand was completely formed. The power of the inscription tower on the 6th floor was rapidly stirring. The silver sword light around the battle inscription pattern had already revealed itself, revealing an incomparably sharp cold light. Turning void into reality, using the power of inscription patterns to transform into sword-light combat power, inscriptionists had battle inscription patterns as support, and thousands of offensive techniques could be used casually. It could increase one's offensive power and combat power to an unimaginable degree. If inscriptionists were considered as support skills, then battle spiritualists were like soul masters and beast tamers, a unique combat profession. Boom! As the silver sword light completely appeared, it instantly swept towards Luo Qingtong like a dragon. they were enhanced by the inscription pattern. No matter if it was speed, attack, or accuracy, they were all incomparable to ordinary martial artists' combat skills. This attack was like countless mortal martial realm experts attacking Luo Qingtong. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly narrowed. Bang, bang, bang. She raised her hand and waved out inscription patterns. At that instant, her blood eye technique was fully unleashed. The trajectories of these silver sword lights were captured by her. Countless amounts of pressure from the inscription tower were transformed into streams of energy under her control, and they were injected into the inscription patterns she was inscribing. At this moment, the ability to comprehend inscriptions that Luo Qingtong revealed was shocking. If it weren't for the limitation of strength and power, she would have been promoted to a human-level spiritual print master long ago, but at this moment, in the inscription tower, her ability to comprehend inscriptions was displayed to the extreme. She wasn't a mortal rank spirit print master, but she was better than one. Even so, she was still no match for Master Chen. Just like what Little Pig said, this combat inscription pattern had an overwhelming advantage over ordinary inscription patterns. The moment Luo Qingtong's inscription patterns came into contact with the sword lights, they were all shattered into pieces, and those silver sword lights, under the support of the combat inscription patterns, were continuously formed. There was no limit to them. As long as the combat inscription patterns were not broken, these silver sword lights would be formed according to Master Chen's will and power. This was the terrifying part of the combat inscription patterns. It had no limit at all. As long as a battle spiritualist had enough power, it could continue to attack, and in this inscription tower, how could Master Chen's power be exhausted? Master! Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. This Master Chen was actually a battle spirit master. In this inscription tower, battle spirit masters were like bugs. Such a person would not need the help of the inscription tower and would not appear in the inscription tower again. Or perhaps, even if he did appear, he wouldn't appear in the inscription tower in Inscription City that was 1-star region below. Because this place was no longer suitable for them to cultivate. However, Master Chen appeared here and seemed to be after something on the 7th floor of the inscription tower. What was there in the inscription tower in a 6-star region that was worth fighting over? Little Pig became anxious as he thought about it. Luo Qingtong watched the sword light shatter all the inscription patterns around her, but she wasn't in a hurry. Swish! Swish! She condensed inscription patterns around her and rushed toward the sword lights of the battle inscriptions again. That's right, Luo Qingtong's eye technique allowed her to instantly see through the weak points contained within the pressure of the inscription pagoda and quickly break through them. Although the battle inscriptions she had created weren't as powerful as Master Chen's, they were much more powerful. However, with her eye sorcery, the speed at which she dissolved and controlled the power of the inscription pagoda wasn't any slower than Master Chen's. In fact, it was even faster than that. Therefore, with the endless supply of energy from the inscription tower, Luo Qingtong could completely win with quantity and negate the attacks from the battle inscription marks. Those battle inscription sword lights could break through the inscription patterns around Luo Qingtong's body, but soon, another layer of inscription patterns would form around Luo Qingtong's body, preventing those sword lights from advancing any further. Boom boom boom. The sword lights of battle inscriptions clashed fiercely with the inscription patterns around Luo Qingtong. Every time, a large part of the inscription patterns around Luo Qingtong would break. Then, a large area of inscription patterns would quickly fill in. Luo Qingtong's eye technique, copy, allowed her to not be like other inscription masters. She didn't need to use her inscription talent to redraw the inscription pattern. Instead, she could copy it directly. This would save her a lot of time and allow her to form countless inscription patterns around her body. Just like Master Chen, these inscription patterns completely blocked the attacks of the battle inscriptions. However, this alone was not enough. This was because Luo Qingtong's eye technique was limited, but Master Chen's inscriptions were limitless. If this continued, the unlucky one would be Luo Qingtong. He had to find a way to deal with Master Chen. However, what could possibly hurt Master Chen on the 6th floor? Luo Qingtong had already experienced the power of the light at the entrance of the 7th level and had severely injured Master Chen. It was impossible for him to make the same mistake again. Even if she tried to seduce him, it would be useless. However, if he didn't use the light at the entrance of the 7th level, what else could hurt him? he couldn't possibly let Luo Qingtong rush into the light at the entrance of the 7th level by herself. However, Luo Qingtong had already checked the light at the entrance of the 7th level. She couldn't see through it at all. If she was unable to enter the 7th floor, then she would be severely injured by the opponent's rays of light. At that time, she would either be taken advantage of by Master Chen or be blasted out of the inscription tower. When the people of Lingyu Inscription City obtained the inscription tower, she still wouldn't be able to escape Master Chen's pursuit. While Luo Qingtong was pondering in her mind, on the 5th floor, Lingyu City Lord, who was fighting with Songqing, heard the commotion on the 6th floor and instantly laughed out loud. Haha. Songqing, you're finished. I don't care where you found this expert from, but it's obvious that she's not a match for Master Chen. You people from Tianfeng Inscription City, just wait for your misfortune. Lingyu City Lord's face was extremely ferocious. When Luo Qingtong left, he thought that there was an opportunity. After all, no matter how Songqing was able to obtain his current inscription talent, he shouldn't be a match for him who had been immersed in this path for so many years. However, he didn't expect that what Songqing obtained was the sharing of Luo Qingtong's inscription talent. He knew everything that Luo Qingtong knew. Although he wasn't as experienced as Lingyu City Lord, he couldn't stop Luo Qingtong's inscription talent. Previously, he had cultivated many inscription patterns in the 9-layered exquisite pagoda. In addition, Songqing's own theoretical knowledge was solid. In this battle, Lingyu City Lord was instantly at a disadvantage. Only now did he know how Songqing could make such big words in front of Luo Qingtong and let the youth go first. He would deal with him alone, and how could Luo Qingtong directly rush into the 6th floor without any scruples? It turned out that Songqing's inscription talent was enough to deal with him. He was angry in his heart. Only when he heard the commotion on the 6th floor did he regain some confidence. This commotion must be caused by that Master Chen. After all, how old was that youth named Xianxia? How could he be a match for Master Chen? Moreover, Master Chen's origin was mysterious. Lingyu City Lord had suspected several times that his strength might be above an ordinary spirit print master. Now, he was completely sure of this point. Lingyu City Lord's face was proud and ferocious. However, Songqing's heart suddenly trembled. He shared his inscription talent with Luo Qingtong and could faintly sense her situation. At this time, Luo Qingtong was indeed focusing on defense and did not take the initiative to attack. Could it be that what City Lord Lingyu said was true? She was no match for that Master Chen? Thinking of this, Songqing's heart instantly became anxious. Seeing the City Lord Lingyu's confidence in Master Chen, he guessed that the other party's strength was not as simple as just becoming a spirit print master. He was probably even stronger than the average spirit print master. If something happened to Luo Qingtong, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. As he thought about it, he used all his strength to attack Lingyu City Lord. At the same time, he used another inscription pattern to attack the high-level inscription masters of Lingyu City whose inscription ability was sealed by Luo Qingtong. Bang bang bang. A group of high-level inscription masters of Lingyu City lay on the ground, unable to fight back at all. When they were attacked by Songqing's inscription pattern, they all spat out blood and rushed in the direction of Lingyu City Lord. So many experts all rushed towards Lingyu Inscription City Lord, instantly blocking his path in all directions. Originally, Cold Jade City Lord wanted to avoid Kaisong City's attack. However, his front, back, left, and right were all blocked, making it impossible for him to dodge. Originally, the power of Songqing's inscription pattern attack was not inferior to his. With this block, he instantly vomited blood and retreated backwards. The bodies of the high-level inscriptionists of Cold Jade Inscription City all smashed into his body, causing him to once again rush backwards, and in an instant, he flew out tens of meters away. At this moment, Songqing's inscription pattern attack arrived again. Get out of here! Who are you to mock and despise my disciple? Songqing's inscription pattern once again smashed onto his body, instantly causing him to be heavily injured. His body was sent out of the inscription tower. Trash. Imitating Luo Qingtong's previous gesture, Songqing pointed his thumb downwards and gave Lingyu City Lord and the others a look of disdain as they disappeared from the inscription tower. You can't even defeat me, an inscription trash, and you still have the nerve to say that you are my disciple. Songqing's eyes were cold. After kicking Lingyu City Lord and the others out of the inscription tower, he rushed towards the 6th floor. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried that something would happen to Luo Qingtong, he wouldn't have let Lingyu City Lord and the others off so easily. He would have tortured them properly before kicking them out of the inscription tower. However, at this moment, he was worried about Luo Qingtong and couldn't care so much. "Disciple, wait for me. I'm coming." Songqing mustered all his strength and rushed towards the 6th floor. However, although his inscription talent was inherited from Luo Qingtong, there were still some differences between him and the young girl. For example, although Luo Qingtong's inscription talent was strong, she also had the enhancement of her eye technique. That was why she could easily enter the 6th floor. After all, the 6th floor was the category of spirit print masters. As for Luo Qingtong, although her inscription comprehension had barely reached this level, if it wasn't for the enhancement of her eye technique, she wouldn't be able to walk so casually in the 6th floor's oppressive aura. Therefore, as soon as Songqing rushed to the entrance of the 6th floor, he felt an incomparably tyrannical aura rush out from the entrance of the 6th floor. In an instant, his figure that had just stepped into the entrance of the 6th floor was forced back by this extremely tyrannical pressure by nearly 10 meters. He was almost ejected out of the entrance. "No, disciple. My disciple is still inside." Songqing's heart was burning with anxiety. After he had rushed into the 6th level, he had sensed two forces fighting fiercely in the depths of the 6th level. The most tyrannical one was clearly not Luo Qingtong's aura. She was indeed in danger. Master Chen was no ordinary spirit print master. Songqing absolutely believed in Luo Qingtong's talent. However, no matter how talented Luo Qingtong was, she had only practiced inscription technique for a few years and most of the time, she was self-taught. If Master Chen's inscription skills were beyond the level of a spirit print master, Luo Qingtong would be in danger. As Songqing thought about it, the veins on his forehead suddenly popped out. In the next second, he took a huge step forward. He forcibly withstood the oppressive aura of the 6th floor and moved forward step by step. Every step he took forward left a bloody mark under his feet. That was the result of the oppressive aura of the 6th floor being too strong, and he forcibly withstood it. At this moment, he was unable to transform the oppressive aura like Luo Qingtong. Boom boom boom. Using the power of her eye technique, Luo Qingtong copied countless inscription patterns. At the same time, she moved around, not allowing the battle inscription sword light controlled by Master Chen to have a chance to get close to her body. Once she was hit by those battle inscription sword lights, all of her defenses and resistance would immediately collapse. At that time, she could only be blasted out of the inscription tower by those battle inscription sword lights. However, she didn't expect that those battle inscription sword lights could actually accumulate and increase their strength. Master Chen was shocked when he saw that the inscription patterns around her seemed to be endless and were constantly being condensed. His opponent's inscription talent had already exceeded his imagination. Any mortal-level spirit seal master wouldn't be able to do it to Luo Qingtong's level. The speed at which she condensed inscription patterns was already comparable to a heaven-level spirit seal master. The speed at which she converted the power of the inscription tower was also incomparably fast. How did she do it? She was simply a monster, a monster. Master Chen was shocked and aghast. Then, he quickly changed his strategy. Every time he attacked, he would deliberately leave a part of the sword light power. Now, this part of the sword light power had become extremely thick and tyrannical in the process of superimposing again and again. At this moment, the inscription patterns around Luo Qingtong's body were once again shattered by the battle inscription sword light that he blasted out. This part of the tyrannical and thick sword light power blasted towards Luo Qingtong. He didn't believe that the inscription patterns around her body could block it again. "Xianxia, get out of here." After blasting the youth out of the inscription tower and obtaining the ownership of this inscription tower, he immediately eliminated the root of the problem. He had to completely kill the other party in this Tianfeng inscription city, so as to avoid leaving behind a disaster. Looking at the thick sword light that Master Chen blasted out, Luo Qingtong's eyes were slightly cold. The light in her left hand flickered slightly. It was not the time yet. If she were to forcefully attack now, she was afraid. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "Left in front, it's right in front of you. Disciple. The battle inscription mark of the human martial realm is in the pillar you saw." Songqing appeared not far behind Luo Qingtong. His entire body was covered in blood. When he saw that Luo Qingtong was in danger, he immediately shouted. As he spoke, Luo Qingtong's gaze followed his words and landed on a pillar to her left. Strangely enough, this pillar had been standing there for a long time. However, during the battle between Luo Qingtong and Master Chen, they inadvertently neglected it again and again. At this moment, under Song Cheng's guidance, Luo Qingtong discovered the uniqueness of this pillar. Compared to the other pillars, this pillar was clearly branded with lines of inscription patterns. The entire pillar seemed to be surrounded by inscription lines. Under the cover of these inscription patterns, there was clearly an inscription pattern that had already been engraved on the pillar, the battle inscription of the peak human martial realm, the reward that Song Cheng had told her before, the one that was placed in the inscription tower by the experts of the Central Inscription Association. So it was here. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up slightly and she directly rushed towards the inscription pillar. Seeing her actions, Master Chen sneered. Ridiculous, that battle inscription mark of the human martial realm is something that you can easily use? As Master Chen spoke, his heart was filled with disdain. His opponent's talent was indeed extraordinary, however, he probably didn't know how difficult it was to learn the battle inscription patterns. Not every inscription master who had advanced to the human martial arts realm could immediately learn the battle inscription patterns. The rarity and preciousness of a battle spirit master was beyond everyone's imagination. This Xianxia thought too simply of the matter. And that Song Cheng. Master Chen glanced at Song Cheng, who had appeared on the 6th floor. Although his body was covered in blood, the fact that he could appear on the 6th floor meant that his talent was amazing. However, wasn't he the useless inscription master from Tianfeng Inscription City? How could he break through all the way to the 6th floor? This was simply unimaginable. After this matter was over and the inscription tower was in his hands, he would definitely capture him and interrogate him to see how he did it. Once this method was in his hands, it wouldn't be inferior to the things on the 7th floor. As he thought about it, Master Chen's eyes were filled with greed. After Luo Qingtong's body was covered in layers of inscription patterns, she rushed towards the inscription pattern pillar. Boom! Her hand directly pressed on the inscription pattern pillar. Before Master Chen could react, the battle inscription patterns on the inscription pattern pillar instantly flew up. Master Chen was wrong. Luo Qingtong didn't need to slowly master and learn the battle inscription patterns. She only needed to adjust the aura and power of her own inscription patterns and turn it into the aura and power of the battle inscription patterns left behind in the inscription pattern pillar. Then, she would be able to drive the battle inscription patterns on the pillar. This was an impossible feat for others. However, Luo Qingtong had the eye technique analysis and the innate mixed yuan body. She could imitate anyone's aura and power in her own body. Boom! As Luo Qingtong's attack blasted out. In an instant, the battle inscription sword light that Master Chen blasted out was blocked by Luo Qingtong's battle inscription pattern. Battle inscription pattern versus battle inscription pattern. Roar! As Luo Qingtong blasted the energy into the inscription pattern pillar, the battle inscription pattern appeared in midair and started to spin rapidly. Then, one after another, the phantoms of demonic beasts appeared in midair. The battle inscription pattern on the 6th level had transformed into a beast. Roar! As if it had its own summoning array, the demonic beasts that jumped out of the battle inscription pattern turned from illusory to corporeal. Then, all of them raised their heads and roared loudly as they charged towards the sword lights. Boom boom boom. The sword light clashed with the demonic beast. The human martial arts realm collided with the peak of the human martial arts realm. In an instant, Master Chen was blasted away by the collision of the two battle inscriptions and spat out a mouthful of blood. Originally, he would not have lost so miserably. But who asked him to be lured by Luo Qingtong to attack the light at the entrance of the 7th floor, which resulted in him being seriously injured? His strength had dropped to the human level. Now, the battle inscription pattern that Luo Qingtong used at the peak of the human martial arts realm was left behind by the powerhouse of the Central Inscription Association. Even if it had the same power as his battle inscription pattern, with Master Chen's current injuries, he would not be able to defeat this battle inscription pattern. Immediately, he vomited blood and flew out. Seeing that his body was about to be sent out of the inscription tower, Master Chen was extremely unwilling. Boom! As Master Chen waved his hand. In an instant, an inscription pattern shot out from his hand. This inscription pattern was not aimed at Luo Qingtong. It was aimed at Xianxia, who was standing not far away, bathed in blood. Boom! Before Master Chen's figure disappeared, the inscription pattern blasted towards Xianxia. This was because Master Chen's gaze had been fixed on Luo Qingtong. The latter did not expect that his target would be Xianxia. Master! She watched as the inscription pattern blasted heavily on Xianxia's body and brought him towards the light at the entrance of the 7th level. In an instant, Luo Qingtong's eyes turned cold. Xianxia was already having a hard time resisting the aura of the 6th level of the inscription tower. If he collided with the light at the entrance of the 7th level, he would definitely die under the terrifying recoil. Even if the inscription tower moved him out halfway, it would be too late. This was because the light at the entrance of the 7th level was too terrifying. Damn it! Luo Qingtong looked coldly at the disappearing figure of Master Chen. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The other party was clearly using Xianxia to deal with her. She would remember him. Once she got out of the inscription tower, she would not let him off. With this thought in mind, Luo Qingtong immediately flew up and charged towards Xianxia. Bang! She blocked Xianxia's figure and the two of them collided with the entrance of the 7th level. Boom! The light above was triggered. In an instant, the aura of the inscription tower rushed towards Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Disciple. Seeing that Luo Qingtong was rushing over to save him, Xianxia's heart suddenly shrank. He was from the Tianfeng inscription city and naturally knew how terrifying the 7th level of the inscription tower was. According to the Tianfeng inscription city lord, when the inscription association handed the inscription tower to the seniors of Tianfeng inscription city, they had sternly warned them not to touch the 7th level of the inscription tower. They would die if they touched it. This was because only spirit print masters and above could enter the 6th floor. Therefore, other than the Heavenly Wind inscription city lord who was barely able to enter, the other inscription masters of Heavenly Wind inscription city had never entered. Naturally, no one had touched the 7th floor. However, this did not mean that Xianxia would take any chances. Even the people from the Inscription Association had to specially warn him about this matter. From this, one could see how terrifying the 7th level of the inscription tower was. Why did his disciple have to go up there? If he died, so be it. Why would she care about him? Xianxia was anxious and angry. He raised his hand to push Luo Qingtong away. However, at this moment, all the strength in his body suddenly dissipated. The inscription talent that he shared with Luo Qingtong had failed. Master! Luo Qingtong was currently resisting the light at the entrance to the 7th floor. Her pupils were as red as blood, and they were spinning rapidly. She had also summoned the battle inscription pattern on the inscription pillar. Under the guidance of her pupil technique, she fought against the light of the entrance to the 7th floor. She was barely able to block the light of the entrance to the 7th floor, but she was unable to leave. At this moment, she saw Xianxia's aura suddenly dissipate. Then, there was a boom. Master! When Luo Qingtong saw this scene, her eyes turned extremely cold. She raised her hand and grabbed at Xianxia. However, after Xianxia lost his inscription talent, he couldn't resist the aura of the 6th level of the inscription tower. In an instant, he was smashed toward the entrance of the 7th level of the inscription tower. Luo Qingtong was fighting against the light of the entrance of the 7th level. In that instant, Xianxia smashed toward the 7th level. Seeing that his body was about to touch the light of the entrance of the 7th level, Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and rushed up. However, she was still a step too late. Bang! Xianxia's body smashed into the light of the entrance of the 7th level. However, to Luo Qingtong's surprise, when Xianxia's body crashed into the light of the entrance of the 7th level, he wasn't sent flying out of the 6th level like Master Chen. Instead, he disappeared from the entrance of the 7th level. This, Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed. She hastily activated her eye technique. Soon, Xianxia's faint figure appeared in her blood-red eyes as he disappeared into the 7th floor. Xianxia had entered the 7th level. He was fine. Luo Qingtong was both surprised and happy. Her tense and cold heart suddenly relaxed, and even the cold expression on her face softened a little. However, before she could heave a sigh of relief, Little Pig, who was squatting on her shoulder, started to squeal. Be careful. As his voice rang out, the light of the 7th level instantly smashed heavily onto Luo Qingtong's body. She had rushed forward to save Songqing but didn't manage to catch him in time. However, the light of the 7th level was even more affected by her, seeing that Luo Qingtong wasn't injured at all under its attack and even went deeper into the light of the entrance. The light of the 7th level seemed to be enraged. Boom! An even more violent and terrifying power than before instantly attacked Luo Qingtong with an invincible aura. The power of this light was even stronger than the one that attacked Master Chen. It was obvious how enraged it was. Boom, boom, boom. That light instantly bombarded Luo Qingtong like 1,000 raindrops. The entire area connecting the 6th and 7th levels was attacked by the light of the entrance of the 7th level, almost covering the entire area. The battle inscription pattern in front of Luo Qingtong was instantly smashed into pieces by this power. The figures of the human martial realm demonic beasts that were summoned by the battle inscription patterns also disappeared in the air at this moment with a wail. The battle inscription pattern of the peak human martial realm was destroyed. The terrifying power of the light of the entrance of the 7th level didn't weaken in the slightest as it violently blasted toward Luo Qingtong. Master! Little Pig cried out in alarm. After Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong, Luo Qingtong Luo Qingtong. Disciple. Songqing didn't care that he had already entered the 7th level of the inscription tower that every inscription master dreamed of. Instead, when he saw that Luo Qingtong was in danger, he rushed back without a care in the world. If it wasn't for his disciple being so powerful, he wouldn't even be able to enter the 6th floor, not to mention the 7th floor. There's something wrong with this inscription tower, damn it, my disciple is so talented and has such a powerful inscription talent. Shouldn't you be welcoming her with open doors? Don't you have any eyesight? You're actually trying to kill me. What the hell are you trying to do by letting me in? Wait a minute, Songqing cursed in his heart and was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and shouted at Luo Qingtong, disciple. Quick! Put away all your inscription talent and act like a piece of trash. That's the innate talent of pretending to be me. Trash. He jumped up and down and said to Luo Qingtong. That's right, from Songqing's point of view, the entrance to the 7th floor of the inscription tower was so mysterious. It was said that when the president of the Inscription Association wanted to enter, he was forced back by the light of the entrance and was almost seriously injured. It was obvious that the entrance to the 7th floor wasn't something that could be entered just because of one's inscription talent. Then why was he able to enter? Of course it was because he was a piece of trash, so, only pieces of trash could enter the 7th floor of the inscription tower. Of course not, a real piece of trash couldn't even enter the 2nd floor. How could he enter the 7th floor? So, after thinking about it, Songqing could only come up with one answer. That was, one's inscription talent had to be so powerful that it was inhuman. One had to be able to completely restrain the aura of their inscription talent. It was as if they had returned to their original state and the 7th floor of the inscription tower couldn't detect the slightest fluctuation of their inscription talent, only then would they be able to enter the 7th floor. Therefore, all the people who wanted to enter the 7th floor had used the wrong method, including the president of the Inscription Association. However, Songqing didn't have time to tell Luo Qingtong about his conjecture. He could only turn her into a piece of trash like him. With his disciple's intelligence and ability, she should be able to understand the meaning of his words and do it, right? As Songqing thought of this, his heart leaped into his throat. Luo Qingtong reacted immediately after hearing his words. Previously, she had felt that after Songqing had entered the 7th level, he had given her a vague feeling. However, under the attack of the light at the entrance to the 7th level, she had found it difficult to pinpoint what it was. Now that she heard Songqing's words, she instantly understood what was going on. So that was how it was. The aura of the inscription patterns around her suddenly retracted. In an instant, the inscription aura in her body disappeared without a trace. Even the aura of the 6th level of the inscription tower that she had controlled earlier instantly broke free from her control and returned to its ownerless oppressive aura. Luo Qingtong used the advantage of her innate mixed yuan body and the power of her eye technique to directly copy the inscription aura and inscription innate ability in her body into Songqing's. Boom! Just as that vast and terrifying tide-like power was about to blast towards Luo Qingtong, it suddenly lost its target and dissipated in midair. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong directly broke through the light at the entrance of the 7th floor and crashed into the 7th floor. Bang! Her body rolled on the ground and then stood up. Disciple. Cough, cough. I'm fine. When Luo Qingtong broke through the light at the entrance of the 7th level, she was still attacked by the pressure of the 6th level. However, her movements were fast. Before the pressure of the 6th level hit her, she had already broken through to the 7th level, so she didn't suffer much damage. Otherwise, she wouldn't be much better off than Songqing, who was covered in blood. She coughed lightly and waved her hand at Songqing, indicating that she was fine. Then, she raised her head and looked at the scene on the 7th level. It was said that no one had entered this place before. I didn't expect the way to enter the 7th level to be like this, Songqing said beside her, feeling a lingering fear in his heart. That Master Chen was too shameless. He couldn't defeat his disciple, so he used himself to deal with her. If it wasn't for the strange way to enter the 7th level and the fact that he had lost the inscription talent that his disciple had given him, he would have been blasted into smithereens by the light at the entrance of the 7th level. His disciple wouldn't have been able to escape and would have been seriously injured. If it was serious, she might even lose her inscription talent. She wouldn't be able to use the power of inscriptions in the future. After all, the light at the entrance of the 7th level was too terrifying. In order to save him, Luo Qingtong had entered it again and again. Luo Qingtong nodded. She didn't expect the light at the entrance of the 7th level to be like this. Speaking of which, she still had to thank Master Chen. If he hadn't been so shameless at the end, she might not have been able to enter the 7th level. After all, even Luo Qingtong couldn't see through the light at the entrance of the 7th level. This could be considered a lucky hit. When Master Chen pushed Songqing out, he probably didn't expect such an outcome. When she got out of the 7th level, she would definitely thank Master Chen properly. Outside the inscription tower, a group of people from Tianfeng Inscription City looked in the direction of the inscription tower anxiously. Now, their only hope was to regain the ownership of the inscription tower. However, the people from Lingyu Inscription City were so powerful. Could Songqing and the others succeed? Hey, Master, you shouldn't have let junior apprentice brother Qing and the others take risks. An inscription master of Heavenly Wind Inscription City beside the city lord couldn't help but ask. His words weren't directed at Songqing. Instead, he felt that even if the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City couldn't win against the people of Lingyu Inscription City, there was no need to use the strength of Heavenly Wind Inscription City's city lord and the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City as a joke. This was especially true for the Heavenly Wind Inscription City lord. He had taught countless people in his life, and he was of great significance to the inscription masters of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. The inscriptionists of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City were powerful, and half of the credit belonged to the Heavenly Wind Inscription City lord. Originally, the latter couldn't use his inscription strength because his inscription mark had been destroyed. Now that he was forbidden from touching inscriptions, he wouldn't even be able to teach others how to use inscriptions. How cruel was this to him? The people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City couldn't bear it. On the other hand, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City lord's expression was calm. Chung'er has the heart. I won't refuse him. In this life, regardless of whether Chung'er wins or not, I will never touch inscriptions again. On the other hand, because of my decision and Lingyu City's shamelessness, you guys might not be able to use inscriptions in the future. Your identity as an inscription master will also be invalidated. I've let you guys down. As the Heavenly Wind Inscription City lord spoke, he let out a long sigh. When he said this, the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City all had tears in their eyes. Master, please don't say that. Among us, there are countless people who have obtained the great Tao of inscription because of you. Now, it started in Heavenly Wind Inscription City and it will end in Heavenly Wind Inscription City. We have no regrets. That's right. Master, we will advance and retreat together with you and Heavenly Wind Inscription City. The people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City spoke with unswerving determination in their eyes. When the other ordinary people who lived in Heavenly Wind Inscription City heard their words, their eyes also turned red. Sigh, looks like this time, Heavenly Wind Inscription City really has no other choice. That's right, we are really going to leave our homes. I wonder if we can still live in other star-filled cities in the future. When the ordinary people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City thought about it, they couldn't help but wipe away the tears in their eyes. As for the shopkeeper who received Luo Qingtong's kindness, he looked in the direction of the inscription tower, his eyes shining brightly. That young man called Xianxia, could he be the reason why Heavenly Wind Inscription City won't fall like that young lady said? His heart was excited. The shopkeeper of the pharmacy believed Luo Qingtong's words without a doubt. Originally, after waiting for so long, he didn't see any changes, and his heart was filled with despair. However, Xianxia's appearance allowed him to see some hope. After all, this young man suddenly appeared and said that he was Song Cheng's disciple. More importantly, he even made a bet with the people of Lingyu City. In the eyes of others, that young man called Xianxia might be overestimating himself. However, in the eyes of this shopkeeper, he might very well be the reason why Heavenly Wind Inscription City won't fall like that young lady said. He was in high spirits as he waited for a change to appear in the inscription tower. When the people of Cold Jade Inscription City heard the words of the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, they all started to laugh complacently. Haha, at least you people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City know your place. This inscription tower definitely belongs to our Lingyu Inscription City. Even your inscription techniques have been accepted by our Lingyu Inscription City. Of course, as they spoke, they looked at the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and the others with malicious intentions and said, "If you kneel down and beg our city lord, agree to work for our Lingyu Inscription City, perhaps our city lord will consider letting you go. Of course, in that way, all of you will have to be slaves and servants in our Cold Jade Inscription City, and you'll have to be loyal and serve the people of our Cold Jade Inscription City for your entire lives. Brothers, don't you agree?" The group of people from Lingyu Inscription City laughed loudly as they spoke. The people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City all clenched their fists as they looked at them angrily. Especially the group of people who regarded the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord as their master and father. They wished that they could rush over and kill them. Bah! That's right, even if we live and die with Heavenly Wind Inscription City, we won't be the dogs at the feet of your Lingyu Inscription City. The group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were filled with anger. The people from Lingyu Inscription City snorted coldly. Just as they were about to speak, they saw rays of light explode from within the inscription tower. Then, one by one, figures were ejected from within. Haha! They must be from your Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Let's see how sharp your mouths are. Just wait for despair. The group of people from Lingyu Inscription City sneered. They were pleased with themselves. When Lingyu Inscription City's lord and the others entered, they had already discussed that they would definitely make the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City feel incomparable despair. They would suppress the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City to the 3rd level, making it so that they wouldn't even have the chance to climb up. Thus, the group of people from Lingyu Inscription City had already determined in their hearts. The figures that were ejected from the inscription tower were definitely from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It seemed that the people of Lingyu Inscription City had gotten tired of playing and kicked them out of the inscription tower. Sure enough, under their gazes, a group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City appeared in everyone's line of sight. Haha! People from Heavenly Wind Inscription City, do you see that? Your inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City are all, what? The person from Lingyu Inscription City who was laughing loudly hadn't even finished speaking when his eyes suddenly widened. In an instant, his eyes bulged out like a goldfish's eyes. This. How is this possible? He looked at the scene in front of him in shock. The words in his mouth were suddenly swallowed back into his throat, almost choking him to death. However, he didn't notice this at all. He only held his throat as he looked in front of him in shock and disbelief. It turned out that the inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City who appeared one after another were all carrying the figure of an inscription master from Lingyu Inscription City. Those inscription masters from Lingyu Inscription City were all like dead dogs. They were all held in the hands of the inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Every one of them was half dead. Their heads drooped, and they looked like they had no ability to resist at all. From the scars all over their bodies and the ability to torture them, it was easy to tell what they had experienced in the inscription tower. What? Seeing this scene, everyone in Heavenly Wind Inscription City was in an uproar. They all straightened their bodies and looked forward. Even Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others were the same. They were shocked and speechless as they looked at the group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City that had appeared in their line of sight. There was an indescribable feeling of surprise and shock in their hearts. What's going on? Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's voice trembled as he looked at the group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. His gaze swept across the group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City in shock. He had never thought that they would appear in front of him in such a shocking manner. As for the group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City, they had already descended when everyone in the inscription plaza looked over. They threw the people from Lingyu Inscription City in their hands forward and said coldly, "The people from Lingyu Inscription City are shameless. They heavily injured us and trapped us on the 3rd floor, trying to stop us from ascending the tower. Unfortunately, they are too smart for their own good." When the voices of the inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City sounded out, the people in the inscription plaza realized that they were all injured. What was going on? The people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were also heavily injured. Furthermore, from the meaning of their words, it was obvious that they had been set up by the people from Lingyu Inscription City, which was why they were injured to such an extent. But why was it that in the end, the people from Lingyu Inscription City were taken care of by them? The people in the inscription plaza were puzzled. They looked at the group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City who descended from the sky and suddenly realized that Xianxia and his disciple were missing from them. Also, the city lord and the others were not among the people from Lingyu Inscription City. What was going on? When everyone saw this scene, they were instantly confused. At this moment, there was a sound from the Heavenly Wind Inscription Tower. Bang! 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 In the sky, rays of light flashed. Then, figures appeared one after another. Haha! It must be the other people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City who came out. Seeing this scene, the people from Lingyu Inscription City who were guarding outside were excited again. So what if the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City beat up their Lingyu Inscription City's low-level inscription masters? Their city lord was not among them. There was also a group of high-level inscription masters from Lingyu Inscription City. With these people here, the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City could forget about getting any benefits. However, the people from Lingyu Inscription City did not know that other than Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, the rest of the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were all here. Therefore, the figures that appeared in the sky were definitely not from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. They were feeling complacent in their hearts. In an instant, a figure fiercely smashed in front of them, causing them to be stunned. City Lord? Everyone looked at Lingyu Inscription City Lord who was smashed out of the inscription tower with a dusty face and were instantly dumbfounded. Following that, a series of banging sounds rang out. In an instant, another series of people smashed in front of them, smashing Lingyu Inscription City Lord who had yet to get up into the ground. Bastard! All of you, scram! Lingyu Inscription City Lord was so angry that he sent all the people who were smashing into him flying. It was only after he sent those people flying that the crowd was shocked to discover that Li Yunmu's group had been sent flying. The people who smashed into Lingyu City Lord were all high-level inscription masters of Lingyu City. What was going on? City Lord Lingyu and the others were all blasted out of the inscription tower. Were they moved out by the inscription tower due to lack of physical strength, or were they beaten out by someone? Everyone guessed in shock. After that, when they saw the wounds and sorry state of Lingyu and the others, they immediately had an answer in their hearts. Oh my god! City Lord Lingyu and the others were actually blasted out by someone? Who is so powerful in Heavenly Wind Inscription City? You can actually blast them all out? Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Previously, they thought that the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City would definitely lose. However, no one would have thought that under such an advantage, Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others would actually be blasted out. How was this possible? Who did it? Was there such an inscription master in Heavenly Wind Inscription City? Everyone thought in disbelief. An inscription master from Skywind Inscription City suddenly pointed at his group and shouted, "Junior brother Qing and his disciple haven't come out yet." The group of people from Skywind Inscription City naturally didn't know how many of them had participated in the battle for the inscription tower. Thus, with a glance, they immediately confirmed that other than Song Qing and his disciple, Xie Qi, everyone else was here. Could it be that the one who defeated Ling Yu and the others and blasted them out of the inscription tower was actually Songqing? The group of people didn't even consider Luo Qingtong. After all, the youth called Songqing master. How could such a person be an expert in inscription? In the hearts of the crowd, it was likely that Songqing had hidden his strength. That was why he disregarded everything and went forward to stop the people from Lingyu Inscription City. From there, he asked the other party to fight for the tower in order to take away the inscription tower, and Luo Qingtong's bet with Lingyu Inscription City was also seen as a sign from Songqing. When the group of people from Skywind Inscription City thought of this, their hearts suddenly became clear. However, just as they were thinking this, the words of Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others shattered their fantasies. Don't be complacent, you people from Skywind Inscription City. Who would have thought that you people from Skywind Inscription City would be so cunning? Not only did you invite a spirit seal master to take charge of Inscription City, you even shamelessly made him acknowledge Songqing as his master and hide his identity. And that inscription trash Songqing, his talent is actually first-rate. You people from Skywind Inscription City have clearly dug a hole for us to jump into. However, it's a pity that you don't know that the master in our Lingyu Inscription City is not just a spirit seal master. Old Zhang. Just wait for your people from Skywind Inscription City to continue to despair. Lingyu Inscription City Lord crawled up from the ground and fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He had really been beaten up badly by Songqing just now. If the latter hadn't been in a hurry to help Luo Qingtong, they wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. However, it would be a waste of time for Songqing to go. How powerful was Master Chen in inscription? The city lord of Cold Jade Inscription City could sense from the 5th floor that the strength of that Master Chen was clearly far above that of an ordinary spirit print master. And at the later stage, it was obvious that he had used the power of the battle inscription mark. This feeling couldn't be wrong. After Songqing went up, he would most likely be as unlucky as his disciple, Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought. His face turned cold as he looked at Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others. To think that they had hidden all of this so deeply. They clearly had such a trump card, yet they were still hiding it and pretending to be helpless and in despair. If Master Chen hadn't hidden his true strength, he would have fallen into their trap. When Lingyu City Lord's voice rang out, Skywind Inscription City Lord and the others felt a wave of confusion in their hearts. What did he mean? What did he mean when he said that Heavenly Wind Inscription City had invited a spirit seal master to oversee the city? Songqing's innate talent wasn't trash at all, but first-rate. Was Lingyu City Lord's brain damaged? Who didn't know about Songqing's inscription talent? Moreover, if the people of Skywind Inscription City really had such a trump card, why would they be in such despair? Then, he heard the inscription masters who came out of the inscription tower say, Master, Senior and Junior brothers, it's true. Junior brother Songqing and his disciple are really not ordinary people. Junior brother Songqing's inscription talent is not lower than ours. When we were trapped on the 3rd floor, it was junior brother Songqing who saved us. And his disciple, Xianxia, is also a spirit print master. A senior inscription master from Skywind Inscription City said excitedly. His face was flushed red. Because of the loss of blood, his face was pale. Because of this excitement, it was flushed red, making his face look extremely rosy. And the people around him, after hearing his words, also agreed in unison, confirming his words. Master, fellow brothers, this is indeed the case. If it wasn't for junior brother Songqing and his disciple, I'm afraid we would still be trapped on the 3rd floor and tortured by the people of Lingyu Inscription City. His disciple, Xianxia, is really a spirit print master. The words of the crowd proved the truth of this matter. In the hearts of Skywind Inscription City Lord and the others, they were all surprised and happy. That Songqing's disciple was actually a spirit print master? But what was going on with Songqing's inscription talent? Everyone was both surprised and puzzled. For a moment, they did not notice the last words of Lingyu Inscription City Lord. Just as Lingyu Inscription City Lord sneered in his heart and was about to say something, another sound suddenly came from the inscription tower. Ha ha ha. People of Skywind Inscription City, just you wait and see. It must be Songqing and his disciple who were thrown out by Master Chen. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord heard this sound, he was instantly overjoyed and immediately raised his head to look ahead. At this moment, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others also recalled the ruthless words he had just said. They were immediately shocked and raised their heads to look at the inscription tower in front of him. Could it be that the truth was as Lingyu Inscription City Lord said, that Master Chen had thrown Songqing and his disciple, Xianxia out? Everyone's hearts tightened as they stared unblinkingly at the figure that appeared in the air in front of them. Haha, you don't have to look anymore. It's definitely Songqing and his disciple. You people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City, Lingyu City Lord had just finished speaking when the figure in the air smashed down fiercely, smashing him into the ground. Plop. Lingyu City Lord was ruthlessly smashed into the mud. Bastard! Get out of my way. You. Master Chen? Before City Lord Lingyu could get up from the ground while cursing, he instantly saw a face that was enlarged in front of him, pale and in a sorry state. This time, he immediately cried out in shock. The figure that fell from the sky was Master Chen? It was actually the Master Chen who he thought would definitely defeat Songqing and Songqing's disciple, Xianxia, and blast him out of the inscription tower? Master Chen? How could it be you? Lingyu's cry contained too much disbelief and shock. How could it be Master Chen? How could it be Master Chen? No matter how he looked at it, it should be Master Chen suppressing Songqing's disciple on the 6th level. Why was it Master Chen who was blasted out of the inscription tower in the end? And the latter's appearance was actually in such a sorry state? Lingyu Inscription City Lord stared at Master Chen's disheveled hair and pale face. The bloodstain on the corner of his lips was incomparably dazzling. It was obvious that this Master Chen had been kicked out by someone. Moreover, he was seriously injured and was teleported out by the inscription tower. What was going on? And the strange cry of Lingyu Inscription City Lord instantly caused Master Chen to fly into a rage out of humiliation. A heaven-level spirit seal master and a battle spirit master actually lost to a brat. Furthermore, he had to use the help of Songqing to successfully escape from the inscription tower. Otherwise, with the offensive ability of the battle inscription mark, Luo Qingtong might be able to completely kill him in the spatial turbulence before he was teleported out of the inscription tower. At that time, the one who would be teleported out of the inscription tower might be his corpse. Such a thing was a great humiliation to him. However, the city lord of the Lingyu Inscription City asked in such a loud voice in front of so many people. His face was filled with indescribable disbelief. Immediately, Master Chen raised his hand and slapped Lingyu Inscription City Lord, causing him to roll a few times in the air before heavily smashing onto the ground not far away. Shut up, Ben. As he said this, he forcefully swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Then, he said coldly, if it's not me, who do you think it is? Bastard. His expression was cold and his voice was furious. Lingyu Inscription City Lord was slapped until he saw stars. His face was swollen like a pig's head, but he didn't dare to make a sound. He could feel the strength of the blow from Master Chen's hand. If he hadn't restrained himself, he would have been half dead. An expert at the peak of the human martial realm. This Master Chen was actually an expert at the peak of the human martial realm. What he sensed on the 5th level was not wrong. The other party had indeed used the battle inscription mark. But if that was the case, how could the other party lose? Battle Spirit Master. This was a Battle Soul Master. Songqing's disciple couldn't possibly be a Battle Soul Master, right? Lingyu City Lord was stunned by Master Chen's slap. After slapping him hard, Master Chen snorted and looked in the direction of the inscription tower. Humph, the two of them are really dead. Master Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the inscription tower was completely still. Luo Qingtong's strangeness left him at a loss. He didn't know where the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City found such an inscription genius. He had never heard of this name in the Central Inscription Association. Even that person from the Federation of Trade Unions couldn't be compared to her, right? He was actually so gifted. When he thought about how Luo Qingtong had summoned the battle inscription mark on the 6th level, Master Chen's face was filled with apprehension. But fortunately, when he threw Songqing towards the entrance of the 7th level, he saw Xianxia rushing up. Humph, to save Songqing, Xianxia will definitely crash into the entrance of the 7th level. And now, there was no movement in the inscription tower, which confirmed his guess. The light at the entrance to the 7th floor was incomparably powerful, and even he was severely injured, not to mention that when the president wanted to enter, he was almost seriously injured and had to recuperate for countless years. If it wasn't for this, how could this inscription tower have landed in this Heavenly Wind Inscription City? Now that there was no movement in the inscription tower, it was obvious that this was because Luo Qingtong and Songqing had both died in the light at the entrance to the 7th floor. He could escape from the light at the entrance by luck, but the other party couldn't, especially since all of the other party's abilities and sources of comprehension came from the inscription tower. Thinking of this, Master Chen laughed complacently. He felt relieved. Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, there's no movement in the inscription tower. The two of them have already died in the inscription tower. The battle for the Tianfeng Inscription Tower has ended with the victory of our Lingyu Inscription City. The Tianfeng Inscription Tower is ours, he proudly said to the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others. The latter and the others had yet to recover from his words. Hearing his words, the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's vision instantly darkened. He looked at him in disbelief and said, "You. What did you say?" Cheng-er, they have already completely died at the entrance to the 7th floor. Master Chen laughed coldly. You people from Tianfeng Inscription City own the inscription tower, so you should naturally know what the 7th floor of the inscription tower represents, right? He said shamelessly. After the two of them threw me out of the inscription tower, they overestimated themselves and wanted to force their way into the 7th floor. Now, you can see the result. There's no movement in the inscription tower. They're already dead. When the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others heard this, it was as if they were struck by lightning. They had yet to recover from the shock of Songqing and Luo Qingtong having extremely strong talent, especially Luo Qingtong being a spirit seal master. When they heard Master Chen say that they had already died in the inscription tower, everyone wanted to suspect that Master Chen was lying. However, if what the other party said was false, now that Master Chen had been thrown out, they should have joined forces to come out. However, there was no movement from the inscription tower. Not only that, he didn't even see the light of Luo Qingtong and Songqing being knocked out of the inscription tower. It was very obvious that Luo Qingtong and Songqing might really have died in the inscription tower just as Master Chen had said. Junior apprentice brother Qing and the others will definitely not force their way into the 7th floor of the inscription tower after injuring you. An inscription master from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City looked at Master Chen with tears in his eyes. He is going to seize the pagoda for our Heavenly Wind Inscription City. He would never disregard the bigger picture. It's you. You must have used some underhanded trick on it. They had no choice but to collide with the light at the entrance to the 7th floor. The inscription master from the Skywind Inscription City glared at Master Chen. The people around him, including the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, were also awakened by his words and glared at Master Chen and the others. So what? Master Chen wasn't worried that his lie had been exposed. He looked coldly at the people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City and said, "No matter what, I was the last one to leave the tower. The winner is the people from Lingyu Inscription City." When his voice rang out, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City finally came back to their senses. A high-level inscription master from Heavenly Wind Inscription City took a deep breath, and then he shouted loudly, "Wait! Our Tianfeng Inscription City has indeed lost to the inscription tower. But what about the bet that Lingyu Inscription City Lord made with us?" Everyone's hearts were filled with grief. However, this wasn't the time to be sad and despair. Although Luo Qingtong and Songqing didn't return alive and were ambushed by the people of Lingyu Inscription City and seized the Tianfeng Inscription Tower, however, because they had made a bet with Lingyu Inscription City Lord, they had won the last chance of survival for the people of Tianfeng Inscription City. The senior inscription master from Tianfeng Inscription City suppressed the grief in his heart and said coldly, "According to the contents of the bet, our junior brother Qing won against Lingyu Inscription City Lord. There shouldn't be a problem, right?" When his voice rang out, the group of people from Tianfeng Inscription City recovered from their grief and looked at Master Chen and the others. "That's right. Although our people from Tianfeng Inscription City lost the inscription tower, Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others also lost the bet. And among them, you are included." Tianfeng Inscription City Lord recovered from his grief and said coldly to Master Chen, "I wonder what you are going to do." When the words of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others came out, Master Chen's face instantly turned ugly. Only now did he remember that Lingyu Inscription City Lord, that idiot, had agreed to the bet with Xianxia and the others before fighting for the tower. Originally, this bet, in his opinion, was no different from Xianxia and the others sending themselves to their doorstep. In his heart, he was also willing to accept this bet. In the end, who would have thought that Xianxia and his disciple would be so abnormal? Forget about that Xianxia, who was an inscription genius from who knows where. But that Xianxia, how did he raise his inscription talent to such a high level? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, he was actually tricked by them. He looked at Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others with an ugly expression. If he denied that he was a member of Lingyu City at this moment, then the inscription tower battle this time would lose its effectiveness. Since he wasn't a member of Lingyu Inscription City, he naturally couldn't represent the people of Lingyu Inscription City to seize the ownership of the inscription tower. However, if he was from Cold Jade Inscription City, then he would have to fulfill his bet with Song City. If Cold Jade Inscription City Lord lost the bet, then he would have to cripple his own inscription ability. These people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City really knew how to grab hold of information. Damn it. When Master Chen looked at Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others with an ugly expression, the latter also looked at him with a cold and determined expression. Master Chen, what do you think? Please give me your answer. Either the other party would give up the ownership of the inscription tower, or they would cripple their own inscription skills. It all depended on the other party's choice. When they thought about how this was an opportunity that Luo Qingtong and Songqing had created for them, the group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City burst into tears. They couldn't hold it in at all. Master Chen, what do you think? The group of people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City asked in unison. And the group of people from Lingyu Inscription City couldn't bear it at all. They looked at Master Chen. Especially Lingyu Inscription City Lord, his body was trembling violently. When he was knocked out of the tower, he didn't think of the bet. Now that the people of Tianfeng Inscription City had pointed it out, he instantly shuddered. One had to know that he had bet his life with the people of Tianfeng Inscription City. At most, the other people in Lingyu Inscription City didn't have the strength of inscriptions, but he had to pay with his life. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought of this, he was about to cry. He regretted his actions to the extreme. Why did he have such a cheap mouth before? Why did he have to bet with that poor bastard Songqing? This time, the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He had hidden his strength and tricked him. Lingyu Inscription City Lord suspected that Songqing was purposely scaring them when he said that he was going to use that formation to find his disciple. Otherwise, how could the inscription man-searching formation go wrong? It was obvious that Songqing and the others wanted to lower their guard. In the end, in this battle for the tower, they wanted him to make a bet with them because he was complacent and confident. Damn it, they were too sinister, they were too shameless. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought of this, he couldn't even cry anymore. He trembled as he begged Master Chen, Master Chen. Why don't we? Let's forget about it? Before he could finish his sentence, Master Chen's face darkened and he slapped him across the face, sending him flying. Shut up. Master Chen's face was gloomy. If it wasn't for this idiot, how could he be forced to such a state by the people of Tianfeng Inscription City? Master Chen didn't mention that he also agreed to this bet. He said coldly to Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others, "We will naturally accept this bet." Just as he finished speaking, Lingyu Inscription City Lord, whose face was swollen and half of his teeth had fallen out, shook his head like a madman. He wanted to stand up and rush over to deny Master Chen's words. However, the latter's powerful aura enveloped him and instantly froze him on the spot. You people of Tianfeng Inscription City, get ready. Tomorrow, we will come and take over the inscription tower. At that time, the people of our Cold Jade Inscription City will naturally fulfill the bet. As he spoke, he glanced at Lingyu Inscription City Lord. Then, he led Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others out of the inscription square. As for Lingyu, the city lord and the others, after receiving the signal from his eyes, also hesitated and calmed down. Following him, they stammered and left. Master. Lingyu uncovered his swollen face and said to him hesitantly, "We won't really fulfill the bet, right?" If it weren't for Master Chen's warning look, he would have fought with his life on the line. Naturally, the city lord of Cold Jade Inscription City was not willing to take the inscription tower. Instead, he wanted his own life. As for the other people from Cold Jade Inscription City, they naturally didn't want to lose their inscription power. They didn't want the inscription tower as much as Master Chen did. After all, even if he couldn't get it this time, there would be another chance. However, that was not the case for Master Chen. Luo Qingtong's appearance caused his heart to be filled with vigilance. He suspected that his actions had already been discovered by someone. If that was the case, then he definitely couldn't miss this opportunity to obtain the inscription tower, because if he had to wait for another 10 years, he would lose his patience. He had to obtain the item on the 7th level. Of course not. After killing the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and the others, let's see who would dare to propose the matter of fulfilling the bet with them. Without the person who signed the bet with them, this bet would be useless, right? That Master Chen sneered. Ling Yu and the others were overjoyed when they heard this. That's right, why didn't they think of such a method? Master Chen is wise. After we return, we will immediately make the arrangements, he said with a proud and high-spirited expression. With a chance to live and obtain the inscription tower, why wouldn't Ling Yu Inscription City Lord do it? Furthermore, at this time, Ling Yu Inscription City Lord could also sense something. Master Chen came to their Ling Yu Inscription City this time to help them obtain the inscription tower of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It was definitely not for the battle inscription mark of the peak of the human martial realm that he mentioned before. Wasn't this a very simple matter? Master Chen was clearly not only a beginner spirit seal master, but also an even more powerful inscription master. He didn't know if he was an earth-level spirit seal master or a heaven-level spirit seal master. Not only that, he was also a battle spirit master. Since that was the case, what else was worth coveting for the battle inscription mark of the peak of the human martial realm? The only thing that could make him covet it was something else in the inscription tower, right? Thinking of this, Ling Yu Inscription City Lord's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the 7th floor of the inscription tower in the Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It was said that the 7th floor was extremely mysterious. When the people of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City obtained this inscription tower, they had once mentioned that even the president of the Inscription Association couldn't enter the 7th floor. They told the inscriptionists who entered to cultivate and improve themselves not to touch the 7th floor, and because the 6th floor of the inscription tower was something that only those who were about to break through to the Spirit Seal Master realm could barely touch, no one paid special attention to the 7th floor. As for Ling Yu Inscription City Lord and the others, they just listened and didn't pay special attention to it. Now that he thought that this Master Chen might have other motives, he immediately thought of this matter. In an instant, his heart was fiercely shocked. However, Ling Yu Inscription City Lord didn't dare to say a word. So what if he saw through Master Chen's intentions weren't simple? The things on the 7th floor had nothing to do with them. If even the president of the Federation of Trade Unions couldn't obtain it, then there was no need for people like them to even think about it. Whatever Master Chen wanted to do was none of their business, they only needed to obtain the inscription tower. Thinking about this, Ling Yu Inscription City Lord became happy again. The group of people rushed back to the place where they were staying. In the Inscription Plaza, the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City gritted their teeth as they watched Ling Yu and the others leave. Master. An inscription master from Skywind Inscription City covered his wound and said to Skywind Inscription City Lord, Ling Yu Inscription City's people must be up to no good. That Master Chen said that they will come tomorrow to take the inscription tower and fulfill the bet. I'm afraid, before he could finish his words, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord had already dejectedly shook his head and said, I know what you mean. As he spoke, he sighed heavily and said, but our Heavenly Wind Inscription City has no other choice. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's words were filled with sadness. With the Ling Yu City Lord and the others, how could they fulfill the bet and cripple their own inscription strength? Even if they were willing, how could the Ling Yu City Lord hand over his own life? Therefore, when Master Chen said that he would come tomorrow to take the inscription tower and fulfill the bet, there must be a trap, but even so, they had no way to stop the other party. After all, they didn't say when they would fulfill the bet. The people of Ling Yu City didn't say that they wouldn't fulfill it, but said that they would fulfill it tomorrow. This matter was reasonable. The Tianfeng Inscription City Lord couldn't stop them just like that. Thus, even if they knew that there was a trap behind their departure, the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others had no way to stop them. Sigh, the heavens really want our Tianfeng Inscription City to die. Originally, they thought that with the bet signed by Luo Qingtong and Song Qing, they could force the people of Lingyu City to give in. However, they were clearly about to succeed, that Master Chen had messed up the situation. It was obvious that the other party was determined to obtain the inscription tower. Just what was it that could make him so unwilling to give up? Thinking of this, the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's heart suddenly jumped as he raised his head to look at the towering 7th floor of the inscription tower. Could it be, while the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others were confronting the people of Lingyu City, Luo Qingtong had already seen the layout of the 7th floor. The layout of the 7th floor was completely different from the previous 6 floors. The 7th floor was a vast expanse of emptiness. White mist floated in the surroundings, clustered around Luo Qingtong and Songqing like clouds. The two of them were surrounded by a vast expanse of emptiness, and there were no pillars in sight. If it wasn't for the fact that they had indeed crashed into the 7th floor, Luo Qingtong would have thought that they were no longer in the inscription tower. This is where the 7th floor is? When Luo Qingtong sized up the 7th floor, Songqing was also very surprised. He looked left and right. To Songqing, he had never even entered the inscription tower before, so it was naturally strange. However, in order to deal with the people from Lingyu Inscription City, he didn't take a good look at the scene in the inscription tower. He only took a casual glance. Looking at the scene on the 7th floor, he was shocked. This was because the space on the 7th floor looked like an independent space. Unlike the previous 6 floors, there was not the slightest bit of oppressive aura here. Otherwise, Songqing would not be so carefree here. He didn't have Luo Qingtong's inscription talent to share with him. If there was an inscription aura here, he would have been sent flying long ago. While Songqing was looking left and right, Luo Qingtong's gaze was fixed on a certain spot in the inscription tower. She had a feeling that the thing that had been faintly attracting her when she entered the inscription tower was right there. Could that be what Master Chen was looking for? Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. She looked at the scene around her and wasn't sure if she should go over and take a look. After all, the space on the 7th floor was too strange. No one knew what was going to happen or what kind of danger was waiting for them. Luo Qingtong was bold because of her skills, but that didn't mean that she didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She wouldn't do anything that she wasn't sure of. Moreover, Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered. She couldn't see through it. The entire space of the 7th floor was still the same as before in her crimson eyes. There must be some kind of powerful force shrouding this place. As Luo Qingtong thought about it, she wanted to take Songqing and leave. After all, it wouldn't be good if she took the risk and implicated Songqing. She would have plenty of chances to enter the 7th floor to investigate after she secured the inscription tower. However, just as Luo Qingtong thought about it, she suddenly turned around and discovered that Songqing was no longer beside her. He was still here just a moment ago. Luo Qingtong even saw him from the corner of her eyes. What's going on? Humph. Luo Qingtong let out a low grunt and asked Little Pig on her shoulder, "Did you see how my master disappeared?" No. Little Pig was also astonished by this development. He saw Songqing just a moment ago, but his mother and baby disappeared into the boundless surroundings in a flash. It's this white fog. Little Pig raised his little hoof and pointed at the white fog that was gathering around Luo Qingtong. It seems like he disappeared when the white fog gathered around him. If Songqing moved, not only Little Pig, but also Luo Qingtong would have sensed it. However, the latter just disappeared right in front of them. It was obvious that this white fog was the cause of this strange phenomenon. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed slightly. She raised her hand and reached into the white fog in front of her. However, nothing happened. It seemed like this white fog was only targeting Songqing. Thinking about how Songqing had entered the 7th floor first and accidentally found a way to enter here, Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed slightly. Let's go. It was impossible to leave now. Without finding Songqing, how could Luo Qingtong leave this place alone? After probing the white mist for a while and finding that it had no reaction to her, she immediately waved the sword in her hand and rushed in the direction that gave her a special feeling. She had a feeling that if Songqing had gone missing, it was very likely that he was there. While Luo Qingtong was flying in that direction, Little Pig, who was perched on her shoulder, was sizing up the 7th floor of the inscription tower. The more it looked at him, the stranger its expression became. This place, Little Pig raised his little hoof and scratched his head. He didn't know if his feeling was right or not. The feeling this place gave him was clearly Just as it was thinking, Luo Qingtong had already followed the feeling in her heart and arrived at a strange place. When the surrounding fog broke apart, an open space was revealed. On the empty ground, there was a huge stone tablet. The runes on the stone stele seemed to be alive as they swam about on the surface of the stone stele. They were dazzling and golden in color, and Songqing was right under the golden stone tablet. The golden runes swam about on the stone tablet and projected their own light downwards. The light enveloped Songqing's body and covered him in a layer of golden light. Seeing this scene, Little Pig's eyes instantly widened. His mouth formed an O shape as he exclaimed, F***CK. That old man Tian Mingzi, did he really put this thing here? When Little Pig spoke, Luo Qingtong looked at him and asked, do you know what this is? She looked at the golden stone tablet and Songqing, who was wrapped in a large cocoon, and her eyes narrowed. The golden light didn't seem to cause any harm to Songqing. Therefore, when Luo Qingtong arrived, she didn't have any intention of pulling Songqing out. When she looked at the golden light, she could vaguely feel a boundless and majestic aura coming from it. Even if there was only a trace of this aura in the golden light, it made her feel as if she was facing the universe. This is, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. At this moment, Little Pig jumped up and said, of course I know. You should know too. Little Pig suddenly exclaimed and said to Luo Qingtong, I forgot that after you left the Tianyu Empire, you never entered the 9-story exquisite pagoda again. Did you notice that this inscription pagoda is similar to the 9-story exquisite pagoda? You forgot that your inscription technique was cultivated in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows when she heard Little Pig's voice. Little Pig was right. When she first learned the theory of inscription technique from Songqing, she spent most of her time cultivating in the 9-story exquisite pagoda. The second floor of the 9-story exquisite pagoda had the ability to slow down time. At the same time, she could use the power of the 9-story exquisite pagoda to carve inscription marks in the air. This allowed her to carve and inscribe again and again, allowing her to master the most basic inscription technique. When Luo Qingtong thought of this, her thoughts suddenly stopped. Inscription pagoda. 9-story exquisite pagoda, she looked at Little Pig. When Little Pig saw that she seemed to have understood, he immediately jumped up and said to her, look at you. Do you remember now? This inscription pagoda is a replica of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. It doesn't have the ability to slow down time like the 9-story exquisite pagoda, but this engraving technique that can turn the pressure of the inscription pagoda into power is a replica of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. No wonder I always felt strange when I entered this place. Check carefully. See if the place in your heart that resonates with the inscription pagoda is from the 9-story exquisite pagoda. When Little Pig's words came out, Luo Qingtong's mind immediately looked at the 9-story exquisite pagoda in her sea of her mind. Sure enough, he saw it spinning around in his sea of consciousness. No wonder she sensed a familiar aura the moment she entered the inscription tower. At that time, the pagoda, the 9-story exquisite pagoda. After all, who would have thought that this inscription tower was actually an imitation of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda, was to the pagoda, the 9-story pagoda was exquisite pagoda. Luo Qingtong had long passed the time when she needed to carve inscriptions in the 9-story exquisite pagoda, so she didn't think of it. Not to mention her, even Little Pig didn't think of it. If he didn't see the golden stone tablet, he wouldn't have been able to confirm that the inscription pagoda was a replica of the 9-story exquisite pagoda. This golden stone tablet is the source of the pressure in the inscription pagoda. At the same time, look at the golden runes on the stone tablet. Don't they have a boundless aura of the great Tao? This aura is comparable to the heavenly Tao. No wonder no one can break through to the 7th floor. This must be the weird way that old man Tian Mingzi came up with to enter. What a bad taste. Little Pig muttered in his heart as he spoke. That old man Tian Mingzi really knew how to play games. The 7th floor had the aura of the divine inscription. No wonder even the president of the Central Inscription Association couldn't enter and was almost seriously injured. With the aura of the great Tao inscription, who could force their way in? Perhaps only Luo Qingtong, who possessed the genuine aura of the 9-fold exquisite pagoda, could do it. Little Pig could imagine that if Songqing hadn't accidentally entered the inscription tower, Luo Qingtong would have been suppressed to a certain extent by the aura of the 7th floor's entrance, and the ninefold exquisite pagoda would have rushed out to protect its owner. At that time, once the aura appeared, the entrance to the 7th floor would have opened for Luo Qingtong. As Little Pig spoke, Luo Qingtong immediately raised her head to look at Songqing and asked, "What's going on with him?" "Now? What's going on?" "Of course, it's to refine his inscription talent. He's lucky." Little Pig looked at Songqing, who was enveloped by the golden stone tablet, and said, "Who would have thought that Songqing, a person with 0 inscription talent, would be brought to the 6th floor of the inscription tower by Luo Qingtong's inscription talent sharing?" After that, he accidentally entered the 7th floor. After all, the defense of the 7th floor was only set up for inscription masters with inscription talent. Who would have thought that Songqing, a person with no inscription talent, would be able to enter, and the hiding place of the inscription of God, even if it only contained a trace of aura? For an inscription master, it was a great opportunity. One had to know that before obtaining the divine inscription, Tianmingzi and the others couldn't create a divine inscription weapon. After obtaining the divine inscriptions, they comprehended them day and night and created the life and death duality sword. A weapon of the great Tao. It could be said to be a semi-divine artifact. Wasn't it because they were enveloped and enhanced by the gods' inscriptions? Their inscription talent had been raised to the extreme, and their own inscription strength had broken through again and again. If it weren't for that accident, it would have been impossible for the people of Sky Ming Palace to be destroyed. That's right, the true name of the Immortal Slayer Palace was the Sky Ming Palace, bearing heaven's fortune, carving inscriptions. Luo Qingtong used to think that the name Immortal Slayer Palace was too vicious. She didn't know that the Sky Ming Palace used to be so arrogant and unbridled. The #1 sect in the world, this was the fame and prestige of Sky Engraving Palace in the endless starry skies. It was a pity that it had turned into smoke and no longer existed. When Luo Qingtong heard Little Pig's words, she immediately raised her eyebrows. "So you're saying that these golden runes are the divine inscriptions?" Luo Qingtong looked at the golden characters on the steel. "Yes and no." Little Pig scratched his head and said, "I don't know the details. I heard some of it when that old man Tianmingzi was nagging in the underground palace." In any case, the Immortal Slayer Palace was destroyed because of the divine inscription. It was that stinky old man Tianmingzi who escaped. But before they were destroyed, they seemed to have transferred the divine inscription away. "The ones here should be a small part of it," Little Pig said. "No." Hearing its words, Luo Qingtong suddenly shook her head. "It's not here. The aura contained in these golden lights was too weak. It only had a trace of divine charm." Luo Qingtong felt the power of the inscription of God when she used the life and death dual swords to split the thunder calamity. The aura contained in these golden lights was not even 1% of that of the inscription of God. It was definitely not a part of the inscription of God. It was very likely that it was the aura of the inscription of God left by Tianmingzi. It indicated the whereabouts and location of the inscription of God. As Luo Qingtong said this, Songqing opened his eyes in a daze under the golden stone tablet. "Disciple?" Songqing only felt that when he looked around, his vision suddenly turned black, and he didn't know anything. How did he suddenly appear here inexplicably? He opened his mouth wide and looked at the scene where he was wrapped in a pile of golden lights. He wanted to struggle out of it, but was stopped by Luo Qingtong. "Master, don't move. These golden lights are improving your inscription talent." Luo Qingtong could see that after the aura of the golden runes entered Songqing's body, they turned into inscription patterns one after another, immersing themselves in his limbs and bones. There were also some that directly entered his mind. With these inscription patterns, if Songqing wanted to learn any inscription patterns in the future, he would not be like before, unable to understand the meaning and inscribe it. Because these inscription patterns, accompanied by the aura of the golden lights, had all entered his body. Therefore, Luo Qingtong stopped Songqing. When the latter heard her words, he was stunned. Help him improve his inscription talent? What did this mean? When Songqing heard this, he stammered, "Disciple. Disciple. Are you kidding me?" Songqing lay on the ground stiffly, not daring to move. His heart was beating like a drum. Improve his inscription talent? Was this a joke? How was this possible? A person's inscription talent was born with it. Songqing was already overjoyed that Luo Qingtong was able to use some means to temporarily give him the inscription talent. But now, Luo Qingtong said that he could improve the inscription talent? After the improvement, would he be able to become an inscription master in the future? He no longer had to worry about not having enough talent, being too stupid, and not being able to understand. Songqing was so excited that his hands were trembling. That's right. Luo Qingtong looked at his incredulous expression and chuckled softly. It's exactly what you think, master. So be obedient and don't move. Such an opportunity was extremely hard to find. Moreover, Luo Qingtong didn't know if every inscription tower sent out by the Central Inscription Union had such an effect. If only this inscription tower had traces of divine inscriptions, then if Songqing missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would be able to increase his inscription talent again. After hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Songqing didn't dare to move in an instant. At this moment, Luo Qingtong's gaze suddenly froze. The golden light enveloping Songqing's body became more and more intense. Within the golden stone tablet, layer after layer fell off, revealing a strange inscription pattern. As the inscription pattern appeared, the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand trembled. Then, with a buzz, it tried to break free from her hand and rushed toward the huge stone tablet. Luo Qingtong frowned when she felt the strange movement of the life and death sword in her hand. Life and death sword? She lowered her head and looked at the life and death sword in her hand. When she thought of the divine inscription that had been integrated into it, she narrowed her eyes and raised her hand. In an instant, the life and death sword flew out of her hand and rushed toward the huge stone tablet. Boom! As the life and death dual polarity sword approached the huge stone tablet, the strange inscription pattern engraved on the stone tablet suddenly shone brightly. A unique and majestic aura blasted toward the life and death sword from it. At this moment, the life and death sword also emitted an aura that was almost of the same origin as the sword. It's the divine inscription. Little Pig exclaimed when he felt the aura. I didn't expect the rune pattern of the divine inscription to be hidden on this stone tablet. Little Pig watched as the aura of the rune pattern entered the life and death sword. In an instant, the auras of the two were drawn to each other. The shape of a map instantly appeared in midair. In other words, the strange inscription pattern kept elongating in midair. Its aura lingered around it, elongating the scattered lines of the inscription pattern into a map. Swoosh! After the map flashed in midair, it immediately went into the life and death yin-yang sword. It's the hiding place of the divine inscription. It must be. Little Pig chuckled as he looked at the map that flashed in midair. His beady eyes twinkled as he laughed mischievously. That old man Tian Mingzi is not bad. He actually knows how to use this method to hide the location of the divine inscription. And the level of the inscription tower he chose is just right. Even if Songqing didn't summon you this time, this is the inscription tower of the 6-star domain. When you enter the extraterrestrial domain and want to learn inscriptions, you will definitely choose to come here. At that time, I will still be able to discover the location of the divine inscription. Those dregs who annihilated the Immortal Slayer Palace probably wouldn't have thought that Tian Mingzi would hide such an important existence like the inscription of God in a low-level 6 inscription tower. Ha ha ha. When Little Pig's voice rang out, Luo Qingtong raised her hand to summon the life and death yin-yang sword back. She looked at Little Pig indifferently and said, those people didn't discover it, but that doesn't mean that no one else did. She narrowed her eyes as she spoke. If that was the case, why would Master Chen come here? He wanted the item on the 7th floor. Did he sense the existence of the god's inscription, or was there some other reason? However, regardless of why the other party had come, the whereabouts of the god's inscription on the 7th floor must not be exposed. The news that he had obtained something from the 7th floor must not be leaked. Luo Qingtong had already sentenced Master Chen to death in her mind. After she left this place, he would immediately think of a way to make his move. He wouldn't let the other party have the chance to spread the news of what had happened on the 7th floor. By the way, we have to find a way to seal that Master Chen's mouth. When the time comes, let's kill him quietly. Little Pig cupped his cheeks with his hoof and said. Although he had not recovered his strength, there were still people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City. They might not have to do it themselves. As long as they could get out of the inscription tower, they would become the benefactors of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and the others would be very willing to help them deal with Master Chen. After all, Master Chen was from Lingyu Inscription City. Okay. Luo Qingtong nodded calmly. Then, she looked at the life and death sword in her hand. After the life and death sword absorbed the light and aura emitted by the inscription pattern, the black and white luster on its body shone brightly. They meandered around like two dragons intertwining with each other. The light seemed to be fusing and resisting at the same time, they were opposing each other and suddenly fusing together. Luo Qingtong could easily feel that the life and death sword was different from before. Buzz. She raised her hand. In an instant, the black and white lights moved according to her will and intertwined in midair to form a gray aura. In these auras, life and death were intertwined and exchanged. Luo Qingtong looked at these auras and suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Life and death order, reincarnation cycle? This line of words appeared in her mind out of nowhere. As soon as her voice sounded, the gray aura seemed to have received some kind of command and instantly changed. The auras rotated and formed the shape of a token. One moment it was white and the next moment it was black, the cycle of life and death was completely traceless. This is, Luo Qingtong looked at the life and death token that was formed in midair in surprise. The fusion and transformation of black and white. She suddenly understood what had happened to the life and death sword. The life and death chi had fused. Previously, the life and death sword in Luo Qingtong's hand was separated by the life and death chi. When she needed to use the life blade and the death blade, she also needed to change forms. But now, after the life and death dual polarity sword absorbed the strange inscriptions on the stone tablet, it immediately fused with the sword. Its two forms fused together, life and death chi also began to entangle with each other. In the future, when Luo Qingtong used the life and death yin-yang sword again, she didn't need to switch between the two forms. She could control it at will. Not only that, Luo Qingtong struck out with her sword. In an instant, the sharp sword chi of the life and death yin-yang sword left a sharp and deep gash on the ground of the 7th floor. However, in the next second, Luo Qingtong's thoughts turned. In an instant, that deep and sharp cut was restored to its original state. The transformation between life energy and death energy was completely within Luo Qingtong's thoughts. This included the wound that Luo Qingtong had inflicted. Haha. Luo Qingtong chuckled, her voice as clear as a silver bell. The sword flower in her hand was extremely beautiful. She sheathed her sword in an instant and felt an indescribable joy in her heart. The transformation of the life and death yin-yang sword was very much in line with her wishes. With this sword, when she killed anyone in the future, she could catch them off guard and catch them off guard. When she thought of this, Luo Qingtong's laughter became even more cheerful. No wonder Tian Mingzi said it was only a semi-divine tool. It turns out that the life and death sword still has room for improvement. Luo Qingtong was looking forward to finding all the divine inscriptions in the future. When she reforged the life and death sword, she wondered what kind of amazing effects it would have. If she could really control life and death and reverse the cycle of reincarnation, how delightful and surprising would that be? After all, life, death, and reincarnation were all existences that could only be touched by the heavenly Tao. If she could do this, the life and death sword would definitely be the #1 divine weapon in the world. She thought about how the heavenly Tao was jealous of Xianxia's aptitude and didn't hesitate to rupture his meridians and kill him at the age of 28. Luo Qingtong's lips curled into a cold smile. If she could find all the divine inscriptions, even if she couldn't find a way to lift the curse on Xianxia's heavenly vain physique, she could still let Xianxia live for a long time. Even if she had to go against the heavens, she would protect her man. If the heavens wanted to destroy him, she would save him. For some reason, Luo Qingtong's heart suddenly palpitated when she thought of this. She didn't know when she had said the same words before: resolute, domineering, insufferably arrogant, and mighty. Luo Qingtong frowned slightly. At this moment, Little Pig beside her also shouted, "That's right. When we find all the divine inscriptions, we'll reforge the life and death sword. TSK TSK TSK. That would be awesome. Master, you must be the first one to lift the seal for me." Little Pig looked at Luo Qingtong eagerly. He was really annoyed to be locked in this soft and cute body. He had no fighting power at all. Every time he used his strength, he had to wait for a long time to recover. this was simply ruining his reputation. Luo Qingtong raised her brows when she heard Little Pig's words. This was the first time she heard Little Pig mention that she wanted to remove the seal on him. Did she have to wait until the life and death yin yang sword was completely reforged before she could remove its seal? The strength of its main body was actually so strong? Luo Qingtong pondered and was about to ask Little Pig. But at this moment, Songqing woke up. "Disciple, I'm done." The golden light around him had completely dissipated. When the strange inscription pattern appeared, the golden light that enveloped his body began to slowly weaken. When Luo Qingtong's life and death yin-yang sword absorbed the strange inscription pattern, the golden light on his body dissipated completely. Songqing finally dared to make a move. He got up like a carp and ran to Luo Qingtong's side. "Yes." Luo Qingtong looked at him and nodded. Then, they heard a series of ka-ka-ka sounds. Cracks continuously spread out on the huge stone tablet. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed. She made a prompt decision and asked Little Pig, "No, this stone tablet can't be destroyed." "Humph, do you have any way to stop it?" Luo Qingtong's eyes were very serious as she watched the stone tablet violently and the huge rocks rolling down. She couldn't let anyone know that she had obtained the item on the 7th floor. If this stone tablet collapsed, wouldn't the inscription tower lose its effect? If someone from the Inscription Association came to investigate, they might even suspect her. Although Luo Qingtong had concealed her appearance and her gender, Luo Qingtong didn't know what to do. However, the people from Song City and Heavenly Wind Inscription City had nowhere to hide. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, her brows furrowed tightly. At this time, Little Pig said, "It's fine. This inscription tower is a replica of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. You just need to draw out the aura of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. That old man Tian Mingzi won't let others know that you have the whereabouts of the god's inscription." As soon as Little Pig finished speaking, Luo Qingtong immediately drew out the aura of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda from her mind. In an instant, when the huge stone tablet came into contact with the aura of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda, it immediately stabilized. The cracks on the stone tablet disappeared. On the stone tablet, inscription patterns appeared one after another. The huge stone tablet was stabilized once again. At the same time, Luo Qingtong could faintly feel the aura of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda coming into contact with the stone tablet. The 7 floors of the inscription tower were all under her control. As long as she willed it, she could control every inch of the inscription tower space. Feeling this, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly lit up. "Hee, as expected, that old man Tian Mingzi has already made arrangements." Little Pig laughed mischievously when he saw that the stone tablet had stabilized. With Tian Mingzi's craftiness, if the stone tablet encountered the real owner, Luo Qingtong, he would naturally be able to use the aura of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda to stabilize it. After all, this inscription tower was a replica of a 9-layer exquisite pagoda. It was extremely easy to control this inscription tower. However, if Luo Qingtong didn't obtain the whereabouts of the god's inscription, then that person would be in big trouble. If the inscription tower collapsed and was destroyed, everyone would know in an instant. At that time, they would be hunted down all over the world. Speaking of which, the Central Inscription Association actually had so many inscription towers. This was the specialty of the Immortal Slayer Palace back then. Without a unique method, it was impossible to activate these inscription towers. Before Little Pig entered the inscription tower, he didn't know that the inscription tower was a replica of the 9-layer exquisite pagoda. Now that it was confirmed, it knew that there must be a problem. The Central Inscription Union is probably an enemy of the Immortal Slayer Palace. To be able to drive these inscription towers, there must be a traitor among them. It said to Luo Qingtong. "Traitor?" Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at it. "Yes. The one who betrayed the Immortal Slayer Palace and caused them to be annihilated." Little Pig said, "Don't tell me you think that such a powerful sect with such powerful inscription technique and inheritance would be easily annihilated by others? If that's the case, they wouldn't have been able to exist in the endless starfield. After all, the inscription technique was coveted by many, and the inscription weapons and inscription diagrams were so powerful." "You're saying that there was a traitor in the Immortal Slayer Palace and that was why they were annihilated?" "Yes." Little Pig nodded. I also heard it from that old man Tian Mingzi when he had nothing to do. Didn't he also tell you that he led the wolf into the house? I got it. At that time, she didn't want to inherit the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace, so she didn't pay much attention to it. But now, the enemy of the Immortal Slayer Palace was her enemy, not to mention, she hated betrayal the most in her life, and the person who betrayed Tian Mingzi was obviously still deeply trusted by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have destroyed an inscription sect like the Immortal Slayer Palace. Luo Qingtong still remembered Tian Mingzi's madness and sadness when he let her inherit the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace. She could even remember the gratified and evil smile on the other party's face when he left. To force such a sincere and cheerful old man like an old urchin to such an extent, very good, she would remember that traitor. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed coldly. Now that she had accepted the inheritance of the Immortal Slayer Palace, she would definitely face the other party. If there was a chance, she would naturally be willing to make the first move. At the same time, she would also clean up the sect for that old man Tian Mingzi. Let's go, let's leave this place first. The people outside should be waiting anxiously. We will slowly investigate the matter of the Inscription Association after we go back. Luo Qingtong said to Little Pig in her heart. She and Songqing had stayed here for a long time, so they didn't know what was going on outside. Thinking about how Master Chen threw Songqing at the entrance of the 7th floor, she had a feeling that he would do something after he went out. If he forcefully attacked the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, it would be troublesome. Little Pig nodded and jumped into Luo Qingtong's sleeve. Its existence was too conspicuous. Luo Qingtong was still in a state of hiding her identity. He could not afford to reveal any flaws on her. Little Pig was still very reliable when it came to some serious matters. Songqing was also a little anxious about the situation in Heavenly Wind Inscription City. Just like Luo Qingtong, he also didn't think that the people of Lingyu Inscription City would give up, especially since the shameless lord of Lingyu Inscription City had lost the bet with him, so it was very likely that he would take the risk. His inscription talent had increased and he felt that his inscription skills were slowly rising. One had to know that Songqing had been studying inscriptions for tens of years. His inscription foundation was extremely solid. If it wasn't for his talent being limited, with his hard work, who knows how strong his inscription skills would be. With the help of his inscription talent, his inscription skills shot up like a rocket. Soon, he was promoted to a senior inscriber. As his strength grew, so did Songqing's confidence. At the same time, he was even more worried about the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It's fine. Let's go down quietly. Don't alert anyone. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly, but she didn't stop Songqing from rushing out. Now that she was in control of the inscription tower, she easily teleported herself and Songqing to the first level. Let's go. By the time he left the inscription tower, it was already evening. Luo Qingtong looked at the darkening sky and silently left the inscription plaza with Songqing. Because there was no movement from the inscription tower, no one knew that Luo Qingtong and Songqing had left the inscription tower alive. At this time, in the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord sighed at the moon, his heart was filled with unspeakable sorrow. That Master Chen was determined not to give up on the inscription tower. His disciple's sacrifice was actually useless. Qing Master is useless. I let you die. In vain. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's tears flowed down his face. Master. Songqing and Luo Qingtong returned to the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion. For some reason, Luo Qingtong did not allow him to enter from the main entrance. Although Songqing did not know the reason, his disciple always had her own ideas. Moreover, she never made a mistake, so he naturally listened to her. At this moment, he and Luo Qingtong quietly appeared outside the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's room. When they heard the sorrowful words of the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, they could not help but rush out from the shadows and kneel in front of the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord. Master, this disciple is unfilial and has made you worry. Qing. Seeing Songqing appear in front of him, the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City rubbed his eyes and was stunned. He took a step towards Songqing and then stopped as if he was afraid that it was an illusion. He did not dare to move forward. Is it you? he asked with a trembling voice. Yes, master. I am fine. I am still alive. That Master Chen lied to you. On the way back, Songqing and Luo Qingtong heard some people talking. They knew that after Master Chen came out of the tower, he told the people of Tianfeng Inscription City that he and Luo Qingtong were dead. Damn it, he was simply shameless, he was the one who lost, but he actually said that he and his disciple were dead. Songqing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Now that he saw the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord so sad, he could not hide the anger in his heart. Master, don't worry, we will come out tomorrow to refute the people of Lingyu Inscription City and make them unable to take away the inscription tower. Not only that, we will make them pay the price. The people of Lingyu Inscription City lost the tower, including the Lingyu Inscription City Lord, all of them lost the bet with him. At that time, let's see how he will deal with them. I am afraid we don't have to wait until tomorrow. Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. She looked at the surprised Songqing and Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and said, if I am not wrong, the people of Lingyu Inscription City will take action tonight. Luo Qingtong secretly left the inscription tower with Songqing was just to prepare for a rainy day. She did not want that Master Chen to know that she had safely left the inscription tower. Originally, she wanted to use tonight as a cover to head to Lingyu's residence in Inscription City and find a way to kill him. However, such a method would definitely cause a huge commotion when the time came. Moreover, those people of Lingyu Inscription City Lord would also be a problem. While she was on the way, Lingyu Feng Inscription City Lord, Chen's, Luoqing City Inscription City Tianfeng Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City City Inscription City City Inscription City 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 Feng Tian City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City Inscription City City Inscription City City Inscription City. To her, this was an excellent opportunity. When Luo Qingtong spoke, in a certain courtyard in Tianfeng Inscription City, a few powerful men in black with heavy auras knelt on the ground and reported to a man on the couch, "Young master, we have investigated clearly. Chen Meng is in Tianfeng Inscription City. His goal seems to be the inscription tower in Tianfeng Inscription City. However, he seems to have failed and was blasted out of the inscription tower by someone. It is said that it was done by a famous inscription trash in Inscription City." A corner of clothes that was as light as silk floated in front of him. The man who was originally sitting on the couch arrived in front of him in an instant. A famous inscription pattern trash? The man's voice seemed to contain a hint of a smile. It was faint, mixed with a hint of indifference and coldness. His voice was faint and carried the warmth of spring, which made people feel very comfortable and warm when they heard it. Just by hearing this voice, one would know that the other party was definitely an elegant young master in a chaotic world. Moreover, he was bright, warm, and gentle. However, when the black-clothed man heard the man's voice, he couldn't help but tremble. Then, he suddenly knelt on the ground. His back was almost parallel to the ground as he said with a trembling voice, "Young master is wise. This is indeed the case. We don't dare to fool you." Chen Meng was knocked out of the inscription tower and his body was heavily injured. "We hid in the crowd and saw it clearly. We didn't hide anything." When the black-clothed man spoke, the other black-clothed men all knelt on the ground with cold sweat. They didn't dare to make a sound. Interesting. The man's voice didn't change. It was still the warm voice of spring. However, there was a lot of interest mixed within. A heaven-rank inscription master ranked in the top 10 of the Inscription Master Union, a battle spirit master, was actually defeated by a famous inscription pattern trash. He was even heavily injured and knocked out of the inscription tower. Although there was the special effect of the inscription tower, the person who injured Chen Meng might not have the same strength as him. But an inscription pattern trash, or a famous person in this heavenly wind inscription city? The corner of the man's mouth held a faint and extremely interested smile. The sky outside shone down. The dim yellow sunset mixed with the faint mist and covered the man's body with a layer of dim yellow light. The color of the light was faint and dark. It illuminated the man's indifferent and cold face, making him look like a jade immortal. White clothes like snow, black hair like a waterfall, casually tied up. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of jade light, making him look like a person carved out of jade. However, that pair of eyes was completely different from the jade-like celestial appearance on his face. Instead, they were filled with a deep darkness. Even the faint smile at the corner of his mouth exuded an indescribable aura of coldness. Get someone to keep an eye on Chen Meng and the people from Lingyu Inscription City. Yu Mingqian's voice was faint. Chen Meng wholeheartedly wanted to obtain the inscription tower in the Inscription City, so he would definitely not let the matter rest. Tonight, he might attack the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. He wanted to see exactly what he wanted to obtain from the inscription tower. There was also that useless inscription material that was blasted out of the inscription tower by Chen Meng. Songqing, right? He did not believe that the other party would be able to force Chen Meng, a heaven-rank inscription master and battle soul master, out of the inscription tower. The only explanation was that there was something fishy about the inscription tower. He thought about how Chen Meng had suddenly betrayed the Central Inscription Association for several decades. Although the Central Inscription Association had said that Chen Meng had wanted to replace the president of the Central Inscription Association but had failed, and thus had conspired to harm the president. However, Yu Mingqian always felt that this matter was not so simple. To be able to make his foster father and master so careful and care so much about it. For so many years, they had never relaxed their pursuit and capture of him. He was afraid that this Chen Meng was hiding an enormous secret. When she thought of this, Yu Mingqian's eyes, which were as faint as glass, shifted slightly. The gloominess in his eyes grew even deeper. Yes. The black-cloaked man replied in unison and turned to leave. During this time, no one dared to even breathe loudly. While Yu Mingqian was instructing the people around her, in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion. When the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and Songqing heard Luo Qingtong's words, they were shocked. Disciple, is what you said true? When Songqing heard Luo Qingtong's words, he instantly became anxious. If that Master Chen and the people of Lingyu Inscription City were really so shameless and came to kill the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others in the middle of the night, then it would really be troublesome. After all, that Master Chen was so strong. And that shameless Lingyu Inscription City Lord, the people of Tianfeng Inscription City were definitely not a match for them. Songqing would never doubt Luo Qingtong's words. In his opinion, this disciple of his had never casually joked. If she said this, then it must be true. Furthermore, before Luo Qingtong said it, he hadn't thought of it. At this moment, Luo Qingtong woke up. He immediately thought that if that Master Chen didn't have any schemes, why would he say that he would wait until tomorrow to fulfill the bet and take away the inscription tower? He was simply thinking that after killing the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others, no one would ask them to fulfill the bet. At that time, they would be able to openly take away the inscription tower and maintain their inscription strength as well as the life of the Lingyu Inscription City Lord. F***ck, this is too shameless. Disciple, what should we do now? Songqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. When the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord heard Luo Qingtong's words, he immediately reacted. Previously, they were too grieved. Although they knew that the people of Lingyu Inscription City wouldn't let it go so easily and fulfill the bet, they didn't expect that the people of Lingyu Inscription City might come to kill them. After all, although their strength wasn't as strong as the people of Lingyu Inscription City, once a fight broke out, wouldn't the intentions of the people of Lingyu Inscription City be revealed? However, after hearing Songqing's explanation of Master Chen's true strength, his heart sank. A heaven-level spirit imprint master or a battle soul master? The voice of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord trembled. With such strength, why would the other party appear in their Heavenly Wind Inscription City and snatch the inscription tower with their people? That's not right. If that's the case, how did Luo Qingtong, Songqing, and the others injure them and blast them out of the inscription tower? Furthermore, that Master Chen swore that Songqing and his disciple were both dead? Thinking of this, Skywind Inscription City Lord immediately looked at Luo Qingtong. As for why he wasn't looking at Songqing, that was because he knew that his disciple absolutely did not possess such ability. Then, all of this was done by Luo Qingtong. When the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord looked at Luo Qingtong, the latter's face also revealed a faint smile. Then, she looked at him and said, "Grandmaster, don't worry. Master and I have obtained quite a lot of opportunities in the inscription tower. It's fine if that Master Chen and the people of Lingyu Inscription City don't come. But if they really come, naturally, I will make them unable to return. Previously, he was too happy with the return of Songqing and Luo Qingtong that he didn't notice this. Now that Luo Qingtong said this, he carefully sized up Songqing and realized that the inscription pattern power emitted from Songqing's body was different. In the past, Songqing's body had never had any inscription power. Even when he became an inscription apprentice, the inscription power emitted from his body was no different from nothing. Seeing the inscription power emitted from Songqing's body, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord was pleasantly surprised. But soon, he began to worry again. But that Master Chen, he looked at Luo Qingtong. This disciple of Songqing, who had suddenly appeared, had completely refreshed his understanding of him. To be able to blast Master Chen, a heaven-level spirit seal master and battle spirit master out of the inscription tower, he must have obtained a lot of opportunities and improved in the inscription tower. This was their Heavenly Wind Inscription City's fortune to be able to obtain the help of such a person. However, that Master Chen's strength was not weak, and this was not the inscription tower. At this moment, the inscription power emitted from Luo Qingtong's body was not strong. Against that Master Chen, would she have a chance of winning? After all, even if that Master Chen was severely injured in the inscription tower, he still had the strength of a mortal-level inscription master. After leaving the inscription tower, Luo Qingtong would probably not be a match for that Master Chen, right? Thinking of this, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's heart was filled with worry. Luo Qingtong had already seen the worry in his heart when he spoke. However, since she could say that Master Chen would not be able to return, she was naturally confident. However, the person who would deal with Master Chen was not her, but, Grandmaster, don't worry. Don't you have confidence in yourself? Luo Qingtong smiled and said to the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord. That Master Chen's strength has already been severely injured. As long as Grandmaster's strength can recover, you will definitely be able to deal with him. As for those people in Lingyu Inscription City, Master and the other uncles can deal with them. Isn't that so? As soon as Luo Qingtong said this, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and Songqing were instantly stunned. Especially Songqing. He looked at Luo Qingtong and opened his mouth a few times, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. In the end, he rushed in front of Luo Qingtong and grabbed her hand excitedly. Disciple. You're really not lying? My master's strength, his inscription power, can Luo Qingtong's words, master's S's right S's SS right Esset tes SS at Esset's inscriptions its inscription Esset's inscriptions inscription S inscription city in inscription city inscription. But how could it be easy to reforge the S inscriptions? This was not an injury on an ordinary cultivator's body. It was something related to the inscription's essence and comprehension. It was impossible for Luo Qingtong to repair the S inscriptions like how she treated other warriors. After all, they were not of the same nature at all. In fact, those whose inscriptions had no hope of recovery. Luo Qingtong looked at the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand. The latter was not kept in her sea of consciousness but was still held in her hand. Sensing her gaze, the life and death yin-yang sword hummed softly as if it had a mind of its own. A faintly discernible gray stream of light lingered on Luo Qingtong's fingertip and then quickly dissipated into nothingness. No. Hearing Luo Qingtong ask if he didn't believe her, Songqing hurriedly shook his head. What a joke, even if he didn't believe anyone, he wouldn't doubt his own disciple. Ever since the girl had met him, when had she not turned the tide? The strength and ability she had displayed were extremely powerful and mysterious. Thinking of this, Songqing's heart was suddenly filled with confidence and excitement. Disciple, then when will you treat my master? Songqing rubbed his hands, completely unaware that his actions were filled with a wretched aura. He chuckled and looked at Luo Qingtong, his heart filled with anticipation. Let's do it now. Luo Qingtong looked at his mischievous expression and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. This master of hers was probably the master who was the least like a master in this world. But it didn't matter. What Luo Qingtong valued was Songqing's sincerity towards her. If it was really an old-fashioned and conservative person who wanted to restrain her like a disciple, Luo Qingtong would not agree at all. In this life, she was used to being unbridled and unrestrained. She could not be that kind of well-behaved and respectful person. She had her own set of rules for doing things. Master, Grandmaster, make the arrangements and come in. Master, when the time comes, you will guard the door. Don't let anyone in. Luo Qingtong said to Songqing and the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City. It was already late, and the sun had completely sunk behind the west mountains. Night began to fall. The people of Lingyu Inscription City and Master Chen would definitely come to attack after midnight. During this period, they still had time to prepare. Luo Qingtong believed that Songqing and Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord would take care of everything. As for the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, he was stunned the moment Luo Qingtong opened her mouth. It was only when Songqing agreed to make the arrangements that he suddenly regained his senses. Xianxia. You. Who are you? He looked at Luo Qingtong with a complicated expression. How could he not know that she was not just Song Cheng's disciple, Master Chen, who had solved the crisis of Tianfeng Inscription City and severely injured that heaven-level spirit seal master and battle spiritualist. Now, he was able to restore his inscription mark. How could a young man do all these things so easily, not to mention that Luo Qingtong's face was always covered by a golden mask, covering her face. Naturally, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord misunderstood. He thought that she was some senior expert who had specially come to help Song City. Even the fact that she was suddenly able to cultivate inscription techniques was probably because of her, right? Songqing said that he would use the inscription technique to find his disciple. It was probably a smokescreen to help him find this Xianxia, right? Tianfeng Inscription City Lord thought so. Luo Qingtong looked at his gaze and did not explain. It was good to let him continue to be suspicious. Master Chen's identity was probably not ordinary. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she smiled gently. Martial ancestor, I am Xianxia, Master's disciple. You just need to know that I will not harm you. As for the rest, there was no need to ask. Luo Qingtong's unfinished words were like this. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord could naturally understand it. He looked deeply at Luo Qingtong and nodded. Then, he and Songqing went to make arrangements. Soon, many inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City gathered in the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion. You. Junior brother Qing. You're not dead? A group of inscription masters from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were summoned and immediately rushed to the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion. Seeing Songqing safe and sound in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, they were pleasantly surprised and excited. Yes, senior and junior brothers, I'm not dead. Songqing looked at them and his heart was also very excited. However, he remembered Luo Qingtong's words and quickly told the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord that the people from Cold Jade Inscription City might attack the City Lord's mansion tonight. Hearing this, the group of Heavenly Wind Inscription City's direct descendant inscriptionists were shocked in their hearts. Because of their grief and injuries, they all stayed in the courtyard of the City Lord's mansion to recuperate. At the same time, it was also for the sake of gathering at the Inscription Plaza tomorrow morning. When Songqing and the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's words came out, their hearts were filled with fear and shock. If the people from Cold Jade Inscription City really came to attack as Songqing and the others said, then none of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City's direct descendants would be able to escape. The people from Cold Jade Inscription City are actually so shameless? Their hearts were filled with shock and resentment. I knew that those people who suddenly proposed to carry out the bet tomorrow must have bad intentions. An inscription master from Heavenly Wind Inscription City slammed his fist on the table in front of him. Right at that moment, Songqing said, "Brothers, there's no need to worry. This time, the people from Cold Jade Inscription City will definitely not be able to return. Fellow brothers and sisters, we just need to secretly take precautions. Don't let the people from Cold Jade Inscription City know that we are prepared. When the time comes, we'll catch a turtle in a jar." When Songqing's words left his mouth, the group of inscription masters from Tianfeng Inscription City were shocked. I don't know why he's so confident. The strength of the people of Lingyu Inscription City is much stronger than them. However, they didn't know Master Chen's true strength. In addition, they felt that they were scheming against Master Chen. Although the people of Lingyu City were strong, they might still fall into their trap. With that thought in mind, everyone stopped asking questions. As for Songqing and Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, after everything was arranged, they returned to their rooms. It wasn't that they didn't want to tell the truth to the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. It was just that there were too many things involved. They couldn't possibly explain everything one by one. How much time would that waste, anyway? When the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord regained his strength, everything would be clear. When the two of them returned to their rooms, Luo Qingtong was already seated in the room. She had just carefully studied the life and death yin yang sword and had already figured out how to use it after it changed its form. While Luo Qingtong was restoring the strength of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, there was also a commotion at the place where Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others were. Very quickly, one figure after another gathered under the cover of the night. City Lord, our people are all here. A person from Lingyu Inscription City reported to Lingyu Inscription City Lord. Very good. When the time comes, we'll immediately make our move. Lingyu Inscription City Lord's voice was filled with pride. After tonight, not only would the inscription tower be his, even the lives of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others would be his. They could only blame those people for not knowing how to appreciate favors. Wouldn't it be fine if they obediently admitted defeat and handed over the inscription tower to them? Why did they have to compete with them for a long and short bet? Now, they had angered Master Chen, that great Buddha, right? When they make their move later, those people from Tianfeng Inscription City will die without a burial ground. As Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought of this, he immediately laughed out loud. In the luxurious courtyard where Yu Mingqian and the others were staying, the black-clothed men who had been sent to keep an eye on Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others once again knelt in front of Yu Mingqian. The man's white clothes were as cold as snow. At this moment, he was twirling a chess piece and slowly grinding the pieces in front of him. He didn't even raise his head and only said indifferently, "What made you come back so quickly?" These people were ordered by him to keep an eye on Chen Meng and the others. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have returned so quickly. Unless, something had happened at Lingyu Inscription City. Thinking of this, the chess piece in Yu Mingqian's hand gently landed on the jade chessboard. At this moment, the voices of the black-clothed men rang out. "Young President, those people from Lingyu Inscription City have made a move. From the looks of it, they are preparing to attack the people from Tianfeng Inscription City. And in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion, that inscription trash called Songqing and his disciple Xianxia have also returned." The group of black-clothed men reported in deep voices. That Songqing's inscription strength has already risen to the level of a senior inscription master. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Mingqian's pair of glass-like eyes suddenly narrowed. Pa! The chess piece in his hand was crushed into powder by the force of his hand. Interesting. Senior inscription master? His voice was chuckling as he looked into the distance in the direction of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion. This matter is really getting more and more interesting. A famous inscription trash was actually able to's inscription master. He thought of all the things he had heard about the god's inscription. The smile on his lips became even more lazy and unbridled. Let's see what is going on with that Songqing. After all, he was just a useless disciple. What was there to pay attention to? If Songqing really found the whereabouts of the divine inscription, Yu Mingqian's eyes narrowed. They were like the stars and the moon, ethereal like an immortal. In the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion, the room where the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord lived was filled with a heavy aura. Wang! Luo Qingtong pulled out the life and death yin yang sword in her hand, then looked at the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord opposite her and said, "Martial ancestor, please summon the broken inscription mark in your body." When the latter heard this, he immediately summoned the life inscription marks that had shattered into countless light fragments in his body. The crippling of an inscription master's strength was different from the crippling of an ordinary warrior. When an ordinary warrior was crippled, their dantian would be destroyed, and all the strength in their body would disappear. His cultivation base had also completely regressed. In the end, they would become an ordinary person. But an inscription master was not like this. The inscription master's inscription strength was crippled, but he could no longer use his strength to draw inscription patterns. But his inscription comprehension and strength were still there. It was just that he could no longer use them. There was a fundamental difference between the crippling of a warrior. And at this moment, the inscription mark in the Tianfeng inscription city lord's body was summoned. Luo Qingtong immediately saw the dense broken marks on it. These marks were densely covered on the inscription mark of the Tianfeng inscription city lord, completely covering his inscription mark. It could be seen how determined he was when he self-destructed his inscription mark. And with the inscription mark broken to such an extent, the Tianfeng inscription city lord could no longer use any inscription power. He was even worse than an ordinary inscription master apprentice. Even if he had a strong inscription technique comprehension and ability, he would not be able to use it. Luo Qingtong looked at the broken inscription mark that was barely pieced together. She narrowed her eyes, then nodded to the Tianfeng inscription city lord and said, "Martial ancestor, bear with it. No matter what I do to you later, don't dodge." Okay. Although the Tianfeng inscription city lord did not know what Luo Qingtong wanted to do to him, but just based on the fact that the other party saved the Tianfeng inscription city's fate and protected the inscription tower, he had absolute trust in the other party. Moreover, there was nothing on him that was worthy of the other party's schemes. To be able to defeat an expert like Master Chen and destroy his plot to obtain the inscription tower, the young man's strength and identity were definitely extraordinary. He trusted Luo Qingtong completely. Even if he hadn't even seen the other party's face. All right. Luo Qingtong heard his voice and nodded slightly. Her smooth chin, which was revealed under the mask, nodded slightly. Then, she raised her hand, and with a schwa sound, a sword light shot towards the Heavenly Wind inscription city lord. What? Heavenly Wind inscription city lord didn't expect Luo Qingtong to tell him to endure and not dodge, but to actually attack with a sword. Looking at the sword light that was flashing with a sharp aura, the city lord of Heavenly Wind inscription city clenched his teeth. In the end, he closed his eyes and allowed the sword light to sweep over. Boom, that sword light directly slashed the city lord of Heavenly Wind inscription city lord's body. Even Songqing, who was guarding the door to prevent anyone from entering, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw this scene. Oh my god, no wonder his disciple asked him to guard the door and not let anyone come near. If his fellow disciples saw this scene, what would happen? And when Luo Qingtong's sword light struck the city lord of Tianfeng inscription city, boom, the inscription mark that appeared above his head that was summoned shattered in an instant. Countless gray auras coiled around the cracks on the shattered life inscription mark, shattering the life inscription mark that had just been summoned by Tianfeng city lord and pieced back together. Just as the city lord of Tianfeng inscription city's face turned incomparably pale, and he couldn't help but clench his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Boom. Reversal of life and death. With a clear shout from Luo Qingtong, in an instant, the gray aura that was wrapped around the wound of the inscription mark and its broken death aura and decadent aura instantly turned into the shape of a small token. Life and death token, reversal of yin and yang, repair. Under the control of Luo Qingtong's mind, the death aura and decadent aura that were originally filled with the broken inscription mark were all turned into vitality under the activation of Luo Qingtong's sword light. The traces on the broken inscription marks had all been erased. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 3 bolts, 4 bolts. Countless tiny cracks were all eliminated by Luo Qingtong's reversal of life and death, reversal of yin and yang, just like the sword that Luo Qingtong had experimented with in the inscription tower. It was completely wiped out. There was no longer a trace of it. Destruction and establishment. Luo Qingtong's sword strike caused the aura of the life and death duality sword to completely combine with the aura of the broken inscription mark in the city lord of Tianfeng inscription city. Then, she reversed the life and death aura and broke yin and yang. In an instant, the broken inscription mark was healed. Boom. An outstanding and huge aura was emitted from the city lord of Tianfeng inscription city. Before his inscription mark was broken, it was only in its embryonic form. Before it could completely condense, it was shattered by his self-destruction. Now, Luo Qingtong had healed the broken inscription mark in his body. In just an instant, the aura of the inscription mark in his body had increased. In this destruction and establishment, it was instantly perfected. The inscription mark was completely condensed. Boom boom boom. The inscription power in the city lord of Tianfeng inscription city was rioting. In just an instant, countless inscription patterns floated up according to his thoughts and hovered around his body. Master. Seeing this scene, Songcheng's heart was filled with indescribable joy. Success, Luo Qingtong, she really did it. His master's inscription strength had completely recovered. Not only so, he had even reached a whole new level, becoming a spirit seal master. The city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he would be able to recover one day after shattering his innate inscription brand. Not only that, his strength had increased his master's strength. Just as he Qingtong's Luo Qingtong City, Qingtong's master Tianfeng Inscription City. Those people from Lingyu Inscription City have arrived, right? The city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, who had recovered his inscription strength, had a cold expression on his face. He was not a good person. He would naturally do his best to treat his disciples and the citizens of the city. However, he would not show any mercy to the enemies who came to invade his territory. Otherwise, when he was dealing with Master Chen in the past, he wouldn't have risked detonating his life inscription imprint to stop him. Unfortunately, at that time, he didn't know Master Chen's true strength, nor did he know that the other party was hiding something. Otherwise, he would have taken an even more foolproof move. At this moment, when he heard the clamor outside mixed with the sounds of fighting, his figure immediately stood up with a whoosh. Let's go, Cheng'er. Let's go out and let those people from Lingyu Inscription City see how laughable their actions tonight are. The Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord strode out. At this time it was already midnight outside, and the stars were shining brightly. The city lord and the others had attacked according to plan. They thought that the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion would definitely be caught off guard as they had expected. At that time, they would be able to kill all of the defenseless people of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City one by one. On the second day, who would have the qualifications to ask them to fulfill their bet? So what if others suspected that the incident with the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and the others was related to them? With Master Chen here, he could guarantee that no one would be able to escape alive. At that time, without any evidence, who would be able to do anything to them? Lingyu Inscription City Lord's face was filled with pride as he led a group of people from Lingyu Inscription City to sneak into the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion and prepare to make a move. However, none of them would have thought that the originally defenseless Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion had actually already set up an inescapable net, just waiting for them to barge in. Just as they sneaked into the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord, they saw that the surroundings were instantly brightly lit. Then, wave after wave of experts from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion surged out from the shadows and surrounded them. People of Lingyu Inscription City, you are indeed shameless. Tonight, you actually came to launch a sneak attack. After the inscriptionists in the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion received the warning and arrangements from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and Song City, they had been hiding in the shadows, waiting for the people of Lingyu Inscription City to appear. He didn't expect them to really come, this group of shameless and insidious people. When the people from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion were glaring at Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others, the latter felt a chill in their hearts. They did not know how their whereabouts were exposed so quickly. But so what if he was exposed? At most, it would be a little troublesome and take a little longer to kill. None of these people today should even think about escaping. Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought and sneered at the inscription masters of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion. Humph, I didn't expect you to find out. You people from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion are not stupid. But so what? Today, all of you will die here. Attack. With a wave of his hand, Lingyu Inscription City Lord's men brandished their weapons and charged towards Tianfeng Inscription City Lord mansion. The hearts of the people from the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion turned cold as they charged towards the people from Lingyu Inscription City. Bang bang bang. The sound of weapons clashing and inscription patterns clashing could be heard all around. The battle between inscriptionists was sometimes even more tragic than the battle between a normal martial artist and a spirit practitioner. This was because inscriptionists had a variety of combat methods. Relying on inscription techniques, they could give themselves and the others all kinds of blessings and assistance. This was something that ordinary martial artists and soul cultivators did not have, or even lacked. Unless it was a martial artist and soul cultivator whose strength far surpassed the group of inscriptionists. Otherwise, anyone who interfered in their battle would die easily. under the blockade of Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others, the commotion at the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion was completely covered up. No one outside knew that there was a massacre going on in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion. Bang, bang, bang. The group of people from Tianfeng Inscription City had been severely injured in the inscription tower. Because of the grief in their hearts, they had not recovered much. On the other hand, Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others had already decided to kill and clean up the people from the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion tonight. Not only that, they had a great Buddha like Master Chen among them. Although it was difficult for him to recover from his own injuries, it was easy for him to heal the injuries of the inscriptionists from Lingyu Inscription City. Not only that, the many inscription formations in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion were useless against him. He easily broke through the inscription mechanisms and formations that the inscriptionists of the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion relied on. He stood coldly to the side and watched as the people of Lingyu Inscription City fought with the people of Tianfeng Inscription City. Because of Master Chen's existence, even if the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City were waiting for him and had all sorts of mechanisms and formations to rely on, they still fell into a disadvantageous position against City Lord Lingyu and the others. Bang! A high-level inscriptionist of Tianfeng Inscription City had his inscription defense broken by Lingyu Inscription City Lord. In the next second, he was heavily smashed to the ground. Humph! You overestimate yourself. So what if you see through our tracks? You people of Tianfeng Inscription City can only wait for death. Lingyu Inscription City Lord laughed loudly. If you know what's good for you, then immediately hand over that old man, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, kill him with your own hands, and deliver his head. If that's the case, I might give you a quick death. His laughter spread in the air. The faces of the people from Inscription City paled. They spat at him and said coldly, "You're dreaming. Lu Zhitong, a treacherous villain like you wants to take our master's head? Where's your face? Even if you don't mind that your hands are dirty, we do mind that you have sullied our master." The people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City were forced back by the people from Lingyu Inscription City, but they didn't relent in the slightest. Their faces were pale as they looked at Master Chen, who had yet to make a move. They had never expected him to be so powerful. It was also because his master's inscription skills had been crippled. Otherwise, with the various formations and mechanisms in the City Lord's mansion, they definitely wouldn't be in such a sorry state. This was because the effects of the mechanisms and formations controlled by different levels of strength were absolutely different. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation. Lingyu City Lord was also angered by their words. He looked at them with a cold smile and said, "All right. Since that's the case, I'll kill all of you first, then drag that old man out and kill him. At that time, I'll let all of you go to hell and have a good master and disciple relationship." As Lingyu Inscription City Lord spoke, he immediately raised his hand and an inscription pattern instantly formed in his hand. Then, he rushed towards the senior inscription master of Tianfeng Inscription City who was knocked to the ground by him. At this moment, boom! In an instant, a figure rushed out from the depths of the inner court and blocked in front of the senior inscriptionist. Bang! An inscription pattern in his hand instantly shot out from his hand and collided with the inscription pattern that Lingyu Inscription City Lord had shot out. In an instant, the two inscription patterns faced each other in midair. With a bang, the inscription pattern instantly shattered the inscription pattern that Lingyu Inscription City Lord had shot out with an extremely tyrannical and terrifying speed. Not only that, the inscription pattern continued to blast towards Lingyu Inscription City Lord with an extremely tyrannical aura and power. Ah! Lingyu Inscription City Lord was waiting to kill the senior inscription master of Tianfeng Inscription City. How could he have thought that a person would suddenly rush out and not only block his attack, but also completely shatter his attack and blast it towards him? Lingyu Inscription City Lord hurriedly wanted to dodge, but this unforeseen event happened too quickly and too suddenly. He didn't even have time to react, and just as he moved his body, he was heavily struck by the inscription pattern. With a bang, he instantly let out a miserable cry and was sent tumbling back a few times by the terrifying power contained within. His entire aura was dispirited, and the power of the inscription pattern that he summoned also instantly dropped by who knows how many levels. You? He looked at the figure that appeared in front of him in shock and anger, and then his eyes widened. Zhang. You old man. It's you? Lingyu Inscription City Lord's face was filled with disbelief. How could it be Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, this old man? Didn't his natal inscription mark shatter when he was fighting for the inscription tower with Master Chen? How could he still use the power of inscriptions? Not only that, his inscription technique seemed to have improved, the power that just blasted out, Spirit Seal Master. You're a Spirit Seal Master? You old man. Lingyu Inscription City Lord thought as he gritted his teeth and shouted. Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, this old man, actually rose to the level of a Spirit Seal Master? Wasn't this old man stuck at this level and unable to break through for many years? How did he break through all of a sudden? Also, what was going on with his shattered life inscription mark? Could it be that he's pretending to be a cripple? But that's not right. If this old man hadn't been crippled, how could he have allowed them to succeed in the inscription tower? One had to know that if it wasn't for Songqing and his disciple, they wouldn't be in such a situation and would have obtained the inscription tower long ago. Why would they sneak into the night to ambush them? What the hell is this old man doing? This is impossible. The other party's strength was crippled with his own eyes. The natal inscription mark self-destructed, and his inscription strength could no longer be used. What was going on? How could the other party's inscription strength recover? Not only that, but it had also risen to the level of a spirit print master. Master Chen's face was solemn. All of this had already exceeded his understanding. And in the dark, there was a cold light that flashed fiercely. The inscription strength has recovered? Yu Mingqian looked at the scene in front of him, his figure hidden in the dark. On that fairy-like face, his eyes narrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, this Tianfeng Inscription City Lord had already self-destructed his natal inscription mark, right? He could still recover his strength. Yu Mingqian raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that his trip to Tianfeng Inscription City to capture Chen Meng was not in vain. Just as his eyebrows were slightly raised, in the depths of the inner courtyard, Luo Qingtong and Song Cheng's figures appeared in front of everyone. Humph, you didn't expect this, right? Lu Zhitong. You shameless fellows, taking advantage of my master's loss of strength, you actually came to attack our Tianfeng Inscription City Lord Mansion. Today, we will make you unable to return. Song Cheng's head was held high, and his eyes were filled with coldness as he looked at Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others saw him and Luo Qingtong, they immediately exclaimed. You're actually not dead? Lingyu Inscription City Lord looked at Luo Qingtong and Songqing with wide eyes, and his heart was in a mess. Didn't Master Chen say that they were already dead? What was going on? He looked at Master Chen, who was not far away, anxiously. The latter was also shocked by the appearance of Luo Qingtong and Songqing. So it's you. He looked coldly in the direction of Luo Qingtong. You're actually not dead. Was it you? Did you get the thing there? Master Chen's voice was almost crazy. He had clearly thrown Songqing to the entrance of the 7th floor. When he was blasted away by the inscription tower, he saw Luo Qingtong rushing over. It was impossible that the two of them were still alive. Since they were still alive, it meant that they had obtained the item on the 7th floor. Most importantly, Luo Qingtong should have gotten it. This Xianxia, he looked coldly at Luo Qingtong. His eyes were filled with coldness and fanaticism. The other party had obtained something from the 7th floor. What did that mean? That meant that even if he couldn't obtain the inscription tower, he would still be able to obtain the items on the 7th floor, as long as he could kill this young man in front of him. Ha ha ha. There's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you've barged in. Do you think that old man, Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord, can deal with me just because he has recovered his strength? Master Chen's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at Luo Qingtong and the others. His tongue was like a poisonous snake's tongue as he licked his lips. Then, he sneered at Luo Qingtong and the others and said, Today, I'll show you what a real heavenly spiritual seal master and battle spirit master is like. Even if my strength has been severely damaged and I'm only at the level of a mortal spiritual seal master, I'm not someone that can be defeated by a random spiritual seal master. Not to mention that this person is just a newly promoted spiritual seal master. Master Chen's voice was so cold that it seemed to come from hell. He looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong and the others and laughed strangely. Boom! Countless inscription patterns appeared around his body in an instant. Each of these inscription patterns was brimming with an incomparably majestic aura. It was far from what an ordinary high-level inscription master could compare to Spirit Seal Master. Not only that, he was also an extremely strong human-level Spirit Seal Master, and this was because Master Chen had been tricked by Luo Qingtong in the inscription tower. He had smashed into the light at the entrance to the 7th floor and was injured instead. Otherwise, at this moment, the power of a heaven-level Spirit Seal Master was apparent. In an instant, he could control all the inscription formations and mechanisms in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's Mansion. At the same time, once that vast and majestic power was released, it would be able to intimidate everyone, including the City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, to the point of lying down. However, at this moment, his strength had been greatly reduced. His life inscription mark had been damaged, and he could only release strength comparable to a human-level Spirit Seal Master. However, even so, it was enough to take care of these people from Tianfeng Inscription City. As Master Chen thought about this, his expression became indescribably cold. With a boom, he attacked Luo Qingtong. When the City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City saw this scene, his face turned cold as he flicked his sleeve and went forward to meet him. Cheng-er, protect your disciple. The City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City said in a deep voice. Although he didn't know why Master Chen wanted to kill Luo Qingtong. However, when he thought about what the other party had said in his madness, it was obvious that this had something to do with Luo Qingtong and the others safely walking out of the inscription tower. It was very likely that the thing that Master Chen was after was on Luo Qingtong. In fact, the reason why Song Cheng's inscription talent was able to grow from nothing was also because of Luo Qingtong. And the reason why his inscription strength could recover was also because of this, right? Since that was the case, then he couldn't let Master Chen hurt Luo Qingtong. Bang! The inscription power of both sides collided. The City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City was also a Spirit Seal Master, and the inscription power surrounding his body was not weaker than Master Chen's. However, between the Heaven-level Inscription Master and the Human-level Inscription Master, there was still a large amount of inscription comprehension and the ability to dissolve experience. Although Master Chen was unable to reveal the strength of a heaven-level Spirit Seal Master, his understanding of inscription techniques was far above that of the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription. The inscription patterns around him kept spinning and actually managed to disperse most of the power of the inscription patterns that the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord sent over. With this series of actions, the power of the inscription pattern unleashed by the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord instantly fell into a disadvantageous position. Haha. I've said it before, there's a huge difference between a real heaven-level spiritual print master and a human-level spiritual print master. Not to mention that you have just become a spirit print master. Master Chen's voice was full of arrogance. Even if his strength had dropped to the level of a mortal-level spirit print master, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, who was also a mortal-level spirit print master, would not be able to stop him. He was determined to get the item on Xianxia. Speaking of which, he had to thank the other party for overestimating himself and thinking too highly of himself. Did he think that just because he obtained that item from the inscription tower, he would be able to rely on the recovered strength of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord to deal with him? What a joke. As long as he stood here, the people of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion would all die. Humph. Xianxia, come over here obediently. Seeing Master Chen rushing towards Luo Qingtong with his claws like hooks, Song Cheng's face instantly turned gloomy. Damn it, how can this bastard Chen be so strong? He had been seriously injured and his strength had fallen to the level of a human-level Spirit Seal Master, but he was still able to unleash such a strong power. His master, the City Lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, had already far surpassed the strength and comprehension of an ordinary Spirit Seal Master. Long before he had completely condensed the inscription mark, the City Lord's strength was already about the same as an ordinary Spirit Seal Master. Now that his strength had increased, almost no one among the ordinary human-level Spirit Seal Masters was his match, but now, he was easily blasted away by Master Chen. The other party's strength was actually so strong? It wasn't until now that Xianxia realized what every higher level of inscription master meant to inscriptionists like him. At the same level of inscription master, his master, the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, was actually unable to do anything to Master Chen. When Lingyu Inscription City Lord saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, people of Tianfeng Inscription City, how can trash like you be a match for Master Chen? He said proudly, Master Chen is a heaven-level spirit seal master. Even if his strength has fallen to the level of a human-level spirit seal master, he is still not someone you can compare to. Seeing that the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City had been blasted away and that the strongest person in the group could not stop Master Chen, Lingyu Inscription City Lord's face was filled with pride. Even if the people of Tianfeng Inscription City were waiting for him, so what if the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City had recovered his strength? In the end, he could only die in their hands. Moreover, he could only die with his eyes wide open and in despair. Ha ha ha. His laughter was sharp. As for Master Chen, he had already rushed in front of Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. The latter gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Disciple, run! Xianxia shouted loudly. He knew that with Luo Qingtong's ability, she would definitely be able to escape. As long as she didn't care about them, she would definitely be able to do it. Luo Qingtong's innate talent was strong and her inscription technique was top-notch. In the future, when she grew up, her strength would definitely be limitless, not to mention that the young girl had obtained the item from the 7th level of the inscription tower. Even though he didn't know what was on the 7th floor of the inscription tower, he didn't know what it was. But looking at the increase in his inscription talent and the recovery of his master's inscription skills, Xianxia knew that this thing was definitely not ordinary. As long as Luo Qingtong could escape, she would definitely avenge them in the future. Master Chen wouldn't be able to hurt his precious disciple. As Xianxia rushed toward Master Chen, the latter snorted and shouted, "You overestimate yourself. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Master Chen didn't care about the strength of the high-level inscriptionists in Song City. Even the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, who had reached the level of a spirit seal master, could not do anything to him. Let alone Xianxia, who was only a high-level inscription master. He was only here to die. As for how the other party's inscription talent increased, he also knew, it must be because of the item on the 7th level that Luo Qingtong had obtained. Thinking of this, an extremely greedy expression appeared on Master Chen's face. Humph, go to hell. As he spoke, he raised his hand and sent an inscription pattern flying towards Xianxia. Looking at the vast and majestic power, Xianxia didn't dodge at all and directly rushed forward. You be **********. His voice had just reached this point when Luo Qingtong's voice instantly rang out. Alright, master, come back. You don't have to risk your life just because of them. As these words were spoken, in an instant, boom boom boom, waves of violent and vast power instantly attacked from all directions of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion. It was the inscription arrays and mechanisms in the Tianfeng City Lord mansion that had been previously controlled by Master Chen. All of them were activated. Luo Qingtong stood in the inner courtyard of the Tianfeng City Lord mansion and looked at Master Chen with an extremely evil and cold gaze. Bang! She waved her hand fiercely. In the next second, the flickering jade color in the young man's sleeves waved and spread out into a fan shape in midair, swaying gently in front of Luo Qingtong. The inscription array formations and mechanisms of the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord mansion, which had been seen through by Luo Qingtong and controlled by her eye technique, instantly flew towards Master Chen, who was about to attack Song City. Boom boom boom. The violent and unrestrained power instantly collided with the power of the inscription pattern that Master Chen had blasted out. Waves of extremely terrifying energy surged out from the center of the collision, causing Xianxia and Master Chen to retreat violently. Puff! Master Chen suddenly clutched his chest and raised his head to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Luo Qingtong with a shocked expression and unstable breathing. His face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? I have clearly controlled the arrays and mechanisms in the City Lord Mansion. How can you possibly use them? Master Chen's face was filled with shock and horror. He had accepted that Luo Qingtong had obtained the item on the 7th floor. However, her inscription skills were obviously inferior to his. In the inscription tower, she had relied on the special effects of the inscription tower to defeat him. Now that they were outside the inscription tower, her strength was obviously inferior to his. How could she control the inscription arrays and mechanisms in the City Lord Mansion? One had to know that all of this required inscription skills to control. Master Chen's voice was hysterical, but Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. The jade fan in her hand lightly brushed the scattered hair on her forehead, making her look like a fairy. The smile that appeared at the corner of her lips was abnormally evil and charming. How is it impossible? Only those who are stronger than you can control these arrays and mechanisms. Unfortunately, I don't need it. Luo Qingtong's voice was light. Even though he had purposely lowered his voice a little, causing his voice to have the hoarseness of a youth, it was still as cold as a spring. It sounded like ice and jade colliding with each other, extremely pleasant to the ears and clear to the extreme. Bang! As Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, she waved her sleeve again. Boom boom boom. Under the wave of Luo Qingtong's sleeves, waves of violent and terrifying power once again blasted towards Master Chen. Just now, she had been standing there motionlessly, not because she was afraid of Master Chen, but because she was using her eye technique to break the other party's control. Now, the inscription arrays and mechanisms in the City Lord Mansion were all controlled by Luo Qingtong. Boom boom boom. The sound that came from the air was as strong as a drum. Everyone in Tianfeng Inscription City was awakened by the sound that came from the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's Mansion. What's going on? It's the City Lord's Mansion. This voice came from the City Lord's Mansion. Not good, the City Lord's Mansion is under attack. Gather, everyone gather. In the Tianfeng Inscription City, everyone who heard the vast voice in the air started to move. The entire Tianfeng Inscription City was brightly lit. When these voices rang out, the complexion of Lingyu City Lord and the others in the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's Mansion also abruptly turned pale. Not good, the matter has been exposed. Everyone was very anxious in their hearts. The reason why they dared to attack the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others was because Master Chen was here to seal off the movements in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's Mansion. After they killed all the people in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's group, they were afraid that the other people in the Tianfeng Inscription City would notice the situation here. However, at this moment, under the control of Luo Qingtong, the commotion in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's Mansion was instantly spread out. At that time, no matter how strong they wouldn't be able to fight against an entire city, not to mention, there was still the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and the others who hadn't suffered any heavy injuries yet. Master Chen, the matter has been exposed. Let's leave quickly. Ling Yu and the others hurriedly called out to Master Chen. Humph, idiot. What's the use of you leaving now? Master Chen's gaze was vicious as he looked at the formation and mechanism power of the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's Mansion that was rushing towards him. His voice was extremely cold. When tomorrow comes, won't you all still be in big trouble? And he would never give up on the item in Luo Qingtong's hands. After today, who knew where this young man named Xianxia would run off to? She had to die here today and let him obtain the treasure from the 7th level of the inscription tower. The more powerful Luo Qingtong was, the more unwilling Master Chen was to let her go. Especially at this moment, the power that Luo Qingtong revealed to be able to control the inscription formation in the City Lord's Mansion clearly didn't come from the thing hidden on the 7th floor of the inscription tower. There were other secrets hidden in the other party's body. Thinking of this, Master Chen's heart was boiling with greed. In the darkness, Yu Mingqian's eyes flashed. His glass-like eyes stared at Luo Qingtong. The dark light in his eyes was so deep that it suppressed the star-like light on the surface of his eyes. Xianxia, Song Cheng's disciple? He raised his eyebrows slightly. Originally, he thought that he was just a small pawn that he didn't need to pay attention to. However, he didn't expect the other party to give him a surprise. He was actually able to seize control of the inscription mechanism and formation in the City Lord's Mansion from Chen Meng's hands. Interesting, Yu Mingqian's eyes, which were hidden in the dark, were filled with interest. The corner of his lips curled up slightly as he continued to look at the scene in the City Lord's Mansion. The black-clothed man at the side asked him if he should make a move, but he directly suppressed it. Let's continue watching. It was impossible for Chen Meng to only have this little ability. He wanted to see how that youth called Xianxia would deal with it. Yu Mingqian's eyes flashed and fixed on Luo Qingtong. At this moment, in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion, Master Chen directly made his move after saying those words to the people of Lingyu Inscription City. Bang! The inscription power around him surged, and with a boom, he summoned an inscription pattern in front of him that emitted an endless fierce aura. Battle Inscription Pattern. Seeing this scene, the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City, who was supported by everyone, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The people of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord's mansion behind him also cried out in alarm and turned pale. Battle Inscription Mark. They had all forgotten that this Master Chen was also a battle spirit master. The group of people originally thought that Luo Qingtong was in control of the situation and were rejoicing, but their mood instantly tightened. Xianxia. The city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and was about to charge forward again. Songqing, who was not far away from him, did the same. However, before they could even move, a voice rang out. Boom! The sword chi condensed from the battle inscription pattern in Master Chen's hand instantly cut through the power of the inscription formations and mechanisms that came from all directions. Haha! Brat! Do you think you can stop me like this? Master Chen's lips curled into a bloodthirsty and ruthless smile. The injuries on his body were extremely serious. If he could not use the battle inscription mark, he would not use it. In the end, he was forced to use it by Luo Qingtong. At this moment, even if his injuries were to worsen, he was going to kill this monstrous young man, seize all the opportunities and benefits in his hands. Go to hell. He waved his hand, and in an instant, countless sword chi formed by the battle inscription mark rushed towards Luo Qingtong like locusts and a rain of arrows. Along the way, no matter what inscription formation or mechanism it encountered, it was all shattered. The rain of sword chi rushed towards Luo Qingtong with an extremely powerful and murderous aura. Disciple. Seeing this scene, Songqing's face was filled with an indescribable rage. He desperately rushed in the direction of Luo Qingtong. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up. The power of Master Chen's battle inscription patterns was simply too fast, not to mention Song City, even Heavenly Wind Engraving City's city lord could barely catch up. However, even if he made it in time, there was no way he could stop Master Chen's attack. The battle inscription mark had an absolute advantage over any inscription pattern above the spirit print master level, unless the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord immediately became a heavenly level spirit seal master. He would be able to suppress this battle inscription with power several times stronger than Master Chen's. Otherwise, he and Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to escape, but how was that possible? His strength had just reached the level of spirit print master, and he hadn't even consolidated it yet. How could he possibly make another breakthrough? Even if he tried to force it, it would be too late. Master Chen was a heavenly level spirit seal master. If he didn't have a solid foundation as a heavenly level spirit seal master, he wouldn't be able to resist the battle inscription mark he sent out. No matter how he thought about it, it was a sure death situation. Seeing that Master Chen's attack was about to hit Luo Qingtong and Heavenly Wind Engraving City's city lord, the group of people from Heavenly Wind Engraving City's city lord mansion had a sorrowful expression on their faces. Master. Xianxia. Good. Haha. After killing them, we'll immediately wash the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion with blood and leave immediately. Haha. Master Chen is mighty. The group of people from Lingyu Inscription City clamored. Looking at the people from Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion, their hearts were filled with killing intent. Once Xianxia and the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord died, wouldn't they be able to wreak havoc in the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion? In less than a moment, they would be able to kill all the people from the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion. Haha. At that time, even if the other people from Tianfeng Inscription City came, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Thinking of this, the group of people from Lingyu Inscription City were extremely pleased. At this moment, Luo Qingtong looked at the rain of sword energy that was rushing towards her and the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord. She said to the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, "Ancestor, do you believe me?" Her voice was indifferent, as if she wasn't facing a situation of certain death. At this moment, the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord was facing the rain of sword chi. He was thinking of a way to block the rain of sword chi at lightning speed. However, no matter how he thought, even if he detonated his life inscription mark again, the chances of him being able to save Luo Qingtong were less than 50%. The battle inscription mark was simply too terrifying. However, at this moment, Luo Qingtong's voice rang out, causing him to be stunned. He looked at the youth in front of him who had an indifferent expression and didn't have the slightest trace of panic. He didn't know why, but his heart was inexplicably certain. "I believe. Of course I believe," he said without hesitation. Luo Qingtong had helped him recover his inscription strength, and now she was helping their Tianfeng inscription city block the disaster. If he still couldn't wholeheartedly trust Luo Qingtong, then what else could be worthy of his trust? "Alright, ancestor, release your mind and even the defense of your soul," Luo Qingtong said to the Tianfeng inscription city lord. The latter was only slightly stunned before immediately doing as he was told. Boom! Luo Qingtong's hand directly pressed on the back of the Tianfeng inscription city lord. Because the latter had rushed over in a hurry and stood in front of her. Luo Qingtong's palm landed squarely on his chest. At the same time, Luo Qingtong lowered her head. In an instant, her eyes were as red as blood. Countless streaks of bloody light swept across the sky, dyeing the whites of Luo Qingtong's eyes and eyeballs crimson like blood. In an instant, a connection was established between Luo Qingtong and the city lord of Skywind Inscription City, sharing, Paragonite technique, sharing, everything about Luo Qingtong could be shared with the person she chose. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a bloody light, and she directly shared the battle inscription pattern on the 6th floor with the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City. That battle inscription mark had been shattered by the light at the entrance of the 7th level. It was impossible for Luo Qingtong to use it again. But the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City was different. He was a true spirit seal master, and at the same time, an expert of the human martial realm. As long as Luo Qingtong passed the method of copying the battle inscription mark in her mind to him, he would be able to copy it in an instant. This was originally an ability that belonged to Luo Qingtong. But at this moment, she shared this ability with the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City. Boom! The moment Luo Qingtong established a connection with the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. In an instant, the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City felt as if there was something extra in his mind. His face was filled with shock, and before he could even react, his hand had already started to draw in the air. Lines of inscription patterns instantly appeared in front of him. Roar! As the inscription pattern under the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City took shape. In an instant, the illusory figures of demonic beasts rushed out from the inscription pattern he had drawn. Battle inscription mark. What the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City had drawn was also a battle inscription mark. Bang! The rain of sword chi that was rushing towards Luo Qingtong instantly collided with the illusory figures of the demonic beasts that had jumped out in front of the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City. In an instant, countless demonic beasts roared, accompanied by the sound of the sword chi rain curtain breaking, resounded loudly. Bang bang bang! Countless flying sword locusts collided and broke in front of everyone, or were bitten and scratched by the demonic beasts that were formed from the sword locusts. In the blink of an eye, the curtain of sharp swords was shattered and disappeared in the air. This? When Lengyu Inscription City Lord and the rest of the people from Tianfeng Inscription City Lord's mansion saw this scene, they immediately widened their eyes. The city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City and the others were shocked, but the people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City were overjoyed. Battle inscription mark. Master also knows how to inscribe battle inscription mark. Oh my god! Didn't Master just finish his advancement? How could he know how to inscribe battle inscription mark? The people of Heavenly Wind Inscription City were pleasantly surprised. They had never thought that the city lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City, who had just advanced to Spirit Seal Master, would actually be able to inscribe battle inscription mark at the beginning of his advancement. After all, that was something that required a long period of practice and comprehension to be able to inscribe. In this world, those who had advanced to the Spirit Seal Master realm might be able to learn the battle inscription mark. However, not everyone was able to successfully comprehend it. Not to mention, the power of the battle inscription that the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City used was not inferior to Master Chen at all. It was as if it had been tempered thousands of times. This was too shocking. As for Ling Yuwen and the others, their mouths were already wide open, not knowing what to say. How is this possible? How is this possible? Cold Jade Inscription City Lord muttered to himself. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. To him, the fact that the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord was able to inscribe battle inscription patterns was even more unacceptable to him than the fact that Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord had recovered his strength and become a Spirit Seal Master. How could this be? Master Chen was a heaven-level Spirit Seal Master and an expert of the human martial arts realm, so he was able to inscribe battle inscriptions. Who was that old man of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord? He could also inscribe battle inscriptions? He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe it no matter what. However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. When the city lord of Lingyuan saw the sword chi that Master Chen had sent out shattering one by one, his vision turned black. He didn't know what to say. As for Master Chen, when he saw the demonic beast mark that had broken through his rain of sword chi, his face twitched violently. Previously, when he was in the inscription tower, Luo Qingtong's move had broken his battle inscription imprint's power and sent him out of the inscription tower. However, at that time, Luo Qingtong had clearly been destroyed by the light at the entrance of the 7th floor in order to save Songqing. He had seen it with his own eyes before he left. How could the other party still be able to use this battle inscription pattern? No, that's not right. This battle inscription pattern was not cast by Luo Qingtong, but by the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower. What was going on? Master Chen, who had reacted, was even more shocked and depressed. Whether it was Luo Qingtong or the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower, he couldn't believe that they were able to use this battle inscription pattern. This was clearly something that shouldn't have happened. Just as Master Chen was in shock, the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower suddenly woke up from the fact that he was able to inscribe battle inscription patterns. With a boom, he rushed towards Master Chen's location. He didn't have time to ask Luo Qingtong how she did it. After all, the youth was on their side and helping them, so how the other party did it wasn't important at all. In fact, as long as Luo Qingtong didn't say anything, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask, and now, he wanted to take Master Chen's life while he was sick. Otherwise, the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower didn't know how long he could use the battle inscription pattern. If there was a limit to what Luo Qingtong could do, then he would miss the opportunity if he hesitated for a moment. By the time Master Chen realized what was going on, all of them would have no choice but to wait for their deaths. The city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower's movements were extremely fast. Almost at the same time that the rain of sword light was completely shattered, the inscription pattern in his hand was already ready to attack. After rushing in front of Master Chen, with a boom, the inscription pattern in his hand attacked Master Chen. The latter was still in shock when he sensed the arrival of the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower. He was shocked and hurriedly dodged. However, the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower wanted to kill him, so how could he let him dodge? Boom boom boom. The power of the inscription pattern around the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription Tower activated repeatedly and directly charged towards Master Chen's left, middle, and bottom. This cut off Master Chen's path of escape. Not only that, the demonic beasts that had shattered the rain of sword light did not disappear. Instead, they roared loudly and charged towards Master Chen. Luo Qingtong's forehead was also covered in cold sweat. The power of the battle inscription pattern was too strong. She had to share it with the city lord, which would consume a lot of her mental energy. He could at most hold on for 100 breaths of time before the power of the battle inscription pattern disappeared completely. At that time, the city lord of Tian Inscription Tower, Tianfeng Chen, and Master Chen, Lord. Master Chen was masters, Master Chen, Tower, Master, Tower. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She raised the life and death yin-yang sword in her hand and was about to strike. Masters, to Tians, to Master, to God, to Master, to raise. To raise to be to Luo. Master, let's attack together, she said to Songqing. However, Songqing had experienced Luo Qingtong sharing her power with him before. After thinking for a bit, he knew that this must have been done by Luo Qingtong. Oh my god, this disciple of mine is simply going to heaven. How can she share this with others? How is Luo Qingtong a human? She is clearly a walking treasure. Songqing previously couldn't figure out why Luo Qingtong had to be so secretive when she was with him. She wasn't willing to show her face and tracks, and she even insisted that he arrange a new identity for her. Although Song Qing had done everything according to Luo Qingtong's instructions, he still felt that Luo Qingtong was too cautious. However, now it seemed that Luo Qingtong wasn't being overly cautious. She should have been more cautious. Oh my god, Song Qing didn't dare to imagine what kind of sensation Luo Qingtong's ability would. Cause if others knew about it, she was able to let people who didn't have the talent for inscription, and let people who didn't know how to inscribe battle inscriptions to learn battle inscriptions directly. Moreover, she was able to do it so directly. Her proficiency was extremely high, as if she had been tempered thousands of times. Didn't that mean that as long as one had Luo Qingtong, they would have endless power and might? As long as it was something she knew, she could give it to others. This was really too terrifying. Song Qing shivered and decided that he would help Luo Qingtong keep this secret even if he had to die. Otherwise, if word got out, Luo Qingtong wouldn't be able to live peacefully for the rest of her life. His disciple was really prepared for a rainy day and was extremely cautious. This is good, this is very good. Song Qing was still in a state of shock. Almost as soon as Luo Qingtong called him, he immediately reacted and rushed towards Master Chen. Even if Luo Qingtong didn't say anything, he would still help the other party kill this Master Chen. He definitely couldn't let the other party escape and threaten Luo Qingtong's safety. Just as Song Qing was about to charge at Master Chen, Luo Qingtong released the inscriptions in her hand. Suddenly, the power of a high-level rune master was released and blasted toward Master Chen. At the same time, her eyes were cold as she looked at Master Chen. She said to Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, Grandmaster, Dao change. Attack him 3 steps to his left, 4 steps to his right, and 3 steps to his left. Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Tianfeng Inscription City Lord immediately changed the direction of the inscription pattern he was aiming at Master Chen. In an instant, Master Chen's face was filled with shock and fear. What Luo Qingtong called out was precisely where he was about to risk his life to escape from the encirclement of the Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord. All of his strength rushed towards the 4 directions where Tianfeng Inscription City Lord was attacking him, and the flaw and escape route he left behind was precisely the one that Luo Qingtong had pointed out. He tried his best to retract the power he had unleashed. However, the attack had already been unleashed. How could it be retracted so quickly? Moreover, even if he forcefully retracted the power, it was already too late. Luo Qingtong and Song Cheng's attacks had already followed the direction of the power he had unleashed. As long as he retracted the power, at the same time he would be forcefully counterattacked. He would also be blocked by Luo Qingtong and Song Cheng's attacks. How could it be like this? How could things turn out like this? Master Chen's heart was filled with shock and anger. He didn't know how his thoughts were seen through by Luo Qingtong. Bastard! You brat who is still wet behind the ears. Master Chen's face was filled with extreme anger. He looked at the young man with a cold expression and a golden mask on his face. He looked like an immortal and a devil at the same time. He was so angry that he wanted to grind his teeth until they broke. Xianxia, I'll remember you. Master Chen roared angrily. At this moment where there was no way to retreat and no way to force him, he could only fiercely summon the life inscription mark in his body and meet the attack of the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City. Boom! Not daring to clash with Luo Qingtong, this monstrous youth who couldn't be judged by common sense, Master Chen broke through the attack of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord and directly disappeared from the spot. Just you wait. In the sky, only his bloodthirsty roar was left. I will definitely be back. Xianxia, when the time comes, it will be your time of death. Master Chen's voice disappeared in midair. On the ground, only a large amount of blood dripped from him was left, self-destructing the life inscription mark. Even if Master Chen blocked the attack of Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, he was still severely injured. I'm afraid that I've already lost most of my strength. I'm not even as good as a senior inscriptionist. Unfortunately, Master Chen didn't know that as long as he held on for a little longer, the battle inscription mark that Luo Qingtong shared with Tianfeng Inscription City Lord would be up. He didn't need to escape at all. As long as he could hold on for a period of time, he could immediately join forces with Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others to counterattack. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. She looked at the place where Master Chen had disappeared and gave Song Qing some instructions. Then, she flew out. Song Qing and Tianfeng Inscription City Lord didn't even react when Master Chen self-destructed his life inscription mark to escape. They had almost killed a heaven-level spirit print master? They actually did it? The two of them were startled. Not far away, Lingyu Inscription City Lord and the others were about to go crazy. They watched as Master Chen self-destructed his life inscription mark and left. They couldn't believe this fact. How is this possible? How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and on the verge of collapse. That was a heaven-level spirit imprint master and battle soul master. Although the opponent's strength had decreased due to the heavy injuries he had suffered earlier, it should not be something that the City Lord of Heavenly Wind Inscription City and the others could deal with. The situation in the Inscription Tower was special, so they accepted it, but what was going on now? Who could tell them? How could things be so fantastical? City Lord Lingyu and the others held their heads in disbelief. After Songqing and Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lords recovered from their shock, they immediately ordered their men to surround and kill them. Today, none of the people who attacked their Heavenly Wind Inscription City would be able to escape. As for Ling Yuwen and the others, they couldn't escape either. Without Master Chen, their group would not be able to withstand a single blow from the City Lord and the others. Not to mention, the other people from Heavenly Wind Inscription City had also gathered and rushed over. While Heavenly Wind Inscription City Lord and the others were cleaning up Ling Yuwen and the others in the City Lord's mansion, Luo Qingtong opened her blood-red eyes and chased after Master Chen out of the city. Boom! With a bang, Master Chen's path was blocked. His originally translucent figure that was hidden in the air was suddenly revealed. You can actually see through my escape technique? Master Chen looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. The patterns on the golden mask on Luo Qingtong's face seemed to be mocking him. The corners of Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly as she looked at him mockingly. She flicked the jade fan in her right hand and looked at him casually. What's wrong? Is it that difficult to see through your tracks? A bloody light flashed in Luo Qingtong's eyes. Don't forget that I attacked you just now. Luo Qingtong misled Master Chen, making him mistakenly think that she had done something to him before. In fact, Luo Qingtong was able to see through Master Chen's tracks entirely because of her bloody eyes. But why would she tell him such a thing? Just let the other party guess in fear and trepidation. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Luo Qingtong's eyes glanced at the scene on the side, then she said to Master Chen, Master Chen, do you want me to do it for you, or do you want to do it yourself? Luo Qingtong's words were very obvious. It was whether Master Chen wanted to die or she wanted to kill him. Hearing this, Master Chen's face instantly turned pale. He looked at the masked young man who was standing in front of him, waving the jade fan gently. His heart was filled with indescribable fear and unwillingness. Who the hell are you? Xianxia. In this endless star field, your name has never appeared in the world. However, with the ability and talent that you have shown at this moment, as well as your outstanding inscription technique talent, you can't be a nobody. Who the hell are you? Did you come to the Tianfeng domain to find me and the thing on the 7th floor of the inscription tower? Master Chen's voice was hoarse. If he had only had some doubts before, he was now certain of it. The other party's strength and ability were unfathomable. It was impossible for him to be an ordinary person. However, his actions were so secretive that it was impossible for ordinary people to know his goal. How did she know? How did he coincidentally sneak into Heavenly Wind Inscription City and borrow his strength to enter the 7th level? That's right. As far as Master Chen was concerned, perhaps the reason why Luo Qingtong was able to enter the 7th level of the inscription tower was because he'd forcefully charged through the light at the entrance to the 7th level, causing a flaw to appear in the light at the entrance to the 7th level. That was why Luo Qingtong and Songqing were able to succeed. However, how did the other party know that his goal was the 7th floor of the inscription tower and set him up to attack the light at the entrance of the 7th floor? Master Chen's mind was dark and suspicious. He didn't believe that a person like Luo Qingtong just happened to appear in this Heavenly Wind Inscription City and was only going against him for Song City. If he misunderstood, it would save Luo Qingtong the trouble of explaining. The more the other party imagined, the better. It would save her the trouble of thinking of excuses and reasons to cover up her lie. After all, the fact that she came from the Truespill continent, a 9th grade star field, could not be exposed. Luo Qingtong's face was indifferent. She looked at Master Chen and said, "Do you think I will answer you?" No, on the contrary, she was happy to accept Master Chen's imagination. You? Master Chen's face was pale. Did Luo Qingtong really come prepared as he thought? Then, at this moment, did she also calculate that he would escape, so she deliberately intercepted him here? Were there any of her men around here? Master Chen's heart was full of doubts. He looked at the air around him and hesitated to the extreme. At this moment, Luo Qingtong suddenly said, "Okay, don't hide anymore. Come out." As she spoke, Luo Qingtong suddenly shot out a stream of energy from her hand. In an instant, with a boom, a ripple suddenly spread out from the place where Luo Qingtong's energy was shot out. Then, one figure after another appeared from the ripples of space. Boom! Master Chen's heart skipped a beat as soon as he saw those figures. He instantly believed Luo Qingtong's words. He directly ignored his serious injuries and attacked again. His inscription mark was extremely tough and was at the level of a heaven-level spirit seal master. Even if such an inscription mark was forcibly self-destructed, the inscription power in his body would not dissipate instantly. Under the circumstances of using some secret methods, he could still exert a lot of strength. Boom! As Master Chen attacked, the attack in his hand suddenly burst out like a rain curtain and rushed towards those figures. With Master Chen's eyesight, he could naturally feel that the strength of those figures opposite him was much stronger than Luo Qingtong. They were even not much inferior to him before. There were so many powerhouses. Who was the opponent? That Xianxia really had an extraordinary background. Master Chen's heart was full of resentment. He almost spared no effort and attacked forward. Idiot! Seeing Master Chen's action, Yu Mingqian's voice was cold. Her body was hidden under a black robe, and even her face was covered. He didn't know how Luo Qingtong discovered their existence. Obviously, with the opponent's strength, she should not be able to detect their existence. Yu Mingqian's eyes were cold as she flicked her finger. Buzz! The force he shot out from his hand turned into a huge inscription pattern in the air. In an instant, it eliminated the violent power that Master Chen desperately shot out. The inscription pattern versus the inscription mark. He won so easily, it completely ignored the common inscription mark that only the inscription mark could resist it. You? Master Chen's face suddenly changed. He looked at the black-robed men standing in front of him, and the muscles on his face twitched heavily. In this world, the only one who could use inscription patterns to break a battle inscription mark was the battle inscription mark that he had risked his life to create. Only one person. You. He looked at Yu Mingqian, who was surrounded by a group of black-robed men, in shock. In an instant, he understood her identity. He also directly knew the origin of the group of black-robed men. People from the Central Inscription Association. They were from the Central Inscription Association. Speaking of Yu Mingqian, he was a legendary figure in the Central Inscription Union. Since the establishment of the Central Inscription Union for so many years, he was the only one who had appeared since ancient times. Legend had it that he had a natural comprehension of inscription techniques. Any inscription pattern in his hands was like a child's drawing. Not only that, he could also inscribe extremely powerful inscription patterns with very little strength. In his hands, the power of all the inscription patterns would be greatly amplified. Legend had it that before he became a spirit seal master, he was already able to inscribe inscription patterns at this level. After advancing to the level of spirit seal master, the power of the inscription patterns he casually inscribed was comparable to ordinary battle inscription marks. Therefore, Yu Mingqian's attack just now was so easy. It easily broke the battle inscription mark that Master Chen had thrown out with his life. After guessing Yu Mingqian's identity, Master Chen's face turned even paler. This was because he knew his identity. He was a traitor of the Central Inscription Union. Not only that, the reason he betrayed the Central Inscription Union was because there might be something on the 7th floor of the inscription tower, the whereabouts of the god's inscription. Back then, Master Chen had accidentally found out about the god's inscription and was hunted down by the Central Inscription Union. For so many years, the Central Inscription Union had never given up on hunting him down, and Master Chen had also found out that there might be the whereabouts of the god's inscription tower in Tianfeng Inscription City after so many years of searching. If not for this, why would he, a dignified heaven-level spirit seal master and a battle spirit master, join a third-rate inscription city like Lingyu Inscription City and play tricks for them? cripple the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord, and seize the inscription tower of Tianfeng Inscription City? It was because he didn't want to leak the news of the Tianfeng Inscription Tower and wanted to hide his identity to obtain the item on the 7th floor of the inscription tower. However, all of his plans were shattered by the appearance of Luo Qingtong. Now, the people of the Central Inscription Union had appeared directly in front of him, and the person leading the team was Yu Mingqian, who was known as the #1 person below the president of the Central Inscription Union. This person's inscription prowess was something that even the elders of the Central Union could not compare to. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't cultivate martial arts due to his weak body, he wouldn't have been able to become a battle soul master. Even the president wouldn't have been his match. Master Chen had lost all hope when such a powerful man had personally led a team to capture him, especially when he was in such a sorry state and was severely injured. As for Luo Qingtong's existence, he imagined that she was a hidden secret of the Central Inscription Association, a rising star, and a genius. As a result, he no longer had any thoughts of resisting. No wonder Xianxia was able to stop him at the right time. It turned out that he had already been targeted by the people from the Central Union. With that thought in mind, Master Chen's face turned gloomy. Young, his lips trembled as he prepared to beg Yu Mingyu for mercy regarding the matter of the inscription of God. Even though the other party already knew the whereabouts of the divine inscriptions on the 7th floor of the inscription tower, they still didn't dare to offend him. However, there were still some things related to the divine inscriptions that he didn't know. He could use this to exchange for a chance to live. However, just as he opened his mouth, boom. Luo Qingtong, who had been standing to the side and watching him and Yu Mingqian fight, moved. Bang! At a close distance, the light of the life and death yin-yang sword in Luo Qingtong's hand flew up in an instant and slashed towards Master Chen. This ray of light was piercingly cold. It attacked almost as soon as Master Chen recognized Yu Mingqian's identity and was about to speak. At that time, Master Chen's desperate attack had just been defeated by the light of the inscription pattern released by Yu Mingqian. And because he thought that Luo Qingtong and Yu Mingqian were in cahoots, he didn't guard against Luo Qingtong at all. After all, in Master Chen's opinion, Luo Qingtong's words before were all to scare him. Since the other party was from the Central Inscription Association, it was naturally impossible for them to ignore the orders of the Central Inscription Association and attack him, not to mention, with Yu Mingqian and the others here, it was even more impossible for them to let him die. After all, they still needed to ask him about the inscription of God. However, Master Chen didn't expect that all of this was misled by Luo Qingtong. She had nothing to do with Yu Mingqian and the others at all. She only noticed that someone was spying in the dark, so she deliberately exposed Yu Mingqian and the others' whereabouts to create an opportunity to attack Master Chen. After all, it was very likely that the other party knew what was on the 7th floor. Luo Qingtong couldn't let him leave alive and spread the news that she had obtained the whereabouts of the inscription of God. Boom! Luo Qingtong's sword was fast and ruthless. Except for Yu Mingqian, who had a premonition from the beginning, even the other men in black didn't react. Luo Qingtong actually dared to attack Master Chen in front of them. After all, they knew in their hearts that the other party was not in cahoots with them at all. When she saw them, shouldn't she take advantage of the moment when they were entangled with Master Chen to immediately leave? Almost all the men in black thought that the purpose of Luo Qingtong calling out their whereabouts was to seize the opportunity to leave. Only Yu Mingqian saw through Luo Qingtong's plan. Boom! After he had broken Master Chen's attack, he flicked his sleeve and said, "Master Chen." The silvery white brocade fluttered and released an inscription pattern, blocking Luo Qingtong's attack. "Catch her." Yu Mingqian's voice was ice-cold. Therefore, it was highly likely that Master Chen had already obtained the item he was looking for. He didn't care if it had anything to do with the divine inscriptions or not, he had to bring Luo Qingtong and Master Chen back with him. However, just as his voice rang out, with a boom, something astonishing happened. The ray of light from Luo Qingtong's life and death yin-yang sword pierced through the inscription pattern in midair and struck Master Chen heavily. In an instant, blood spurted out. Master Chen's head was directly split in half by Luo Qingtong's sword. He didn't resist at all. He didn't even have time to react before he became a ghost under Luo Qingtong's sword. What? Yu Mingqian's heart clenched tightly. His eyes hidden under the black hood stared directly at Luo Qingtong. Clear and cold, dark and heavy. Yu Mingqian's gaze was fixed on Luo Qingtong. This was the first time he couldn't see through a person. The other party's strength wasn't particularly strong, but every time she did something, her methods were unexpected. Previously, at the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord Mansion, he thought that the City Lord and the others were dead for sure. He didn't expect her to reverse the situation. Not only that, the other party had just forcibly broken through his attack and killed Chen Meng. How on earth did she do it? After Luo Qingtong's attack succeeded, she immediately flew away. When she was at the Tianfeng Inscription City Lord Mansion, she had already noticed Yu Mingqian and the others hiding in the dark. It was only because she noticed it a little late that she revealed a lot of her trump cards. However, she hid the power of the life and death yin-yang sword. Otherwise, she wouldn't have succeeded in one strike. As for why Yu Mingqian was puzzled that she could penetrate his attack and kill Master Chen, it was naturally because after the life and death yin-yang sword was upgraded, the life and death chi could move according to Luo Qingtong's wishes. When the sword slashed out just now, when it hit the inscription pattern of Yu Mingqian in mid-air, Luo Qingtong had already turned it into life chi. The life chi was full of vitality and didn't have any offensive power. Naturally, it wouldn't collide with the power of Yu Mingqian's inscription pattern and directly passed through it. When it hit Master Chen's body, the life chi turned back into the death chi. Under such circumstances, Luo Qingtong was able to kill Master Chen with one strike. It was also because of the effect of the life and death yin-yang sword's upgrade that Luo Qingtong dared to take the risk of discovering the whereabouts of Yu Mingqian and the others. Otherwise, she would have shot herself in the foot if she failed to divert Master Chen's attention, and Master Chen took advantage of the situation to sneak away. Luo Qingtong's figure was extremely fast and disappeared in front of the group of black-clothed men in an instant. The latter and the others only came to their senses when Luo Qingtong's figure disappeared and hurriedly chased after Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong had blood eye. How could she give them a chance to catch her? It would have been fine if these men in black had reacted in advance and stopped her. With so many powerhouses, Luo Qingtong may not be able to successfully break through. But now, she had already seized the opportunity to leave, so how could she still be caught? Luo Qingtong's figure completely disappeared in front of the group of black-robed men. The latter and the others searched for her for a while, but they couldn't find her whereabouts, so they could only give up. Young Guildmaster, please punish us for our incompetence. The group of black-clothed men returned. They knelt in front of Yu Mingqian, feeling incomparably guilty. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly when speaking. They never thought that Luo Qingtong would be able to escape so easily in front of them. If Luo Qingtong's strength was tyrannical, they would be no match for her. Unfortunately, Luo Qingtong's strength was ordinary. Even her inscription strength was only at the senior inscription master level. The group of black-clothed men lowered their heads and didn't dare to raise them at all. Yu Mingqian's face was indifferent. He looked in the direction Luo Qingtong had left, and his eyes never left her from the beginning to the end. His expression was strange. When he brought people to capture Chen Meng, he never thought that he would fail. Moreover, he was defeated at the hands of a young man he had never heard of. Xianxia, his cold, jade-like eyes looked in the direction that Luo Qingtong had left in and flickered slightly. Bring Chen Meng's body back. Also, investigate this young man called Xianxia for me. Let's see who he is. Like Master Chen, Yu Mingqian didn't believe that Luo Qingtong was just a nobody. However, this young man had all kinds of abilities and extraordinary means. He had never even heard of him. When did such a person appear in this endless star field? Yu Mingqian's eyes narrowed. The men in black kneeling in front of him hurriedly agreed. At the same time, a man in black mustered up his courage and said, "Young President, Xianxia claims to be Song Cheng's disciple. Should we make a move on the people of Tianfeng Inscription City?" As he spoke, his eyes were filled with coldness and sternness. Master Chen was the person that their main president wanted to capture. After many years of planning, they finally found traces of him. The main president had even appointed the young president to capture him personally. It was obvious how important he was to this. Now that Chen Meng was dead, even if they brought his body back, they would probably be punished. Therefore, he wondered if he should make a move on the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City and the others. After all, looking at how Luo Qingtong had helped the city lord of Tianfeng Inscription City and the others, he must have a deep relationship with them. However, as soon as he spoke, he heard Yu Mingqian's cold voice. No need, he's just a stepping stone. If the other party really thought so highly of Songqing and the others, he wouldn't have left so quickly. He wouldn't have deliberately exposed their figures just to kill Chen Meng when he knew that they were hiding. How was Songqing and the others even worthy of his attention at all? Just as Master Chen had guessed, Yu Mingqian also thought that Luo Qingtong had appeared in Tianfeng Inscription City under the name of Song Cheng's disciple. He only wanted to borrow Master Chen's help to obtain the item on the 7th level of the inscription tower. Since that was the case, capturing Songqing and the others would be useless. It would be easy for others to criticize him. He, Yu Mingqian, had always disdained to give others something to talk about. People would think that he was purposely shirking his responsibility. She escaped from my hands. Naturally, I will capture her and find out everything about Chen Meng. Report this matter to the Federation of Trade Unions and tell them that I have a way to find her. Tell foster father and the others not to worry. Yu Mingqian's voice was indifferent and cold. The group of black-clothed men hurriedly complied. With the young master's support, they naturally didn't have to worry so much. As for the young man named Xianxia, how could he possibly escape from the young master's pursuit? Previously, he was just taking advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention. If they had come prepared, the youth named Xianxia would not have had a chance to escape. With this thought in mind, everyone immediately calmed down. As for the black-clothed man who had suggested to attack Songqing and the others, he did not mention it again. In fact, he was just casually saying it to see if he could find a breakthrough. He didn't really want to obtain any method to deal with Luo Qingtong from Songqing and the others. After all, the appearance of the young man was too strange. In their hearts, they didn't really believe that Luo Qingtong would appear because of Songqing and the others and be controlled by them. Phew, I've finally gotten rid of him. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Those black-clothed men were extremely powerful. Especially the person who stopped her from killing Master Chen. His inscription skills were even more unfathomable. Even if Luo Qingtong used her blood eyes, she might not be able to defeat Master Chen's battle inscription mark with her inscription patterns. However, that black-clothed man had done it easily. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's inscription skills were far above Master Chen's, then it was because the other party's control over inscription patterns was terrifying. No matter which one it was, it meant that his identity was not ordinary. Fortunately, she had made the prompt decision to expose their tracks and take advantage of Master Chen's suspicion to kill them by force, otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Luo Qingtong thought about it, and the light in her eyes became even colder. She could tell that those black-clothed men were here for Master Chen. It was even possible that they were here for his purpose of coming to Tianfeng Inscription City, which was the inscription tower. If that was the case, if she couldn't kill Master Chen this time, the fact that she had obtained something from the 7th floor of the inscription tower, or even the divine inscription, would be exposed. Luo Qingtong didn't know if Master Chen knew that the thing on the 7th floor of the inscription tower was the divine inscription. However, as long as there was a slight possibility that the matter of her obtaining the divine inscription would be exposed, Luo Qingtong wouldn't allow it. Therefore, Master Chen had to die. Let's go, let's leave this place first. Luo Qingtong said to Little Pig, who had popped its head out of her arms. The latter had just jumped out of her sleeve. Hearing this, it immediately said to her, "Ah? Leave this place? You're not going back to Tianfeng Inscription City?" It looked at Luo Qingtong and said, "I'm not going back." Luo Qingtong shook her head indifferently. Those black-clothed men are very likely from the Central Inscription Association. Luo Qingtong wasn't very clear about the division of forces in the outer realm. However, considering Master Chen's previous identity as a heavenly level spirit seal master and battle spirit master, there were not many people in the world who could follow him without him noticing. With such a powerful inscription skill, the chances of him being someone from the Central Inscription Association were extremely high. Luo Qingtong clearly knew that it was extremely likely that the other party was eyeing Heavenly Wind Inscription City and might even be eyeing Heavenly Wind Inscription Tower. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? In any case, the matters in Heavenly Wind Inscription City were more or less settled. The people from Lingyu Inscription City had launched an ambush in the middle of the night. Moreover, she and Songqing had returned alive. This meant that the people from Lingyu Inscription City had lost the contest for the inscription tower. In addition to the bet that she had signed with the people from Lingyu City, the people from Lingyu City could no longer pose any threat to Tianfeng City. It didn't matter whether Luo Qingtong went back or not. If she went back, it would be easy for people to wait for her. She was not stupid. Ah? What about Songqing and the others? Aren't you afraid that those men in black will find trouble with them? Little Pig said. Especially Songqing, he was her master. Could it be that Luo Qingtong didn't care about him? This wasn't Luo Qingtong's personality. Luo Qingtong glanced at it. If I don't go back, it will be the greatest help to them. Her master and disciple relationship with Songqing came suddenly. She had asked Songqing to help her set up her identity long ago. Under such circumstances, how could they waste their energy to deal with Songqing and the rest? As long as she didn't go back, Songqing and the rest wouldn't be implicated. On the contrary, if she went back and was caught, even if she was lucky enough to escape, Songqing and the rest would be in big trouble. It would be better to give the other party the illusion that she would leave immediately after achieving her goal. In fact, that was the case. After Yu Mingqian and the rest left, they stayed in Tianfeng Inscription City for a while. Firstly, they wanted to find out what Master Chen was doing in Tianfeng Inscription City. Secondly, they wanted to see if there was any relationship between Luo Qingtong and Songqing and the rest. After all, if Luo Qingtong was really related to Songqing and the rest, she would definitely come back to take a look. At that time, they would be able to catch a turtle in a jar. However, Luo Qingtong didn't come back in the end. This made Yu Mingqian's subordinates completely dispel the idea of dealing with Songqing and the rest. After all, who would be willing to do something that was completely useless? On the other hand, Yu Mingqian looked at the wisp of aura in his hand. This was something he had extracted from the wound on Chen Meng's corpse. Yu Mingqian raised his hand and instantly, a small inscription array appeared in front of him. If one looked carefully, they would realize that the lines of this array were the same as the inscription lines array that Luo Qingtong had been teleported over. Inscription Man-Searching Array. The inscription array that could only be activated after gathering the power of Tianfeng Inscription City for so many years was now presented in Yu Mingqian's palm in an extremely small and exquisite manner. It was displayed by him. If Songqing and the rest were to come and see this, they would probably cry out in surprise. The other party's inscription technique ability had simply reached a level that could shock the world. However, the wisp of aura that Yu Mingqian had obtained couldn't be like how Songqing had summoned Luo Qingtong. He couldn't directly summon her from across the star field. After all, this wasn't a physical object and the aura was too faint. However, it was still possible to track Luo Qingtong's whereabouts. Yu Mingqian's eyes narrowed slightly. He directly released a wave of energy and activated the array. At this moment, in a star field not far away from Tianfeng region, a group of people was rushing towards Tianfeng region. The man in the lead had black hair and black clothes. He wore a golden jade crown and wore a white jade mask. His eyes were as sharp as swords. Behind him, two men who were also wearing white jade masks. Swoosh! A golden light. Yu Mingqian. Master, the man in front of him, with the black man in the star field, he with the black man in front of Yu Mingqian's face. According to the news from the underground palace, a young man called Xianxia has appeared in Tianfeng Inscription City. They suspect that he's an evil doctor. You with s with you up ts of shoes. You wet to us with. He raised his hand and took the letter from Beijing. After glancing at it, he said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go over first." Yi Qianxian's voice was very deep and cold. He had spent a lot of effort to find out that Luo Qingtong might have been summoned to Tianfeng region. However, he didn't know her exact location. Yes. Feng Yu and Beijing answered in unison. Then Feng Yu hesitated for a moment before looking at Yi Qianxian and asking, "Master, about Tiandu." His heart was filled with worry. Master had left Tiandu by force. After His Majesty summoned Master back, he was ready to choose an imperial concubine for him. Master was unwilling, so he left by force. The two of them even got into a fight. If it weren't for the fact that her master had recovered some of her strength and the strength of her meridians due to the evil doctor's treatment, she would have been imprisoned in the palace by now. But even so, His Majesty didn't completely give up. After they left, the powerhouses of Tiandu came out in full force, searching for Yi Qianxian's whereabouts all over the world. Under such circumstances, Feng Yu's heart was naturally worried. They didn't care. His Majesty wouldn't kill them. But if the identity of the evil doctor was exposed, let the people of Nether Palace stop them. Spread my whereabouts and appearance everywhere in the star field to lure them away. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. He naturally knew what his good imperial father was planning. The other party simply wanted him to give birth to a few more children before he died so that he could continue his bloodline. It would be best if he had a few more heavenly vein bodies. Even if they only had half of his physique, it didn't matter. As long as they were under his control, it would be fine. But how could he do as his father wished, not to mention that he already wanted Luo Qingtong? Even if he never met Luo Qingtong in this life, he wouldn't follow her arrangements. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up all his strength and power and left Truespill continent. Unfortunately, his father didn't seem to understand this truth and only wanted to force him to submit. Unfortunately, in this world, he would only follow his own heart. No one could control his life and thoughts. It's time for Nether Palace to return. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. Because he couldn't solve the heavenly vein body, he had almost scattered his forces. Whether it was the foundation that Heaven Capital had laid down for him, or the Black Nether Palace that he had secretly established, all of it had been dissolved by him. He only brought a portion of his elite troops to Truespill continent. Yi Qianxian's thinking was very simple. If he could find a way to cure the heavenly vein body in the Truespill continent, then he would return to Heaven Capital. At that time, everything could be rebuilt with a wave of his hand. If not, those forces and strengths were no longer important to him. It didn't matter what happened in the end. However, at this time, Yi Qianxian had decided to return to Tiandu because of Luo Qingtong. Previously, he'd had his people reorganize their forces in the outer realms. Although he had only integrated a small part of it, he could still use it to play a game of hide-and-seek with his father. Naturally, he would protect his woman. No one could lay a finger on her. Yes. Feng Yu and the others nodded in agreement. Beiqing was especially elated. Black Nether Palace was an influence that Yi Qianxian had single-handedly established. Master Strength had once disdained the heavens and stood at the pinnacle. No one could compare to him. Black Nether Palace was an incomparably tyrannical force among the many star fields. No one dared to provoke them. But as Master retired, Black Nether Palace's influence gradually shrank and disappeared. Now that Master had given the order, Black Nether Palace would return to the star fields. At that time, everyone would know that the Master of Black Nether Palace had returned. The group of people agreed loudly, but Yi Qianxian narrowed his eyes and looked at the place where his left ring finger was. That place should have been where he was wearing the Shifeng dragon ring, but now, there was nothing there. It was empty, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The Shifeng dragon ring was the symbol of the young emperor of Tiandu, and it was also the keepsake of the future successor of Tiandu. At the same time, it was also the medium through which Yi Qianxian and Luo Qingtong could contact each other. However, when he left Tiandu, in order to prevent the emperor of Tiandu from using the connection between the Shifeng dragon ring and the royal family to confirm his whereabouts, Yi Qianxian had forcefully used his own strength to take it down and seal it. Right now, the Shifeng dragon ring was in his storage ring. As long as he didn't take it out, his good father wouldn't be able to find his whereabouts. He also wouldn't be able to use the connection between the Shifeng dragon ring and the 9 Nether Phoenix ring to make a move on Luo Qingtong. Of course, the other party might not put Luo Qingtong in his eyes, let alone make a move on her. However, it was better to be safe than sorry. Yi Qianxian wouldn't even let the other party have the slightest chance. His Qingtong was a peerless pearl that he held in his hands. The emperor of Tiandu didn't realize how powerful and brilliant she was now. One day, he would regret looking down on Luo Qingtong today. As for Yi Qianxian, he only needed to protect Luo Qingtong well and not let her be obstructed or harmed before she grew up. Let's go to Tianfeng Inscription City. He really wanted to see that cunning and willful woman. It didn't matter even if he was angered to the point of jumping his feet when they met. The group of people rushed to Tianfeng Inscription City. And in Tianfeng Inscription City, after a few days of nourishment, The wisp of aura that came from Luo Qingtong killing Master Chen in Yu Mingqian's hand became thicker and thicker. After that wisp of aura had been nourished to a very solid state, Yu Mingqian clasped his hands together. In an instant, the inscription man-seeking formation in his hand glowed brightly. Shua! A faintly discernible ray of light rose into the air and swept toward the void. In an instant, the beam of light pierced through the void and rushed toward a city in the Tianfeng domain. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was carrying Little Pig into the city gate. The mask on her face had been taken off, revealing a face covered by a large birthmark. Because of the birthmark, her originally beautiful face looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Under such circumstances, almost no one wanted to get close to Luo Qingtong. They waved their palms in front of their faces and said angrily, "What bad luck! Why did I run into such an ugly little beggar?" That's right, it was the little beggar. Luo Qingtong smeared the part of her face that still looked white and clean, trying to make her face unrecognizable. She was wearing an ordinary linen dress with half of her sleeves rolled up. She was carrying a black pig in her hand. With such an appearance, it would be strange if those who wanted to get close to her didn't retreat. And this was the result that Luo Qingtong wanted. On the other hand, Little Pig's entire person, no, pig, was indescribably lifeless. Originally, he was only good at being pink and cute. But now, he was dyed black by Luo Qingtong. His heart was in pain. While it was muttering in its heart, Luo Qingtong raised her head with a swoosh. Buzz! In the sky, a faintly discernible virtual line swept in her direction. Looking at the power of the light that seemed to come straight from the void, Luo Qingtong's eyes flickered slightly. She was glad that she had the habit of opening her blood pupil to check the surrounding defenses and arrangements whenever she arrived at a place, otherwise, she would not have been able to detect the appearance of this light. Seeing the light rushing towards her, Luo Qingtong immediately dodged and rushed into a dark alley, even though there was no murderous intent or malice in the light. "Oh, I need to go to the washroom." Her voice was loud and careless, with the coarse voice of a teenager who had undergone puberty. Several practitioners, who were shocked by her actions, spat fiercely when they saw her running into the alley and ignored her. There was no need to pay attention to such an ignorant and uneducated little beggar. After rushing into the alley, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes and stood still with a swoosh. She stood in the depths of the alley and watched the light that rushed out of the void turn in midair and continue to rush towards her. Her eyes flashed fiercely. Swoosh! She raised her hand and drew out the life and death sword. A sword light slashed towards the invisible light in midair. If it were not for the reflection of Luo Qingtong's blood pupil, she would not have been able to see it at all. Bang! The sword light slashed heavily on the virtual line. If it were an ordinary weapon, it would not have been able to hurt this invisible virtual line. However, Luo Qingtong's life and death sword was different. The life and death chi that it carried were the most original forces in the world. This virtual line was invisible and untouchable in the eyes of others. However, when Luo Qingtong slashed out with her sword, it was immediately shattered. Not only that, but the light of life and death was also rotating in reverse. It seemed to follow the power of the illusory line of light. With a boom, it blended with the power of the illusory line of light and rushed back. Boom boom boom. In the heavenly wind inscription city, Yu Mingqian's room was filled with thousands of waves. Luo Qingtong's sword slashed out. Not only did it shatter Yu Mingqian's illusory line of power, but it also backfired on him. Bang! The inscription man-searching formation in Yu Mingxuan's palm exploded into pieces in an instant. Not only that, but the power of inscription patterns rose around him one after another, but they were completely unable to stop the backlash from the inscription man-hunting formation in his hand. With a boom, his figure suddenly retreated, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. In the center of his palm, there was a deep and bright red mark. Just a little bit more and his palm would have been cut in half. Yu Mingxuan's pair of eyes that were as cold as jade and as dark as the abyss became extremely deep and dark in an instant. He looked at the red mark on his palm and raised his hand to wipe away the trace of blood on his lips. She actually broke my inscription formation? His eyes narrowed slightly. After so many years, this was the first time he had met someone who could break his inscription formation like this. He did not know how many thousands of miles away, and he did not even come into contact with his inscription formation. How could she break his formation just like that? Moreover, it had even caused a backlash from his formation, and it had almost caused him to be seriously injured. Yu Mingqian was even more interested in the young man named Xianxia. He waved his hand, and in an instant, the aura of the broken inscription manhunting array was gathered in his hand. Then, with a swoosh, the faintly discernible figure appeared in the broken aura of the inscription manhunting array. The young man was wearing a coarse linen shirt, and the birthmark on his face almost covered his entire face. He looked very hideous and disgusting. However, the light in her eyes was extraordinarily charming. A faint bloody light rippled in his eyes. It was extremely evil and demonic, making people unable to look away. This was a pair of bewitching eyes like a demon. Yu Mingqian stared at the pair of eyes and suddenly laughed. Xianxia. With a wave of his sleeve, he crushed the aura in his palm. He had changed his mind. The inscription ability that the other party had displayed was amazing. The ability that she had shown when she killed Master Chen was still within his acceptable range. Now, she was able to break his inscription manhunting array from 1,000 miles away. Not only that, but she also caused the array to backfire. This was a bit beyond his expectations. The other party might really have information about the inscription of God. Yu Mingqian originally only suspected that Chen Meng betrayed the Central Inscription Association because of the inscription of God. Now, after seeing Luo Qingtong's performance, he was a bit more certain. If this was the case, then he couldn't use the previous method to deal with the other party. Moreover, his inscription manhunting array was broken by the other party. If he couldn't lock onto the other party's tracks, it would be easy for her to escape. If this was the case, Yu Mingqian narrowed his eyes. He raised his hand and stroked the silver ring on his left index finger. The butterfly pattern on it was vivid and lifelike. As he stroked it, it seemed to vibrate its wings and was about to fly out. Then let's have some fun. He chuckled, flicked his sleeve, and walked out. In the alley, Luo Qingtong narrowed her bloody eyes and looked at the illusory energy that had been shattered by her. In the end, it whistled sharply and rolled back. She frowned slightly. It's the power of the inscription. Luo Qingtong couldn't be wrong. After all, Songqing had used a similar method to summon her to Skywind Inscription City. Yu Mingqian's inscription manhunting array was different from the one Songqing and the others had used. But Luo Qingtong could still sense it. Someone is tracking my whereabouts. Luo Qingtong thought for a moment and figured out what was going on. It should be those men in black. Thinking of the leader of the black-clothed man, Yu Mingqian, whose inscription strength was far beyond ordinary people, Luo Qingtong's brows tightened even more. Fortunately, she discovered it in time. Otherwise, once she was stuck, it would not be so easy to get rid of it. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong immediately put away the long sword in her hand. As she walked out of the alley towards the city, she said to the little pig in her arms, "Go and see if Tuanzi is awake later. When I wake up, let it restore my face." At that time, she would change her appearance again and guarantee that those men in black would not be able to find her whereabouts. However, as soon as Luo Qingtong spoke, she felt the little pig in her arms suddenly stiffen. Master, you don't know?" The little pig looked at her with trembling eyes. "That face can't be changed back for the time being." Swoosh! When Luo Qingtong heard its words, she stopped in her tracks. "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by temporarily unable to change back?" Luo Qingtong's eyes glinted dangerously. Little pig, on the other hand, trembled even more violently. "That's exactly what I mean," it cried. "At that time, I was going to finish what I wanted to say, but it was too late. And then your actions were too fast. In short, that little furball said that the power it used to change your face was the last bit of power it had left. Once it changed, it couldn't change back. Unless its strength was restored." Little Pig's voice trailed off as it spoke. That little furball was a realm beast. How could it be so easy to restore its strength? Ordinary spiritual energy and strength wouldn't be of much use to its recovery. Therefore, Luo Qingtong could only live with this nearly disfigured face for a short period of time. Little Pig was originally going to remind Luo Qingtong when they were in the transmission array. However, before it could say anything, they arrived at the destination. Luo Qingtong immediately agreed. There was no way for it to stop her. Okay, little pig mumbled as he thought of this. Its 2 ears were limp and drooped on its forehead, making it look pitiful. That's enough. Luo Qingtong was speechless as she looked at little pig's pitiful act. However, the situation at that time was indeed like this. And judging from the fact that they were about to arrive at the destination, even if little pig reminded her, she would definitely choose to change her face. In that case, she couldn't blame little pig. If she didn't get rid of this birthmark, even if she disguised herself in the future, there would always be a flaw. Forget it, there were benefits to not getting rid of it. Those black-robed men would think that this was her real appearance. Like this, once she returned to the true Spill continent and changed her face back, no one would be able to associate her with Xianxia. With this in mind, Luo Qingtong wasn't anxious at all. At most, it would be a little troublesome. Once and for all in the future, it wouldn't be bad. Luo Qingtong immediately put little pig down and continued to walk toward the city with him in her arms. This was a mercenary city. Just like Heavenly Wind Inscription City, this was also a unique city in the Heavenly Wind region. This city was specially built for the rogue cultivators who wandered around the edge of power. Many cultivators cultivated to a certain realm without relying on a sect because of a moment's opportunity or personal talent. They didn't want to join a sect or be bound by restrictions. However, they needed to secure cultivation resources. That was why a place like Mercenary City existed. The rogue cultivators gathered together and formed mercenary groups to accept missions in Mercenary City. Large mercenary groups were strong enough to compete with sects, however, there were not as many rules. If they wanted to, they could stay in a mercenary group. If they couldn't, there were no restrictions. The mercenaries gathered together because of the benefits. There was cooperation and division of labor. They could get what they wanted, but they didn't need to join a sect. This went along with the wishes of many people. Even some sect disciples would come to Mercenary City to form teams and train with others when they wanted to obtain something they needed. Or hired mercenaries to act on his behalf. This kind of thing was very common. That's right, Luo Qingtong wanted to return to the true Spill continent, but she didn't know where to go. She also didn't know which star field the true Spill continent belonged to. It was reasonable to say that Xianxia should have told her this. But wasn't this just a plan that couldn't keep up with the changes? Luo Qingtong originally wanted to wait until the matter at Heavenly Wind Inscription City was resolved, and then ask Xianxia to tell her about returning, but who would have thought that the black-robed men would be implicated? Now that Luo Qingtong couldn't return to Heavenly Wind Inscription City, she could only find another way to return to the true Spill continent. And the most important thing was to determine where the true Spill continent was. Luckily, when Luo Qingtong left earlier, she overheard someone talking about the mercenary city on the way. She naturally came over. Asking those mercenaries to help her inquire about things was naturally better than asking around blindly. Moreover, it was convenient and fast, and wouldn't attract attention. Luo Qingtong walked to a tall building located in the center of the city. This was the place where the various mercenary groups and powerhouses issued and accepted missions. There were all kinds of mission descriptions here. Luo Qingtong glanced around and found that there were people coming and going, and it was very noisy. There were all kinds of noisy laughter and shouts mixed in. The voices were extremely loud, and it was as noisy as a market. Her appearance in the mercenary city didn't attract anyone's attention. Luo Qingtong looked around and soon found the place to check for information. But just as she was about to ask someone to help find the whereabouts of the true Spill continent, she found that she had no money. That's right, it was the literal meaning, she was poor. Luo Qingtong listened to the other party report the price, and then looked at the money she had left. She instantly felt a headache. How long had it been since she had worried about money? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched, and she lifted little pig out of the room. Can I use this to pay first? Before she could finish her sentence, little pig began to squeal in an instant. It hugged Luo Qingtong's hand and cried bitterly. In Luo Qingtong's mind, it said, "Master, you can't do this. Master. I promise I won't do that again. Don't sell me out." Luo Qingtong looked at it speechlessly. He was just using it to pay off his debt first, and he could redeem it later. Why was it looking like it? wanted to die. However, Luo Qingtong didn't know that little pig was afraid that if he sold himself, he would be eaten by someone else. How unjust would its death be, to think that it was an ancient divine pig. Alright, it was probably the most cowardly ancient mythological beast, however, it couldn't afford to offend this woman in front of it. Ao, master. While little pig was trying his best to survive, the Mercenary Association members rejected Luo Qingtong's offer. Sorry, customer, we only accept cash here. The man in charge of the counter looked at her with disdain, and his face was full of disdain. She wanted to use a pig to pay off her debt. Did she think that this was a slaughterhouse? What's more, this pig didn't have any appearance, let alone attack power. What could a pig like this do? It wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between one's teeth. That man didn't even bother to pay attention to Luo Qingtong. A burly man beside him stood up and raised his hand to kick Luo Qingtong out. Go, where did this little beggar come from? How dare you behave so atrociously here? Get lost. As he spoke, he directly tried to grab Luo Qingtong. His face was full of impatience. His hands were even covered with spiritual energy. A powerful and terrifying power lingered in his palm. Obviously, he didn't care whether Luo Qingtong would be hurt or not. He even deliberately wanted to teach her a lesson. Looking at the palm that was surrounded by lingering spirit chi grabbing towards him, he felt a chill run down his spine. Luo Qingtong's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. At this moment, a light and cold voice came from the side. Enough, Liao Laosan, she's just a child. Do you Black Iron people have to be like this? While speaking, a hand reached out from the side and raised to catch the mercenary's hand. Luo Qingtong raised her head and saw a handsome face appear in front of her. The man's face was handsome and gentle. His whole temperament was very calm. After he caught the mercenary's hand, he said to Luo Qingtong, "Enough, little guy, leave here. This is not a place for you to be mischievous." The man's age looked no more than 25 years old, but he actually called her little guy. Luo Qingtong looked at her current beggar appearance. She had to admit that as a teenager, her appearance was indeed a little too small. Her figure was slender and tall, but that was only for women. As a boy, her figure and appearance were a little too childish and petite. There was a deep scar at the bottom corner of the man's left eye, which made his handsome and cold face look a bit rough and wild. But he didn't feel sinister or scary. On the contrary, it added a bit of wildness and domineering to his scholarly appearance. Yo, Captain Gu. Seeing this man appear, the rough-looking mercenary immediately restrained himself. He looked at Luo Qingtong with disgust and said resentfully, "Enough, today I'll spare you for Captain Gu's sake. Get lost." As he spoke, he kicked towards Luo Qingtong, but the latter dodged. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. Hidden in the shadow of her head, she looked at him coldly and then at Regiment Commander Gu. She didn't say anything. She only nodded at Regiment Commander Gu. Then, she pretended to be frightened and turned to leave. Luo Qingtong was very clear in her heart. If she were to lay her hands on that mercenary here, regardless of whether the other party would be able to find out in the end, she was afraid that this matter would be put under Commander Gu's name. The other party spoke up for her. Luo Qingtong couldn't let him take the blame, right? Let's wait for them to leave before we make our move. At that time, she would let this Liao Laosan know the consequences of bullying others. Luo Qingtong's eyes were cold. She carried little pig out of that place and was about to head to another part of the hall. She had to think of a way to earn money. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong suddenly felt a headache coming on. Ever since she became famous in her previous life, she never had to worry about money again. To her, money was just a number. After coming to this strange world, Luo Qingtong didn't have to worry about money because she was the eldest daughter of the marquis household of the Eastern Li nation and later became famous in the Black Field. But who would have thought that she would be summoned to this 6-star region by Songqing and become poor all of a sudden? When she thought of how she didn't have enough money to investigate, Luo Qingtong's brows immediately furrowed. Liao Laosan, what's the meaning of this? This is obviously purple blood realgar grass. How can you say that it's purple jade grass? There's a huge difference in price between the two. You better explain this to me clearly. At the counter where Luo Qingtong had just left, the man beside Gu Yifeng slammed his fist on the counter. He lifted his hand and dragged the rugged mercenary named Liao Laosan out from behind the counter, yelling at him loudly. The mercenary named Liao Laosan had a rough appearance and looked like a burly man. But at this moment, the burly man standing beside Gui Feng was even thicker and stronger than him. He lifted Gui Feng up with one hand like he was lifting a little chick. His eyes were wide open like copper bells. "Hu Zhan!" Gui Feng shouted at the man. The latter immediately gritted his teeth and put down Liao Laosan. Then, he looked at Gui Feng with an aggrieved expression and said, "Leader, you can't let them do whatever they want. These Black Iron people are taking advantage of the fact that they're in control of the Mercenary Association this year. They're deceiving us and embezzling our mission rewards. Look at the medicinal herbs we brought back. They've all been called inferior by him. But we've only managed to bring these herbs back after a narrow escape. These people are too much." Hu Zhan's words immediately attracted the agreement of many people in the hall. Yes, the Black Iron people are too much. They're in control of the mercenary city this year. All the missions in the city have to be accepted and completed through them. They're still not satisfied with this and even tried to take advantage of the mission rewards. Who doesn't know that missions to find medicinal herbs are the most profitable and profitable? These guys cheated us of our money by downgrading the quality of the herbs by a grade or even a few grades. Yes. Not only that, they even colluded with other people who came to issue missions and deliberately said that the herbs used to complete the missions were wrong. Not only did they embezzle the herbs, but they also reduced the mission rewards by more than half. A group of people were talking in low voices. "Sigh, there's nothing we can do. Who asked us to have no pharmacists here? We can only let them fool us. What else can we do?" Everyone felt indignant, but there was nothing they could do. They were all rogue cultivators. It was already not easy for him to cultivate to his current level. How could he have the opportunity to learn alchemy and alchemy? One had to know that these two things burned the most resources. The pharmacist apprentices in Mercenary City were also under the control of the Mercenary Association. They would listen to whoever took over the Mercenary Association. The Mercenary Guild in Mercenary City was held by the various large mercenary groups in the city. This year, it just so happened that it was the Black Iron Rank's turn. If they wanted to tamper with the inspection and verification of the medicinal herbs, the group of mercenaries really had no way to stop them. After all, they didn't know anything about medicinal herbs. Everything was done according to the description of the quest. However, the medicinal herbs in this world were similar. For those who did not understand medicinal herbs, it was indeed very easy for them to find the wrong one. If they were to really confront each other, their side would not be able to win against the Black Iron people. Sure enough, after the mercenary heard Hu Zhan's words, he immediately raised his head and sneered, "Yo! Hu Zhan, I respect you as a member of the Red Flame mercenary group and gave you some face, but you don't want it. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to say. This medicinal herb is the purple jade grass. It looks very similar to the purple blood realgar grass, but the effect is like heaven and earth. You Red Flame mercenary group people are just here to make up the numbers, and you still want to threaten me to change your words. The rewards from this mission will be confiscated. Not only that, I will also deduct your mission points. In the future, you Red Flame mercenary group people can wait to eat Northwest Wind," Liao Laosan said proudly. Just then, a voice interrupted from the side. As soon as he said that, everyone looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a petite and thin figure appear in front of Gui Feng and the others. She raised her hand and reached for the jade box on the counter. Inside the jade box was precisely the medicinal herb that had stirred up controversy. When Liao Laosan saw this, he immediately grabbed the hand that was stretched out. "Bah, you little beggar, what are you doing here? Did you touch the purple jade grass? What if you spoil it? Can you afford to compensate?" Liao Laosan's face was big and his neck was thick. His eyes were as big as copper bells. He had already seen who the person who appeared was. Wasn't it the little beggar that he just drove away? He sneered and said, "Yo, are you here to repay the kindness?" He glanced at Gui Feng and the others as he sneered even more. Unfortunately, this is not something that can be casually brushed aside by pestering endlessly. "You little beggar, if you have nothing to do, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for making a move on you." In Liao Laosan's view, Luo Qingtong had just received a favor from Gui Feng. So when she saw that there was a problem on the other side, she deliberately came to disturb the situation. However, what was the use of a little beggar's words, not to mention her? Even if everyone in the hall spoke up for the Red Flame mercenary group, it would be of no use. The mercenary group's pharmacist was in their hands. If they said it was the purple jade grass, then it was the purple jade grass, otherwise, the other party was a pharmacist or an alchemist. Otherwise, whatever she said would be useless. Liao Laosan's face was full of contempt. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was full of threatening fierceness. Luo Qingtong glanced at him and ignored him. She was worried that she couldn't find a chance to deal with this Liao Laosan. As a result, the other party directly bumped into her hands. Moreover, this purple jade grass, Luo Qingtong looked at the medicinal herb in the jade box and her lips curled up. She thought that she had found a way to make money without deliberately attracting attention. Luo Qingtong's hand stretched out towards the jade box. Liao Laosan saw this and was even more furious. Just then, a hand grabbed his wrist. Let her see. Gui Feng's voice was cold. Behind him, the group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group also glared at Liao Laosan and the others. That's right, let her see. Damn it. I want to see if the grass that we risked our lives to bring back is really the purple-blooded realgar grass. Hu Zhan shouted. Kid, tell me everything you know. As long as what you say is reasonable, we will support you. Hu Zhan and the others were already panicking. The Mercenary Association was controlled by the Black Iron Mercenary Association. No matter how powerful the Red Flame mercenary group was, in terms of mission completion and acceptance, they were no match for the Ebon mercenary group. Seeing that Luo Qingtong seemed to know that this medicinal herb was not the purple jade grass, they didn't care so much. They also didn't care that Luo Qingtong looked just like a little beggar. Hu Zhan raised his hand and carried her in front of him to protect her. That pair of eyes that were bigger than copper bells instantly stared back at Liao Laosan. If they dared to make a move, he would teach them a lesson. The power of the Black Iron mercenary group was not as strong as the Red Flame mercenary group. They were able to become the leader of the Mercenary Association because they took turns to be the banker. The Red Flame mercenary group had the least number of people among the high-ranking mercenary groups. But in terms of individual combat ability, they were the strongest among the high-ranking mercenary groups. Therefore, even if the other mercenary groups were better than them in terms of numbers and overall strength, they didn't dare to offend them. Not to mention Gui Feng's strength and reputation. Even in the whole Tianfeng region, he was an extremely powerful expert. Even the people from the Three Stars region came to recruit him. Liao Laosan originally relied on the fact that he was in the right to speak softly to the Red Flame mercenary group. At this moment, when he saw the Red Flame mercenary group defending Luo Qingtong, his face turned purple, but he didn't dare to make a move on Luo Qingtong. Humph, let her see. His face was full of ridicule. The Red Flame mercenary group was really desperate. They would listen to the words of a little beggar who suddenly appeared. He wanted to see what kind of waves they could make. Liao Laosan sneered in his heart. The Red Flame mercenary group's people indeed handed in the purple-blooded realgar grass. But the Black Iron group's people had already made an agreement with the mission's sponsor. If this mission was completed, they would say that the other party brought the wrong medicinal ingredient, the purple jade grass, and the reward of this mission would be deducted. At that time, the sponsor's mission would be completed, and they would be able to get the corresponding reward. Wouldn't it be killing two birds with one stone? The one who would lose out was only the person who completed the mission. And this purple jade grass and the purple-blooded realgar grass were almost the same in appearance. Even the medicinal juice was almost the same. If one wasn't an alchemist or an alchemist, it would be difficult to distinguish the difference. Could it be that the little beggar in front of him was an alchemist or an alchemist? How could this be? Liao Laosan thought and immediately waited for Luo Qingtong to make a fool of herself. After Luo Qingtong picked up the jade box, Hu Zhan behind her suddenly said, "You little brat, could it be that you're an alchemist apprentice?" He looked at Luo Qingtong with a hopeful expression. However, the latter wasn't prepared to reveal her identity. Whose alchemist apprentice was as poor as her, and even dressed as a beggar, it was too much to say that it was fun. What's more, in this place, alchemists represented great fame and attention. Luo Qingtong couldn't wait to keep a low profile. there were too many suspicious points about her. If she was exposed to the sunlight and everyone's eyes, it would be strange if she didn't have a layer of skin peeled off, not to mention that those men in black might not have given up on looking for her. Luo Qingtong thought of this, and suddenly thought of something and said, "No, but I was born very sensitive to medicinal herbs. I don't know why, but when I see them, I can vaguely sense their differences and distinguish them," Luo Qingtong said. Then she pretended to be careful as she looked at Hu Zhan and the others and said, "You can rest assured. Since you helped me, I will also help you." Hu Zhan's lips twitched when he heard Luo Qingtong's words. Could it be that this brat rushed up because they had just helped him? Then it's over. Hu Zhan thought that Luo Qingtong was at least a pharmacist apprentice. He didn't expect that she was nothing. As for what she said, about being able to distinguish the differences of various medicinal herbs by feeling, he didn't believe it at all. Okay, how could there be such a magical ability? Hu Zhan's heart was completely cold. However, Luo Qingtong rushed out because of them. She wanted to stand up for them, so he couldn't blame Luo Qingtong. He just responded with N and Os, but the expression on his face suddenly turned bitter. It's over, it's over. They're definitely going to suffer a loss this time. They're going to let Black Iron's people be proud again. As he thought about it, Hu Zhan immediately pulled at his messy hair. Gui Feng, who was beside him, glanced at Luo Qingtong and said in a deep voice, "It's okay. Just try your best. It doesn't matter if you can't tell." Anyway, Black Iron's people had already made up their minds to cheat them. It was good that Luo Qingtong had the heart to help them. It wasn't her fault that she couldn't help them. Gui Feng's words were already equivalent to comfort. Obviously, he and Hu Zhan also felt that Luo Qingtong just ran out impulsively. He was afraid that she couldn't help them. After hearing his words, Liao Laosan, who heard Luo Qingtong's words, also laughed loudly. "Oh my God! Did you all hear that? This little beggar said that she was born with a kind of distinguishing ability and can distinguish the difference between medicinal materials? Isn't this boasting too much? I say, people of the Red Flame mercenary group, this little beggar can't be a prop that you casually pulled from the streets, right? But if you want to find a prop to deal with our Black Iron's people, you have to find someone with a little brain. This stupidity makes me want to laugh until I can't stop." Liao Laosan laughed wildly. And the people of the Black Iron mercenary group behind him also did the same. Everyone roared with laughter. And the people of the Red Flame mercenary group had an ugly expression for a while. The people of the mercenary group behind them who supported them in the hall also looked at each other for a while. They didn't expect that this little beggar wasn't an apprentice alchemist. Then today's matter was considered a failure. At this time, Luo Qingtong's cold and indifferent voice sounded in the hall. There was a hint of coarseness in her voice that was deliberately suppressed, but it didn't sound low or unpleasant. On the contrary, it seemed even clearer because of this. Mixed in with the mocking laughter of the Black Iron mercenary group, it was extremely loud and pleasing to the ear. The purple blood realgar grass and the purple jade grass are very similar in appearance. Those who aren't proficient in medicinal knowledge won't be able to tell them apart. But since it's different, there must be something different. I've seen your mission description. Purple-blooded realgar grass likes to grow in dark and damp places, and snake-attracting grass grows beside it. During the spawning season, groups of snakes are often attracted to the snake-attracting grass to mate. But the purple jade grass is different. It likes to grow in places that face the sun. It became famous because it bathed in the sunlight and looked like warm jade. Look at the medicinal herb in my hand. Under its purple leaves, there are many fine dark veins. They are not evenly distributed. There are also traces of snake-like scales. Obviously, this medicinal herb grows in places that don't see sunlight. And there are often many groups of snakes surrounding it. Because of this relationship, the veins on its leaves will have faint traces of snake scales because of the accumulation of years of crushing. He carefully examined the veins on the leaves of the herb and indeed, he saw the snake scale marks that Luo Qingtong had mentioned. The mark was very faint, almost non-existent. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong's words, Hu Zhan would have gathered his strength in his eyes and tried his best to look at it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see the existence of this mark, because this mark was crushed on it over the years. It wasn't the purple-blooded realgar grass's mark. Naturally, it wasn't particularly clear. If it weren't for Luo Qingtong, perhaps no one would know the mystery of this leaf. Haha. Snake scale mark. There really is. There really are snake scale marks. When Hu Zhan saw this, he was indescribably ecstatic. What Luo Qingtong said was actually true. This kid is amazing, he could actually find such an inconspicuous place, haha, Hu Zhan laughed heartily. On the other side, Liao Laosan and the others were dumbfounded. What? He looked at the purple-blooded realgar grass in Hu Zhan's hand in disbelief. He didn't expect that Luo Qingtong could identify it so easily. And the reasons listed, he couldn't refute. After all, the location, living environment, and shape of the purple-blooded realgar grass were all described in the mission of his patron. What Luo Qingtong said was completely consistent with the purple-blooded realgar grass's habits. He couldn't say that the mission description issued by his patron was wrong, could he? That was really forcing people to be played like a monkey. It would arouse public anger. Liao Laosan thought so and instantly withered. He didn't expect that he would meet such a weirdo like Luo Qingtong. She was just a little beggar, but she actually had such a magical ability to distinguish the differences between medicinal herbs. Before, Liao Laosan took Luo Qingtong's words as a joke. But now, it seemed that he was the joke, and it was the biggest kind. Thinking of his wanton ridicule of Luo Qingtong in front of everyone just now, Liao Laosan's face turned green, red, and white. Colorful like a color palette, don't mention how wonderful it was. What made him want to cry even more was the way the Red Flame mercenary group members looked at him. Wicked old dog. Hu Zhan grinned and picked him up. Shout again. Weren't you screaming happily just now? You said we wronged you. He said that the medicinal ingredient was the purple jade grass. King dare to say it again in front of me? Hu Zhan clenched his fists so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. The group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group behind him also surrounded Liao Laosan and the others. Liao Laosan's legs trembled. When he saw the group of people surrounding him, his eyes rolled back and he almost fainted. How would he dare to say it again? Luo Qingtong had clearly explained the characteristics of the purple-blooded realgar grass. If he continued to deny it, he would be courting death. Even if the Red Flame mercenary group annihilated them, no one would dare to say anything. When Liao Laosan thought of this, he was even more terrified. He quickly knelt down and kowtowed to Hu Zhan. Especially towards Luo Qingtong, he slapped himself again and again. He scolded himself that he wasn't human, that he was as stupid as a pig or a dog, and that he had eyes but couldn't recognize Mount Tai. While he was crying and beating himself, the people in the hall on the other side also came back to their senses. This little beggar actually had such an ability? What did this ability represent? It represented that Luo Qingtong didn't need to be a pharmacist to be able to easily distinguish the difference between a group of medicinal herbs. Why did the group of mercenaries not dare to speak up when they clearly knew that the Black Iron mercenary group was exploiting them? Although the Black Iron mercenary group was the banker of Mercenary City this year, the most important thing was that they couldn't win against the Black Iron mercenary group. They clearly knew that there wasn't any problem with the medicinal herbs they picked. After all, they had risked their lives to pick them. How could they not know whether it was high-quality medicinal herbs or low-quality medicinal herbs? But they knew clearly that it didn't mean that the Mercenary Association would admit to it. The Black Iron mercenary group didn't admit to it, and the group of mercenaries didn't understand pharmacology. Naturally, they could only let them distort the truth. But Luo Qingtong's ability was different. The young girl obviously wasn't a pharmacist, and didn't have any refining methods to distinguish medicinal herbs. But she relied on the growth habits and minute details of the medicinal herbs to identify the medicinal herbs. Not only that, the Black Iron mercenary group was also speechless and couldn't refute. How could the group of mercenaries not go crazy and not have burning gazes? One had to know that Luo Qingtong's ability and method of identification were things that they could learn and apply. As long as Luo Qingtong could tell them the identification methods and minute differences of those medicinal herbs, they wouldn't have to worry about being cheated by the Black Iron mercenary group in the future, and they wouldn't have to worry about finding the wrong medicinal herbs when they went up the mountain to pick medicinal herbs and risked their lives. This little beggar was really something. The group of mercenaries thought so and looked at Luo Qingtong with even more burning gazes. And Luo Qingtong, seeing their gazes, immediately pretended to be scared and shrunk her body, moving closer to the red flame mercenary group. Not far behind her was Gui Feng. The latter was holding the purple-blooded realgar grass and carefully examining it. When he saw the faintly discernible snake scale traces on it, unless he used all his strength to look at it, it was absolutely impossible to see clearly. His eyes deepened. At this moment, Luo Qingtong leaned towards him. When his hand touched Luo Qingtong's body, he came back to his senses. Then, he glared at the mercenaries who were rushing towards Luo Qingtong and asked coldly, "What are you trying to do?" "She is a member of our Red Flame mercenary group." He raised his hand and shielded Luo Qingtong behind him. The young man's ability was extraordinary, and at this time it was the most coveted. Gui Feng didn't know why the other party had fallen to the level of a child beggar despite having such abilities. However, when he thought of the other party's thin and petite figure, he guessed that her family background wasn't very good in the past. What's more, her abilities were so outstanding. If she didn't have the ability to protect herself, she would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, he somewhat understood the reason. It wasn't that the young man didn't want to reveal his abilities, but he didn't dare and couldn't reveal his abilities. Thinking about it this way, the other party must have mustered up a lot of courage to stand up for them. Thinking of this, Gui Feng suddenly felt a trace of pity in his heart. He pulled the person behind him. The group of mercenaries were staring at Luo Qingtong like hungry wolves, ready to snatch her away. However, Gui Feng's action made them all sober up. They remembered that Luo Qingtong pointed out the difference of the purple blood realgar grass because of the red flame mercenary group. The group of mercenaries couldn't figure out whether they had any relationship before. But they were unwilling to give up on Luo Qingtong just like that. After all, for so many years, they had only seen Luo Qingtong, who was not an alchemist but could perfectly identify medicinal herbs, and her method was very suitable for the group of mercenaries. How could they give up? At that moment, a person who looked like a high-ranking mercenary group stood up and said, "Gui Feng, it's not right for your red flame mercenary group to do this, right?" He looked at Luo Qingtong as he spoke, his gaze burning. "This little beggar's ability is so powerful, your red flame mercenary group actually wants to monopolize her? We won't agree." "That's right." With him taking the lead, the group of mercenaries immediately gathered their courage and shouted at Gui Feng and the others, "Leader Gu, we respect your strength, but this little beggar isn't your red flame mercenary group's member. Isn't it too much for you to do this?" "That's right. How can you do things like this? Seeing that this little beggar's ability is so powerful, you want to monopolize her. To think that I used to think that the red flame mercenary group's strength was not bad, and that they were a rare clean stream in Mercenary City. I didn't expect them to be the same as the Black Iron mercenary group. They are all shameless people." In order to get Luo Qingtong, the group of mercenaries did not hesitate to slander Gui Feng and the others. They said that they were as shameless as the Black Iron mercenary group and wanted to monopolize Luo Qingtong. However, who here couldn't see it, Luo Qingtong helped the red flame mercenary group, and Gui Feng wanted to protect this little beggar. But it was obvious that the group of mercenaries didn't want to, and it was obvious that they wanted to join forces to deal with the Red Flame mercenary group. If they really joined forces, under the instigation of someone with ulterior motives, even if the Red Flame mercenary group's strength was tyrannical, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage under the attacks of a group of mercenaries. As the members of the Red Flame mercenary group thought about it, their expressions changed slightly as they all looked at Gui Feng. As for Hu Zhan and the others, they were originally dealing with Liao Laosan and the others, beating them until they wailed again and again. Hearing Gui Feng and the others' movements, their expressions instantly changed, and they were too lazy to bother with Laosan and the others. Instead, it was the latter and the others who were kneeling on the ground, crying out in pain. Their faces were filled with the joy of escaping death. When Tiger War rushed back to Gui Feng's side, he mockingly shouted at the group of excited mercenaries, "Yo, your words sound better than singing, huh? 2. They just want to snatch this brat and make him work like an ox or a horse. This little brat is our benefactor, we can't treat him unfairly." Hu Zhan said and slapped Luo Qingtong's shoulder heavily. The latter's lips twitched. If it wasn't for Luo Qingtong's ingenuity to neutralize his strength, she would have been slapped to the ground. Was this person trying to protect her, or was he trying to kill her? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. But she also knew that Hu Zhan didn't do it on purpose. He was just a little reckless and didn't know the severity of the situation. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she thought of Chu Lingfeng, that blockhead. In a certain aspect, the other party was somewhat similar to Hu Zhan. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's gaze softened a little. At the same time, she looked at Gui Feng in front of her quietly, wanting to know what choice he would make. And this would also determine Luo Qingtong's attitude towards them later. That's right, Luo Qingtong knew from the start that she would inevitably face such a scene when she revealed her ability. She wanted to see what choice Gui Feng and the rest would make. If they chose to draw a clear line with her, she naturally had a way to escape. But at this point, she wouldn't have any interaction with the Red Flame mercenary group anymore. She took action just now as returning the favor to Gui Feng for speaking up for her. But if they insisted on protecting her, then she could believe in them and cooperate with them. Luo Qingtong had always done things like this. She wouldn't be particularly kind, but she wouldn't pour her heart out for a moment of kindness from others. If they wanted her to help willingly and give the other party benefits, other than exchanging her life for it, there was only the word true feelings left, and in this world, how few people could truly treat others with true feelings. On the contrary, some ungrateful wolves were the most popular. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips instantly revealed a faintly discernible mocking smile. She would rather throw her things out to feed the dogs than give them to some ungrateful wolves. When Hu Zhan's voice sounded, Gui Feng's gaze swept coldly across the crowd of excited people who were waiting to rush forward. He waved the long spear in his hand and said coldly, "Protect her, go." Once Gui Feng said that, it was obvious that he was going to go against this group of mercenaries for Luo Qingtong's sake. The group of Red Flame mercenary group didn't say anything and only took out their weapons one by one. And Hu Zhan even laughed and clenched his fists. Clatter! A crisp and clear sound came from his knuckles. He laughed and said, "Haha, boss is still the most straightforward. Let's go." As he spoke, he was about to lead the crowd and rush out behind Gui Feng. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the people in the hall changed. Gui Feng. Are you really going to go against so many people in Mercenary City for a little beggar? Don't forget that you still want to stay in Mercenary City. The member of the high-ranking mercenary group who spoke first said. His face was full of anger. He didn't expect Gui Feng and the rest to be willing to go against so many of them just to protect a little beggar. Wasn't it just a little beggar who helped them? It was only right to hand her over and share her with them. Gui Feng and the rest were actually so stubborn. No wonder they couldn't develop in Mercenary City despite their tyrannical strength. This kind of person was simply an anomaly among mercenaries who only cared about profits. They didn't know how the other party cultivated to such an extent. With such an inflexible character, he actually didn't die early. That senior mercenary's face was filled with anger. But Gui Feng didn't even look at them. He only swept the long spear in his hand coldly and was about to break through with Hu Zhan and the rest. Just at this moment, Luo Qingtong's timid voice came from behind him. Everyone. No, everyone, don't make a ruckus. Luo Qingtong's body revealed half of her body from behind Gui Feng's back. Her gaze was timid and fearful as she looked at the group of people surrounding her and the Red Flame mercenary group. She said softly, "Even if I'm a member of the Red Flame mercenary group, I can also help you appraise the medicinal herbs. But I want to collect the appraisal fee." As she said, she shrank back behind Gui Feng's back. "So, don't make a ruckus. Or else I won't show it to anyone." The moment Luo Qingtong's words came out, all the mercenaries present were stunned. That's right, why didn't they think that even if Luo Qingtong was a member of the Red Flame mercenary group, she could still help them appraise medicinal herbs? After all, the people of the Red Flame mercenary group weren't like the other large mercenary groups who monopolized all the benefits. The people of the Red Flame mercenary group could be considered as the only upright mercenary group in Mercenary City who didn't casually bully and coerce the low-level mercenaries like them, and the other mercenary groups weren't as easy to talk to as them. Thinking about it, their previous attempt to stop Luo Qingtong and the Red Flame mercenary group was simply stupid to the extreme. Without the protection of the Red Flame mercenary group, wouldn't Luo Qingtong's ability be monopolized by those large mercenary groups? At that time, none of them would be able to get the benefits brought about by the youngster's ability. It was better to be like now. Luo Qingtong had joined the Red Flame mercenary group, and under the other party's protection, those large mercenary groups wouldn't dare to act rashly. And for people like them, if they wanted to get the other party to appraise, they just had to pay some money directly. How good it was for everyone to take what they needed. Everyone thought in their hearts and immediately felt ashamed. They must have been kicked in the head by a donkey to want to attack the Red Flame mercenary group. As for the person who spoke just now, he was the one who tried to sow discord, causing them to misunderstand the Red Flame mercenary group and forgetting the Red Flame mercenary group's code of conduct. The crowd glared angrily at the member of the advanced mercenary group who spoke first. The expression of the high-ranking mercenary group's member changed as he looked at them. He was indeed planning to sow discord. He wanted to use the people present to force the Red Flame mercenary group to the opposite side of the crowd. Only then would the group of high-ranking mercenaries make a move to snatch the person from Gu Yifeng's hands. His expression changed. Facing the angry gazes of the crowd, he felt very guilty. I'm leaving first. As he spoke, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, the group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group were tricked by him and were almost forced out of Mercenary City. How could they be willing to let it go? Hu Zhan, in particular, threw a punch straight at Yi Futian's face. I'll leave your grandpa. Didn't you want to fight with our Red Flame mercenary group? You were shouting so happily just now and now you're withering? Master Hu is telling you, it's over. Damn it, beat him up. As soon as Hu Zhan spoke, a group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group rushed towards the person from the senior mercenary group. Behind them, there was a group of angry low-level mercenaries who had been fooled by them. The crowd rushed towards the person from the senior mercenary group and beat him up in an instant. The latter was drowned in the crowd. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he was brutally beaten up. He was beaten black and blue, and he fainted. When the crowd dispersed, he was lying on the ground foaming at the mouth. Liao Laosan and the others looked and their legs suddenly went soft. When they saw Luo Qingtong and the people from the Red Flame mercenary group being surrounded, they were very happy. They thought that Luo Qingtong and the people from the Red Flame mercenary group were in big trouble. As a result, the situation took a sharp turn. They didn't have time to cheer in their hearts when they saw Luo Qingtong solve the trouble of the Red Flame mercenary group with a few words. Not only that, she also turned the trouble into an opportunity. Damn it, this was simply a fantasy. They looked at Luo Qingtong, who was surrounded by a group of mercenaries who were asking about her well-being and trying to curry favor with her. Their minds couldn't move at all. They didn't expect that things would turn out like this in the end. This little beggar, the little beggar that they had casually scolded and looked down upon, actually had such ability. In the blink of an eye, he had become the guest of honor of all the mercenaries in Mercenary City, the target that they all wanted to curry favor with. And they, the people from the Black Iron mercenary group who boasted of being superior, became the people that everyone wanted to beat up. They couldn't bear this blow. Who could tell them what was going on? What made Liao Laosan and the others unable to bear was that Luo Qingtong stayed in the Mercenary City and promised to identify medicinal herbs for these mercenaries. What about the people from the Black Iron mercenary group? In the future, how could they embezzle the medicinal herbs of these mercenaries? How could they cancel their missions and buy their medicinal herbs at a low price? The people from the Black Iron mercenary group thought and instantly rolled their eyes. They didn't faint after being beaten by Hu Zhan and the others, but now they had an impulse to die at any moment. Especially Liao Laosan, his intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he had known earlier that Luo Qingtong had such an ability, he would never have embezzled the Red Flame mercenary group's business. No matter how much money he was offered, he wouldn't do it. What kind of bad luck did he have in his life? To think that he would meet such a god of plague, destroying his business and seizing his lifeline. Not only had he messed up this business deal, but he had also provoked Luo Qingtong, the god of plague. Not only that, but he also helped the Red Flame mercenary group to find such an influential signboard and expand their influence. Liao Laosan felt like beating himself to death. If he didn't look down on Luo Qingtong, Gu Yifeng wouldn't have spoken up for him. If he didn't speak up for the other party, then Luo Qingtong wouldn't stand up for the Red Flame mercenary group. Damn it, what kind of mistake did he make? Liao Laosan almost cried. His heart was filled with regret. If he had known that the consequences of his words would be so serious, he would never have opened his mouth. He would have even respectfully sent Luo Qingtong away. It didn't matter if he helped her gather information for free, as long as he could send this god of plague away. Liao Laosan couldn't catch his breath and almost suffocated himself to death. On the other hand, Luo Qingtong and the Red Flame mercenary group had to use a Herculean effort to escape from the group of enthusiastic low-level mercenaries that surrounded them. Especially Tiger Zhan, a dignified 8-foot man, almost had his shoe squeezed off. Because those people who came to please Luo Qingtong were not here to fight, he naturally couldn't do anything and almost exploded himself. But soon, he laughed again, raised his hand and patted Luo Qingtong's shoulder. Good. You're good, kid. Haha. Did you see that? Liao Laosan and his group of bitter melon faces? And those people of the Iron Blood mercenary group with colorful soy sauce faces? Damn, that one is so black, and it even has color effects. It's so ugly that I'm going to laugh to death. This little guy is with us, they can't get a share. Their hearts must be so sullen that they're stupid. Ha ha ha, good. Tiger Zhan thought like this, and suddenly he was not so sullen that he almost had his shoe squeezed off. An enchanting female mercenary beside them rolled her eyes at him, then raised her hand and hugged Luo Qingtong, pressing her to her chest. Okay, Tiger Zhan, you don't know how strong your hand is. Do you want to slap this little guy to death? Then she smiled and squatted slightly to Luo Qingtong. Little guy, tell sister your name. From now on, sister will protect you. If this damn tiger dares to bully you in the future, you can come to me. She said, her two breasts that were at least 30-60 swayed in front of her, making Luo Qingtong stare. She looked up at the two breasts of the enchanting female mercenary, and then looked at her own breasts that were flattened but used to be. The corner of her mouth twitched for a while. Fortunately, she was not a girl, otherwise, such a comparison would be really painful. Born in 2 lives, the only pain in Luo Qingtong's heart was her cup size that didn't grow, really heartbroken. Just as Luo Qingtong was silently praying, Hu Zhan's dissatisfied voice sounded. Oh Yang, what are you talking about? When did I bully her? Tiger War rolled his eyes. However, he also noticed that Luo Qingtong had intentionally avoided his slap when Ouyang pulled her. Did he really use too much strength? Hu Zhan felt a little embarrassed. After scratching his head silently, he didn't forcefully pull Luo Qingtong over. He just said this with dissatisfaction. Humph, you know very well whether or not it is. Ouyang snorted, and her pair of enchanting eyes instantly swept towards Hu Zhan, both beautiful and imposing. It could be seen that although her appearance was enchanting and beautiful, and her words were also very flowery, she was not a person to be trifled with. It was just that this name was a little too virtuous. Luo Qingtong was a little dumbfounded as she watched them go back and forth. She had an inexplicable feeling that the people of the Red Flame mercenary group were all different from the people she had met before. She couldn't tell what was different. But it felt like the relationship she had with Suyu and Su Xiaoxiao. Sincere and sincere. Although they were superior and subordinate, they were like partners. Sure enough, when Hu Zhan and Ouyang insulted each other, the other members of the Red Flame mercenary group all laughed, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Well, little guy, tell us your name. Don't worry. Since our leader has taken you in, no matter what, you are a member of our Red Flame mercenary group. As if seeing Luo Qingtong's gaze, Ouyang chuckled and raised her hand to scratch Luo Qingtong's nose. Her appearance was gorgeous and enchanting. She was really a seductive stunner. Unfortunately, this was a thorny flower. However, she didn't know that the person in front of her, who she called little guy, was more evil, more enchanting, and more arrogant than her. But now the flower had restrained her claws and teeth and was trying to play the role of a little white rabbit. Luo Qingtong smiled innocently and called out to Ouyang shyly, Sistering you, my name is Luo Xiaoqi. Luo Qingtong had dismantled her previous name and used it for herself. Anyway, except for a few people, no one would know that she was called Luo Qi. And the name Xieqi definitely couldn't be used. At least, it couldn't be used now. Luo Qingtong wouldn't give those men in black a chance to find her. Well, Luo Xiaoqi, this name is really cute. Ouyang said and directly pressed Luo Qingtong into her arms. She didn't know why, but she liked the petite and thin little guy in front of her very much. Of course, it was also possible that she had just helped the people of the Red Flame mercenary group. The people of the Red Flame mercenary group were particular about revenge and gratitude. Although Luo Qingtong obviously helped them because Gui Feng said a few good words for her before. But how could those words be compared with Luo Qingtong helping them solve the difficulties from the Black Iron mercenary group? Because of the completion of the mission just now, the people of the Red Flame mercenary group didn't know how much rewards and benefits they could get. Not to mention that Luo Qingtong's ability was extraordinary. Her observation was extremely powerful and terrifying. She could easily distinguish the difference between those medicinal materials. In the future, the people of the Red Flame mercenary group would be blessed. In such a case, how could Ouyang Yingyu not be more and more fond of Luo Qingtong? Most of the others had the same thought. As for Luo Qingtong's cultivation, they didn't care about it at all. To the members of the Red Flame mercenary group, companions were companions. It had nothing to do with the others' cultivation. Even if Luo Qingtong's cultivation was as weak as the sky, as long as Gui Feng acknowledged her, everyone acknowledged her, it would not be a problem. In fact, because Luo Qingtong's cultivation was not obvious, they would even love and protect Luo Qingtong more. Alright, little cutie little 7, from now on, you're a member of our Red Flame mercenary group. Come, let me introduce you. This is our group leader, Gui Feng. He's at the 6th level of the human martial realm. Ouyang Yingyu giggled and said, don't think that our captain is not strong. His dragon-slaying spear has killed countless 6th level human martial realm experts. Although he's at the 6th level of the human martial realm, he's not inferior to a 7th or 8th level expert. Even 9th level experts who don't have a solid foundation may not be able to do anything to him. Ouyang Yingyu said and turned to Hu Zhan, who was rubbing his hands and waiting for her to introduce him. She rolled her eyes and said, as for this, he's our Red Flame mercenary group spice leader. Hu Zhan. So, if you have any problems in the future, if someone bullies you, you can go to him. Of course, if you are bullied by him, you can come to me. See if I don't torture him to death. Ouyang Yingyu raised her eyebrows and chuckled. The expression between her eyebrows was very domineering and beautiful. When Hu Zhan heard her words, he suddenly looked resentful and said, you want to teach me a lesson? Aren't you just relying on the fact that I don't hit women? Hu Zhan was at the 5th level of the human martial realm, while Ouyang Yingyu was at the 4th level. However, because he didn't hit women, he was completely dominated by Yingyu. Is that so? Ouyang Yingyu raised her eyebrows and looked at Hu Zhan, then come to my room tonight and let's compare notes. She said it in an unusually flirtatious manner, and in the end, she even raised her hand to stroke her hair. When Hu Zhan heard her words, he instantly looked as if he had seen a ghost. His face twitched slightly and his face twisted. Okay, my great aunt, I'll let you win, okay? Don't drag me into a fight at night, I really can't take it. I still have a mission tomorrow. Leader, don't you think so? As he spoke, he quickly pulled Gui Feng over. When the surrounding members of the Red Flame mercenary group heard his words and saw his cowardly performance, they instantly roared with laughter. Hey, big brother Zhan, didn't you say that Sister Yu is relying on the fact that she is a woman and you don't hit her, so she can suppress you? Go, we support you to fight with her. Yes, otherwise, the position of the deputy leader in the group is a bit unworthy of the name. That's right. The group of people laughed with good intentions. Hu Zhan, on the other hand, glared at them angrily. This group of bastards, no sense of brotherhood, if they wanted to see the world in chaos, why didn't they fight with that woman, Ouyang Yingyu, who didn't know that this woman, Ouyang Yingyu, became extremely terrifying at night. When she went crazy, even the leader might not be able to deal with her. If he fought with her, wouldn't he be looking for a beating? Get out of here. Otherwise, I'll let you guys guard her tonight. It's a good opportunity to train you guys. When the group of people heard this, they immediately scattered like birds. Humph, a bunch of men with evil intentions but no guts. Ouyang Yingyu snorted and flipped her hair. Then she looked at Luo Qingtong and said, okay, little cutie, do you remember what I just said? Yes. Luo Qingtong was pressed against her chest. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She was embarrassed. At this time, Gui Feng raised his hand and pulled her over. He said to Ouyang, alright, he's still young. Don't tease him. Also, send someone to pay attention to the Black Iron mercenary group. After suffering such a huge loss, they might not be willing to let it go. His voice was faint and his expression was calm. However, when his hand came into contact with Luo Qingtong's skin, he suddenly paused. Not because of anything else, but because the skin of the young man in front of him was too smooth and soft. It looked as if it had never been ravaged by wind and rain. Gu Yifeng looked at Luo Qingtong's obviously very petite face and frowned slightly. This little guy, maybe he used to be a spoiled young master. This could also explain why she was so unguarded before. This little fellow was a bit scheming. She knew how to hide her abilities, but she wasn't experienced enough. Instead, she was pure and innocent to the point of being cute. If she hadn't met them, if she had met any other mercenary group blinded by greed, she would have already become someone else's slave and money tree. Thinking of this, Gu Yifeng looked at Luo Qingtong with a gentler gaze. He softened his voice and said to Luo Qingtong, Luo. Little 7, you can stay in the Red Flame mercenary group with peace of mind. As long as the people of the Red Flame mercenary group are here, we will not let you encounter any harm in Mercenary City. You can rest assured. Gu Yifeng's voice was a bit stiff. Obviously, he wasn't used to the current situation where he spoke slowly. Usually, the mercenary groups were all big and rough men. Even Ouyang was more intrepid than the average mercenary. Gu Yifeng had never met such a petite and weak youth like Luo Qingtong. However, he was afraid that the other party would be frightened, so he suppressed his temper and spoke to her in a rare gentle manner. Luo Qingtong glanced at Gu Yifeng. This person's complexion was calm and his eyes were upright. She hadn't misjudged him before. Since that was the case, she would borrow the people of the Red Flame mercenary group to do things in Mercenary City. Then, in the future, she would also give them great wealth. For Luo Qingtong, she had countless ways to earn enough money to investigate the location of the True Spill continent. But none of those methods were unnoticeable. In this strange place, Luo Qingtong was very likely to have those black-clothed people tracking her. Luo Qingtong didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. She might even accidentally lead those enemies to the True Spill continent. Therefore, she could only choose a more cautious method. And the people of the Red Flame mercenary group were the people she chose. With the other party's protection, Luo Qingtong could use her blood-red eyes to make money in Mercenary City. And because this method was invisible and traceless, it didn't reveal her identity as an alchemist or even an alchemist. It could be said that this was the most stable and fastest way for Luo Qingtong to earn money. As for the people of the Red Flame mercenary group, as long as they didn't have any ill intentions towards her until she was ready to leave, she would give them a corresponding reward as compensation. Luo Qingtong's mind was filled with countless immortal secret manuals and cultivation methods. In the past, when she was on Earth, or even when she was in the True Spill continent, she was unable to cultivate because she lacked immortal spirit energy. However, the people of the Red Flame mercenary group were already at the Venerable Realm and above, while Gu Yifeng and the others were at the Human Martial Realm and above. Under such circumstances, the immortal secret scriptures and cultivation methods that she remembered could be used by them. Of course, she would keep the best Luo Qingtong for herself. Only the rest would be given to others. As for the hidden dangers and weaknesses that Gu Yifeng and the others had developed due to their years of self-exploration and cultivation, Luo Qingtong would point them out one by one. This would be their reward for sheltering her. As someone who sincerely helped her, Luo Qingtong was never stingy with her rewards. Luo Qingtong's cleverness made Gu Yifeng very satisfied. He raised his hand and rubbed Luo Qingtong's head, then said to her, "Okay, you can go and rest first." Gu Yifeng originally wanted to let other people make arrangements for Luo Qingtong. But when he thought about how Hu Zhan and the others were a group of uncouth people who didn't know the severity of the situation, and the only person he could rely on, Ouyang, was a person who liked to tease people. Coupled with the hidden danger in her body, Gu Yifeng thought about it and realized that he was the only one who could take care of Luo Qingtong. His face twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but bite the bullet and take over the responsibility of taking care of Luo Qingtong. He brought Luo Qingtong to a place not far from his side courtyard. Firstly, it was convenient to take care of Luo Qingtong, and secondly, it was to protect Luo Qingtong's safety. The youngster's ability to identify medicinal herbs was not ordinary. The entire mercenary city was staring at them at this moment. Who didn't want Luo Qingtong, this fragrant steamed bun, this way? Even if they weren't alchemists or alchemists, they could still easily identify any medicinal herbs. This ability was an excellent blessing for people like them who lived on the edge of a knife and didn't have enough time and resources to learn and practice alchemy. Even some alchemists might be scrambling for Luo Qingtong's ability. After all, Luo Qingtong's ability was suitable for all ages and didn't require any prerequisites. Some alchemists' ability wasn't strong enough and couldn't identify high-level medicinal herbs. They might even need Luo Qingtong's help. Controlling Luo Qingtong was equivalent to holding an excellent lifeline and a way to make a fortune. How could those mercenary groups give up so easily? Therefore, Gu Yifeng had to be more careful. He couldn't let anything happen to this little guy in his hands. After all, if it wasn't for them, Luo Qingtong's ability wouldn't have been exposed. Gu Yifeng thought so and immediately went to make arrangements for Luo Qingtong after arranging things for her. After Luo Qingtong was arranged to stay in the side courtyard by Gu Yifeng, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. She gave herself a simple wash and deepened the birthmark on her face. She tried her best to let the birthmark cover her entire face, making it look hideous and ugly, but at the same time, her face couldn't be seen clearly. After that, she took another bath and quickly changed into a clean set of coarse clothes. Gu Yifeng had asked someone to prepare this for her. After all, the clothes that Luo Qingtong wore before were too shabby and tattered. After doing this, Luo Qingtong reclined on the chair with one hand on the table. She supported her chin with one hand and seriously considered what she should do next. She definitely had to investigate information about the Truespill continent. However, she had offended the people of the Black Iron mercenary group. Even if she made enough money, she still had to find a way to get the best of both worlds. Only then would she be able to investigate the Truespill continent. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong was really worried that the Black Iron mercenary group would give her false information. More importantly, she feared that these people would go to the Truespill continent to investigate her, or even attack the people of the Truespill continent. After all, to the people of a 6-star region, a 9-star region wasn't even worth mentioning. Not to mention that the Truespill continent was only a low-level continent in the 9-star region. Luo Qingtong feared that if the Black Iron mercenary group leaked out even a little bit of information, it would be enough to destroy the Truespill continent. Therefore, she had to be cautious. Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed slightly, but soon, her brows relaxed. She had already thought of what to do. It's here? Under the cloak, a half-covered, faintly discernible face lifted slightly and looked at Mercenary City in front of him. The person's face was completely hidden under the black cloak. Even his figure was completely shrouded in it. He walked confidently towards Mercenary City in front of him. His footsteps were very elegant and leisurely. I didn't expect her to be hiding here. The man's voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring falling into a stream, making the sound of collision and sparkling water. However, the nonchalance and coldness hidden within those words caused one to feel a chill run down one's spine. Yu Mingqian chuckled as she looked at the city gate of Mercenary City in front of her. That pair of glass-like eyes were so clear that no emotions could be seen, let alone a trace of a smile. Interesting. After Luo Qingtong broke the inscription man-seeking array, he still relied on the powerful intelligence network of the Inscription Association to find the place where Luo Qingtong was. Yu Mingqian had people pay attention to the surroundings to make sure that there was no thin and weak youth like Luo Qingtong out of the city, which meant that the other party was still in Mercenary City. However, the other party had many tricks up her sleeve and had a cunning personality. She could have disguised herself and left. But since she appeared here, it meant that she had something to investigate. And before she found out what she wanted to do, she probably wouldn't leave. Therefore, Yu Mingqian could be sure that the other party was still in Mercenary City. Then let him meet with the other party for a while. At the same time, they could play a game of cat and mouse. Yu Mingqian's beautiful smile instantly curved as she thought of this. Her figure leaped and disappeared at the entrance of Mercenary City. At this moment, in Mercenary City, Luo Qingtong had already started her appraisal business in Mercenary City under the protection of the Red Flame Mercenary Group. She had the ability of the blood pupil, so she could easily see through the details and peculiarities of those medicinal herbs that no one else knew about. Every time she compared it with the descriptions of those mission issuers, she could immediately compare the medicinal herbs obtained by the group of mercenaries and whether they were mission items or not. And the evidence and reasons she listed made the investors and the people of the Black Iron Mercenary Group unable to refute her. The mercenaries gained a lot of benefits from her appraisal. Furthermore, after a shopkeeper who opened a pharmacy in Mercenary City asked Luo Qingtong to help identify a certain rare medicinal ingredient in his pharmacy, everyone in Mercenary City flocked to Luo Qingtong like a flock of ducks. This ugly young man was simply a god. Her eyes seemed to have magical powers. She could easily see through the strange details that they couldn't find even when they racked their brains. Even people from pawnshops, auctions, antique shops, and weapon shops came to Luo Qingtong for advice. After all, in these shops, even if there were people who could help them, there were also cases where they couldn't be sure. But Luo Qingtong was different. Every time the young man started from the smallest detail, every time he appraised a rare tool, he never failed. Moreover, Luo Qingtong didn't hide anything. Every time she appraised an item, she would explain it on the spot in the Mercenary Association. When the crowd of onlookers heard this, they all benefited. In this way, every time Luo Qingtong helped someone to appraise an item in the Mercenary Association, the entire Mercenary Association would be crowded with people coming and going. A group of burly, valiant, or full of murderous intent mercenaries. At this moment, each and every one of them were like primary school students listening carefully. Holding their heads, holding a pen, squatting on the road. Seriously listening to Luo Qingtong's explanation. Each and every one of them seriously wrote down Luo Qingtong's words in the notebook that they carried with them. Although the posture of holding a pen was more painful than holding a knife, and when they encountered words that they didn't know how to write, they didn't dare to miss any of the content that Luo Qingtong explained to them. In order to snatch a mercenary's notebook that they had already memorized, they fought among themselves and almost turned the square into a martial arts arena. But even if they were so noisy, as long as Luo Qingtong's words came out, they would immediately listen obediently, and all of them bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. After all, the kindness that this youngster gave to them was indescribable. The group of people who originally wanted to snatch Luo Qingtong to their side were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene, and they all gave up on the idea. After all, the reason why they wanted to snatch Luo Qingtong before was to use her knowledge and ability for their own use. But this time, Luo Qingtong didn't hide anything, and they all benefited from Luo Qingtong's hands. How could they be thick-skinned enough to hurt the other party? What's more, even if they wanted to do so, the people under them wouldn't be willing. After all, those people could now get a variety of knowledge from Luo Qingtong's hands, so why would they support them to make a move on Luo Qingtong? Once Luo Qingtong's ability was monopolized by them, only the senior mercenary group's executives would be able to enjoy Luo Qingtong's ability and knowledge. As a result, unless the senior mercenaries were crazy, they wouldn't listen to them and make a move on Luo Qingtong. There was no other way. The senior mercenary group could only give up on the idea and treat Luo Qingtong as their ancestor. Otherwise, if the other party fell out with them and let the Red Flame mercenary group's people drive them out and not let them listen to her explanation, their group would definitely be divided. When the senior mercenary group gave up on the idea, the Black Iron mercenary group's people who originally wanted to find trouble with Luo Qingtong and the Red Flame mercenary group didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. They looked at Luo Qingtong, who was giving a lively explanation outside the square, and hatefully clenching their teeth, but they couldn't do anything to the youngster. At this moment, almost the entire mercenary group's people were on Luo Qingtong's side. Even their own Black Iron mercenary group had disguised themselves to listen to Luo Qingtong's explanation. What could they do? The youngster's explanation was extremely. She even explained some of the dangerous situations that they might encounter when hunting for the mission item. If everyone listened to her explanation more, there would be fewer casualties when they encountered similar missions in the future. Who would be willing to give up such an opportunity? If anyone dared to touch Luo Qingtong, they would be going against the entire mercenary group. If the Black Iron mercenary group's people didn't have anything better to do, they definitely wouldn't dare to touch Luo Qingtong. They even had to properly protect the other party. After all, if anything happened to the youngster, the Black Iron Mercenary Group's people would be the first to take the blame. The Black Iron Mercenary Group's people expressed their bitterness in their hearts. Who the hell would be as sullen as them? Luo Qingtong obviously cut off their lifeline and source of income, forcing them to almost go bankrupt, but they still had to protect her in the open and in the dark. While the people from the Black Iron Mercenary Corps were feeling stifled, the people from the Red Flame Mercenary Corps were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. When they received Luo Qingtong, they could already foresee that the future would not be peaceful. After all, Luo Qingtong's ability was so great that those people from the high-ranking Mercenary Corps and the Black Iron Mercenary Corps wouldn't let her go. However, who would have thought that Luo Qingtong's public explanation had already blocked all the things outside and didn't let the people from the Red Flame Mercenary Corps spend any more effort. The people from the Red Flame Mercenary Corps didn't seem to have done anything except for guarding Luo Qingtong at the beginning when she came to the mercenary club. After that, the job of guarding was snatched away by those mercenaries who were attracted by Luo Qingtong's explanation. Now that the youngster was surrounded by groups of mercenaries, they couldn't be of any use at all. Okay, looking at those high-ranking mercenary corps who were eyeing Luo Qingtong covetously and didn't know when they would make a move, they smiled and greeted them as if they were brothers and were on the same side. Hu Zhan and the others' lips twitched, and they didn't know what to say. They had made all the preparations for battle, but when they came to the mercenary club, they realized that they were just here for a tour. What would they protect Luo Qingtong? Damn, this little brat didn't need their protection at all. Okay, look at how she trained these vicious and murderous mercenaries like sheep. Just now, when those high-ranking mercenary corps higher-ups who usually looked at them coldly or angrily came over to greet them, Hu Zhan was so stunned that he almost didn't recognize them. The smiles on those people's faces were as miserable as the procuress in a brothel. Hu Zhan almost vomited out the food he ate last night, and he had goosebumps all over the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't speak in front of so many people, Hu Zhan really wanted to ask them if they ate the wrong medicine to smile so lowly. They even called him Brother Hu. Damn, didn't they call him a brainless brute before? Hu Zhan expressed that he couldn't adapt. Ouyang Yingyu walked to Gu Yifeng's side and said to him with bright eyes, "Boss, we really picked up a treasure this time," she said and looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. Before this, Ouyang Yingyu never thought that the matter after they accepted Luo Qingtong would be solved so easily. Seeing that all the people from the Black Iron Mercenary Corps were forced to go back, no one dared to move. The other high-ranking mercenary corps also gathered around Luo Qingtong were carefully listening to her explanation. Ouyang Yingyu's beautiful eyes were amazingly bright. Luo Xiaoqi, this little brat was really amazing. Gu Yifeng's Luo Yingyu. His gaze landed on Luo Qingtong and found that the youth's figure standing in the middle of the square was shockingly dazzling. Protect her well. When Gu Yifeng brought Luo Qingtong back to the mercenary group to protect her, he didn't think that today's matter would happen. He didn't think that the youth was so powerful. With just a moment of protection, the situation was turned around. Instead, it turned into an opportunity that was beneficial to them. Just as Yingyu said, they had really picked up a treasure. They originally thought that the youth would only bring them trouble. They didn't expect that just like how the youth had helped them identify medicinal herbs in the mercenary association, he had turned a disadvantage into an advantage. They, who wanted to protect Luo Qingtong, had instead benefited from the youth. These things, the people of the Black Iron Mercenary Group and those high-ranking mercenary groups probably didn't think of it. Thinking of this, Gu Yifeng suddenly chuckled. That face that had always been calm, cold, and unsmiling melted like an iceberg in an instant, showing 120% elegance and handsomeness. Cool and chivalrous, he was completely a handsome man. Wow, leader, you look very good when you smile. Ouyang Yingyu turned her head and saw Gu Yifeng's smile, and her eyes almost popped out. She completely couldn't maintain her noble, cold, and enchanting image. Her leader's appearance was simply a feast for the eyes. His usual cold and dull wooden appearance, coupled with the deep scar at the corner of his eye, made her almost forget that her leader was actually a handsome man comparable to a noble young master. Unfortunately, she was too familiar with him and couldn't make a move. Ouyang Yingyu's heart twisted. When Gu Yifeng heard her words, he immediately frowned, and the smile on his lips disappeared. If you have nothing to do, go take a look at Hu Zhan's side, don't let him cause any trouble. His voice was slightly heavy, and his face had returned to its previous unsmiling appearance. The current situation was completely brought about by Luo Qingtong. The youth had made his ability and knowledge public. Gui Feng didn't know if this was deliberately done to prevent them from confronting those high-ranking mercenary groups. But the youth's actions had indeed saved them a lot of trouble. Not only that, but they also benefited from it. Now that these high-ranking mercenary groups were competing to be on good terms with them because of Luo Qingtong, Gui Feng didn't want Hu Zhan and the others to cause trouble and waste the situation that Luo Qingtong had created for them. Okay, I'll go now. Hearing this, the lazy and enchanting smile on Ouyang Yingyu's face suddenly disappeared. She flipped her long hair and walked towards Hu Zhan in a flirtatious manner. At this moment, somewhere in Mercenary City, a group of black-cloaked men knelt before Yu Mingquan. Young Guildmaster, this is a list of all the unidentified people who have appeared in Heavenly Wind Mercenary City over the past few days. As they spoke, they handed over the name lists and portraits that they were holding to the man above them. Yes. Yu Mingqian raised her hand and took the list and portrait from their hands. She quickly confirmed Luo Qingtong's identity. The young man's face was completely different from the portraits on the list, and could be seen at a glance. Yu Mingqian had already seen a trace of Luo Qingtong's face through the restored aura of the inscription pattern man-searching array. Compared with Luo Qingtong's disguised portrait, even though there were some discrepancies, he was still able to determine the other party's identity at a glance. It's her. Luo Xiaoqi? Yu Mingxuan's white fingers pinched the portrait. The man's fingers had distinct joints and were very slender, looking as if they were made of jade. It was very pleasing to the eye. Now that he had confirmed her identity, it was time for him to perform. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the group of black-robed men kneeling before him hesitated. One of them asked bravely, "Young President, since you've confirmed her identity, why didn't you capture her?" Why did he want them to prepare for that? The group of men in black couldn't understand. I have my own way of doing things. Yu Mingxuan's eyes, which were as shallow as colored glass, narrowed slightly. He stared at the man in black until he saw the cold sweat on his forehead. Then, he said in a low voice, "Chen Meng is dead. It's very likely that only this person knows what he knows." As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed at the portrait of Luo Qingtong. Do you think it's more reliable to let her confess on her own, or to capture her and interrogate her with torture? Before he could finish his words, the group of black-robed men had all knelt in front of him, kowtowing and admitting their mistakes. We were ignorant, we didn't know the young master's foresight. No, you're not ignorant at all. Yu Mingxian said casually. The thin lips hidden under the black hood curled up slightly. You're just too loyal to my adoptive father and the others. As soon as he finished speaking, battle inscriptions shot out from his body one after another. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the group of men in black in front of them. The latter and the others had already sensed the deep and heavy murderous intent when they heard his last sentence. They almost jumped up subconsciously, wanting to fight back. However, before they could do anything, the battle inscriptions shot out from Yu Mingxuan's body had already taken their lives. You? They looked at the man sitting in front of them in shock. They didn't know how he could release battle inscriptions. Wasn't young president's body so weak that he couldn't cultivate or release battle inscriptions? Could it be that young president had been hiding his strength all these years? Was he putting on a show in front of the president and the elders? The group of men in black was shocked. Yu Mingxian didn't even raise his head to look at them. When their corpses fell to the ground, his cold voice rang out. Drag them out and feed them to the dogs. Yes. As Yu Mingxian's voice rang out, in an instant, a few figures appeared from the shadows of the room. These figures were dressed exactly the same as the men in black. They dragged the corpses out in a well-trained manner. As for Yu Mingqian, she coldly watched all of this. There was not the slightest hint of emotion on her face that was as cold and self-restrained as an immortal's. Disobedient dogs should all be eliminated. These people didn't know that the reason why he asked them to investigate Luo Qingtong was to see how loyal they were to him. However, from the looks of it now, he was still not mature enough. Master, everything has been dealt with. A man in black knelt down and reported to him. Yes. Yu Mingqian's face was indifferent. Follow the original plan. Also, keep everything about Luo Xiaoqi under wraps. Don't leak anything out. Yes. The man in black lowered his head, bowed, and left. Yu Mingqian's eyes were deep as he looked at Luo Qingtong's portrait. The news of the inscription of God. When Luo Qingtong was pulled out of the crowd by the people of the Red Flame mercenary group, the sky was already dark. The people of the mercenary city refused to disperse. They couldn't wait for Luo Qingtong to speak more. However, it was already very late at night. Gu Yifeng glanced at them coldly and directly asked Hu Zhan and the others to bring Luo Qingtong out. The people of the mercenary group didn't dare to block them for fear of hurting Luo Qingtong. In the end, they could only leave resentfully. After Hu Zhan and the others brought Luo Qingtong out, their clothes were almost torn apart by the group of mercenaries. Damn, who touched my butt just now? His uncle, if I find out, I'll beat him to death. Hu Zhan felt disgusted. Was it easy for him to rescue this little guy from the abyss of suffering? Hearing his words, the people of the Red Flame mercenary group burst into laughter in an instant. Haha, brother Hu, someone dares to touch your butt. It doesn't matter, you can find the person tomorrow and touch it back. We support you. That's right. Doesn't that person know that a tiger's butt can't be touched? If he touches it once, he must pay back at least 100 times. The group of people ridiculed Hu Zhan. They were convulsing with laughter and were overjoyed. Hearing these words, Hu Zhan's face turned green. You little bastards. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and chased after the group of people. The latter and the others quickly ran away. As he ran, he shouted desperately, "Help! Someone wants to kill us to silence us. Hey, brother Hu, let's talk nicely. We didn't touch your butt." The group of people laughed together. When Luo Qingtong, Gu Yifeng and the others saw this scene, they also laughed. Especially Luo Qingtong. After being separated from Suyu and the others, she hadn't enjoyed this kind of pure joy for a long time. The Red Flame mercenary group in front of her gave her the same feeling as when she was with Suyu and the others. Seeing her happy smile, Gu Yifeng rubbed her head and said in a low voice, "Thank you for today, little seven." He sincerely thanked Luo Qingtong. No. Luo Qingtong waved her hand. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you protecting me today, they would have eaten me alive. Luo Qingtong was very clear. In Mercenary City, whoever had the most power and influence would be the one in the right. Don't look at how the mercenaries seemed to support her. That was because she had the backing of the Red Flame mercenary group. Gu Yifeng and the others seemed to be doing nothing, but they were standing behind her. This meant that if those people wanted to make a move on her, they would have to go through them first. Now, those high-ranked mercenary groups were at a disadvantage. Plus, she didn't hide anything and was willing to tell them about the identification of those mission items. Those people only stopped thinking about it after they got the benefits. Otherwise, how could those people be so easily dismissed? These mercenaries were all rogue cultivators who came and went from water to fire. Without any schemes, they wouldn't even know where they died on the way to snatch resources. Luo Qingtong also grew up like this. Naturally, she knew where these people's weaknesses were and how to deal with them. But the most important thing was that she had the backing of the Red Flame mercenary group, otherwise, she could only reveal her true ability and strength. That would be even more troublesome. Hearing her words, Gu Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle. He realized that the young man seemed to be very good with words, and he was neither arrogant nor impatient. Although his ability was extraordinary, he didn't have any arrogance at all. Sometimes, he was even a little too modest and shy. Gu Yifeng originally thought that taking care of children would be more troublesome, but seeing such an obedient and sensible Luo Qingtong, he liked her even more. Alright, let's not be modest. Just treat it as us helping each other, no need to thank each other. As he spoke, there was an obvious smile in his eyes. Let's go, and you guys, stop fooling around. He said to Hu Zhan and the others. Humph, big brother, they bullied me, and you didn't do anything about it. Hu Zhan's face was full of resentment. He hadn't gotten back at them yet, and his boss was being too biased. As he spoke, Gu Yifeng glanced at him with an indifferent expression. Do you want to stay here and fight to your heart's content? He said with an indifferent expression. Yingyu, stay with him, no. There's no need. "Boss, Captain, please spare me." Hu Zhan's face was bitter as he hurriedly begged for mercy. The sky was already dark, who would dare to provoke that crazy woman Ouyang Yingyu? He wouldn't do it even if he was beaten to death. Gu Yifeng looked at him and snorted, then led the group back to the encampment. Luo Qingtong was sandwiched in the middle, and there was a lot of noise. Everyone was very curious about how she could see through the details of those mission items at a glance. They weren't shocked enough when they saw her identify the purple-blooded realgar grass for them at the mercenary club. This time, Luo Qingtong identified a series of items. Only then did everyone realize how powerful her ability was. How did the young man see those almost unnoticeable details? Luo Qingtong naturally wouldn't tell them the secret of her blood eyes. She only said that it was a kind of intuition. She didn't know why, but when she saw the description of the mission and then looked at the mission items, she knew that there should be something different. When she said that, no one felt that there was anything wrong. After all, there were thousands of strange things in this world. It was normal for Luo Qingtong's intuition to be different from others. It could only be said that she was a person blessed by the heavens. When Luo Qingtong heard their words, she suddenly burst into laughter. This was actually not wrong. Regardless of whether it was blood eyes or transmigration, neither of them seemed to be something that ordinary people could possess. It wasn't wrong to say that she was blessed by the heavens. But for the man she loved, she had to stand on the opposite side of the heavens. Luo Qingtong's eyes narrowed as she thought about it. After being away for so long, she missed Xianxia very much. There were also Suyu and Su Xiaoxiao. According to the current situation, she would be able to earn enough money in 2 days. However, in order to appease the people of Mercenary City, she had to stay for a few more days before leaving. By then, she would not be so popular anymore, and it would be logical for her to leave. Luo Qingtong thought so and relaxed a little. Soon, she would be able to return to Trucebill Continent. For the next few days, Luo Qingtong was escorted out by the Red Flame mercenary group in the morning, and was picked up by them in the evening. In order to reduce the popularity of her side, Luo Qingtong deliberately talked about some of the more common mission items. As a result, the mercenaries naturally couldn't wait to try out the methods they got. When a portion of them returned successfully, more people would try it out. Slowly, the number of people listening to Luo Qingtong's lecture decreased. Of course, even so, the Black Iron mercenary group didn't dare to find trouble with Luo Qingtong. Because they were already being watched by the people of Mercenary City. As long as something happened to Luo Qingtong, they would look for them. What's more, because of the methods taught by Luo Qingtong, the efficiency of the Mercenary City's mercenaries was amazing. The Black Iron mercenary group's people were in charge of the Mercenary Association. They were already as busy as a spinning top. They simply couldn't find the time to deal with Luo Qingtong. Okay, today, after Luo Qingtong appraised the last business as usual, she was picked up by the Red Flame mercenary group's people. Because of the stability in Mercenary City, Gu Yifeng and the others didn't come out to pick her up. After all, the Red Flame mercenary group's people also needed to accept missions in exchange for resources. Of course, with Luo Qingtong there, they never failed a mission. The youth only needed to look at the description of the mission they wanted to accept, and he could think of countless ways for them to complete the mission. Every one of them was extremely efficient and valiant. Every mission's completion rate was the highest. Their harvest was also the most. The Red Flame mercenary group's people looked at Luo Qingtong with shining eyes. And Ouyang Yingyu often hugged Luo Qingtong's head, pressed her face against her chest, and happily called her little 7 baby. Luo Qingtong was embarrassed by her mushy and seductive way of addressing her. Every time, she had to struggle for a long time before she could struggle out of Ouyang Yingyu's 36D big weapon. It was a critical hit. Every time Luo Qingtong struggled out of Ouyang Yingyu's weapon, she would silently look at her flat chest and silently say 100 times, "This is fake, this is fake. I actually have breasts. B and D are just one more circle." The small illusory shaping pill that Luo Qingtong had taken was very powerful. As long as she didn't have enough strength to remove the effects of the pill, each time she took it, it would last for at least half a month. After all, it was improved by a spirit pill like the illusory form pill. Although it was a shrunken version, it was still not comparable to the effects of ordinary medicinal pills. After Luo Qingtong packed up her things, she greeted the mercenaries who were listening to her explanation in the plaza and left with the person from the Red Flame mercenary group who came to pick her up. The two of them left the square and walked towards the Red Flame mercenary group's encampment. As soon as they entered a small alley, Luo Qingtong's eyes suddenly sharpened. She quickly raised her head and looked at a certain place in the alley. There was a messy pile of things placed there. It was messy and very messy. There was also a lot of trash among them. The direction of the alley was extremely dark. In this evening, there was a deep and dark aura. "Brother Xiaoyu," Luo Qingtong calmly said to the person from the Red Flame mercenary group who came to pick her up, "Let's go to another place today? There is a smell here. I don't feel comfortable smelling it." Luo Qingtong and the people from the Red Flame mercenary group who came to pick her up basically walked through this alley, because this road was the closest to their encampment. However, since Luo Qingtong said that the smell here was a bit uncomfortable, the person from the Red Flame mercenary group didn't insist. "Okay, let's go to another place." As he spoke, he led her to another path. With a bang, a black figure rushed towards them. Save me." The black figure was trembling badly. He was wearing a robe as thin as a cicada's wing. His entire body was exposed in front of Luo Qingtong and the man from the Red Flame mercenary group. "Hey, little seven, don't look." The man from the Red Flame mercenary group immediately covered Luo Qingtong's eyes. What a joke, how could he not cover it? The robe was so thin that the 3 points of the other party's body were exposed in front of Luo Qingtong. This little seven was still a child. "Who are you? Why are you dressed so indecently?" The man from the Red Flame mercenary group was in a bad mood. After getting along with each other for a period of time, the group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group saw Luo Qingtong, who looked like a 13 or 14-year-old, as their little brother. They protected her under their wings. Under such circumstances, they certainly didn't want Luo Qingtong to see such a scene. Wasn't this bringing back a child? This guy wasn't a pervert, right? Or did he have other plans? Thinking of this, the expression of the man from the Red Flame mercenary group changed. He looked at the person who suddenly appeared with vigilance. He didn't forget that in this mercenary city, many people had designs on Luo Qingtong. Of course, that was in the past. But that didn't mean that there weren't any now. Thinking of this, he suddenly shouted at the figure who appeared, "If there's nothing else, get lost. We can't help you with anything." It was a woman. At this moment, she was crying and running towards Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. The latter's expression was very ugly. While covering Luo Qingtong's eyes, he took her to the side. After all, the woman's breasts were shaking violently, and the triangular area below was naked. If it was in the past, in the brothel, Xianxia would enjoy the feeling of such a beautiful woman throwing herself at him. But now that he had Luo Qingtong by his side, he hated that he couldn't lift his foot and kick the other party out. young master, please save me. We were abducted by a sect disciple to be his cultivation furnace. We spent a lot of effort to escape. Save me, save me." The woman cried and kept running towards Xianxia and Luo Qingtong. The latter kept retreating with Luo Qingtong. At this moment, a series of voices rang out from the entrance of the alley not far away. Search! Search all! Don't let a single one of those who escaped escape." As these voices rang out, the woman's cries stopped. She saw that Luo Qingtong and Xianxia had no intention of saving her. She glared at them and screamed, "An ugly monster, a coward. If it's not, who needs your help?" Bah! She spat at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia, then turned and ran in another direction. It was obvious that she didn't dare to stay any longer and was going to find someone else to take her in. Seeing her actions, Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. She saw that the woman's expression and behavior were not right. She was frivolous and cheap, completely different from what she said about being abducted to be a cultivation furnace. That was why she deliberately ignored her. She didn't expect that the other party would not only fail to ask for help, but also scold her and Xianxia before leaving. Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. "Aya, miss, don't go." Luo Qingtong shouted at this moment. She deliberately looked in the direction of those voices and said, "Don't worry, I will get justice for you." Those people treated you as human cauldrons. It's too abominable. Her voice rang out, and in an instant, the people who had been searching around the alleyway rushed over. Ah! When the woman saw that Luo Qingtong had led those people over, she screamed and ran out crazily. However, no matter how fast she ran, how could she outrun those people who were here to catch them? After a while, she was caught. Slap. A man who seemed to be the leader slapped her hard on the face. Bitch, it's your fortune to be sent to serve Elder Zhang. How dare you run? As he spoke, he glared coldly at the woman and said, Speak. Where's young master's new favorite? Where did you take him? I don't know. After the woman was caught, she went limp. Her body was trembling, and she wanted to use her body to seduce those people who came to catch her. However, these people were already used to her behavior and ignored her. The leader of the group broke her hand. Speak. He shouted coldly. I really don't know. The woman couldn't bear it and broke down crying. The man kept interrogating and broke her limbs. When he realized that he couldn't get anything out of her, he gritted his teeth and asked people to carry her back. Before leaving, he looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. Shut your mouths for things you shouldn't ask and things you shouldn't care about. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he glanced at the symbol of the Red Flame mercenary group embroidered on Xianxia's clothes and left with the crowd. Looking at their backs, Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. There were other sounds in the alley. It was the sound of those people searching around. After an unknown amount of time, those people seemed to have not found anything. In the end, they could only leave while cursing. Tisk, where did this disciple come from? I'm speechless. Xianxia didn't remove his hand from Luo Qingtong's eyes until those people left. Because he didn't know how long those people would search here, in order to avoid a conflict with them and injure Luo Qingtong, he simply stayed here. Seeing that these people had obviously left, he then prepared to leave with Luo Qingtong. Let's go, little seven, I didn't scare you, did I? He asked with concern. No. Luo Qingtong shook her head. Well, don't blame Brother Xiaoyu for restraining you just now. You silly boy, that woman just now is not simple. You haven't seen any woman before and you still want to save her. I had no choice, Brother Xiaoyu, I had to stop you. It turned out that after Luo Qingtong screamed, she attracted those people. Xianxia was afraid that Luo Qingtong would really get into a conflict with those people because of that woman and get hurt, so he deliberately restrained her so that she couldn't speak again. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly. She couldn't tell Xianxia that she deliberately called those people over. Forget it, let her be a pure and harmless little white rabbit. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Luo Qingtong said seriously. Then she seemed to have thought of something and glanced at the alley. They were going to take. In the end, she didn't say anything and went back with Xianxia. In the next few days, those people were constantly searching for something in Mercenary City, causing the entire city to be in a state of panic. Luo Qingtong saw this and didn't say anything. On the fourth day, those people finally gave up and left as if they had something urgent to attend to. After they left, Luo Qingtong and a member of the Red Flame mercenary group who came to pick her up went back through the nearest alley. Just as she walked to the entrance of the alley, a swaying figure rushed towards her from the messy intersection not far ahead. Save me. After he finished speaking, he fainted in front of Luo Qingtong. Ah. The person who was in charge of picking up Luo Qingtong wanted to push him away, but he suddenly fell down. The person from the Red Flame mercenary group was also dumbfounded. Most importantly, he forgot to cover Luo Qingtong's eyes. Damn, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. Looking at the naked man in front of her who was wearing a transparent silk robe like the woman from before, she really didn't know what to say. It stung her eyes. Luo Qingtong knew that there was a person hiding here. It was very likely that he was the beloved pet of the young master that those people were looking for. But she didn't expect that the other party was wearing the same stinging clothes as the woman from before. What kind of weird hobby did that young master have? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. She looked at a member of the Red Flame mercenary group beside her. Brother Zhuli, why didn't you stop him? At least stand in front of her and block her. Cough, that member of the Red Flame mercenary group named Zhu Li coughed lightly and immediately said, "It's okay. He's a man. He's not afraid to look." What he meant was that Luo Qingtong was also a man. It didn't matter if a man looked at a man. Luo Qingtong was speechless. How was she going to tell him that she was actually a woman? Forget it, she would just treat it as if she was blinded by shit. Luo Qingtong asked Zhu Li to help him up and bring him back. She couldn't help it. She couldn't help it, right? As for leaving him alone, Luo Qingtong wanted to, however, this person was lying dead in front of her. Not only that, but he was also clutching her close tightly. What could Luo Qingtong do? She couldn't just kick him away. That would ruin her current image as Luo Xiaoqi. Luo Qingtong asked Zhu Li to take off his outer robe and wrap it around him before bringing him back to the base of the Red Flame mercenary group. 7. What's wrong? Gui Feng and the others were shocked when they saw that they brought a man back. Especially Gui Feng, he rushed to Luo Qingtong's side and looked her up and down. After finding that she was fine, he looked at Zhu Li with a serious face and asked, "What's going on?" "I don't know." Zhu Li scratched his head and said honestly, "This person suddenly rushed out from the side and asked us to save him. He should be the beloved pet of the young master from the sect who caused a commotion. The incident a few days ago was very big. The entire mercenary city was in a mess. Everyone in the Red Flame mercenary group knew about it." Hearing this, Gui Feng frowned and looked at that person. "Let him into the house first." Helplessness appeared on his face. If this person was brought back by someone else, he definitely wouldn't have taken him in. But Luo Qingtong, this little girl, was kind-hearted. She even interceded for the girl who scolded her. If Xianxia hadn't restrained her, she might have gotten into a conflict with those people from the sections. Who knew how much she would have suffered by then? Under such circumstances, he naturally couldn't kick out the person she saved. Otherwise, this little girl would be very sad. With that in mind, Gui Feng had no choice but to take her in. Luo Qingtong didn't know what Gui Feng was thinking. She was tangled up with the person Zhu Li was carrying on his back. He clutched her sleeve and wouldn't let go. Would he ask her to take care of this person later? Luo Qingtong frowned. She tried to pull her sleeve back several times, but to no avail. She couldn't let Zhu Li and the others see that something was wrong. Luo Qingtong could only give up. She followed Zhu Li into the room. The latter put the person on the bed and said to her, "Little Seven, take care of him first. I have something to do with the leader. I'll come find you later." As he spoke, he walked out directly, leaving Luo Qingtong alone. Her lips twitched as she looked at the person lying on the couch. Fortunately, Zhu Li didn't take away the clothes wrapped around the person when he left. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would definitely turn around and leave. As for this person, what did his life have to do with her? It was already good enough that she could bring him back here and let the people of the Red Flame mercenary group take him in. Luo Qingtong frowned and wiped the person's face. At this moment, the person slowly opened his eyes. "You?" His eyes were first filled with vigilance and fear. With a swoosh, he crawled up from the couch, hugging his outer robe as he cowered in a corner of the couch. "You, who are you?" He looked at Luo Qingtong with an unconcealable panic in his eyes. The glaze in her eyes flickered, making the whites of her eyes look like flowing clouds, beautiful and clear to the extreme. The dirt on his face had been wiped off by Luo Qingtong, revealing a face that was as cold and noble as a banished immortal. He looked high and mighty, unapproachable. However, the light in his eyes was too pure and clear, making him look as pure and moving as a child who didn't know anything about the world. Such a pair of eyes, coupled with his high and mighty face, gave off an inexplicable feeling of an immortal with broken wings and falling into the mortal world. Luo Qingtong looked at the other party's expression. She probably understood why those people from the sects had made such a big fuss in Mercenary City in order to find him. If it wasn't for those people suddenly leaving due to an urgent matter, they would have found this person sooner or later. However, the other party was smart and knew to stay in that place without moving. He didn't call for help, nor did he run away. Otherwise, she was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last until those people left. Luo Qingtong's expression was indifferent. She didn't explain her identity to the other party. She only threw the handkerchief in her hand over and said to him, "Since you're already awake, wipe your face yourself." That's right, change your clothes. Don't wear the clothes you're wearing. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she looked at the other party crawling and cowering. The red robe wrapped around his body was about to fall off again. Faintly discernible jade-colored skin was revealed through the gaps of the robe, with 2 dark red spots sandwiched between. With Luo Qingtong's words, the man was stunned for a moment. He looked down at his appearance at the moment, and his face suddenly blushed. Thank you. He thanked her with difficulty and took the clothes that Luo Qingtong handed over. By now, he had somewhat recovered from his emotional state. Maybe it was because Luo Qingtong's attitude was too peaceful, or maybe it was because he had recognized that Luo Qingtong was the person he asked for help in his coma. His gaze towards Luo Qingtong was no longer filled with fear and panic. Thank you for saving me, can you turn around first? He said while biting his lips. His pair of clear, shallow glass-like eyes looked at Luo Qingtong helplessly and shyly. When the young man looked over, he couldn't help but lower his head again. That cold and noble face looked like a banished immortal. Because of his appearance at the moment, it inexplicably made people want to torture and ravage him. Innocence and seduction were intertwined. Although the other party was a man, Luo Qingtong still thought of the word stunner in her mind. No wonder those people kept searching for him. Fortunately, the other party had something to do and left. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong would never bring this big trouble to the Red Flame mercenary group. She brought trouble to the latter and others, and also brought trouble to herself. But even now, the other party couldn't stay here for long. After all, who knew if those people would come back and look for him again after finishing their business? Luo Qingtong and Zhu Li were very careful when they brought him back. The man's body was also covered by a robe, and his face was covered with dirt. His appearance couldn't be seen clearly. But it was better to be safe than sorry. Luo Qingtong wouldn't let the people of the Red Flame mercenary group get into trouble because of her. For her, she could just walk away. But what about the people of the Red Flame mercenary group? They took her in, and she couldn't harm them, right? If you have nothing else, leave here. She turned her back and allowed the man to change his clothes. Those people have already left this place. I'm sure you already know that. Otherwise, you wouldn't have run out to ask me for help at that time. But you also know that those people are looking for you very hard. I don't want to cause trouble for our mercenary group. I'll give you some money later. You can go now. Luo Qingtong had already earned a great deal of money. She had more than enough money to investigate the True Spill continent. She didn't mind giving the other party some money to send this trouble away. However, as soon as she finished speaking, a warm body suddenly pressed against her back, followed by the panicked voice of the man. Don't send me away. His voice was frantic and uneasy. He hugged Luo Qingtong from behind and sobbed, I have nowhere else to go. Please, can you take me in? The moment his body pressed against hers, Luo Qingtong subconsciously wanted to break his wrist and throw him out. But thinking of her role as Luo Qingtong abruptly restrained the impulse in her heart. She pretended to be frightened and broke free from the other party's shackles. She looked at him with vigilance and said, So what? I can't let our mercenary group get involved in danger for you, right? Luo Qingtong stared at him as she said this. There was an undetectable coldness in the depths of her eyes. His appearance was too inexplicable. He fell in front of her and asked her to save him. There were so many people coming and going in the alley at that time. Why did he choose her? If it was because she was a teenager, it was easier for him to let his guard down. Then why was he pestering her to take him in? Luo Qingtong was just acting as the innocent and harmless Luo Xiaoqi. But in her bones, she was the cautious evil pupil, the supreme pupil master who had been chased by countless people in the 24th century. How could she not be prepared for the appearance of the other party? Hearing Luo Qingtong's words, the man was stunned. Then he bit his lips and said, It was that day, at the entrance of the alley. I heard what you said to Fuji. I only believe you. When he said this, Luo Qingtong instantly understood what was going on. Fuji, Luo Qingtong thought of the woman she met in the alley that day when she suddenly changed her route. Was he talking about her? Luo Qingtong thought carefully. Then her lips twitched. She remembered now. At that time, Fuji couldn't ask for help. She even scolded Luo Qingtong and Xianxia. In order to teach her a lesson, Luo Qingtong deliberately led those people over. So this man heard what she said deliberately and thought that she wanted to save that woman. Because of that, he took a liking to her. No wonder he didn't ask for help after those people left. Instead, he threw himself in front of her. Luo Qingtong looked at him with a headache. Meanwhile, the man had already changed his clothes. He was wearing the clothes that Luo Qingtong prepared. Although they were made of coarse linen, they couldn't hide his tall and elegant figure. If it weren't for the clear and pure light in his eyes, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the man in front of him was a prodigy from one of those aristocratic families. But at this moment, he was looking at Luo Qingtong with a fearful and uneasy expression. Tears welled up in his eyes. Can you not chase me away? He begged Luo Qingtong helplessly. I can do a lot of things. If you want me to serve you, I can. As he spoke, he bit his lips hard. Sorrow flashed in his eyes as he raised his hand to pull Luo Qingtong's belt. Hey, wait. Luo Qingtong quickly held her belt. What a joke, she didn't have that hobby at all, okay? Moreover, even if she did, she didn't have that ability. Luo Qingtong's movements were extremely fast. Almost instantly, she held down the other's hand to prevent him from taking away her belt. Although her small illusory shaping pill had allowed her to grow an Adam's apple and flatten her chest, it was still not enough. But there was something below that absolutely wasn't there. Luo Qingtong didn't want to expose herself in the other's hands, and when Luo Qingtong held down the other's hand, her eyes suddenly flashed. Luo Qingtong detected that there was no cultivation in the other's body at all. Did she really think too much before? Did he just happen to ask her for help? Luo Qingtong's head hurt even more as she thought about it. If this was the case, she couldn't force him out. Besides, this was not in line with Luo Xiaoqi's character. Okay, you can stay here first. Seeing the other's eyes lit up in an instant, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. What's your name? She asked. Yu Xian. Knowing that he could stay here, the man's heart seemed to be very happy. However, the expression on his face remained cold and indifferent. My name is Yu Xian. He looked at Luo Qingtong and said, Yu as in the middle of the sky. Xian as in the mystery of this life. When he said this, something seemed to flash in the depths of his eyes. It looked unusually deep and gloomy. But this feeling disappeared in a flash. When he looked up at Luo Qingtong again, he had that innocent and shy look again. You can call me Ah Xian or Ah Yu. He looked at Luo Qingtong. Can I call you by your name? He asked Luo Qingtong carefully. He wanted to ask, but he was afraid that Luo Qingtong would refuse. Yes. Luo Qingtong was a little white rabbit, but now there was a little white rabbit who was even more white than her. She looked at the other party's expectant eyes and couldn't find the words to refuse. Anyway, he would know her name sooner or later. My name is Luo Xiaoqi. You can call me Xiaoqi, she said to the man. As for the other party asking her to call him Ah Xian or Ah Yu, she didn't say a word. She was not used to calling people she was not familiar with so intimately. Oh. The man seemed a little disappointed when he didn't hear Luo Qingtong call his name. But thinking that Luo Qingtong could let him stay, he quickly cheered up. Is there anything I can do for you? He looked at Luo Qingtong carefully as he spoke. Afraid that she would misunderstand, he quickly said, I'm talking about something in life, such as serving tea and water. His voice became lower and lower as he spoke. This was the only thing he could do. He wondered if the other party would despise him. The man's face showed such thoughts. Luo Qingtong couldn't pretend not to see it. Looking at his uneasy look, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly, and she said, It's okay. I don't need it. But you can tell me what you can do. It could be seen that the man was very worried that she would drive him away again. But even if Luo Qingtong saw it, she wouldn't make any promises to him. To her, this person was neither a relative nor a friend of hers. Taking him in temporarily was already her greatest kindness. If it weren't for the fact that she was still Luo Qingtong's character, she wouldn't have bothered to talk to her at all. Luo Qingtong hated trouble the most when she was outside. However, in order to maintain Luo Xiaoqi's image, she had no choice but to let him stay. However, this did not mean that she would help him to the end. At this moment, even if she was Luo Xiaoqi, she was just a little naive. She was not a naive saint. She knew what was important. If Yu Xian was capable, he could stay in the Red Flame mercenary group with his own ability. But if he didn't, it would depend on what Gui Feng and the others thought. Luo Qingtong wouldn't ask Gui Feng and the others to make him stay. The other party wasn't worthy enough for her to do so. Upon hearing Luo Qingtong's words, Yu Xian looked slightly embarrassed. He lowered his head as an awkward expression flashed across his cold face. I only know how to serve people. His voice was extremely low. It was so low that Luo Qingtong couldn't hear it at all if she hadn't pricked up her ears. Luo Qingtong looked at him. Her mind was stuck for a moment. Wait, she looked at the embarrassed expression that flashed across the other party's fairy-like face. Then she thought of what Yu Xian said to her before about serving her, so, it wasn't the service she was thinking of, right? That? In order to confirm her thoughts, Luo Qingtong couldn't help but ask. She hoped that she was wrong. Yeah, Yu Xian glanced at her and then lowered his head to tug at her belt. Hey. Wait. I got it. Luo Qingtong pressed her belt and hurriedly took a step back. No, several big steps, she retreated to the round table in the room and sat down, pouring herself a cup of tea to calm herself down. Damn, that was so shocking, such a cold and fairy-like man turned out to be. The words, beloved pet of a young master from a sect, flashed through her mind. Damn it, she didn't think too much about it before. Now that he thought about it, the word doting clearly had a meaning that couldn't be any dirtier. No wonder when she met this man, he was naked. She thought that the young master from a sect had some unique hobby of looking at naked people. It turned out that he did have a unique hobby, but he was gay, and he was gay. Luo Qingtong thought of the woman she met in the alley before. She must have run away with Yu Xian. There were several other people who ran away with them. However, those people were all captured. She was secretly taken back by some mercenaries who were lustful and secretly hid away. They were also taken away after being searched by those people. The only one who was spared was Yu Xian, who had been quietly staying in the alley without calling for help or running away. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched even more. Well, I don't need your service. You don't need to serve anyone anymore. After all, you have left that place. Luo Qingtong said. Well, I'll leave first. Have a good rest. Luo Qingtong felt that she'd better leave here. Otherwise, she didn't know what other shocking words he would say. It wouldn't be good if he kept pestering her. As Luo Xiaoqi, she couldn't do anything casually. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong hurriedly got up and left. Damn, this was the first time she was confessed to as a man. She couldn't handle it at all. Okay, Luo Qingtong clutched her belt tightly. Yu Xian lowered his head in disappointment as he watched her leave. But under his lowered brows, a faint cold light flickered faintly. Luo Xiaoqi, Xie, the corners of Yu Mingxuan's lips curled slightly. He was very calm and composed. It seemed that the other party was also very good at disguising himself. Now, it was time to see who was stronger. That's right. Yu Mingqian was Yu Xian. He deliberately designed a play so that he could sneak to Luo Qingtong's side. In order to unearth a person's biggest secret, it was naturally best to become the person closest to her. Luo Qingtong's disguise as Luo Xiaoqi gave him a good opportunity to approach her. Otherwise, if the other party was still the mysterious Xie, even if he died in front of the other party, she wouldn't care, right? He just didn't know what she was investigating in Mercenary City. Yu Mingxian asked his subordinates to investigate for a long time, but they still couldn't find anything. Luo Qingtong didn't do anything in Mercenary City. It was as if she really had nothing to investigate. But if she had nothing to do, why would she come to Mercenary City for no reason? Yu Mingxian lowered his eyes slightly and tapped the couch in front of him with his fingertips. But he didn't think for too long. Even the things that his foster father and the others had hidden from him, the things that they didn't want him to know, the things behind Chen Meng, he would clearly investigate them. If it was really related to the god's inscriptions, then he would definitely take it. No one would be able to stop him. Yu Mingqian's eyes were cold. But soon, the expression in his light-glazed eyes changed again. They became clear and ignorant. With an uneasy expression, Yu Mingqian, or Yu Xian, went to sleep. After Luo Qingtong left Yu Mingqian's room, she went to where Gui Feng and the others were. She asked them about the sect young master in detail. But since Yu Mingqian had designed this play, he naturally made sure it was foolproof. That young master from the sect was real, and so were those slaves that escaped from him. But Yu Mingqian was a fake. The real sect young master's beloved pet had already died. The name Yu Xian was completely made up by Yu Mingqian. But who could ask the sect young master what his beloved pet was called? Therefore, the information that Luo Qingtong obtained from Gui Feng was not wrong. The sect young master had indeed lost his beloved pet, and the other party was a frequent customer of Mercenary City. There was no problem with his identity. After Luo Qingtong inquired about these matters, she no longer doubted Yu Mingqian. How would she know that she had been tricked? Just as Luo Qingtong was searching for information about that young master from a sect, a few figures arrived at the entrance of Mercenary City. "Master, this is Mercenary City of the Heavenly Wind region. If that Xianxia is really the evil doctor, she should have come to Mercenary City to investigate if she wanted to return to the True Spill continent," Beiqing said to the man in front of her. Yi Xianxia nodded. His face was hidden behind a white jade mask. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Behind him, Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others also wore white jade masks, covering their faces. They had no choice but to do this. The people of Tiandu were still searching for Yi Qianxian's whereabouts. His Majesty was really angry this time. He was determined to take Yi Qianxian back and marry him before he turned 28. Moreover, he insisted on denying the existence of Luo Qingtong. They came to look for Luo Qingtong. They could not let the people of Tiandu discover their identities. Otherwise, Luo Qingtong's safety would be in danger. Beiqing and Fengyu were both people who served Yi Qianxian. Their appearances were familiar to the people of Tiandu, so they naturally had to wear white jade masks to cover their faces, to avoid being recognized by the people of Tiandu. It was Beiqing's idea to come to Mercenary City. She had always been a careless person, but now her mind was actually sharp. When Yi Qianxian and the others went to Skywind Inscription City, they couldn't find Luo Qingtong. Beiqing's mind flashed. If Luo Qingtong wanted to return to the True Spill continent, she would naturally look for a place to investigate. If she didn't know the way, then there was likely to be a shadow of her in Mercenary City. As for why they thought that Luo Qingtong didn't know the way, that was because Songqing was also crazily looking for Luo Qingtong. The group was originally prepared to contact him and ask him about Xiaqi's true identity. They wanted to know if she was really Luo Qingtong. But they felt that someone was watching Songqing. Out of caution, Yi Qianxian and the others didn't contact him again. After all, in this world, there were many people with the same name and surname, and even people with similar naming habits. Evil and 7 didn't mean anything. But what about Song City? This was Luo Qingtong's master. When Yi Qianxian was in True Spill continent, he knew some things about him. But he didn't expect that the other party would be from Skywind region's Skywind Inscription City. If the other party was the one who summoned Luo Qingtong, then Luo Qingtong's disappearance in True Spill continent was very logical. Yi Qianxian and the others didn't stay in Skywind Inscription City for too long. As soon as Beiqing mentioned Mercenary City, they immediately rushed over to Mercenary City. Unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that we can't use the 10-directional dragon ring, we would have been able to determine the whereabouts of the evil doctor, Beiqing said regretfully. It's fine, Fengyu said. Even so, it's still better than His Majesty and the others discovering our whereabouts, Master, and the whereabouts of the evil doctor. Previously, when Master had forcefully left Sky Capital, His Majesty and the others didn't know that Yi Qianxian was looking for Luo Qingtong. They thought that Luo Qingtong was still in the 9-star Desolate Domain. That was the name of the star field where True Spill continent was located. Because they didn't know that Yi Qianxian was looking for Luo Qingtong, Sky Capital's emperor wasn't angry at Luo Qingtong. But if he knew that Yi Qianxian had disobeyed his orders for Luo Qingtong, risking his meridians to leave Sky Capital, and even fighting with him, His Majesty would definitely make a move on Luo Qingtong, at that time, the evil doctor's safety would be worrying. Therefore, when Xianxia attacked with all his strength, he also sealed the 10-directional dragon ring. Although this would make the process of finding Luo Qingtong much more difficult, it was still better than putting Luo Qingtong in danger. Everyone knew the importance of this matter. Beiqing immediately stopped talking. The group plunged into Mercenary City and soon found out about the existence of Luo Qingtong. Luo Xiaoqi? Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. Hidden under the mask, there was a hint of solemnity. The other party's name sounded like Luo Qingtong. However, this Luo Xiaoqi is a teenager. Feng Yu said in a low voice, "Master, I've checked carefully and looked from afar. The other party is indeed a genuine man. He shouldn't be an evil doctor." Luo Qingtong was a woman. Even though they had received news that Xiaoqi was a man, Feng Yu and the others had not seen it with their own eyes. What's more, it wasn't like Luo Qingtong didn't have the experience of dressing up as a man, so everyone didn't care too much about it. He thought that Luo Qingtong had disguised herself as a man and became Xiaoqi. But at this moment, Feng Yu and the others saw with their own eyes that Luo Qingtong had an Adam's apple when she was explaining on the square. This couldn't be faked. When Feng Yu and the others reported to Xianxia, they were full of disappointment. That woman is very cunning. When it came to Luo Qingtong, Xianxia's eyes softened. Even his cold voice had a trace of warmth. He doted on her without knowing it. It's not impossible to fake an Adam's apple. He thought of the scene when he first fought with Luo Qingtong in the subcity of the Black Field because she pretended to be a man. He instantly chuckled and then snorted. "I'll go and meet him in person. Don't interfere." It wasn't that Xianxia didn't trust Beiqing and Feng Yu's intelligence-gathering ability. Xianxia was going to check her identity in person to prevent her from deceiving Beiqing and Feng Yu again. After all, before confirming Luo Qingtong's identity, they couldn't expose her identity at will, so as not to attract the people of Heaven Capital. Xianxia had used all his strength to break out of Heaven Capital. If the Emperor of Heaven Capital came to catch her again, he wouldn't be able to use all his strength again. Because his meridians couldn't bear it anymore. Yes. Beiqing, Feng Yu, and others nodded. There was a glimmer of hope in their hearts. They hoped that Luo Qingtong was Luo Qingtong, but she hid her identity too well. Master knew the evil doctor better than them. If he did it, he might be able to find out a different result. Thinking of Luo Qingtong's strange and unpredictable abilities and means, everyone's face twitched slightly. If it was known that they couldn't even defeat a person from a low-level star region and a low-level continent, and were often fooled by her many means, the eyes of all the people of Heaven Capital would probably fall out of their sockets. However, if the evil doctor hadn't been so different, Master wouldn't have been so deeply entangled and unable to stop. Only the evil doctor was worthy of Master, who was so powerful. Those people of Heaven Capital were really short-sighted. Especially His Majesty, who wanted to force Master to comply and marry according to his wishes. It was really ridiculous. If the evil doctor rose, those noble ladies of Heaven Capital wouldn't even be worthy of carrying her shoes. The group of people saluted and left. In the Red Flame mercenary group, Luo Qingtong didn't know that Xianxia had come to find her. She squatted in the bathtub, which was half the height of a person, submerged in the water up to her shoulders. While washing her body, she unconsciously stroked the knuckle on her left ring finger. There, the 9 phoenix ring was originally worn. But at this moment, the ring was taken off by Luo Qingtong, placed in the palm of her hand, and carefully examined it. Luo Qingtong had been injecting spiritual power into the 9 phoenix ring to see if she could contact Xianxia's habits. But every time, it was unsuccessful. However, just now, when she was about to take off her clothes after taking a shower, she accidentally slipped the 9 netherworld phoenix ring off her finger. What was going on? Except for Xianxia, no one else could take off this ring, including Luo Qingtong. Why did he take it down today? Luo Qingtong's expression was somewhat grave. She carefully examined the 9 nether phoenix ring and didn't find anything wrong with it. If it weren't for this accident, she probably wouldn't have known that the 9 nether phoenix ring could be taken off. What was going on? Could something have happened to Xianxia's Shifang dragon ring? Luo Qingtong was thinking when she suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Little 7. Yu Xian's voice came from outside. Let me get you some hot water. Hearing Yu Xian's voice, Luo Qingtong instantly had a headache. Not because of anything else, but because this person had been pestering her ever since she saved him, especially when he just woke up and saw the people of the Red Flame mercenary group. She didn't know if it was the life with that sex young master that stimulated him, but when he saw Hu Zhan and a group of tall and strong mercenaries, he was scared and desperately hid beside her. Hu Zhan and the others didn't know what was going on, but Luo Qingtong was very clear. Seeing Yu Xian hiding behind her with a pale face and a pair of cold and clear eyes full of fear, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly, but she couldn't refuse him. What made Luo Qingtong's head hurt even more was that she didn't know what kind of enslavement education he received from that sex young master. He wholeheartedly believed that if he wanted to repay Luo Qingtong for saving his life, he had to serve her well. And this service, of course, wasn't the kind of service one would think of, but the simple kind of service. But Luo Qingtong didn't need it. She had a lot of secrets, and she didn't want others to find out that she was a girl, let alone let Yu Xian serve her by her side. Therefore, she directly refused. But Yu Xian refused to give up and silently worked for Luo Qingtong, and the people of the Red Flame mercenary group were happy to see it. After all, Luo Qingtong was the youngest guy in the Red Flame mercenary group, so they were naturally willing to pamper her. There was nothing bad about having someone take care of her life. For this reason, they even took the initiative to hand over some of Luo Qingtong's matters to Yu Xian. They were simply a group of cheating pig teammates. Hu Zhan also teased Luo Qingtong. Yu Xian probably had an obvious nestling mentality towards her. After all, Luo Qingtong saved him, so he naturally wanted to do his best to repay her. What kind of nestling mentality was this? Your nestling is so big? Luo Qingtong's heart was so stifled that she wished she could beat Hu Zhan and the other guys who made trouble for her to death. God knows how hard it was for her to refuse recently. If she hadn't eaten the small illusion pill, her identity as a girl might have already been exposed. No need. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly as she said to the door, I've already washed up. As she spoke, she quickly got up from the bathtub and put away the 9 Netherworld Phoenix ring in her hand. Then, she dried her body a few times, put on a set of clean clothes, and opened the door. Oh, under the moonlight outside, Yu Xian's figure was slender, his skin was like jade, and he was carrying a bucket of hot water in his hand. This action didn't suit him at all. But when Yu Xian did it, he seemed to have an immortal aura. Even the action of carrying hot water didn't damage his temperament at all. He looked like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens under the moonlight. But now, this banished immortal looked disappointedly at Luo Qingtong, who was already wearing a new set of clothes. However, Yu Xian quickly thought of something. His eyes lit up as he said, Should I massage your back? Before Luo Qingtong could refuse, he had already walked into Luo Qingtong's room and led her to the round table in the middle of the room. My skills are very good. Little 7, you can try. As he spoke, he smiled and placed his hand on Luo Qingtong's shoulder. However, just as he was about to do so, Luo Qingtong grabbed his wrist. Yu Xian, you don't have to do this. This is no longer the place you used to be. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. You don't have to thank me. Luo Qingtong looked helpless. She didn't like other people touching her body. Moreover, she still had many secrets hidden in her body. Little 7 doesn't like me, right? After Yu Xian's hand was grabbed by Luo Qingtong, his body stiffened. Then, he silently lowered his head and said in a low and slightly hoarse voice, I know little 7 thinks I'm dirty, so I didn't recommend myself. I'm not worthy of you. I just want to repay you. After all, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to escape. He paused and said, Little 7 found out I was there that day, right? Thank you for not telling those people. Luo Qingtong raised her brows at Yu Xian's words. So this was why he was so determined to marry her, but what the hell did he mean by saying he was dirty? She didn't think that way at all. Okay, Luo Qingtong frowned and was about to speak when Luo Qingtong pressed Yu Xian's shoulder and pressed him down on the table. Shoo! She raised her index finger and put it on Yu Xian's lips. Then, she suddenly raised her hand and extinguished the candlelight in the room. In the darkness, Yu Mingqian's eyes were cold. When Luo Qingtong made her move, he thought that he had exposed some flaw and she had seen through him. He almost made his move. What's going on? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Using Luo Qingtong's action of pressing him down on the round table, he approached her silently. Almost half of his body was leaning against Lin Mingya. After getting along with her for a few days, Yu Mingqian found that Luo Qingtong was extraordinarily vigilant. Not only him, but even the people of the Red Flame mercenary group found it difficult to get close to her. The young man looked easygoing and easy to talk to, but in fact, he had wrapped his heart up and did not allow others to get close to him easily. Yu Mingqian was thinking about how to get close to her. If he guessed correctly, Luo Qingtong had stayed in Mercenary City for a long time. It was very likely that she would leave this place in a few days. By then, all his efforts would be in vain. He had racked his brains to get close to her, but it would be of no use. Thinking of this, Yu Mingqian's eyes turned cold. He was good at disguising himself. After so many years, Luo Qingtong was the first person who made him feel helpless. Yu Mingqian confirmed that there was no problem with his current identity and persona. If it were someone else, it would be easy for them to sympathize with him and take him under their wings to protect him. The people of the Red Flame mercenary group kept providing him with ways to get close to Luo Qingtong. However, Luo Qingtong did not pay much attention to him. Her attitude towards him was no different from that of the other people in Mercenary City. This made Yu Mingqian feel very troubled. When he got close, Luo Qingtong was also very uncomfortable. She frowned slightly and looked at the handsome face in front of her. Yu Mingqian's voice seemed to be close to her ear. His hot breath blew on her ears. Luo Qingtong knew that Yu Mingqian was probably afraid that others would hear him, so he deliberately lowered his voice and whispered into her ear. However, she still almost threw Yu Mingqian away. For Luo Qingtong, Yu Mingqian's proximity to her was enough to trigger her body's automatic counterattack. Nothing. Luo Qingtong furrowed her brows and put some distance between her and Yu Mingqian. Stay here and don't move. I'll be back soon. There was someone outside. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes flickered slightly as she looked at the figure outside the room. The other party's strength was extremely high. They had infiltrated her courtyard without alerting anyone. Furthermore, none of the array formations that she had set up around the room had given off any warning. If Luo Qingtong didn't have a pair of bloody pupils, she would have been killed. Most likely, he wouldn't even be able to discover the other party. Luo Qingtong wasn't sure if the other party was related to those black-cloaked men. If those black-cloaked men came to her door, she must leave immediately, otherwise, not only her, but also the people of the Red Flame mercenary group would suffer. Luo Qingtong turned around and rushed out. Shua. Outside, Yi Qianming's figure had just approached Luo Qingtong's room when he instantly felt an aura rush out from the front. Have I been discovered? His eyes lit up and he was very suspicious that the other party was Luo Qingtong. After all, with his strength and power, even if he was injured because he had temporarily used all his strength, it was not something that ordinary people could detect. Not to mention, he had deliberately hidden his figure. Could the other party be Luo Qingtong? As he thought so, he was about to speak when his eyes were fixed on Luo Qingtong's face. The large birthmark covered Luo Qingtong's face. After her special rendering and carving, it almost covered half of her face. With Yi Qianming's eyesight, he could naturally distinguish between what was fake and what was real. Most of the birthmark on her face was real. Yi Qianming looked at it and his eyes darkened. And Luo Qingtong took advantage of his stupefaction to rush out of her courtyard and leave the Red Flame mercenary group's encampment. Who are you? Luo Qingtong led Yi Qianming to a dark alley and then stared at the man in front of her with burning eyes. And because Yi Qianming was not completely sure of her identity, he did not use all his strength. Instead, he followed her lead and appeared in this alley with her. He stared at Luo Qingtong's face and still did not give up. This woman was full of tricks and cunning. Perhaps the birthmark was one of her tricks. Yi Qianming would not believe it until he confirmed it with his own eyes. When he first met Luo Qingtong, he was deceived by her, thinking of how Luo Qingtong tricked him with bananas, deliberately letting him touch her and deceiving him. Yi Qianming's eyes were extremely deep. You are Luo Xiaoqi? Yi Qianming's eyes were fixed on her. Do you know Luo Qingtong? His voice was hoarse with obvious depression and distortion. As soon as he said this, Luo Qingtong's heart was suddenly shocked. Could it be that the other party was really one of those black-robed men, and that they had already found out her identity and were here to test her? One had to know that Luo Qingtong was Song Cheng's disciple. She was specially summoned by him, but she failed in the end. In Heavenly Wind Inscription City, this wasn't a secret. The other party came here to suspect that she was Xianxia and Luo Qingtong. As she thought of this, her heart was very heavy, but her face was calm and composed, and her expression did not change. I don't know what you're talking about. What Luo Qingtong? Is that a woman? I'm a man. Luo Qingtong narrowed her eyes. Fortunately, she had obtained the pill formula for the illusory form pill and improved it into a small illusory form pill. Otherwise, she would definitely not be able to conceal her identity as Luo Qingtong. The other party really knows how to investigate. They actually found out about that identity, Luo Qingtong thought, her eyes cold. When Yi Qianming heard her words, his gaze swept across her face, body, and throat. His expression was extremely ugly. Did he really find the wrong person? Yi Qianming's thin lips were tightly pursed. His face was hidden under the black mask, making it impossible for others to see his expression. Only his slightly exposed smooth chin was taut, showing that his mood was not calm at all. Luo Qingtong kept staring at his face as she spoke. The blood in her eyes spun quickly, trying to see his face under the mask. However, in order to avoid the people of Tiandu, Yi Qianming and Beijing around him all wore masks that could block others' detection. Although this kind of mask was precious in the star field, it wasn't something that didn't exist. The black cloak and hood that Yu Mingqian had worn also had this effect. It was just that this was an inscription tool unique to the Inscription Association. It was different from the mask that Yi Qianxian wore. As Luo Qingtong searched Yi Qianxian's face without any results, Yi Qianxian's figure also moved. He wanted to personally investigate whether or not Luo Qingtong was telling the truth. Shua. Yi Qianxian's figure shot up. Luo Qingtong had been paying attention to his movements the entire time. As his figure shot up, she was very clear that he didn't believe her words and was prepared to personally investigate. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned. She simply wasn't afraid of being investigated. After eating the minor phantom pill, her Adam's apple was protruding and her chest was flat. As long as the other party didn't touch her, it didn't matter how he investigated. Why not take advantage of the situation and directly dispel the other party's doubts? Otherwise, if the other party kept suspecting her, she would be exposed sooner or later. Luo Qingtong didn't want to bring trouble back to the True Spill continent. A 9-star territory and a 6-star territory were simply not on the same level. Moreover, during this period of time, she had heard from Heavenly Wind Mercenary City that the Inscription Association was a giant among the many star fields. Its influence was so great that it covered almost the entire outer space. More importantly, the appearance of the Inscription Association had ended the situation where the various Inscription Master sects had their own way of governing, and unified the Inscription Master sects' plans. Now, the Inscription Association had an extremely high status in the star fields. Any sect or family that wanted the help of an Inscription Master had to go to the Inscription Association and establish good relations with them. In such a situation, directly confronting the other party wasn't a good choice. As Luo Qingtong thought this, her eyes turned. She didn't deliberately block Yi Qianxian's move, but instead deliberately collided with his palm wind. She could see that the other party was probing her, so he didn't use much strength in his movements. In such a case, if she retreated, it would be like exposing herself. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she didn't even summon the life and death yin-yang sword. She directly collided with the opponent's palm wind. As she collided, she deliberately shouted, "Aya, help! Someone is killing me! I am Luo Xiaoqi, everyone come and help me!" Knowing that the other party purposely came to test her identity and did not confirm whether she was Xie or Luo Qingtong felt no pressure at all. With her current identity as Luo Xiaoqi, her influence in Mercenary City was extraordinary. Naturally, countless people were willing to come help her. Sure enough, all the lights of the alley was lit of the night of the Knights of the Night of the ZSS. Then all of the rooms teat sound. It's little seventh young master's voice. Tease. Of this. Brothers, hurry up and grab your weapons. A bunch of messy noises sounded, followed by the sounds of various figures and weapons being unsheathed. They all gathered towards Luo Qingtong's side. Luo Qingtong had lured this person out of the Red Flame mercenary group just for this moment. The latter originally came to check whether her male identity was real or not, but he didn't expect that she would deliberately bump into him. With a bang, Luo Qingtong's figure was slapped back by Xianxia's palm. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side of the alley. Xiaoqi. Yu Xian's figure floated in the dark alley like an immortal. He anxiously appeared beside Luo Qingtong, standing in front of Luo Qingtong and glaring at Xianxia in front of him. Stop. Who are you? Why did you attack Xiaoqi? Yu Mingqian's eyes were deep. He stared at the man in front of him, wondering who he was and why he suddenly attacked Luo Xiaoqi. Did other people know that the young man had the inscription of God, or could it be that there was an even more unknown secret on his body? Yu Mingqian's eyes were inexplicable. But the expression on his face was firm and anxious. He stood in front of Luo Qingtong, protecting her behind him. Luo Qingtong's chest was hurt by her own collision. It was not that Xianxia was too strong. On the contrary, the man almost didn't use any strength. He just wanted to check her identity. But damn it, Luo Qingtong didn't expect that although her chest was flattened by the small phantom elixir, Luo Qingtong still felt like her two little white rabbits were patted by Xianxia's palm. It hurt, Luo Qingtong hissed softly. She touched her chest and confirmed that it was flat. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Damn it, she was scared to death. Fortunately, there was no problem with the other party's touch, otherwise, she would have picked up a piece of tofu and killed herself. If she went up and let others find out that she was a woman, how stupid it would be. After Luo Qingtong felt relieved, she found Yu Xian standing in front of her, trembling and glaring at the man opposite him. Luo Qingtong's brows furrowed. Why was Yu Xian here? Didn't she ask him to stay in the room? But Luo Qingtong didn't have time to think about it. She got up and pushed Yu Xian aside. Then she rubbed her chest and said to Xianxia opposite her, now you believe that I'm a man, right? Go. No matter what your purpose is, I'm not the one you're looking for. If you don't go now, you won't get away so easily. As Luo Qingtong spoke, she scanned the surrounding alleyways. Over there, a group of mercenaries who had been alarmed by her had already appeared. Xianxia's eyes slightly. He looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. Then he turned and left. He could clearly feel that he had hit a flat area with his palm just now. No matter how a person's figure was disguised, the difference between a man and a woman was very obvious. If Luo Qingtong was a woman disguised as a man, Xianxia should have seen through her by now. However, his chest was flat. Plus, there was an Adam's apple on her throat and the birthmark on her face. Xianxia pursed his lips tightly. He couldn't help but believe that he had found the wrong person. Since she wasn't the person he was looking for, there was no need for him to stay here any longer. After Xianxia left, Luo Qingtong let out a heavy sigh. Finally, she got away with it. The other party was very strong. If he didn't only want to check her identity, she wouldn't have escaped so easily this time. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was very glad that she had made the decision to plan ahead. Otherwise, today's matter would definitely not be settled. And when she exhaled, a group of mercenaries who were alarmed by her rushed over. Little Seven Gongzi. Are you okay? Everyone asked with concern. They were holding weapons in their hands. Some of them didn't even wear shoes. They directly put on a robe and rushed out. Although these mercenaries were more realistic, they still understood the principle of repaying kindness. After there was no conflict of interest with Luo Qingtong, they immediately regarded Luo Qingtong as a member of Mercenary City. And they were willing to do what they could to repay her. I'm fine. Luo Qingtong looked at them and laughed heartily. The other party has been scared away. Thank you. If it weren't for these people, that person wouldn't have left so easily. Luo Qingtong's gratitude was sincere. Everything she had done before had finally paid off. Haha, Little Seven Gongzi, you don't have to thank us. We'll wait for you to teach us more practical skills and methods in the future. The group of mercenaries laughed and said. These people were used to the simple and crude method of completing missions with their lives on the line, regardless of wind or rain. Who would have thought that Luo Qingtong could actually formulate such a detailed and effective method according to the characteristics of the mission items they had experimented several times. Now, they were all using the method taught by Luo Qingtong. Who knew how much damage and casualties were reduced? This was enough for them to be grateful to Luo Qingtong for a lifetime. What was a little help to her? After the group of people confirmed that Luo Qingtong was fine, they sent her and Yu Xian back to the Red Flame mercenary group. When the people of the Red Flame mercenary group arrived, they were immediately alarmed. When they learned that Luo Qingtong was attacked, their expressions changed. "Little Seven, are you alright? Did you see that person's face clearly?" Gui Feng took a big stride forward and sized up Luo Qingtong. "No." Luo Qingtong shook her head. At this moment, Hu Zhang clenched his fists. "Humph, it must be those people from the Black Iron mercenary group. Those bastards, it's been so long and they're still thinking about Little Seven. Tomorrow, I will bring my men to the Mercenary Association and teach them a lesson." Luo Qingtong's lips twitched when she heard Hu Zhang's words. Why do I feel that the Black Iron mercenary group is so pitiful? They had been wrongly blamed for this. However, Luo Qingtong couldn't reveal her identity. Naturally, she couldn't tell Hu Zhang that she wasn't a member of the Black Iron mercenary group. Forget it, it's just a beating. She would just treat it as the interest of the Black Iron mercenary group when they started causing trouble for her. Luo Qingtong's lips twitched as she thought of this. However, she also felt a little strange. The man who appeared tonight, she initially thought that he was one of the people from the Black Iron mercenary group. However, the other party's behavior later didn't seem like it. Luo Qingtong frowned. Could it be that other than the Black Iron mercenary group, there were other people secretly searching for her whereabouts? But even if she knew that killing him would bring her a lot of trouble, Luo Qingtong didn't regret it. After all, it was very likely that he knew the whereabouts of the divine inscriptions on the 7th floor of the Heavenly Wind Inscription Tower. Compared to the trouble caused by the other party revealing the information, Luo Qingtong would rather kill him and cause some trouble. After all, they weren't on the same level. From the beginning to the end, Luo Qingtong didn't suspect that the person who came to find her might be Xianxia. After all, she didn't expect that Xianxia would appear here and secretly find her. She had changed her identity, changed her gender, and even had a huge birthmark on her face. Before completely confirming her identity, how could Xianxia reveal her identity? The two of them missed each other by a freak combination of factors. While Luo Qingtong was thinking about Xianxia's identity, the man had already returned to his room. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others had been waiting for him. Seeing Xianxia's figure appear, they immediately stood up and looked at him with hopeful eyes. "Master, how was it?" Their faces were full of expectation. Xianxia looked at their eyes and inexplicably felt a little depressed. He was also very expectant that Luo Qingtong was Luo Xiaoqi. However, it's not her. Xianxia's voice was deep. He took off the mask on his face and threw it on the bed. He walked to the window and looked into the distance. "Qingtong, where are you?" "What?" Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others looked at each other. Everyone's eyes were still full of hope, but the light in their eyes slowly dimmed. Luo Xiaoqi was the only person they could find that matched Luo Qingtong's identity, but it wasn't her. Where did the evil doctor go? In the outer realms, powerhouses were as common as clouds. The evil doctor was suddenly brought to the outer realms. They didn't know how she could safely return to the Truespill continent. If anything happened to her, then Master, are you sure you've investigated thoroughly? Bei Qing could not help but ask. He had never doubted Xianxia's words, but when he saw Xianxia's lonely back, he couldn't help but speak up. "Bei Qing." Feng Yu shouted in a low voice. How could Master make a mistake? Xianxia hoped that Luo Xiaoqi was an evil doctor more than they did. If he wasn't completely confident, he definitely wouldn't have said that. Furthermore, Feng Yu couldn't bear to speak. When they saw Luo Qingtong from afar, they had already confirmed that her Adam's apple was real. With their eyesight, it was impossible for them to be mistaken. There was also a birthmark on her face. It was just that Xianxia wouldn't give up on this unless she personally investigated it. Therefore, they did not try to persuade him. At the same time, there was a trace of hope in his heart. Fortunately, Luo Qingtong really had the ability to pass off the fake as the real thing and deceive their eyesight. However, it seemed that they hadn't made a mistake before. This sovereign hit her chest. Yi Qianxian's deep voice drifted in from the window. She is indeed a young man. Let the people of the underground palace investigate other things. In addition, we will leave Mercenary City tomorrow. Yes. Beiqing, Fengyu, and the others nodded. Looking at Yi Qianxian's lonely back, they did not disturb him and quietly left. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Clop Clop Clop. In Mercenary City, the extremely muffled sound of horse hooves resounded. Then, a group of well-trained and valiant men and horses galloped into Mercenary City. Their figures were vast and mighty, and the aura they exuded as they walked was extremely frightening. Rumble. When these men and horses galloped into Mercenary City, the city gates suddenly opened wide. Then, one after another, the sound of a bell reverberated in the sky above Mercenary City. Clang clang clang. The sound of the bell was followed by the excited voice of the leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group, which echoed in Mercenary City. Mercenaries in the city, please come to the square of the Mercenary Guild. The Tianfengchu clan has something to announce. In addition, all the leaders of high-ranking mercenary groups, those who are above the human martial arts realm, immediately come to the hall of the Mercenary Guild. Everyone else, wait in the square of the Mercenary Guild. Hua. Following the announcement of the leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group and the deafening sound of horse hooves, the entire Heavenly Wind Mercenary City fell into an uproar. The Tianfengchu clan was one of the top clans in the Heavenly Wind Star Zone. They had more than one high-ranking continent. Almost every outstanding disciple under their command had a high-ranking continent under their name. What kind of concept was that, owning a high-ranking continent? This not only meant that the people on that continent could live and die in his hands. It also meant that all the resources on that continent would belong to him alone, using the power of a high-ranking continent to support one person's cultivation. Even if the disciple of the Tianfengchu clan was as stupid as a pig, he could still cultivate it. Not to mention those from the Tianfengchu clan who could obtain a high-ranking continent from their clan. They were not mediocre at all, but geniuses. From this, it could be seen how powerful the Tianfengchu clan was, and the Tianfengchu clan's strength was not only that, but they were also the domain master clan of the Heavenly Wind domain. Chu Tianyi, the current ruler of the Tianfeng domain, was the head of the Tianfengchu family. It hadn't even been 20 years since he took over the position of clan head. And it hadn't even been 10 years since he took over the position of region lord. He was truly a formidable and ambitious person who had single-handedly established the Chu clan's current structure and the world. Now that someone from the Tianfengchu clan had appeared here and clearly had something to announce, how could the people of Mercenary City not be shocked? After all, with the strength and status of the Tianfengchu clan, why would they need to come to Mercenary City to issue missions? Wouldn't that mean that with a flick of a finger, there would be countless people working for them? Not to mention, the Tianfengchu clan had many subordinate clans and sects under them. How could they, as mercenaries, work for them? Everyone was in an uproar, but they still followed their curiosity and came to the square of the Mercenary Association. Yi Qianxian and the others were originally preparing to leave Mercenary City today, but the arrival of the people from the Tianfengchu clan disrupted their plans. Not only had the people from the Tianfengchu clan entered the city, but they had also sealed off the roads at the city gates. It was said that before they finished their announcement, no one in Heavenly Wind Mercenary City was allowed to leave. This decision was abnormally overbearing and unreasonable, causing many people in Mercenary City to complain. After all, they still had to leave the city to complete their mission. But the Tianfengchu family was powerful. They were far from what the wandering mercenaries in Mercenary City could compare with. With a large number of troops stationed at the city gates, anyone who tried to force their way out would die. The group of mercenaries were angry, but they didn't dare to speak. Although Yi Qianxian and the others could force their way out of Mercenary City, doing so would inevitably cause trouble. If their identities were exposed and they attracted the attention of Sky Capital's people and Sky Capital's emperor, that would be troublesome. As everyone thought this, they suddenly looked at Yi Qianxian. Master? Beiqing and Fengyu looked at him inquisitively. Yi Qianxian's face was hidden under the white jade mask, so it was impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. Then let's wait and see, he said. He didn't know why, but he didn't want to leave Mercenary City. That woman wasn't here, so he should leave as soon as possible and go somewhere else to look for her. Otherwise, if she was alone in the starry skies, with a secret that others coveted, and no one by her side to help her, what would happen if she encountered danger? Xianxia was worried. Even though he knew that Luo Qingtong wasn't weak. On the contrary, her personality was cunning, deceitful, and unpredictable. In addition to her elusive abilities, it was difficult for anything to happen to her. But just in case, what if, he had found Luo Qingtong's identity in True Spill Continent? After being together with her, he had never lost contact with her again. One could say that he was worried for nothing, or that he was indecisive. As long as it concerned Luo Qingtong, he would never be able to calm down. Unless he stayed as that woman, always looking at her, holding her hand, and knowing that she was well. Otherwise, he would never be able to feel at ease. This was probably what people often called the feeling of love and longing, right? Who would have thought that one day, he would be so worried about a woman, so worried that he couldn't control himself. In Xianxia's limited 20 years of life, he had never thought of this before, but at this moment, even though he was so anxious and couldn't wait to fly to that woman's side, he couldn't help but feel a little reluctant to leave Mercenary City. Could it be that he was still hoping that woman would come to Mercenary City in the next few days? Yi Qianren's heart was vexed. He pursed his lips and didn't say anything else. After saying those words, he immediately turned around and left. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard his words, and they hurriedly responded to him. They were also very worried that Xianxia would charge through the city gate regardless of the consequences. After all, Master had been in a bad mood since last night after checking whether Luo Xiaoqi of the Red Flame Mercenary Group was an evil doctor. Previously, he had been looking forward to it, but now, his feelings of loss and entanglement were just as depressing and unbearable. They all understood in their hearts. Fortunately, Master was still able to control himself and knew that it was useless to force his way through. It was just a few days later, and it was better than alarming the people of Heaven Capital. But why did the people of Tianfeng Chu's family come to Mercenary City for no reason? As everyone thought of this, they hurriedly followed Yi Qianren's footsteps and returned to the room. In the Mercenary Club, a group of high-ranking mercenary groups and the Black Iron Mercenary Group were looking at an old man sitting in the main seat in front of them. The leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group was very flattering. He took a step forward and hurriedly said, "All the leaders of the high-ranking mercenary groups and the experts of the human martial arts realm in Mercenary City are all here. What's the matter? Please tell us." His face was full of flattery. God knew how excited the leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group was when he found out that the Tianfeng Chu family was coming to Mercenary City to ask them to help with something. This was the Tianfeng Chu family, a true giant family in the Tianfeng region. If he could have a relationship with such a family, even if it was just a little bit, he wouldn't have to be a weak mercenary group leader in Mercenary City. Just the name of the Tianfeng Chu family was enough to bring him great benefits. However, it was a pity that this foreign affairs elder sent by the Tianfeng Chu family completely ignored him. Instead, he treated Gu Yifeng and the others differently. It was really infuriating. The leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group was full of depression and hatred towards Gu Yifeng. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been tormented so miserably by that Luo Xiaoqi. Their entire Black Iron Mercenary Group was almost pulled down by someone else. Not only that, they were almost disbanded. Those people who listened to Luo Qingtong's explanation came back every day to make trouble for him, the leader, and asked him to apologize to Luo Qingtong, otherwise they would leave the group. Not only that, those mercenaries who were cheated by him came in groups to make trouble for them. In order to solve the trouble caused by Luo Qingtong's explanation, he almost lost his family fortune. Okay, all the resources and rewards that he had plundered over the years were all used up. Not only that, it wasn't enough. It caused him to tighten his belt and desperately look for people to borrow money everywhere, and who knew how much debt he owed, and all of this was because Gu Yifeng and the others protected Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, with the other party's magical appraisal ability, they would be a money tree. Couldn't they move to anywhere? It was really a wave of the hand, and a large amount of money and resources would be in their hands. Unfortunately, Gu Yifeng, that self-proclaimed righteous and principled person, had messed it up. Thinking of this, the Black Iron Mercenary Group's leader felt displeased. If it wasn't for the Tianfengchu clan personally calling for all the high-ranking mercenary groups to come, he really didn't want Gui Feng and the others to come. While he was feeling frustrated, Elder Fu from the Heavenly Wind Shu clan swept his gaze across the group of mercenaries in front of him. Other than Gui Feng and Hu Zhan, as well as the leaders of the other high-rank mercenary groups, whom he barely looked up to, the others were all a bunch of trash. Finding such a group of trash to work for the Tianfengchu clan was really a disgrace to the Tianfengchu clan's reputation. However, things had happened so suddenly that there was nothing he could do. In order to cover up the news and get that thing as soon as possible, they had no choice but to let these mercenaries take action. Thinking of this, Elder Fu frowned and was about to speak. At this moment, his gaze suddenly swept to Luo Qingtong and he said coldly, "Why is such a lowly trash here? Leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Group, what do you think the mission of the Tianfengchu clan is?" He clearly said that only the leaders of the high-rank mercenary groups could come in and listen to him talk about the mission. Gui Feng's and the others' faces instantly changed when they heard Elder Fu's words. Especially Hu Zhan. He was completely enraged. "You, old bastard," before he could finish speaking, he was stopped by Gui Feng. "Elder Fu." He looked at Elder Fu with a neither servile nor overbearing expression. "Little Seven is a member of our Red Flame mercenary group. At the same time, she's also a VIP of all the mercenary groups in Mercenary City. Her appearance here is a request from all of us mercenary groups. If you don't think it's appropriate for her to appear here, then there's no need for us to participate in the Tianfengchu family's mission. Don't you think so?" As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd in Tianfeng Mercenary City. These people had previously said that they wanted Luo Qingtong to come here to participate in the Tianfengchu family's meeting. If not for this, why would Luo Qingtong stand here and be humiliated? If they didn't say anything today, Gui Feng would immediately leave with Luo Qingtong. As for the Tianfengchu family's mission, the Red Flame mercenary group wouldn't participate in it. Could it be that the Heavenly Wind Shu clan dared to force a trade? Gui Feng's thoughts were mature. Naturally, he wouldn't watch Luo Qingtong be humiliated. However, the Red Flame mercenary group couldn't easily go against the Tianfengchu family's reputation. If Hu Zhan had said those words just now, it would have vented his anger, but the consequences would be unimaginable. It would have even caused more trouble for Luo Qingtong. However, it would be different if all the mercenary groups spoke together. The law couldn't punish the majority. Moreover, the Tianfengchu family still needed these mercenary groups to work for them. They wouldn't let all the mercenary groups withdraw. Gui Feng's words were to force these mercenary groups to follow suit and stand on Luo Qingtong's side. This would prevent the Tianfengchu family from venting their anger on Luo Qingtong. It could be said that Gui Feng's idea was extremely good. When the mercenaries heard his words, they couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Indeed, they were the ones who called Luo Qingtong over. They wanted Luo Qingtong to listen to the content of the mission so that she could give them more ideas. Furthermore, the Tianfengchu family was actually willing to hand over the mission to their mercenary group. Obviously, this mission was not ordinary. Luo Qingtong's meticulous observation and meticulous planning in Mercenary City had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Naturally, everyone wanted her to be their supervisor. However, to everyone's surprise, Elder Fu was so angry at Luo Qingtong's appearance. The group of people wanted to stand up for Luo Qingtong, but they were afraid of offending the Tianfengchu family and getting into trouble. But at this time, Gui Feng purposely forced them, resolving their worries instead. If they spoke together, the Tianfengchu family couldn't possibly wipe them all out, right? With this thought in mind, the group of people immediately said, "Elder Fu, Little Seven's ability is indeed extraordinary. We specially invited her here." "Yes, Elder Fu, Little Seven is our Mercenary City's god of fortune. If you don't let her participate here, we won't dare to accept your mission." Elder Fu's face darkened when he heard their words. God of fortune? Extraordinary ability? The other party was merely a youth with an ugly appearance and low strength. Why was it that when they were talking about him, it was as if he was a god? If that was the case, was he blind to not recognize Mount Tai when he spoke against the other party? Elder Fu's expression darkened, and he was furious. The members of the Heavenly Wind Shu clan who were standing beside him were also enraged. These people from Mercenary City were just mud that couldn't support a wall. She dared to talk back to Elder Fu for a weak and uncouth young man. The atmosphere between the mercenaries and the people from the Tianfengchu clan was tense. At this moment, the leader of the Black Iron mercenary group hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over. "Hey, everyone, why do you have to do this? Elder Fu just doesn't know Luo Xiaqi's identity. Besides, it's wrong for a weak person like her to be here. You didn't explain it in advance, so of course Elder Fu is angry. Don't you agree, Elder Fu?" As he spoke, he looked at Elder Fu with a flattering smile. Elder Fu didn't think highly of him. But now, the leader of the Black Iron mercenary group was belittling Luo Qingtong, which meant that he agreed with Elder Fu that Luo Qingtong was a weak piece of trash. This made him feel very comfortable, and he looked at the leader of the Black Iron mercenary group in a different light. That's right. Humph, an ugly and weak person. If it weren't for you guys interceding for her, I would have beaten her out of here. You better be telling the truth. Otherwise. Elder Fu snorted and narrowed his eyes. His aura was suddenly released, and it was very terrifying. Immediately, the mercenaries were forced to take a few steps back. Everyone's expression changed, and they all said that they didn't dare. As for Gui Feng and Hu Zhan, they rushed to Luo Qingtong's side instantly when Elder Fu's aura exploded. They released their auras and enveloped the young man in front of them. They snorted coldly and retreated with a group of people. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Damn, this old bastard. Hu Zhan cursed in his heart. So what if you have strength? Damn it, if they hadn't acted fast enough, Luo Qingtong might have been hurt. He clearly knew that Luo Xiaoqi didn't have any strength, yet he still deliberately released his aura to suppress her. Hu Zhan didn't believe that he didn't do it on purpose, damn it. If not for Gui Feng holding him back, he would have already rushed out. Big brother, let's not participate in this troublesome mission. F***ck, these Tianfengchu people are willing to work for us. It's definitely not a good thing. Let's just reject it. At least little Seven won't be humiliated like this. Hu Zhan angrily whispered into Gui Feng's ear. Before Elder Fu could say anything, Elder Fu looked over at them. Humph. You can choose not to participate. But this kid has to stay. As he spoke, he pointed at Luo Qingtong. Seeing this, Hu Zhan was enraged. Why? This old bastard is going to fight Luo Xiaoqi, right? How shameless. Hu Zhan was about to explode from anger. Humph, based on what you said just now. Elder Fu sneered. Didn't you say that she's a goddess of fortune? What ability does she have? Why did you have to bring her here? Elder Fu couldn't take it lying down. All the mercenaries spoke up for Luo Qingtong. As a member of the Tianfengchu family, no one dared to disrespect him like this. Although he could swallow his anger in order to let these mercenaries take the mission, he didn't want to let go of Luo Qingtong, the culprit. He had thought highly of Gui Feng and Hu Zhan. But they actually went against him for Luo Xiaoqi. Elder Fu didn't like them at all. They didn't want to take the mission, but Luo Xiaoqi had to stay, and the mercenaries didn't want Luo Qingtong to leave either. What a joke, they even offended the Tianfengchu family for Luo Xiaoqi. Instead, they let the Black Iron mercenary group take the lead. If Luo Qingtong left with Gui Feng and Hu Zhan, what would they do? Without Luo Qingtong as the backbone of the team, they were terrified. No, Hu Zhan, don't be so impulsive. That's right. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for us. If Xiaoqi leaves, what should we do? You Red Flame mercenary group can't be so disloyal. They all talked at once, which made Hu Zhan choke with anger. Couldn't these idiots see that Elder Fu was trying to get rid of Luo Xiaoqi? Just as he was about to open his mouth in anger, Gui Feng pressed down on his shoulder and suppressed him. Don't be impulsive. If we go against the Tianfengchu family, it won't be good for Luo Xiaoqi and us. He glanced at Elder Fu and the members of the Tianfengchu family behind him and said. Gui Feng knew it very well. If they didn't take the mission, it wouldn't do them any good, not to mention that Elder Fu didn't allow Luo Qingtong to leave. Even if he did, Gui Feng wouldn't quit the mission. Because if they quit the mission, they and Luo Qingtong would be even less safe. On the contrary, they were together with the people from Mercenary City, advancing and retreating together. Only then would those people from the Tianfengchu clan not dare to make a move secretly. When Hu Zhan first spoke, Gu Yifeng wasn't prepared to agree. Gu Yifeng felt helpless in his heart. This fellow's brain was lacking a few tendons. His thinking was too simple. Luo Qingtong also wanted to hold Tiger Zhan down. What Gu Yifeng could think of, she could naturally think of as well. However, since Gu Yifeng had already made his move, she did not make another move. She merely smiled and said, "Big brother Hu Zhan was just joking. It's impossible for us, the Red Flame mercenary group, to withdraw from the mission. After all, it's our honor to be able to help the Tianfengchu family. Don't you agree, Elder Fu?" She looked at him with a smile. She remembered everything that Elder Fu said to her just now. When the mission started, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge. Why should she be in a hurry? She was looking forward to finding out what the mission was that could make the people from the Tianfengchu family come to Mercenary City to work for them. It must be very complicated. If anything unexpected happened during this mission, then she could not be blamed. Wasn't that the case? Luo Qingtong raised her hand and gently caressed her wrist. The smile on her face became even more innocent, as if she didn't take Elder Fu's words to heart. Seeing her expression, Elder Fu snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Gu Yifeng and the others weren't weak. In the current situation, one more helping hand meant one more chance. He didn't need to waste Gu Yifeng and the others' help for an ugly, vulgar, and weak young man. Otherwise, why would he tolerate Hu Zhan's impudence? He would have kicked him out long ago. Since that's the case, let's talk about the mission. As he spoke, he slowly opened his mouth and explained the mission one by one. Following his voice, the crowd's expressions immediately changed. Tianluo grass? Luo Qingtong's eyes sparkled. She fixed her gaze on Elder Fu. The people around her were also breathing heavily, as if they were unable to control themselves. It wasn't that the mercenaries lacked self-control, but the news that Elder Fu told them was too shocking. It was no wonder that after they had summoned the people of Mercenary City, they had only sent the experts and managers of the high-ranked mercenary groups. It wasn't that they were arrogant, but that there was more to this mission, and it was extremely shocking. That's right, Tianluo grass. Elder Fu's face was filled with pride and arrogance when he saw the shocked expressions on the mercenaries' faces. Humph, these vulgar people from Mercenary City. If it weren't for this special situation, why would the Tianfengchu clan need to come to Mercenary City to find people? Elder Fu's eyes darkened. I don't think I need to explain more about this Tianluo grass. This is a peerless immortal herb that can only be formed after being nurtured by Connate Qi and the Great Tao. It usually only forms when the heart of a high-ranking continent transforms. It's extremely rare for the heart of a high-ranking continent to transform. It usually only transforms when a high-ranking continent is on the verge of destruction. Once the heart of a continent transforms successfully, the high-ranking continent will be able to continue its life. If it doesn't, the high-ranking continent will be completely destroyed. This Tianluo grass is formed when the heart of a continent transforms. There are countless hearts of continents in the world that transforms when the time comes, but only a few can form a peerless immortal herb like the Tianluo grass. This Tianluo grass can not only help a person obtain an immortal spiritual body, but it can also transform a person overnight. Even an idiot, a person as stupid as a pig, after touching this heaven-sifting grass, would immediately transform into a mortal body and achieve an immortal spirit body. At the same time, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds, and they will directly enter the Venerable Realm. If someone above the Venerable Realm obtains it, their strength will also increase by a whole realm. At the same time, whether it's advancing to the human martial realm or the human martial realm, there won't be any obstacles. This peerless immortal herb is the reason why we're here to issue this mission. The mercenaries swallowed their saliva when they heard Elder Fu's words. The ability to break through a whole realm aside, the immortal spiritual body alone was enough to drive them crazy. The immortal spiritual body, what was the goal of all these cultivators to go against the heavens? It wasn't for supreme power, but for the great Tao of heaven and earth. The immortal spiritual Qi was a threshold to the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was the martial artists when they cultivated to the Venerable Realm. This was because the introduction of the immortal Qi was a huge test for them. From the body to the soul, everything had to undergo a metamorphosis. Not only that, it was not easy for them to absorb and refine the immortal Qi. Every wisp of immortal energy had to go through layers of refinement and extraction before they could obtain a tiny bit of energy to strengthen and fill their meridians. Under such circumstances, they did not know how long they would have to cultivate for before they could absorb enough energy for their own advancement. The law of heaven and earth contained in it was even more complicated and profound. It could be said that every step was arduous and difficult. Every expert who could cultivate to the venerable realm and above had endured for an unknown amount of time. Of course, there were those who were extremely talented and took much less time to cultivate than others, but they still managed to reach their current level. However, the immortal spiritual body was different. If one attained the immortal spiritual body, they would naturally be able to absorb immortal spiritual chi. This powerful aura, which was even more powerful than spiritual chi, was as simple as eating and drinking in front of the immortal spiritual body. One could easily refine the power and law of heaven and earth from the immortal spiritual chi, therefore, no one would not be tempted by the news of the Tianluo grass. However, the group of mercenaries were not fools. Why would the Tianfengchu clan leak the news of such an immortal herb? Why would they let them complete the mission? Were they not afraid that they would take it for themselves? After all, no one could resist the temptation of the Tianluo grass. The group of mercenaries was very confused. The leader of a high-ranking mercenary group directly asked the question. If you can get the Tianluo grass, then it's your ability, but is it so easy to get such a peerless immortal herb? Elder Fu's face was full of disdain when he heard the leader's question. If it was so easy to get the Tianluo grass, why would he come to these mercenaries? Did he think that the Tianfengchu clan had no one else? If the strength of these itinerant cultivators and mercenaries were to be displayed, the disciples of the Tianfengchu clan's branch families would be able to kill them in an instant with the help of their cultivation methods and weapons, even if their cultivation levels were much lower than theirs. If it weren't for the special circumstances, why would they come to these trash? These mercenaries might not think too highly of themselves. Elder Fu's face was full of disdain. His words also made the mercenaries very embarrassed. Gui Feng and Hu Zhan were the same. These mercenaries were all self-taught geniuses. They relied on their courage, stumbling, and relying on their talent and perseverance to forcefully kill their way out of this cold-blooded and merciless heavenly Tao. Their strength was indeed inferior to those disciples who came from large sects and factions. Because they didn't have a systematic learning system, they didn't have powerful cultivation techniques, and they didn't have any elders who could teach them and point out their cultivation mistakes. Everything they relied on was their own lives and their courage to not be afraid of death. What right did Elder Fu have to look down on them? If they had been born in a big family, or even an ordinary family or sect, they wouldn't have been afraid of Elder Fu at all, in terms of willpower and talent. Even the disciples of the 10 great clans might not be able to compete with them. After all, for the mercenaries who had risen from humble beginnings to their current strength, which one of them had talent and strength that was inferior to the disciples of the big families? They just didn't have the resources and background of the disciples of the big clans. In this world, what mattered was not talent and strength, but resources. Everyone was sad. They didn't want to accept Elder Fu's disdain, but they couldn't refute him. They were angry but didn't dare to say anything. However, that place doesn't belong to the Tianfeng domain. Do you understand now? That place belongs to another star area, a 6-star area called the Flying Star Area. That abandoned high-level continent is right at the edge of the Flying Star Area. The experts of the Tianfengchu clan can't take it by themselves, so we need your help. Elder Fu's voice was cold. If the disciple of the Tianfengchu clan hadn't been discovered by others when he found the Tianfeng grass, they wouldn't have been in such a passive position. Now, another family in the Flying Star Area had also learned about the Tianfeng grass. In order to prevent this information from being leaked, they had tacitly kept it a secret. But at the same time, in order to compete for the ownership of the Tianfeng grass, they made an agreement with each other. That was to let the juniors of their clans fight for the Tianfeng grass. But because of the danger of the Tianfeng grass, they couldn't let the juniors go alone. But if they sent the experts of their clans to guard it, they were worried that the other party would do something to it. Therefore, they made an agreement to hire mercenaries. They would swear to the heavens and earth that these mercenaries weren't their men. Otherwise, they would die on the spot. After the oath, the fight would begin. No matter which family got the Tianfeng grass, the other family wouldn't be able to stop them. Therefore, Elder Fu wasn't worried that someone among the mercenaries would take the Tianfeng grass for himself. how capable was the other party to escape from the pursuit of the two families? Not to mention that the experts of the various clans would be guarding the Forsaken Continent, if the other party could get the Tianfeng grass and escape from their pursuit, they would accept it. After Elder Fu finished speaking, they finally understood what was going on, so that's how it is. The high-class continent discovered by the Heavenly Wind Shu clan was not in the Heavenly Wind region, no. Wonder they asked them to take action. If that was the case, everything made sense. After all, the fewer people who knew about the Tianfeng grass, the better. Although the Tianfeng Chu clan was powerful, there might be other families in the Tianfeng domain that could compete with them. The Tianfeng grass was in the Flying Star area, which was not related to them. If they went there with great fanfare and were discovered by others, they would be in trouble. Moreover, it was easy to attract the attention of other aristocratic families. After all, a stalk of Skynet grass was already sufficient to create an extremely valiant genius disciple. Entering the venerable realm overnight was equivalent to many years of bitter cultivation, not to mention a physique like the immortal spiritual body. Who knew how many people coveted it? In the future, when he cultivated, it would be so difficult. It was unknown how many times faster his strength would advance compared to others. Furthermore, it didn't affect his strength at all. His foundation was still as solid as ever. It's like using a powerful pump to suck up water. You can't say that the quality of the water it absorbs isn't good just because it absorbs water faster and more, right? Wasn't it still the same water, but the time it takes to fill up the pool is faster and stronger than you? Everyone thought so and sighed in their hearts. Unfortunately, the heavenly luo grass was not theirs. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. If that was the case, they had no reason to refuse. The reward given by the Tianfeng Chu family was also very generous. The Tianfeng Chu family would even give them some of the cultivation methods and secret manuals that they had given to their affiliated families. Of course, even if they didn't complete the mission, the Tianfeng Chu family wouldn't treat them badly. They would still be rewarded. But they wouldn't be as generous as completing the mission. Everyone was very excited when they heard that. Especially when they heard about the cultivation methods and secret manuals, they couldn't help but feel excited. After all, mercenaries who had been through a lot of bloodshed lacked cultivation methods and secret manuals the most, as well as cultivation experience. When they heard that the Tianfeng Chu family would provide them with these, they were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Gui Feng and Hu Zhan didn't think there was anything wrong with such a mission. Even the rewards of the mission were much better than what they usually received. It was worth it. But they were very worried about Luo Qingtong. If they had known that the Tianfeng Chu family wanted them to fight for the Tianluo grass, they would have objected to Luo Qingtong staying. Now that Elder Fu had forced her to participate in the mission, what should they do? Although the young man's ability was powerful, her strength was too weak. She was only at the peak of the Holy Venerable Realm. She was at the bottom of the mercenaries. After all, even the weakest mercenary among them was at the Green Venerable Realm. The two of them were very worried. Luo Qingtong, on the other hand, was very happy. Tianluo grass? This is a rare opportunity. I didn't expect the Tianfeng Chu family to come here with this mission. Luo Qingtong's eyes were faintly shining with a demonic bloody light. That was the expression of her excitement. Soon, the light disappeared. Luo Qingtong didn't expect to encounter such a good thing when she was about to leave Mercenary City in 2 days. She didn't care about the Tianluo grass, which could help her achieve the immortal spiritual body. Instead, she valued its effect of achieving the Venerable Realm overnight. Luo Qingtong had advanced to the Holy Venerate Realm so far. It was unknown whether it was because she had absorbed Xiao Tuanzi's power and aura, or because she had advanced too quickly. In short, no matter how hard she tried, she was always one step away from breaking through. The Venerable Realm was right in front of him, but the barrier could be touched and seen. But it just couldn't be broken. It was so hard that it made people feel stifled. Luo Qingtong made a careful calculation. If she were to follow the normal speed of absorbing spiritual energy, she would have to wait a few years before she could break through the barrier of the Venerable Realm. Otherwise, she would have to wait until Xiao Tuanzi woke up to ask it what was going on. But now, neither of these were easy to achieve. Now, the appearance of the Tianfeng Chu family had solved her problem. That Sky Luo grass, if she could obtain it. Luo Qingtong's lips curved up slightly. She looked at Elder Fu's arrogant face and smiled without saying a word. Right at this moment, the voices of Gu Yifeng and the others suddenly rang out. Elder Fu, this matter is really too dangerous. We are willing to do anything for you, but can you give little Seven a way out and not participate in this mission? Pfft. Hearing Gu Yifeng's words, Luo Qingtong almost choked on her own saliva. Brother Gu? She turned to look at Gu Yifeng and Hu Zhan, and her lips twitched slightly. It can't be, right? Gu Yifeng and the others must not cause trouble. She knew they cared about her. As soon as Luo Qingtong finished speaking, Gu Yifeng and Hu Zhan each pressed her shoulders. Xiaoqi, don't speak. Let us handle this. If we let you do this, it'll be over. Luo Qingtong stared at Gu Yifeng and Hu Zhan, who were staring at Elder Fu, waiting for him to speak. Now she could only hope that Elder Fu would be a little more helpful. Don't agree so easily, please despise me as much as you can. Perhaps Elder Fu had heard her inner cry. He glanced at her and Gu Yifeng with a smug look and snorted. What do you think the mission of the Tianfengchu clan is? Since you wanted to come. Then you can't leave now. With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. Luo Xiaoqi had such a great influence on Gu Yifeng and the others. How could he let her leave alone? What's more, didn't Gu Yifeng and the others just embarrass him for Luo Xiaoqi? Elder Fu deliberately asked Luo Qingtong to stay just to see Gu Yifeng and the others' annoyed and regretful expressions. He was very pleased with himself. But he didn't know that Luo Qingtong was giving him a thumbs up in her heart. Good job. Old man, you're pretty awesome. Ahem, Luo Qingtong coughed softly and looked at Gu Yifeng and Hu Zhan. It's okay, brother Gu, brother Hu Zhan. I'll go with you. It won't be dangerous. Besides, everyone will protect me. Is that so? Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows and looked at the mercenaries not far away. Yes, yes. Everyone looked at Gu Yifeng and Hu Zhan as if they were going to eat them. How could they dare to stay any longer? After nodding his head, he ran out like a wisp of smoke. Not to mention anything else, they still had to explain the mission to the people in the square. The Tianfengchu clan's conditions were so generous. Coupled with the allure of the resources in the high-class continent, everyone was very satisfied with this mission. The only downside was that they had involved Luo Qingtong this time, causing her to have to go on a mission with them. But weren't Gu Yifeng and the rest also involved in this matter? It wasn't like they were the only ones speaking up for Luo Qingtong. The two of them had spoken up as well. Moreover, if Gu Yifeng hadn't provoked them first and forced them to speak, they wouldn't have stood up at that time. The group of people ran away like a wisp of smoke. Even the leader of the Black Iron mercenary group slowly led his men away. He was waiting to see how unlucky Luo Xiaoqi would be after going to that abandoned continent with them. She might not even survive the first day. Fight with him. The leader of the Black Iron mercenary group was in a good mood. He didn't expect that Luo Qingtong would have such benefits after being invited by those mercenary groups. Not only did he show his face in front of Old Fu, but he also talked to him, and Luo Qingtong was forced to go to that abandoned continent. He didn't have to do it himself. The other party might not be able to come out alive. It was really refreshing. The leader of the Black Iron mercenary group leisurely walked away. Before he left, he glanced at Luo Qingtong, Gu Yifeng, and the others proudly. Hu Zhan was so angry that his teeth itched. He almost beat him up, but was stopped by Luo Qingtong. Big brother Hu Zhan, don't mind them. Let's go back. I have something good to show you. Luo Qingtong thought for a long time. This time, with her strength and her blood eyes, she might not have an accident on the abandoned continent. She originally planned to write down the immortal secret manuals in her mind after leaving Mercenary City and give some to Hu Zhan and the others for them to cultivate. At that time, when their foundation was sufficient, Hu Zhan and the others' strength would also be greatly improved. After all, Hu Zhan and the others only lacked a little bit of foundation and resources compared to the children of those big families. And among them, foundation was the most important. Hu Zhan and the others could earn resources by themselves. With foundation, what resources couldn't they want to improve their strength? But without foundation, Hu Zhan and the others couldn't go to other places to get those cultivation methods and secret manuals. Ordinary cultivation methods and secret manuals, as long as they were good, were the treasures of the big families and sections. If Hu Zhan and the others didn't join those sects and families, they wouldn't be able to get them at all. Even if they were lucky enough to get them, once they revealed it after cultivating and were found out by others, it would be a dead end. But the cultivation methods and secret manuals that Luo Qingtong taught them were different. They were engraved by her from those cultivation sects on Earth. In this different world, they were unique and weren't afraid of being found out at all. During this period of time, Hu Zhan, Gu Yifeng, and the others took good care of her. Logically speaking, Luo Qingtong couldn't just watch them make a move. What's more, these cultivation methods and secret manuals were the reward she wanted to repay them from the beginning. Luo Qingtong thought and immediately brought Hu Zhan and Gu Yifeng back to the Red Flame mercenary group's encampment. The latter and the others were confused for a while. Ouyang Yingyu and the others were still waiting for news in the square outside. Seeing a group of high-ranking mercenary groups come out in high spirits, they thought they had encountered such a good thing, but looking at Hu Zhan and Gu Yifeng's sad expressions, they felt that something was wrong. What's going on? Are you all crying at a funeral? Ouyang Yingyu looked at Hu Zhan and Gu Yifeng with a strange expression. Hu Zhan was fine, this guy was born with a screw loose in his head. But what was going on with Gu Yifeng? Their leader had always been the most calm. Everyone stared at the two of them. Hu Zhan looked at them and was about to speak. On the other side, Luo Qingtong's voice sounded in their ears. Brother Gu, this is for you. After Luo Qingtong returned to the Red Flame mercenary group's encampment, she started to spread out the rice paper and started to write. Her background was too complicated, and it wasn't convenient for her to tell Gu Yifeng and the others, so she directly wrote down the cultivation techniques and secret manuals that she had prepared for them. Her blood-red pupils spun rapidly. Luo Qingtong copied all the mysterious methods and matters of cultivation in those secret manuals on white paper. In just a short while, there were several cultivation methods, secret manuals, and martial skills piled up beside her. Luo Qingtong handed these cultivation methods and martial skills to Gu Yifeng and the others. The latter and the others were still blaming themselves. Just as he was about to ask her what it was, he suddenly froze. This is? Gu Yifeng's voice trembled. He looked at the books that Luo Qingtong had just written, and there was still ink on the paper. His heart was filled with indescribable shock and excitement. Little Seven, we are sorry. Eh? Ah. This is. Hu Zhan also came over at this time, wanting to apologize to Luo Qingtong. However, when he came in front of Gu Yifeng, his eyes widened in an instant. Oh my God! He pinched his thigh fiercely, and after a heart-wrenching pain for a while, he finally believed that everything in front of him was not a dream, but real. Oh my God, these martial arts manuals are all real. Hu Zhan looked at the martial arts manuals handed over by Luo Qingtong and laughed dryly. He almost wanted to ask Luo Qingtong if she wrote them casually for fun. However, before he could say anything, he slapped himself and woke himself up. What the hell was she writing casually? If she hadn't already memorized them by heart, even if she flew, she wouldn't have been able to recite all these martial arts manuals. The only explanation was that these martial arts manuals were all real. Moreover, Luo Qingtong knew how to use them all, therefore, she was able to write them down from memory for them. Golden Sword Chop. World Return to One Technique. Mandarin Duck Twin Sword. No Heart and No Nonsense Technique. One by one, the names of the martial arts manuals jumped into Hu Zhan's eyes. All of them were martial arts manuals and names that he had never heard of before. Moreover, the cultivation levels indicated on these martial arts manuals were all above the venerable realm. There were even some in the human martial arts realm and the earth martial arts realm. Naturally, this was automatically calculated by Luo Qingtong according to the cultivation levels in this strange world. After all, the immortal cultivation manuals on Earth and the cultivation system in this strange world were completely different. Luo Qingtong carefully estimated the power and effect of those martial arts manuals and marked them with their respective cultivation levels. She only took out 2 martial arts manuals of the Earth martial arts realm. With Hu Zhan and Gu Yifeng's current strength, the first to enter the Earth martial arts realm would definitely be the two of them. Under such circumstances, 2 martial arts manuals were enough. Too many would be useless. Moreover, in the future, if the people of the Red Flame mercenary group didn't change their original intentions, Luo Qingtong would naturally give them more benefits. In this life, she wasn't afraid of giving benefits to others. But she was afraid of giving benefits to the wrong people, therefore, no matter what Luo Qingtong did, she would always leave some leeway. Gui Feng, Hu Zhan, and the others were loyal to her, so she naturally wouldn't be stingy with good things. In this world, if you want something, you have to exchange it with something. If you don't have anything, you can only use your heart and feelings. After all, it was impossible for him to not pay a price. They were both human beings for the first time. Why should she give whatever she had to the other party unconditionally? Sorry, but if she didn't like people, then she wouldn't give it to them. Hu Zhan's shocked attitude attracted the curiosity of Ouyang Yingyu and the others. The latter stood up and walked over. What are you two doing? With all this commotion, people who don't know would think that you guys picked it up. Where are the treasures? Ouyang Yingyu's words were stuck in her mouth, but it was too late to say them out loud. She looked at the stack of secret manuals that Luo Qingtong took out in front of her in shock. She was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. Wait, I think I'm dreaming. Ouyang Yingyu raised her hand and covered her forehead and eyes in front of everyone's puzzled eyes. About 2 seconds later, ah! A sharp, ear-piercing and shocking female voice resounded in the hall. Quick, quick, quick. Quickly cover my mouth. Ouyang Yingyu was going crazy. It's true, damn, in front of Luo Qingtong, there really was a pile of secret manuals and martial arts manuals. Especially the leader, who was usually such a quiet and solemn person, she was so shocked that her mouth couldn't close. How long had it been like this? And that bastard, Hu Zhan, the floor under his feet was about to collapse. Couldn't he use a little less strength? Asking someone to fix it costs money. As Ouyang Yingyu thought about it, she screamed and asked the people around her to quickly cover her mouth. Her screams couldn't be stopped. When Ouyang Yingyu screamed, the other members of the Red Flame mercenary group were all shocked and gathered around. Then, each of them had a look of excitement, shock, and disbelief. Oh my God, martial arts, secret manuals, martial arts. They only saw it from afar at the auction and could only buy the lowest quality goods at the highest price, but it appeared in front of them. The group of people from the Red Flame mercenary group were shocked to the extreme, their faces all flushed red. Quick! Close the door of the hall first. Gui Feng was the first to come back to his senses, and then he said to the 2 members of the Red Flame mercenary group who were closest to him. The 2 of them seemed to have woken up from a dream, and immediately ran to the door and slammed it shut. Oh my God! Everyone's heart was beating so fast that it was about to jump out. It was really 2F*King exciting. This was definitely the most exciting and shocking day they had ever experienced. Little 7. Gui Feng raised his hand and pressed on Luo Qingtong's shoulder, pushing her to sit on the stool next to the table. His heart was full of excitement, and the fingers that pressed on Luo Qingtong were faintly trembling. Little 7. He took a deep breath and tried to stabilize his voice, and said to Luo Qingtong, "These martial arts and secret manuals, where did you get them? He took a deep breath and said, are you a young master who ran out from some big family to gain experience? These martial arts and secret manuals are all in your family? Ah? Luo Qingtong was stunned when she heard his words. When she took out these martial arts and secret manuals, she knew that Gui Feng and the others would guess her identity. She was also wondering if she should tell them the truth. But after thinking about it, she decided not to. She was in danger now, and it would be fine if Gui Feng and the others didn't know, but if they knew, it might harm them. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was thinking about how to tell them. But who would have thought that before she could say anything, Gui Feng had already found an identity and reason for her. A young master from a big family? Luo Qingtong's lips twitched. For a moment, she didn't know how to answer them. Forget it, they've misunderstood. Forget it then. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she stopped talking. And Gui Feng and the others, Luo's TTS. God teet. You look so smart, but you don't seem to know anything about the outside world. Of course she didn't know. Luo Qingtong complained in her heart. She was suddenly sent to Tianfeng region, and she was very curious about everything in this region. Okay, as for those abilities, she couldn't possibly not reveal anything, right? Otherwise, how could she earn money to gather information? The latter was still excitedly asking her, "Hey, Xiaoqi, which family are you from? There's no superfamily with the surname Luo in this Tianfeng domain." Hu Zhan's idea was very simple. Luo Qingtong was able to take out these secret manuals, in addition to her ability and shrewdness. The young man's family must be extraordinary. But in this Tianfeng domain, he didn't seem to have heard of such a family. Luo Qingtong's expression froze. Just as she was thinking about how to cover up this lie, Ouyang Yingyu scolded Hu Zhan, "Aren't you annoying? Xiaoqi originally escaped from her family. Who knows how her dog family treats her? Maybe not at all. Xiaoqi must have changed her surname. Or she doesn't want to talk about that family at all. Don't mention it." Gu Yifeng also had this intention, but with his identity, he couldn't say anything to Hu Zhan. Ouyang Yinyu's words made him feel a lot better. That's right. He looked at Luo Qingtong softly and said, "If Xiaoqi doesn't want to say it, then forget it. We won't force you. It's just that," he looked at the secret manuals in his hand and said in a deep voice, "We can't accept these secret manuals. Xiaoqi, are these your family's treasures? You'd better take them all back. Otherwise, when you're discovered in the future, you'll suffer." Gu Yifeng was very touched by Luo Qingtong's action of taking out these secret manuals for them. The young man's temperament was pure and sincere. He was not only guarded against others, but also extremely pure and kind. This kind of secret manual was actually given to them to use, but because of this, Gu Yifeng and the others couldn't accept his secret manuals. Otherwise, once they were discovered, they could escape. But what about Luo Qingtong? If she was caught and brought back to the family, what kind of punishment would she receive? Gu Yifeng didn't dare to imagine. Historically, people who betrayed their family didn't have a good ending. Therefore, even if Gu Yifeng and the others wanted these secret manuals, they couldn't accept them. Otherwise, he would be harming Luo Qingtong. As soon as Gu Yifeng's words left his mouth, Ouyang Yingyu, Hu Zhan, and the others seemed to have thought of the same thing. The light in their eyes dimmed, and they immediately restrained the joyous and shocked expressions on their faces. They hurriedly said, "That's right. Little Seven, take back all these cultivation methods and manuals. We can't accept it." When everyone spoke, even Hu Zhan hurriedly put back the secret manual in his hand. He pushed it in front of Luo Qingtong and urged, "That's right, Little Seven, quickly take this thing back." Luo Qingtong looked at them and her heart felt even more at ease. She had not misjudged him. Even when these secret manuals were delivered to them, they could resist the urge to take them. It could be seen that he really cared about her and was genuinely concerned about her safety. Luo Qingtong thought and suddenly smiled, "Big brother Gu, big brother Hu Zhan, big sister Yingyu, you don't have to worry. I obtained all of these secret manuals by accident. They don't belong to any family or family. You can rest assured. Nothing will happen. My family members also don't know." At this point, Luo Qingtong's lips twitched slightly. She thought of the dog family that Hu Zhan had just mentioned. The expression on her face was simply indescribable. As Luo Qingtong thought of this, she suddenly smiled. When Hu Zhan and the others heard her words, they were stunned. Their eyes, which had dimmed down, suddenly lit up. "Really?" Hu Zhan, the uncouth man, jumped up immediately. He grabbed Luo Qingtong with an excited expression and shook her fiercely, "Little Seven, you can't lie to me. No, I swear to the heavens that this secret cultivation method has nothing to do with any of the sects or families here." Luo Qingtong's voice was sly, and she deliberately made some changes to the word here. Originally, these secret cultivation method books were not from this world. She was not wrong in saying so. Hu Zhan, Ouyang Yingyu, and the others heard this and immediately jumped up in joy. Gu Yifeng also had a smile on his face. Luo Qingtong looked at them and quickly said, "But big brother Gu, if you get this secret cultivation method book, you must not tell others where it came from. If others ask, just say that you got it by luck." When Luo Qingtong said this, Hu Zhan and the others immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, Little Seven, we know what to say." Everyone naturally knew that Luo Qingtong wanted to hide her identity. They thought that Luo Qingtong did not want to be caught by the family, so she said this. But only Luo Qingtong knew that this was to protect their safety. Not revealing the origin of these cultivation methods and secret manuals would be of great benefit to both of them. Otherwise, it was hard to say when someone would deliberately come to investigate her, especially those black-clothed men. Speaking of those people, Luo Qingtong also thought of the strange man who patted her chest that night. Who was that person? Was he one of those black-clothed men? While Luo Qingtong was thinking in her heart, in another part of Mercenary City, Yu Mingqian, who had changed into another set of clothes and was covered in a black cloak, looked coldly at the black-clothed man kneeling in front of him. Can't find out? His voice was icy cold. The man who appeared outside Luo Qingtong's room that day was very mysterious. It seemed that he was there for Luo Xiaqi's identity. He didn't know what he was trying to confirm. Could it be that someone else had already found out about Chen Meng and the things he knew behind the scenes? However, if that was the case, it was impossible for foster father to not mention it to him. After all, they still had to rely on him to find out who was behind Chen Meng. As Yu Mingqian thought of this, her eyes narrowed. Please forgive me, master. That person's strength is very high. After we followed him, we all lost him. That night, Xianxia came to investigate Luo Qingtong's identity. When he left, Yu Mingqian had her people follow him. He didn't expect that he couldn't find any trace of the other party. Furthermore, the other party's strength was so strong that he was able to silently shake off the people around him. Yu Mingqian frowned. At this moment, the black-cloaked man gathered his courage and said, Master, there is a letter from the Central Inscription Association urging you to go back quickly. You see, after Yu Mingqian found out Luo Qingtong's identity, he didn't report it. Instead, he killed all the people around him who had objections to him. Now the Central Inscription Association's people had become suspicious and were urging him to go back. After all, he had already lost the person. Why would Yu Mingqian stay outside? Yu Mingqian naturally knew the true meaning of the Central Inscription Association's urging. Oh, you're really afraid that I'll find out what's hidden behind it? Yu Mingqian sneered, his face full of mockery. He had only agreed to hunt down Chen Meng on a whim. He didn't expect his foster father to be so nervous. When he realized that he couldn't catch him, he immediately called him back. Yu Mingqian suspected that his previous guess was right. In fact, when he was in Tianfeng Inscription City, he had the chance to capture Chen Meng alive. But at that time, he had doubts in his heart. In addition, he was interested in Luo Qingtong, so he let it go. He didn't expect the young man named Xiaxia to be so powerful that he could kill Chen Meng directly and escape from his hands. Now that he finally gained a little trust from Xiaxia, how could he leave at this time? But he couldn't ignore the urging of the Central Inscription Association. If they were really suspicious and sent people to investigate, everything he did and the young man named Xiaxia would be exposed. If possible, Yu Mingqian didn't want Luo Qingtong to be discovered by the Central Inscription Association. The secret of the inscription of God on her body could only be his. Find something for the Central Inscription Association to do. His voice was casual, and his fingers tapped on the table. The matter of the Immortal Slayer Palace hasn't been solved yet, right? It's said that my foster father has been tracking down the remnants of the Immortal Slayer Palace. It's time for them to show up. You guys go and arrange this. Yes. The group of men in black immediately bowed their heads and answered. Some people wanted to say something, but when they saw Yu Mingxuan's eyes, they immediately trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to speak again. Only one man in black, after receiving Yu Mingxuan's order, asked in a low voice, Master, this matter can only be put on hold for a while. When are you going to go back? The Central Inscription Association was not easy to fool. Even with the matter of the Immortal Slayer Palace outside, there was no way to fool the Central Inscription Association for too long. If the master didn't go back, sooner or later they would be suspicious. Well, after a while. Yu Mingxuan's face was indifferent. He thought of the scene when he stood in front of Luo Qingtong. He had almost won the other party's trust. At that time, he would be able to find a way to ask about the god's inscription. However, this matter could not be rushed. Of course, if he still couldn't gain the other party's complete trust, then he could only resort to extreme measures. No matter what, he had to get the news of the god's inscription. A cold light flashed in Yu Mingqian's eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of Mercenary City, where Yi Qianxian and the others were staying, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others had also found out the purpose of the Tian Fengchu family's visit. Tian Luo grass? Yi Qianxian looked at them. Yes, master. It's the Tian Luo grass. As Feng Yu spoke, there was excitement in her eyes. Master, the appearance of Tian Luo grass is very rare. Your meridians are severely damaged now. It's even worse than when you met the evil doctor. You can't use your full strength anymore. The existence of Tian Luo grass can ease the injury of your meridians, so that your meridians will not continue to deteriorate. Master, the Tian Fengchu family is now gathering mercenaries. Before they get the Tian Luo grass, they will seal off Mercenary City, saying that they are investigating something. Feng Yu's words sounded a little cautious. Because Yi Qianxian used to hate people mentioning these things. His heavenly pulse body was destined to be incurable. He would die at the age of 28. Even if his life was temporarily extended, he would not exceed 30. This was the fate of generations of the heavenly pulse body, and so was he. Therefore, even if Yi Qianxian knew that there were many ways to slow down the deterioration of his meridians, he was too lazy to try them. After all, those things could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If he could not completely solve the problem of the heavenly pulse body, even if there were many ways to extend his life and slow down the deterioration of his meridians, what was the point of Yi Qianxian? He was destined to die. What difference did it make if he died sooner or later? However, Luo Qingtong's appearance changed everything. Yi Qianxian's meridians were strengthened, therefore, he was able to fight with all his strength this time. He broke through his defense and left Tiandu, angering the other party. However, because of this battle, Yi Qianxian's meridians, which had been repaired and strengthened by Luo Qingtong, fell again. Now, they were not even 5% strong, they were even deteriorating and falling. Fortunately, after Elder Yu returned to Miracle Medical Valley, he gained some inspiration from Luo Qingtong and made some progress. He developed a new medicinal liquid and managed to stabilize Yi Qianren's broken meridians. Otherwise, Yi Qianxian might not even be able to stand here. Therefore, Feng Yu persuaded Yi Qianxian to get the Tian Luo grass. After all, it contained the power of heaven and earth and was nourished by the great Tao. It was too rare. Master was not willing to waste time looking for the evil doctor to get those things. Bei Qing and Feng Yu were also very worried. Now that they finally got an opportunity and it was right in front of them, they naturally did not want to let it go. Master, do you agree? It won't delay the search for the evil doctor anyway. Moreover, the Tian Fengchu family has made such a big fuss. If the evil doctor is really in the Tianfeng domain, he might have gotten the news from other places and joined them. As soon as Feng Yu said this, Yi Qianxian's eyes flickered. He looked at Feng Yu. What the latter said was not impossible. That woman was the most cunning and cunning. Although the Tian Fengchu family kept their secrets well, that woman could even deceive him. She had deceived him more than once. So what if she dug out this little secret? All right. Yi Qianxian nodded. You guys go and make the arrangements. We will form a mercenary group and go over. Yi Qianxian did not intend to join any mercenary group. After all, he did not like to be bound by others. Moreover, his identity was too sensitive. If he joined other mercenary groups, it was inevitable that his identity would be investigated. At that time, it would easily arouse the suspicions of others. Yes. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were wild with joy at Yi Qianxian's words. They originally thought that they would need more time to convince Yi Qianxian. They did not expect him to agree so quickly. Sure enough, no matter what it was, as long as they brought up the evil doctor, everything would be right. As long as it had something to do with the evil doctor, there was nothing that Master would not agree to. As the group thought this, they immediately went to make the preparations. In case Yi Qianxian changed his mind later. Among them, Bei Qing ran the fastest. He had been holding it in for a long time. When they arrived at the high-level abandoned continent that the Tian Fengchu family had mentioned, he could be said to be liberated. However, in order not to attract the attention of others, their strength and cultivation were all sealed. They only lifted a little to adapt to the level of strength and cultivation in the Tianfeng domain. Otherwise, he would feel even better, but it did not matter. It was good to have a fight. The group ran quickly. Xianxia stood outside the window and looked at the scene in Mercenary City with deep eyes. Xianxia's figure appeared downstairs in an instant and grabbed the shoulder of the person in front of him. His strength was so great that the latter was forced to be pulled over by him. However, after seeing the other person's face, Xianxia's eyes suddenly became cold and dim. The word Tong was in his mouth, but before it could be completely spat out, it had been swallowed back. It wasn't her. Xianxia looked at the young man in front of him coldly and turned to leave, but he was stopped by the latter. "Hey, brother, why did you stop me just now?" Luo Qingtong looked at the person in front of her with shining eyes. The other person was tall and his face was covered with a white jade mask. She didn't know why, but he gave her a very familiar feeling. He must have seen her somewhere before. Luo Qingtong wouldn't doubt her intuition. This person should have seen her somewhere before. Moreover, it wasn't just an ordinary person who knew him. It was very likely that they had fought before or something else. When Luo Qingtong stared at the mask on his face, Xianxia's eyes were cold. After glancing at Luo Qingtong with a complicated look, he said coldly, "Nothing." He flicked his sleeves and was about to leave. Xianxia was very upset that he mistook Luo Qingtong for Luo Xiaoqi twice in a row. He didn't know if it was because he missed Luo Qingtong too much, or the way she dressed up as a man and wandered around the black field gave him too much room for imagination. Now that he thought about it, even if Luo Qingtong was Xiaoqi before, she might not dress up as a man after leaving Tianfeng Inscription City for safety reasons. Someone was watching her in the dark. For Luo Qingtong, dressing up as a woman was the best way to get rid of others. However, Xianxia didn't know that Luo Qingtong really did think that way. However, who asked her to be so deceitful back then? She thought that Songqing had summoned her because he had enemies. In order to avoid the enemies of the Immortal Slayer Palace, she changed her appearance. Currently, this large birthmark couldn't be restored. If she were to change back into a woman's clothing, that would only attract more enemies. Even if she returned to the True Spill continent in the future, she wouldn't be able to feel at ease. Thus, she had chosen to disguise herself as a young man. This way, when she regained her identity as a young girl in the future, she would be able to get rid of all these troubles. Just as Xianxia was about to fling his sleeves away, Luo Qingtong suddenly raised her hand and grabbed onto his sleeve, refusing to let go. "Brother." Luo Qingtong smiled at Xianxia and said, "It's said that a chance encounter is better than a chance encounter. Look at how fated we are. You didn't pull anyone but me on the street. I feel that the fate between the two of us is really predestined. Do you think we should be friends? My name is Luo Xiaoqi. What's yours?" Luo Qingtong talked nonsense all the way, but on the surface, she was paying attention to Xianxia. However, the latter's face was completely covered by the mask on his face. No matter how Luo Qingtong looked, she couldn't see his face. The other party's strength must be extremely strong, and this mask was certainly not an ordinary item. Luo Qingtong's blood-red eyes weren't fake. If it wasn't an extremely powerful treasure or the other party's strength, ordinary things that could hide one's aura and face would be ineffective against her. But she couldn't see through the person in front of her. Luo Qingtong thought of the mysterious man who came to her room last night to investigate. The same mask, the same powerful strength. And when the other party grabbed her, he blurted out the word Qing, right? What did he want to call her? Qingtong. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. One time wasn't enough, did he want to test her twice? Luo Qingtong was very suspicious that this masked man was the mysterious man who came to investigate her identity last night. The other party still hadn't given up on suspecting her identity. He really didn't give up, then she would accompany him to have some fun. Luo Qingtong thought so and looked at Xianxia with a smile. The latter was irritated and didn't want to stay here any longer. He suddenly waved his sleeve and was about to leave. "I don't think we are fated to be together." Xianxia's voice was cold. Fated to be fated, the other party really dared to say anything. Who was fated to be together with her? In his life, Luo Qingtong was the only one fated to be together with him. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly left. He didn't want to be entangled with the other party. Since it wasn't Luo Qingtong, there was no need to be entangled. What's more, the other party and Luo Qingtong resembled each other, which would only make him annoyed. "Hey, brother, don't go." Luo Qingtong hurriedly grabbed the corner of his sleeve when he was about to leave. She already suspected that the other party was the mysterious man who investigated her identity last night. How could she let him leave so quickly? However, just as she spoke, she heard a tearing sound. Yi Qianren's expression was unsightly as he looked at his sleeves being torn from the elbow, revealing his smooth and muscular arm. "You." He looked at the youth in front of him with cold anger. At this moment, Luo Qingtong was also looking at the half-sleeve in her arms in a daze. Oh my god, she swore that she only used a little strength. How could she tear off the other party's sleeve? Cough. "Brother, the quality of your clothes is a bit poor." Luo Qingtong laughed dryly as she looked at the other party's cold and angry eyes and said. The latter snorted and didn't want to talk to her at all. What poor quality clothes? It was because when Yi Qianren was about to shake off Luo Qingtong, for some reason, she suddenly felt an extremely irritated and unreasonable emotion. Then, she fiercely pulled back the force she used to shake off Luo Qingtong, which was why her sleeves were torn. Yi Qianren attributed this to the resemblance between Luo Shaoqi and Luo Qingtong. For some reason, when he saw the other party's eyes that were as cunning as Luo Qingtong's, he did not want to attack the other party. Your sleeve. It turned out that Yi Qianxian didn't care about her at all. However, Luo Qingtong wasn't annoyed at all. Didn't want to talk to her? Luo Qingtong's lips curled up slightly. The smile on her lips was unusually evil and charming. Unfortunately, it's not up to you. Didn't he want to investigate her identity? She would let him investigate it properly. Luo Qingtong snorted and stuffed Yi Qianxian's sleeve into her arms. She was going to ask Gu Yifeng and the others to help investigate Yi Qianxian's identity when she went back. With the other party's appearance and characteristics, it shouldn't be difficult to find them in Mercenary City. And Mercenary City was now blocked by the Tianfengchu family. No one could go out. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong immediately hummed a tune and rushed towards the pharmacy. She had just come out to buy medicinal herbs. Luo Qingtong didn't know what dangers she would encounter in this high-level abandoned continent, so she had to be prepared. She didn't want to fail miserably before she got what she wanted. After Luo Qingtong left, Yi Qianxian also returned to the inn where he was staying with a cold expression. Bei Qing and Feng Yu had just finished their business and came back. Seeing their master walking in like this, they were stunned. Everyone's jaws almost dropped to the ground. Master, what's wrong with you? Feng Yu and the others were fine. Although they were shocked, they didn't ask. However, Bei Qing, who was careless and insensitive, couldn't help but point at Yi Qianxian's exposed hand and ask. What do you think? Yi Qianxian looked at him with a dangerous expression. Before Bei Qing could finish speaking, Feng Yu covered his mouth. Master, I suddenly remembered that the level of our mercenary group is too low. When we participate in the mission, we may be treated as cannon fodder. Then we may lose the opportunity to get the Tianluo grass. I'll go with Bei Qing to upgrade the mercenary group's level. Feng Yu said as he pulled Bei Qing and ran away. Bei Qing's mouth was covered by Feng Yu. He struggled for a long time as he was dragged away. Feng Yu, are you crazy? The two of us are going to upgrade the mercenary group's level? Don't you know that in order to upgrade a mercenary group's level, besides getting points from completing missions, you can also challenge stronger mercenary groups? You're challenging a mercenary group. Do you want the two of us to be beaten badly? One had to know that their strength and cultivation were still sealed. Bei Qing's eyes widened. He didn't know what Feng Yu was thinking. Feng Yu looked at him and didn't want to talk to him. This stupid husky, if he didn't say that, he would be sent by his master to deal with those mercenary groups. She really didn't know what to say, but she just had to talk about things that her master shouldn't ask. Sooner or later, he would be killed by his carelessness. However, Feng Yu thought of Yi Qianxian's expression just now. It seemed that although her master's expression was angry and cold, but it seemed that there wasn't much hostility or killing intent. What was going on? Who was it that was able to provoke master to such an extent and yet remain unscathed? Feng Yu naturally knew that Yi Qianxian wasn't injured. If Xianxia had made a move, his expression wouldn't be like this. It seemed that the master was simply angry. Strange, Fengyu pondered as she dragged Beiqing away. Yi Qianren, on the other hand, had a cold expression as she watched them leave. After Beiqing and Fengyu left, the others didn't dare to stay by his side. What a joke, when the master was angry, whoever was by his side would be unlucky. Didn't they see Beiqing's miserable appearance? If Fengyu hadn't acted quickly, he would have been even more miserable. Now, the two of them were going to challenge those mercenary groups. Even if they only challenged some ordinary mercenary groups, it was enough to make them suffer. With this thought in mind, everyone immediately dispersed in tacit understanding. I remember that there are still some things that I haven't done. I have some too. The crowd ran away quickly, but Yi Qianxian didn't pay attention to them. He just took off his mask and looked at his bare arm with a cold expression. Since he was born, except for the time when he faced Luo Qingtong, he had never been so disheveled. That boy, Yi Qianxian sullenly thought of the way Luo Qingtong pulled his sleeve tightly at that time. If it weren't for the fact that she gave him the same feeling as Luo Qingtong, he would never let her go. Yi Qianxian crushed the white jade mask in his hand and replaced it with a new one expressionlessly. After Luo Qingtong returned to the Red Flame mercenary group after buying the medicinal materials, Yu Mingqian had learned from the members of the Red Flame mercenary group that Luo Qingtong was also going to participate in the mission of the Tianfengchu family. Tianluo Grass, thinking of the goal of the Tianfengchu family in Mercenary City, Yu Mingqian frowned slightly. That thing was useless to him. But Luo Qingtong's strength was so low. How could the Red Flame mercenary group let her participate in this mission? Didn't Gui Feng always treat her as a little brother and love her? Yu Mingqian frowned. If Luo Qingtong participated in the mission this time, what should he do? Wait here for her? It didn't matter if it was before. But at this time, his adoptive father had some doubts about him and was urging him to go back as soon as possible. In this case, it was a waste of time for him to wait for Luo Qingtong here. He couldn't even wait for her to come back. Who knew if she could come back alive in the end? Yu Mingqian frowned and listened to the description of the members of the Red Flame mercenary group. He knew that it was the Tianfengchu family who appointed Luo Qingtong to do the mission. His eyes were cold and his eyelashes fluttered gently, giving him a weak and helpless look. Then you go to participate in the mission. It was impossible for him to wait here for Luo Xiaoqi. However, he couldn't force Luo Xiaoqi to reveal the whereabouts of the divine inscription. The Tianfengchu clan wanted Luo Qingtong to participate in the mission, and Mercenary City had already been sealed off by the Tianfengchu clan. It was easy for Yu Mingqian to take action, but how to conceal her identity and take action was a problem. As he thought about it, he quickly came up with a countermeasure. He wanted to go to that high-level abandoned continent with the Red Flame mercenary group. At that time, he would have plenty of chances to ask about the god's inscription. If they couldn't get any information out of him, it would be much easier for them to make a move. Not just that, but it was hidden so well that the people of the Central Inscription Association simply couldn't find it. As Yu Mingqian thought this, she said in a low voice, "I want to go with you." Ah? The members of the Red Flame mercenary group who were talking to him about participating in the mission didn't expect Yu Mingqian's answer at all. It can't be, right? They had told him all this in order to make him back off. After all, it was fine before. But now they were going to participate in the mission, and Luo Xiaoqi was going with them, so it was definitely not suitable for him to go. The group discussed how to deal with Yu Xian. In fact, they were quite sympathetic to his experience. But completing the mission was not like going on an outing. There were many dangers in the high-level abandoned continent. It was already very difficult for them to take care of Luo Xiaoqi, so it was certainly impossible for them to take Yu Xian with them. So they could only tell him the truth, give him some money, and let him leave after they left. But he actually said he wanted to go with them. Everyone dug their ears with all their might. A member of the Red Flame mercenary group looked at Yu Mingqian cautiously and said, "That, Yu Xian, this mission, you know about it, right? It's very dangerous. You'd better stay in Mercenary City. When the time comes, we'll give you a sum of money. You can live a good life in the future. That, you don't have to go on an adventure with us. It's not suitable for you to go." Yeah. The other members of the Red Flame mercenary group also persuaded, "Yu Xian, it's not that we don't want to take you. It's really not suitable for you to go. Even little Seven has no choice. That stinky old man from Tian Fengchu's family was humiliated and couldn't bear it. That's why he insisted that little Seven must participate. We don't know what kind of obstacles are waiting for us in the future. You'd better not go. We really can't take care of you. Yu Mingqian's current appearance was that of a helpless man who was even more useless than the average person. His skin was soft and tender, and he would be injured with just a slight touch, not to mention his fragile and sensitive personality. Although the members of the Red Flame mercenary group did not discriminate against him, they would not be stupid enough to follow him and let him complete the mission with them. They were all iron-willed straight men. Only Ouyang Yingyu liked the kind of character who was more manly than iron-willed straight men. There was no way she would fall in love with Yu Xian just because of his elegant, noble, and otherworldly image. She would not allow him to tag along just because of a casual remark. Besides, they didn't want to have such a burden. More importantly, they didn't want to be unable to protect Luo Qingtong well in the future because of such a burden. That was absolutely impossible, therefore, everyone rejected him without even thinking about it. When Luo Qingtong saw Yu Mingqian looking at her, she laughed dryly and didn't say anything. She was actually quite happy that Yu Xian couldn't go with them. After all, she had been pestered by him for the past few days. Her small illusion pill had a time limit. It would expire about once every half a month. Luo Qingtong couldn't grasp the specific time. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was troubled by Yu Xian's appearance. But with the other party's background, if you said something a little harsh, he would think that you were looking down on him for being dirty. Luo Qingtong was speechless. In order to maintain the persona of Luo Xiaoqi, she had worked very hard. If it was her previous temperament, she would have sent him away long ago. It wasn't that troublesome. With that thought, Luo Qingtong looked at Gui Feng. The latter thought that Luo Qingtong was speaking up for Yu Xian, so he immediately put down the dragon-slaying spear that he was wiping and looked at Yu Mingqian coldly. Impossible. We won't take you with us. Because we can't have a burden without help in the team. Gui Feng's words were extremely rude and hurtful. He had never liked Yu Xian. He was too close to Luo Qingtong, coupled with his original identity. Gui Feng had always wondered if he had ulterior motives towards Luo Qingtong. Once such an impression was planted, Gui Feng's attitude towards Yu Xian couldn't be good. Even if Yu Xian hadn't done anything out of line, Gui Feng was still worried. It was best to send him away now. Yu Xian's face turned pale when he heard his words. I heard a lot about the various factions when I was with that person. Some of them are about the Flying Star region. I know all the information about the various aristocratic families there. If you take me with you, you'll have a lot of assurance when you complete the mission. At least, you'll be more prepared to deal with the aristocratic family that's fighting with the Tian Fengchu clan. Isn't that right? Gui Feng and the others were taken aback when they heard Yu Xian's words. Especially Gui Feng. He frowned and asked Yu Xian in a low voice, "Are you telling the truth?" If that was the case, bringing Yu Xian with them would be a big advantage. After all, the Tian Fengchu clan hadn't told them anything about the aristocratic family they were fighting with. In the eyes of those people, mercenaries like them were probably going to risk their lives for them. They didn't care about anything else as long as they had their lives. If Yu Xian could provide them with information, they could avoid a lot of trouble. They could even protect Xiaoqi and leave safely. With that thought in mind, Gui Feng looked at Luo Qingtong. Yu Xian looked over as well. His glassy eyes were fixed on Luo Qingtong. He nodded and said, "It's true. However, you also know that those days were a disgrace to me. If it wasn't for Xiaoqi, I wouldn't have." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what he meant. If it wasn't for Xiaoqi, he probably wouldn't have told them about it. This also explained why he hadn't mentioned it before. Everyone understood in their hearts and looked at him with a trace of sympathy. Yu Mingqian lowered his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This was the best reason he could think of to join Gui Feng and the others on the mission. At the same time, it wouldn't arouse their suspicion. After all, wasn't it normal for him to know some secrets when he was by the side of that young master from a sect? As for the information about the aristocratic families in the Flying Star region, Yu Mingqian didn't lie to Gui Feng and the others. He was the junior president of the Inscription Association. Although he didn't know all the information about the various star fields and families, he still had a certain understanding of them. After all, if those people wanted to ask the Central Inscription Union to forge an inscription tool or something else, if they didn't provide information about their family members, how could they succeed in forging an inscription tool? Yu Mingqian wasn't worried that her words would be exposed once they reached the abandoned continent. When he lowered his eyes, Gu Yifeng nodded and said, "All right, then when the time comes, you will set off with us." After receiving his affirmation, Yu Xian's eyes lit up. Then he looked at Luo Qingtong and said with a smile, "Little Seven, I can be with you again." "Really?" "Ha, ha." Luo Qingtong laughed dryly, not knowing what to say. Forget it, she would be more careful when the time came, just try not to let Yu Xian get too close. Luo Qingtong was not speechless for too long. 3 days later, the Tian Fengchu family gathered everyone in Mercenary City and prepared to head to the high-level abandoned continent. Naturally, the people from the Heavenly Windshu clan were leading the way. The people in Mercenary City just had to follow. The man's face was covered by a white jade mask, which completely covered his extraordinarily handsome face. Not even a crack could be seen. Only a pair of cold eyes were hidden behind the white jade mask, making it impossible for anyone to see through him. Behind him was a group of people wearing white jade masks. They were tall and slender, like the direct descendants of a wealthy family. They were Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others. These people who followed Yi Qianxian around were all outstanding members of their respective families. Just based on their strength and aptitude, they could instantly defeat all the geniuses in Tiandu, not to mention these mercenaries. Even though they had tried their best to conceal their auras, their temperament was still outstanding among the mercenary groups. When the group of mercenaries approached them, they unconsciously distanced themselves from them so as not to be outshone by others. After all, compared to Bei Qing and the others, this group of mercenaries was like clay chickens and pottery dogs. They were not presentable. Only the heavens knew that mercenaries looked at strength. Why were these people so handsome? No, it seemed like these people didn't even show their faces. Thinking of this, the group of mercenaries' faces turned green. This time, Tian Fengchu's people sealed off Mercenary City and issued a mission. Many people from the various powers and families in the city were tempted by the news, and in an instant, many mercenary groups popped up. Although Yi Qianxian and the others were very conspicuous in the crowd, they didn't arouse too much curiosity. After all, the reward for this mission from Tian Fengchu's people was very generous. In addition, there were many treasures and resources in that abandoned high-level continent. Anyone who didn't go would be a fool, anyone who had the slightest idea would change their appearance and go. What was so strange about it, everyone was well aware of this, and Tian Fengchu's people wouldn't go out of their way to investigate. After all, the more people there were, the more power there was. As for what these people could gain there, it was up to them. Luo Qingtong's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Qianxian. She turned her eyes slightly and pulled Gu Yifeng and the others to where Yi Qianxian and the others were. "Hey, brother, what a coincidence. We meet again." She giggled as she patted Yi Qianren's shoulder. Of course, in the end, she realized that the man was too tall and she couldn't hit him, so she changed to hitting his waist. "Pa." Yi Qianxian grabbed her hand through his sleeve and said coldly, "I don't think it's a coincidence." He also saw Luo Qingtong when she appeared. But because he was angry about what she had done, he didn't want to talk to her at all. He pretended not to see it. Yi Qianxian felt that he had spent too much time and attention on Luo Xiaoqi. And the other party was a young man. After his verification, it was impossible for him to be Luo Qingtong. Even if the other party gave him the impression of Luo Qingtong, that sly and cunning woman, he shouldn't pay too much attention to her. Love me, love my dog, this did not exist for Yi Qianxian. In this world, there was only one Luo Qingtong, no one could replace her. Yi Qianxian's eyes were cold. After saying this, he suddenly raised his hand and shook Luo Qingtong's hand away. "Hey! Why are you like this?" Hu Zhan and the others were enraged by Yi Qianxian's words. Xiaoqi came to greet him politely. Even if he didn't want to talk to her, he didn't have to talk to her like this, right? "That's enough, Xiaoqi. Since they are ignoring you, let's not stick to their cold buttocks." As she spoke, she pulled Luo Qingtong and was about to leave. But Luo Qingtong avoided her. It's okay, sistering you. Ahem. Actually, I was wrong before. Luo Qingtong waved her hand and refused Ouyang Yingyu's attempt to pull her away. What a joke. She deliberately came here. How could she let Ouyang Yingyu and the others pull her away? That would be too easy for them. Luo Qingtong glanced at the group of Bei Qing and the others behind Xianxia. She could see that they were all elite warriors, and their strength was not weak. How could she give up such a good candidate for cannon fodder? No, a companion. What was more, these people were all wearing masks. Luo Qingtong couldn't help but think of the men in black. Tut, tut, tut. Were they afraid of exposing themselves in front of her? It was hard for them. But this was also good. She could pretend that she didn't know anything. It was good to be a fool and play with others. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong suddenly smiled at Xianxia and said, "Brother, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean it last time. You have to believe me." Well, Luo Qingtong turned her eyes slightly and said to Xianxia, "Can I help you sew your sleep back? You must give me a good chance to atone for my mistake." As she spoke, she abruptly grabbed Xianxia's sleeve that she couldn't retract in time. "You." Xianxia looked at her coldly. His face was full of anger, but it was all blocked by the white jade mask, so no one could see his expression. They could only hear the anger in his words. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were already stunned when they heard it. It turned out that their master came back shirtless because of this Luo Xiaoqi. They had thought that in this world, other than the demonic doctor, no one else would be able to make their master suffer like this. Well, that's not right. Isn't this Luo Xiaoqi very similar to the evil doctor? Of course, this resemblance was not in terms of appearance, but in terms of feeling. If that was the case, it was no wonder that the master was so tolerant of her. With that thought in mind, everyone felt relieved. Seeing Xianxia being grabbed by Luo Qingtong's sleeve, they didn't rush to help. During this period of time, Master missed the evil doctor and was in a very bad mood. Even if they were angered by someone, they were still very willing to let him temporarily forget his feelings. What's more, with Master's strength, if he didn't want to, he could just wave Luo Xiaoqi away. After all, his master couldn't do anything to Luo Xiaoqi because he couldn't let go of the evil doctor. Therefore, everyone watched from the side and did not make a move. Otherwise, with Luo Qingtong's blasphemy against Xianxia, Feng Yu, Bei Qing, and the others would have already driven her and the people of the Red Flame Mercenary Regiment away. The mercenary regiments around them kept a respectful distance from them, not only because Xianxia and the others were outstanding, but also because of the strength of Feng Yu, Bei Qing, and the others, which made them not dare to approach this group of people with white jade masks. Hu Zhan, Ouyang Yingyu, and the others were originally very angry and wanted to drive Luo Qingtong away. It turned out that there was a reason why the other party had such a bad attitude towards Luo Qingtong. Tear off someone else's sleeve. Hu Zhan and the others glanced at Xianxia's extraordinary temperament, and then thought of his shirtless appearance after his sleeve was torn off by Luo Qingtong. Cough cough. It seemed that it was normal for the other party to be angry. Everyone looked at the sky and didn't know what to say. Cough, just let little Seven go and apologize. The group of Red Flame Mercenary Group members instantly stopped talking. Anyway, although the man's tone was unkind, he didn't seem to want to hurt Luo Qingtong. Everyone just pretended not to see it. Only Yu Mingqian, whose face was hidden under a veil hat, stared at Xianxia. Was this man the one who came to investigate Luo Xiaoqi's identity that night? He guessed in his heart. After all, there were very few people in Mercenary City that he couldn't see through, just like Luo Qingtong, but the man that night was the same, and this man was wearing a mask, so he couldn't see through him. Not only that, Yu Mingjian's eyes swept over Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others behind Xianxia, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. None of these people were weak. How could there be such a strong team in the 6-star Tianfeng domain? Subconsciously, Yu Mingqian raised his guard against Xianxia. Especially after seeing Luo Qingtong deliberately getting close to him. He had been close to Luo Qingtong for so long, but he hadn't made her completely believe in him and get close to him. This man actually made Luo Qingtong get close to him again and again. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes that night that there was indeed no connection between the two, Yu Mingqian would have suspected that they knew each other. Could it be that he had gone the wrong way before? For someone like Luo Qingtong, taking the initiative to approach her was far better than meeting a stranger and letting her put down her guard. Yu Mingqian frowned and felt annoyed. But there was no way to start over. But he didn't know that there was a reason why Luo Qingtong and Yi Qianxian were so close. Yi Qianxian gave Luo Qingtong a different feeling. It came from the depths of her soul. Even if she didn't know Yi Qianxian's identity and even mistook him for an enemy, she still wanted to get close to him. If it was someone else, Luo Qingtong wouldn't have such an attitude. Not every enemy could be deliberately like Luo Qingtong. Yu Mingqian was thinking too much. On the other side, Yi Qianren tried to pull his sleeves back but failed. He wanted to use force but he was afraid of tearing his sleeves apart like last time. He looked coldly at Luo Qingtong and said, "Let go." He looked into Luo Qingtong's eyes. The youth's eyes were cunning and quick-witted, as if they were full of stars. She looked at him and said with a smile, "Don't. Brother, I'm really sincerely apologizing. Look at the material of your clothes. It's so good. Of course, the quality is a little bad, but it's shameful to waste clothes." Luo Qingtong said seriously. "Do you want to give me your clothes? I'll help you sew the sleeves." Luo Qingtong said with a smile. He wanted to get rid of her, but she wouldn't let him. Didn't he suspect that she was Luo Qingtong? Moreover, these people were very powerful. If necessary, they would be able to escort them. Luo Qingtong was not the least bit lenient when using her enemies. When Luo Qingtong's voice sounded, Hu Zhan, who was next to her, suddenly said in surprise, "Little Seven, you know how to sew clothes? Last time, didn't you sew clothes?" Woo-woo. Hu Zhan's mouth was covered by Luo Qingtong. This pig teammate, he betrayed her every time. She felt so stifled. Luo Qingtong really didn't know how to sew clothes. She was a dignified eye technique master. Who would learn that? Besides, what era was the 24th century? Did she have to learn needlework? Of course, she would go to a high-end store to order clothes. Moreover, the clothes would be cleaned and maintained by professionals. The broken clothes would be directly thrown away. Who would mend them? Luo Qingtong said this because she wanted to successfully rely on Yi Qianxian and the others. Did this fellow, Hu Zhan, know her good intentions or not? She really had to hand it to him. "Sistering you, quickly come and control him." Brother Hu Zhan ate the wrong medicine again. He's starting to talk nonsense. Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth and said to Ouyang Yingyu. The latter looked at Hu Zhan, whose mouth was covered by Luo Qingtong. He was mumbling and waving his hand to show that he was not wrong. She really couldn't help but smile. I know. Little Seven was really cute. Didn't she poke the clothes when she was mending them last time? She actually didn't let Hu Zhan say it. This little guy's skin was so thin. Ouyang Yingyu thought and suddenly walked to Hu Zhan's side. She twisted his ear and pulled him aside. "Enough, don't you see that Little Seven is apologizing? Don't blindly interfere with her." Ouyang Yingyu also saw Luo Qingtong's purpose of getting close to Yi Qianxian. These people were very strong. If they could travel with them, it would indeed be very beneficial. Especially Little Seven. This time, he was forced to participate in the Tianfengchu clan's mission. He did not know what kind of dangers he would encounter in the abandoned continent. If they could walk together with these people, it would be of great benefit to them. Furthermore, with Little Seven's ability, it wouldn't be considered as taking advantage of these people. Thinking of this, Ouyang Yingyu immediately carried Hu Zhan to the side. Yi Qianxian looked coldly at the interaction between Luo Qingtong and Hu Zhan. He didn't know why, but when he saw Luo Qingtong's hand covering Hu Zhan's mouth, he felt a burst of irritation in his heart, and he almost made a move. He felt a burst of depression in his heart, and his gaze towards Luo Qingtong was full of hostility. The appearance of the other party had repeatedly provoked the nerve and bottom line of his longing for Luo Qingtong. If it was any other time, he would have killed him long ago, just based on the fact that the other party dared to pull his sleeve again, and even tore his sleeve. It was enough for him to throw her hundreds of thousands of miles away with a wave of his hand. But because the other party's eyes were very similar to Luo Qingtong's, he couldn't do anything. Swish! He raised his hand and sucked Luo Qingtong over, opened his 5 fingers, and choked her throat. Hey! You! The people of the Red Flame Mercenary Corps never thought that Xianxia would make a move on Luo Qingtong. This man had no murderous aura from the beginning. Why did he suddenly make a move on Little Seven? Could it be that he was angered by Little Seven? Thinking of this, everyone suddenly wanted to rush forward. Find the clothes and give them to her. Xianxian's voice was cold. He waved his sleeves and said to Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others. The latter and the others had not recovered from the fact that Xianxian had just raised his hand to grab Luo Qingtong's throat. Hearing this, they were stunned. Feng Yu reacted quickly. He immediately thought of what Luo Qingtong had said before, that she would sew the clothes for their master. Master was not serious, was he? He wanted this young man to sew the clothes for him? But hadn't Master's clothes been lost long ago? Feng Yu's lips twitched, and he quickly agreed. Yes, Master. Please wait a moment. As he spoke, he raised his hand to grab Bei Qing and the others and ran wildly. What a joke! How could he enjoy such a good thing alone? The clothes must have been thrown into the garbage dump. He could not be the only one who was smelly, all of them had a share of it. The group of people bitterly went to find the clothes for Luo Qingtong. And they had to move quickly. Otherwise, they would not be able to catch up with the people from the Tianfeng Chu family later. The group of people ran quickly. Xianxian looked at Luo Qingtong coldly and said word by word, Don't you want to sew the clothes for me? Then sew it well. Xianxian also heard Hu Zhan's words just now. He could guess that the other party did not know how to sew at all. In that case, she would sew it well. Let's see if the other party still had the energy to fool around in front of him. Xianxian's eyes were cold. He was confused by Luo Qingtong's eyes just now. He raised his hand to grab her throat. In fact, he did not want to kill her. He just wanted to confirm the authenticity of the Adam's apple on her throat. As a result, Xianxian's eyes grew colder and colder. The face hidden behind the white jade mask became even colder and more callous. To the extreme. Thinking of the hard feeling he had just touched, he knew that the Adam's apple could not be fake. This Luo Xiaoqi was indeed a young man. Genuine goods at a fair price, honest to both the old and the young. Xianxian was frustrated. Since he couldn't do anything to her, he would just have to get her out of his sight. These clothes were enough to prevent her from getting close to him for a short period of time. As for Luo Qingtong, the hair on her body stood on end the moment Xianxian raised his hand to choke her. It was not because he was scared, but because he was trying his best to restrain his instinctive reaction of wanting to fight back. She could feel that the other party did not have any killing intent towards her. And Xianxian's reaction towards the end was also in line with her guess. But what kind of trick was that in the end? The other party actually agreed. He wanted her to sew his clothes. Damn, Luo Qingtong was dumbfounded. She had purposely found an excuse to rely on him, but she had never thought that he would agree. Furthermore, based on the other party's personality and the way he had always treated her, shouldn't he have always disagreed? This way, she would be even more clingy. Wait, isn't there something wrong with this script? Luo Qingtong stared at Xianxian. And Xianxian felt inexplicably comfortable when he saw her beautiful and cunning eyes staring at him like this. The other party's eyes often gave him an illusion that the other party was Luo Qingtong. Therefore, when this pair of eyes stared at him like this, Xianxian inexplicably felt that Luo Qingtong was being teased by him. Unconsciously, the corners of his lips curled up. This smile was dazzling. But very quickly, the smile on his lips was forcefully suppressed. He looked at the young man in front of him, his gaze sweeping past his Adam's apple and his flat chest. The light in his eyes instantly turned cold. No matter how similar the other party was, he was still not Luo Qingtong. But seeing that the other party was so similar to the other girl, he would let him play a little more careful. Luo Qingtong's desperate attempt to get close to Xianxian was mistaken by him as seeking protection. And he indeed did not want such a young man who looked so much like Luo Qingtong to die an unnatural death in that abandoned high-level mainland. Hence, he turned a blind eye to it. Xianxian's gaze was cold. He did not pay any more attention to Luo Qingtong. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes to rest. Luo Qingtong looked at his back as he turned around and cursed in her heart. Was this considered reaping what she sowed? If she had known earlier, she would have said that she would buy him a new set of clothes to compensate him. What the hell was that about mending his clothes? Great, now she had fallen into the pit, go to hell. While Luo Qingtong was feeling stifled, behind her, Gu Yifeng, Hu Zhan, and the others were trying their best to hold back their laughter. They could not help but laugh. Little Seven was really too cute. She probably did not expect that the man would really let her sew his clothes, right? Let her tremble in excitement. Gu Yifeng raised his hand into a fist and placed it by his lips. He coughed twice to cover up the light laughter that was constantly flowing out from his throat. His other hand patted Luo Qingtong's shoulder as he said, "It's okay, Little Seven, we have faith in you. Oh right, when you learn how to mend clothes, you can help us mend them too." When he said this, he really could not hold back the laughter in his throat. After all, we don't have such a soft and cute young man like you in our group. There's hope for our logistics in the future. Don't you think so? Gu Yifeng said as he looked at Hu Zhan and the rest. The latter and the rest were about to collapse from laughter. Yes, yes, yes. Hu Zhan's ears were still hurting from being pinched by Ouyang Yingyu. Hearing this, he immediately raised his hand and shouted, "Little Seven, do your best. We'll wait for you to become an intelligent and brave logistics support." What kind of good logistics was this? Luo Qingtong gritted her teeth as she looked at Hu Zhan. Then, she suddenly raised her voice and said to Ouyang Yingyu, "Sister Yingyu, I heard Big Brother Hu Zhan and Brother Xiaoyu say that if you weren't a crazy woman, he could beat you with one hand." Hey hey hey. Luo Xiaoqi, you can't complain like this. Wah, Ouyang Yingyu, you crazy woman, are you serious? Hey, 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 we still have to participate in the mission later. Ow. Beiqing and Fengyu didn't leave for long before they came back with Yi Qianxian's old clothes. They were lucky. Yi Qianxian's clothes were luxurious and extraordinary. Not only was it a robe, but it was also a defensive magic tool. Although one of the sleeves was torn, it was still a good magic robe. Therefore, when Yi Qianxian threw the clothes away, the waiter of the inn put it away and didn't throw it away. Beiqing and Fengyu didn't have to go through the trash can. They gave the waiter a lot of money and came back with the clothes. Give it to her. Yi Qianxian slightly raised his chin. Luo Qingtong was forced to take the clothes with a depressed face. Sew it properly. Don't worry if it gets torn. Yi Qianya's words were filled with indescribable indifference. I have a lot of things here, enough for you to make amends. Luo Qingtong was overjoyed when she heard him say that she didn't need to worry if it got torn. In that case, it didn't matter if it got torn, but who would have thought that Yi Qianxian would have such words waiting for her? Damn it, Luo Qingtong looked at Yi Qianxian gloomily. When the latter saw the gloomy expression on her face and the anger in her eyes, he inexplicably felt very comfortable in his heart. The other party's appearance as a man, whether it was the shape, the behavior, or the expression, was very similar to Luo Qingtong when she was disguised as a man. If it weren't for the birthmark on her face and the characteristics of a man that couldn't be faked, Yi Qianxian wouldn't have believed that she wasn't Luo Qingtong. But in fact, she wasn't. Thinking of this, Yi Qianxian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He didn't look at Luo Xiaoqi anymore, but turned his eyes to other places in the square and carefully looked around. Now the crowd gathered in the square was very large. Almost all the people who wanted to go to the abandoned continent to complete the task of obtaining the heavenly grass were gathered here. If Luo Qingtong was in Mercenary City, maybe she would appear here. Yi Qianxian had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He carefully looked at the mercenary corps in the square, paying special attention to the young men and women. Then he remembered that Luo Qingtong was a cunning woman. She might not disguise herself as a young man or a woman, but she could also be an old woman or a strong man. He immediately glanced at the others again. But no matter how he looked, no one gave him a special feeling. He looked at everyone, but when he looked carefully, it didn't seem like it. Yi Qianxian looked for a while and felt a headache coming on. It was a pity that he couldn't reveal his identity now. Otherwise, he would have called out the woman's name and reported his identity. If she was here, how could she not show herself? Yi Qianren's thin lips were tightly pursed. Behind the mask, his indescribably handsome face dimmed. Then, he slowly closed his eyes in exhaustion. At this moment, there was a commotion in the square. It was the Tianfengchu family. A group of young men and women of similar ages walked toward the square under the lead of Elder Fu and the others. Judging from the respectful expressions on Elder Fu and the others' faces, it was obvious that these people were the direct descendants of the Tianfengchu family. They were the candidates who were going to the abandoned high-level continent to participate in the fight for the Tianluo herb. While the mercenaries were in an uproar, the group of young men and women also looked at the crowd in the square with disdain. Is this the kind of trash that will protect us? Even the bodyguards chosen by our Tianfengchu clan's branch families are better than them. A young girl in blue who was walking in the middle of the group complained unhappily. Humph, Chu-ku-er, if you don't want to come here, you don't have to. Anyway, there are many descendants of the Tianfengchu clan who want to replace you. You're from a branch family. What are you complaining about? Do you really think that the third elder's family is still the direct descendants of the Tianfengchu clan? Beside her, a handsome young man said disdainfully. How dare Chu-ku-er look down on the people of Mercenary City? Although their cultivation might not be higher than the guards of the Tianfengchu clan, their combat experience and combat ability were much higher than theirs. If it were the guards of the other clans protecting them, they might not be as good as these people from Mercenary City. What did Chu-ku-er know? Chu Xiaofeng's expression was full of disdain. On the other hand, Chu-ku-er was so angry that her face turned red. The third elder's line was indeed the direct line of descent of the Chu clan, but that was when Chu Tianyi did not have his own bloodline. Who would have thought that Chu Tianyi would suddenly find his own bloodline not long ago? No one could deny that the other party had inherited the unique aura of Chu Tianyi's bloodline. There was nothing they could do about it. Their third elder's faction could only abdicate their position and give it to the man Chu Tianyi had brought back as the true direct descendant. If not for the fact that the other party was a fool who knew nothing about the clan's affairs. They still needed the people of the third elder's line to maintain it. The third elder's line had long been kicked out of the core of power. Now that Chu Xiaofeng mentioned it, Chu-ku-er instantly exploded. No matter how bad the people of the third elder's line are, they are still better than the people of the eighth elder's line who don't even have the qualifications to touch the direct line of descent. Her voice was sharp as she said, "Who do you think the people of the eighth elder's line are? They are just dogs raised by the direct line of descent of the Tianfengchu clan. They will be led wherever they want to be. Do you think that you are part of the Chu clan just because you changed your surname?" As soon as she said this, the face of a young girl dressed in pink, who was not far away from her, instantly turned pale. Her body seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. "Ku-er, you," as soon as she said this, Chu-ku-er's expression became a little flustered. "I'm sorry, Sister Yufei. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying that Chu Xiaofeng and the others don't know what's good for them. They entered the Chu clan and still slandered me, a member of the Chu clan." Chu-ku-er's expression stiffened as she said this. This was because her words stepped on Chu Yufei's heart even more than before. "No, no, no." She hurriedly waved her hands and said, "Big Sister Yufei, I'm really not talking about you. You must believe me. Auntie Bai Xing is the great benefactor of our Tianfengchu family. If it weren't for her, who knows what would have happened to our Tianfengchu family. Don't be sad. Your surname is different from Chu Xiaofeng and the others. You are a true member of our Chu clan." "Yes." Chu Yufei looked at her and nodded with a nasal voice. However, the expression on her face didn't look too good. The reason for that was because what Chu-ku-er had said earlier had truly pierced through her heart. Regardless of whether she had the surname Chu and considered herself to be Chu Tianyi's daughter, she was still not a member of the Chu family. This was something that no one could hide. In the past, Chu Tianyi did not have his own bloodline and treated her like his own daughter. She was treated like a princess in the Heavenly Wind Chu clan. But now, Chu Tianyi had found his own bloodline. Not only that, she heard that he had a wife. In this case, she and her mother might not be able to establish themselves in the Tianfengchu family anymore. The glory, wealth, status of the past would all be gone from her. And this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was what her mother, Bai Xing, had told her. If all those things were true, then her mother and she would no longer be able to enjoy the glory and status that the Heavenly Wind Chu clan had brought to them. Thinking of this, Chu Yufei's well-maintained and pampered fingernails dug deep into her own flesh, her heart was filled with all sorts of dark thoughts, but she did not show them on her face. She only looked at Chu Ke with tears in her eyes and nodded. Little sister Ke, I know you didn't mean it. You don't have to explain. I've always known that I'm not a member of the Tianfengchu family. I also know that my days with Luanmei were stolen. One day, I will have to return them. But little sister Ke, you're different. You originally had the chance to become the little princess of the Tianfengchu family. Unfortunately, before Chu Yufei could finish her words, an extremely strong expression of resentment appeared on Chu Ku's face. It made her somewhat beautiful face look like a dark and malicious spirit. Chu Yufei's words pierced right into her heart. Little sister Yufei, you don't have to worry. We still don't know the outcome of this trip to the Tianluo grass. Chu Ke sneered and said with a hidden meaning. How could it be so easy for that fool to secure his position as the young master of the Chu family, who knew how many people wanted to kill him in secret during this trip to obtain the Tianluo grass? Among them were people from the third elder's line. It was also that fool's fault. Originally, the family head did not want him to participate in this mission. It was he who insisted on participating. He even made an agreement with the family head that if he obtained the Tianluo grass, the ownership would belong to him. No matter what he did with it, the family would not interfere. It looked like he wanted to give the Tianluo grass away as a gift. This was simply ridiculous. He actually wanted to give such a peerless herb away as a gift. He was indeed a fool, Chu Ke sneered. But it was fortunate that the other party was a fool. Otherwise, who would dare to touch him under the protection of the family head? In the future, once he grew up, his strength and power would not be inferior to the family head. When that time came, no one would be able to touch him. After all, the family head was an existence that could fight against a powerful person from a 3-star region as a 6-star region's region lord. It was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. It was said that the family head's background was extraordinary. He was not an ordinary person. Chu Ke's thoughts raced. Chu Yufei, on the other side, was also very satisfied with her words. It seemed like the third elder's people were preparing to make a move in this operation to obtain the Sky Luo grass. This way, once that person died, she and her mother would be able to sit back and relax. As for the third elder's men, they were nothing to be afraid of. Only a fool like Chu Ke would think that what she had just said about the little princess of the Tianfengchu family was true. The little princess of the Tianfengchu family, other than himself, how could it be anyone else? Chu Ke was thinking too much. Both of them had their own thoughts as they walked to the front of the square with the team. As for Chu Xiaofeng, he had already walked to the front when Chu Ke had called him a dog. He could not be bothered to lower himself to her level. Even if they were the dogs of the Tianfengchu clan, the 8th elder's bloodline had always been at the core of power. And what about the 3rd elder's people? Once they were kicked out of the core of power, they would be worse than dogs. They still had the nerve to be so arrogant here. It was also that the new young master's brain was not very bright. Otherwise, how could Chu Ke and the others be so arrogant? However, the new young master had inherited the same bloodline as the family head and was destined to be in charge of the Chu family in the future. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Chu Ke and the others. The group of people walked to the front of the square. Luo Qingtong and the others also knew that the Tianfengchu family's disciples were here to choose their guards after the announcement. Because when Elder Fu issued the task, he had already said that they were going to be the guards of the Tianfengchu family's disciples. Their main purpose was to protect them. At the same time, they would help them get the Tianluo grass. Everyone was already mentally prepared, so they didn't reject it. Yi Qianxian, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others' eyes were cold. Although they were a little worried, they didn't say anything. After all, this was the Tianfengchu family's task, so the rules were naturally set by them. When they arrived at the abandoned high-level continent, wouldn't it be up to them to decide what to do? They were silent and didn't say anything. Luo Qingtong's eyes turned slightly, and she suddenly moved closer to them. She was holding Yi Qianxian's clothes in her hands and hadn't had time to put them away. When she moved closer to Yi Qianxian, the man opened his eyes and turned to look at her. Luo Qingtong smiled at him. "Brother, didn't we agree to go together? It's more convenient to be closer." As she spoke, she raised the clothes in her hands, indicating that Yi Qianxian didn't forget that she still had to sew clothes for him as an apology. Yi Qianren looked at her crafty and quick-witted eyes. In the end, she did not say anything. She only coldly turned her head away and closed her eyes to rest. Luo Qingtong made a face at him in her heart, and then quickly called the people of the Red Flame mercenary group over. The Red Flame mercenary group needed such a good candidate for cannon fodder. For some reason, when Luo Qingtong was close to Yi Qianxian, she felt particularly at ease. He must be very powerful. Before he confirmed her identity, she should take advantage of him as long as possible. With this thought, Luo Qingtong immediately moved closer to Yi Qianxian, so as not to be left behind. She didn't care. On the abandoned continent, even if she was weak, she could survive by relying on her blood eyes. But the people of the Red Flame mercenary group might not be so lucky. Therefore, Luo Qingtong was prepared to stick close to Yi Qianxian and the others. Anyway, they just happened to want to investigate her identity, right? Just right. She would give them a chance. The group of people gathered together, coupled with Yi Qianren's unique appearance and temperament, immediately attracted the attention of Chu Ke and the others. I want them. Almost instantly, Chu's name was Yi Qianxian's mouth. She raised her hand and pointed at Yi Qianxian and the others, then looked at Luo Qingtong with disgust and said, I don't want this ugly monster. She said this very naturally and didn't consider that Luo Qingtong and the others might be in a team. To Chu Ke, these mercenaries in Mercenary City were all the same. Couldn't this ugly monster go somewhere else? Why did she have to hang out with the people she had her eyes on? Yi Qianxian, Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were all wearing white jade masks. They all looked slender, like jade trees and orchids. They stood on the ground and had an extraordinary aura. It was very pleasing to the eyes. Luo Qingtong didn't fit in with them. The man in the white jade mask opposite her was the most charming person she had ever seen. Even if his face was covered, he gave people a feeling that was hard to ignore. The other white jade masked men did not have the same aura as him. Chu Ke's gaze was fixed on Yi Qianxian's face. She raised her head and raised her chin, saying, I've chosen you. Take off your mask and let me have a look. There was an unconcealable expectation in her words. Chu Yufei's eyes lit up as she looked at Yi Qianxian. She could also tell at a glance that Yi Qianxian was extraordinary. In this group of vulgar mercenaries, he and the people around him were probably the only clear stream and scenery. Unfortunately, Chu Ke beat him to it. At this time, Chu Yufei was extremely disgusted with her identity. If she was the real little princess of the Tianfeng Chu family, why would she have to live so cautiously? She would have ordered Chu Ke to give the other party to her. Unlike now, she could only watch enviously as the other party chose first. I refuse. Yi Qianxian's voice was cold. He did not care who he followed. After all, he did not intend to listen to the other party at all. When they arrived at the abandoned continent, wouldn't everything be up to him? But for some reason, when he heard the other party call Luo Xiaoqi an ugly freak, he felt very unhappy. This young man who was very similar to Luo Qingtong, even if he was bad, it was not the place of an extremely vulgar girl to criticize him. If the other party was an ugly freak, then what was she? Was an ugly freak worse than him? She even wanted him to take off his mask. Yi Qianxian looked at Chu Ke coldly. He watched her face turn from complacent to blushing, from arrogance to embarrassment. His voice was cold. I refuse to be your guard. He refused, and the people around him naturally did the same. Chu Ke looked at Yi Qianxian with a red face. She did not expect to be humiliated twice in one day. Chu Xiaofeng, that bastard, scolded her. Now in this mercenary city, a small mercenary dared to refuse her appointment. You. She pointed a trembling finger at Yi Qianxian. She was so angry that she could barely contain her anger. Especially since she still harbored some unspeakable thoughts about Yi Qianxian, the exasperation on her face was even more apparent. Good. You refuse, right? You. Before she could finish speaking, Chu Xiaofeng's voice rang out from the other side. What happened to them? He walked out from the group, his face full of disdain. Chu Ke, stop acting like a young lady. Don't embarrass yourself outside. What? Are you going to flip out just because someone doesn't like you? As he spoke, he looked directly at Yi Qianxian and the others. After sizing them up, he looked at Gu Yifeng and the others. You're together? He pointed at Yi Qianxian and the others. Yes. Gui Feng and the rest did not understand what was going on with this young master, but they still nodded. Good, then follow me. He said, although they look a little useless, since you're together, I'll bring them along. Pfft. When Luo Qingtong heard this, she could not help but laugh. This young master of the Tianfengchu family was a little interesting. He actually brought along Xianxia and the others because of the Red Flame mercenary group. He probably did not know that these white jade masked people were the most powerful, right? She did not know what he was thinking when he was despised to this extent. A pewter spearhead. When Xianxia heard those words, he had a subtle expression on his face. Luo Qingtong had mocked him in the past. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the young man next to him. This time, he met Luo Qingtong's gaze. Cough, Luo Qingtong didn't know what to say. How annoying, occasionally, he would rejoice in other people's misfortune, but he was caught in the act. How could she be so unlucky? She looked up at the sky and tried her best to pretend to be innocent. When Xianxia saw her like this, his originally sullen mood instantly dissipated. This person's mischievous and scheming appearance was so damn similar to that woman. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stared deeply at Luo Qingtong's flat chest. In the end, he didn't make a move to pry it open to see what was going on. He had checked the other party's body again and again. There was no doubt about the other party's identity. He probably missed that woman too much, that was why he kept mistaking the other party for her. As Xianxia thought about it, he closed his eyes and turned his head away. He didn't look at Luo Qingtong again. After Chu Xiaofeng's words, Chu Ke'er's sharp voice rang out. Chu Xiaofeng, what do you mean? You just scolded me, and now you want to snatch people from me? Chu Ke'er's voice was extremely sharp. She was really angry. Her eyes were as big as copper bells, and her face was so angry that it almost turned purplish red. Chu Ke'er. Are you sick? If you're sick, go take medicine. Chu Xiaofeng looked at her with a cold smile. All the mercenaries here are up to us to choose. They don't want to follow you, and you blame me? Chu Xiaofeng's voice instantly attracted the attention of many of the Tianfengchu family members. Seeing that Chu Xiaofeng and Chu Ke'er had a conflict, everyone's face suddenly revealed a strange expression. Chu Xiaofeng's family members were staunch supporters of the family head and only listened to the orders of the family head. As for Chu Ke'er's branch, before the return of the new young master, they had always considered themselves to be the direct descendants of the family head. Now that the young lord had returned, there was a better candidate for the clan head's direct line of descent. Naturally, the third elder's line would have to abdicate and give way to a better person. However, it seemed that Chu Ke'er was not willing to accept this because Chu Xiaofeng's people supported the new young master and had fought with Chu Xiaofeng several times. This time was probably no exception. The crowd did not intend to participate in the dispute between the two clans. At least on the surface, they did not intend to participate. They immediately pretended not to see anything. As for Luo Qingtong, Xianxia, and the others, no one came to compete with Chu Xiaofeng and Chu Ke'er. Chu Yufei was overjoyed. She also didn't want Chu Ke'er to be followed by Xianxia. Now that she saw Luo Qingtong and the others being intercepted by Chu Xiaofeng along with Xianxia, she immediately said to Chu Ke'er in a soft voice, Ke'er, forget it. In the future, the people in the 8th elder's line will be the direct subordinates of the new young master. They are not people we can afford to provoke. You are no longer the third miss of the Tianfengchu family's direct line of descent. We'd better not cause any more trouble. Otherwise, we will inevitably be punished. As soon as she said these words, she instigated again without batting an eyelid. This made Chu Ke'er secretly hate in her heart. She was bullied by Chu Xiaofeng because she had lost her status as a direct descendant. In fact, Chu Ke'er really thought so. If she still had her status as a direct descendant, would Chu Xiaofeng dare to go against her with just one order? He was just a dog of the clan head's direct line of descent. Chu Ke'er was furious. After Chu Xiaofeng had insulted her, he had brought Luo Qingtong and Xianxia away. Chu Ke'er's eyes were burning with rage, but she could not do anything to Chu Xiaofeng. The 8th elder's faction was at the core of power and had always been the master's trusted aides. Their 3rd elder's faction could not compare at all. Furthermore, Chu Xiaofeng had always found her an eyesore. It was only because of her previous status as a direct descendant that he could not target her. Now that she had lost her status as a direct descendant, the other party did not even place her in his eyes and she could not do anything about it. She had no choice but to choose other guards. However, what made Chu Ku almost faint from anger was that no matter which mercenary group she chose, as long as they were slightly stronger, they had all rejected her. That's right, all of them. Chu Ku was about to go mad with anger. What was going on? Had these mercenaries gone mad? Not a single one of them was willing to follow her? Even if there were some who were willing to follow her, they were not that powerful or were very weak and had no other choice. Only then had they reluctantly agreed to follow her. Chu Ku looked at the forced expressions on their faces and almost tore the hem of her clothes into pieces. She had not even despised these people for being ugly and they actually dared to despise her? Chu Ku's face was filled with disbelief. If it were not for the fact that she had no guards to follow her and could easily encounter danger and mishap in the abandoned continent, she would definitely raise her hand and slap them all to death. She had never suffered such humiliation before. Bastards, what was going on? However, Chu Ku did not know that all this had happened because she had called Luo Qingtong an ugly freak. Who was Luo Qingtong? She was someone that the mercenaries had specially invited to rely on. The mercenaries had hoped that she would be able to observe the details and see through the mission item at a glance. From there, she would be able to formulate various countermeasures based on its habits and environment. This would allow them to gain something from the abandoned continent and even reduce casualties and losses. Under these circumstances, Chu Ku had called Luo Qingtong an ugly freak. Wasn't that asking for a beating? Who would dare to approach her now? What if Luo Qingtong got angry and decided not to tell them anything about the abandoned continent? To put it bluntly, the children of the Tianfeng Chu family were precious. However, Chu Ku wasn't the only one from the Tianfeng Chu family present. They could have chosen anyone else, but they had to choose someone who was against Luo Qingtong. Wouldn't he be bored out of his mind? Therefore, everyone rejected Chu Ku. Not only that, even those who had no choice and reluctantly agreed to follow Chu Ku sent people to apologize to Luo Qingtong, explaining their difficulties. Luo Qingtong didn't expect these mercenaries to be so supportive. She didn't say anything, and they helped her vent her anger. Chu Ku was so angry that her face turned green. Her face was as hateful as a ferocious ghost, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She was delighted and immediately responded to those who came to apologize with a light smile, telling them not to mind it. When she arrived at the abandoned continent, she would share with them the information that she had seen with her blood eye. Of course, they didn't need to let Chu Ku know about these things, nor did they need to remind her. Naturally, everyone agreed with him. No one felt that Luo Qingtong was vengeful. Who asked Chu Ku to scold Luo Qingtong first? The one who provoked her first was despicable. Everyone began to choose the people they wanted to follow. Soon, the mercenaries in the square were all assigned. Almost every child of the Tianfeng Chu family was assigned to 5 mercenary regiments. There was a small interlude. Most of the mercenary regiments, especially the high-ranking mercenary regiments, flocked to Chu Xiafeng's side and asked him to choose their own people. Chu Xiafeng was baffled by this. However, he couldn't choose all of his guards as high-ranking mercenary regiments. This was an internal rule of the Chu family to prevent people from abusing their power for personal gain and causing the situation of the guards to be unfair. Therefore, generally, one person could only choose 2 high-ranking mercenary regiments. The others were optional. Red 2 and Xianxia formed Black Fiend, which happened to be 2 high-ranking mercenary regiments. Therefore, even though Chu Xiafeng was popular with everyone, he only chose 3 mid-level mercenary regiments in the end. Those who were chosen cheered, while the rest were dejected. In the end, they followed the others dejectedly. This scene made the other children of the Tianfeng Chu family twitch their lips. They didn't know where Chu Xiafeng's magic came from to make these mercenary regiments flock to him like a flock of ducks. However, they didn't know that it wasn't Chu Xiafeng who made the mercenary regiments flock to him, but Luo Qingtong. All the mercenaries were hoping to be in the same group as her. This was much safer than being separated from the other party. After all, even if Luo Qingtong could explain the general situation of the abandoned continent to them, what if they encountered some special things? One had to know that after they arrived there, they would follow their respective masters and be separated from Luo Qingtong and the others. This was something that no one expected at the beginning. Previously, they thought that they would all be together and protect the children of the Tianfeng family together. Just like this, those who were chosen cheered, while those who weren't chosen could only follow others. Looking at the lively scene on Chu Xiaofeng's side, Chu Ke-er, who was alone behind her and barely managed to gather 5 mercenary regiments, almost couldn't control her temper. Bastard! Chu Xiaofeng, this bastard! I'm so angry. She gritted her teeth fiercely. Beside her, Chu Yufei was in a very good mood. Her luck was not bad. Because she looked sweet and wasn't weak, almost all the designated mercenary groups were willing to follow her. 2 advanced mercenary groups and 3 medium mercenary groups. Compared to those crooked people behind Chu Ke-er, they were much better. Chu Yufei was very pleased with herself. However, seeing Chu Ke-er's anger, she still said in a gentle voice, "Little sister Ke-er, don't be angry. Let's travel together. It just so happens that my combat ability is not as good as yours. If we are together, we can take care of each other." As soon as she said that, Chu Ke-er's expression instantly brightened. Chu Yufei was very good with words. She clearly felt that Chu Ke-er's guards were too lousy, so she went with her. However, the words she said were subtly flattering Chu Ke-er, making her feel very comfortable. "Okay, Sister Yufei, thank you. Don't worry, when we reach the abandoned continent, I will take good care of you." As for Chu Xiaofeng, he better not be complacent. When I get there and see my big brother and the others, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. Regardless of whether he was the culprit, she had lost a lot of face this time. Someone had to bear the consequences. Just you wait, Chu Xiaofeng. When she reached the abandoned continent and met her elder brother, she would not let him off. Chu Ke-er's elder brother was the top disciple of the Tianfeng family. This time, the top disciples of the Tianfeng family who came to Mercenary City to select guards did not come. That was because each of them was the hope of the Tianfeng family. In the future, they would be the pillars of the Tianfeng family. Their guards were the most important and would not be selected from among the mercenaries. Instead, the family elders would personally make the arrangements. Therefore, they did not come here. Chu Yufei smiled gently when she heard Chu Ke-er's words and did not say anything. The expression on her face was very gentle. However, in her heart, she was very disdainful. When it came to the top disciples of the Tianfeng family, although Chu Ke-er's elder brother was powerful, the 8th elder's people were not to be trifled with either. Naturally, there would be people above Chu Xiaofeng. Moreover, wasn't there still that fool? Chu Yufei's expression turned ugly when she thought of him. She gritted her teeth slightly. She only hoped that the fool would completely die on the abandoned continent this time. Then, she and her mother would be able to sit back and relax. At that time, she would still be the little princess of the Tianfeng family who was doted on by the head of the Chu family. Her mother, Madame Xing, would still be the head of the Chu family's female confidant and a savior. No one would be able to change all of this. After the group of people finished their selection, they followed the people of the Tianfeng family out of the city. Apart from the mercenaries who were participating in the mission, no one else was allowed to leave the city. Although the people outside were curious about what had happened in Tianfeng Mercenary City, the Tianfeng family had sealed the city and said that they had something to investigate. Other people from the Tianfeng domain did not want to get in the way of the Tianfeng family at this time. What if the Tianfeng family thought that they had ulterior motives, or even that they were the culprits? As a result, the crowd of outsiders avoided Heaven's Wind Mercenary City like the plague, and no one came to inquire about Heaven's Wind Mercenary City. The group of mercenaries followed the people from the Heavenly Wind Shu clan and soon arrived at a desolate continent. The Tianfeng family had already cleared out all the people here. At this moment, the Tianfeng clan's people surrounded the barren continent, allowing the mercenaries and the Chu clan's disciples to enter. Inside, a huge teleportation array was suspended and engraved on the continent. As the spirit energy in the continent surged, it faintly rose and fell. Obviously, the Tianfeng clan wanted to use this huge teleportation formation to send everyone to the abandoned continent in the Flying Star Field. Luo Qingtong observed the array carefully. Although it wasn't as profound as the one in Heavenly Wind Inscription City, it was much easier to operate. However, it required a huge amount of energy. Other than the Tianfengchu clan, which had a deep foundation and a large number of experts who could provide assistance and energy, ordinary clans wouldn't be able to withstand the energy required to activate this array. She secretly memorized this teleportation formation in her heart. Her blood-red eyes faintly opened, imprinting this teleportation formation in her mind. This was of great benefit to Luo Qingtong's replication. If the formation was not activated, Luo Qingtong would have to spend a lot of time analyzing and studying it. Even if she copied it, she still had to carefully study its power flow and activation lines. Otherwise, even if she copied it, it would take her a lot of effort to activate it. The more complicated and advanced the formation was, the more troublesome it was. But for such an activated formation, the power flow and activation lines were all in Luo Qingtong's eyes. When she replicated it in the future, as long as she had enough energy, she could use it directly. This was a cross-star field formation, which might come in handy in the future. While Luo Qingtong was carefully watching the operation of this formation, Xianxia beside her suddenly glanced at her. The young man silently observed the appearance of this formation, which was also very similar to Luo Qingtong's. The young girl also liked to wander around after arriving at a strange place. Xianxia frowned slightly, wondering what kind of voodoo he was infected with. Before he stayed with Luo Qingtong, it was okay. Even if he knew that she was similar to Luo Qingtong, he didn't feel anything. But now, after staying with her, the more he looked at her, the more she looked like Luo Qingtong. He couldn't suppress his longing for the girl at all. He turned his head and closed his eyes silently. He didn't want to look at Luo Qingtong anymore, so as not to arouse his longing for the girl in his heart. While Luo Qingtong was carefully observing the formation, Yu Mingqian, who was not far from her, also narrowed her eyes slightly. He couldn't delay any longer. If he slowly approached Luo Qingtong like this, he didn't know how long it would take for him to completely gain her trust. Especially after she got together with the man with the white jade mask, she treated him as nothing. If this went on, even after this trip to the abandoned continent, he couldn't ask her about the divine inscriptions. And he couldn't wait any longer, or, it was the matter of the Central Inscription Association that made him a little impatient. Yu Mingqian's eyes were heavy. He didn't expect Luo Qingtong to be so difficult to approach. He had tried to seduce her, injure himself to gain her confidence, and even stand in front of her when she was in danger. However, she was not moved at all. If she was like this to everyone else, it would be fine. However, she treated the man with the white jade mask differently. This made Yu Mingqian feel as if she had been defeated. Why was that white jade masked man able to get close to Luo Qingtong when they both had bad intentions towards each other? Yu Mingju had been 25 years old since she was born, and she had never suffered such a setback. There was nothing he couldn't get if he wanted it. Yu Mingqian's eyes were cold. She was planning in her mind, but her face was watertight. Even though he was wearing a veiled hat and ordinary people couldn't see his face, he didn't slack off at all. In terms of scheming, he wouldn't lose to anyone. The people of the Red Flame mercenary group didn't disturb Luo Qingtong's observation. They already knew about Luo Qingtong's special ability. They knew that she liked to observe everything. Although they didn't know that it was the ability of her blood pupils, everyone knew that Luo Qingtong was very accurate in seeing things. Therefore, when she was observing things, they never disturbed her. It had become a habit. This huge teleportation formation was enough to teleport all of them to the abandoned high-level continent at once without leaving any traces behind. The Tianfengchu clan's people were very cautious. They wouldn't give anyone the chance to find out about their whereabouts. Luo Qingtong and the others stood in the teleportation formation. Then, under the power of the Tianfengchu clan's experts, they were teleported to an unfamiliar starry sky with a swoosh. There was already a group of Tianfengchu clan's experts waiting there. Opposite the experts from the Heavenly Windshu clan, there was another group of people who exuded a majestic aura. It seemed that they were the people of another aristocratic family that was competing with the Tianfengchu clan. Everyone on both sides was very careful and didn't want to expose their whereabouts. Their auras were restrained. Although their auras were vast and powerful, they didn't give Luo Qingtong and the others too much pressure. Otherwise, with so many experts of the human martial arts realm and even the 9th level of the human martial arts realm standing there, It was enough to suffocate warriors below the human martial arts realm and make it difficult for them to move. Of course, Luo Qingtong was fine. However, she was a warrior who hadn't even reached the venerable realm. It was too surprising that she wasn't pressured by experts above the human martial arts realm. At that time, Luo Qingtong would still have to pretend that she couldn't control herself. If she accidentally overdid it, she would be eliminated and not be allowed to enter the abandoned continent, which would be troublesome. It was good that this would happen. Luo Qingtong breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she quickly pretended to be in awe and shock. She looked at the experts of the Tianfengchu clan and the aristocratic family in front of her. She couldn't help it. Everyone else was like this. She couldn't be too maverick. When Chu Ke-er, Chu Yufei, and the others saw the super experts of the Tianfengchu clan appear, a proud and complacent look flashed across their faces. Especially Chu Yufei. She secretly made up her mind that she and her mother would not be kicked out of the Tianfengchu clan. Otherwise, how would she be able to enjoy such glory and pride in the future? There wouldn't be a second Tianfengchu family that would be willing to hold a lowly girl like her in their palms and protect her like a princess. She made up her mind and the light in her eyes flowed like the venom of a poisonous snake. The disciples of the Tianfengchu clan stepped forward and bowed to the elders. The elders of the Tianfengchu family also nodded at them. Then, they looked at the experts of the aristocratic families of the Feixing field on the other side. People of the Lian family of the Flying Star Planet. Now that the people of the Tianfengchu family are all here, how are your preparations going? Everyone is here. On the other side, the manager of the Lian clan said in a deep voice, if your Tianfengchu clan has no other conditions, then let's begin. As he spoke, he gestured for the disciples of the Lian family to step forward. The group flew towards a huge abandoned continent. From afar, this abandoned high-level continent looked like a giant beast crawling in the starry sky. It was quiet and silent. Luo Qingtong felt that this abandoned continent was completely different from the barren and desolate continent from before. At least that barren and desolate continent still had some life. However, this abandoned continent was like an old man in his twilight years. It was surrounded by a dense aura of death. Even if such spiritual energy was absorbed into one's body, it would have no effect on improving one's strength. Because there was no more vitality in it. All it could do was support the use of martial techniques and cultivation methods. It could not be used to improve one's cultivation. Luo Qingtong blinked her eyes. She probably knew why this continent was called the abandoned continent. It seemed that it was really an abandoned continent that was no longer suitable for warriors to live in. After everyone arrived at that continent, the people of the Lian clan and the Chu clan circled around the abandoned continent. They swore that the guards of their clan's juniors weren't from their own clan, and that they wouldn't target the other clan's juniors with murderous intent. As a result, the juniors and guards of both clans began to enter the abandoned continent. Luo Qingtong followed behind the people of the Red Flame mercenary group and was sandwiched in the middle. Hu Zhan and the others were tall and strong, and they protected her very well. When she heard the people of the Tianfengchu clan say to begin, the disciples of the Tianfengchu clan in front of her had already begun to enter the abandoned continent. This was especially true for the top disciples who followed the elders. They were the first to fly into the palace. When Luo Qingtong followed the people of the Red Flame mercenary group and was about to enter, she suddenly heard a commotion in front of her. Young master, it's the young master. I didn't expect the young master to come. I thought he wouldn't come. Yes. I heard that the young master and the clan head have an agreement. If he gets the Tianluo grass this time, the clan can't ask him how to use it. Moreover, the clan head wants to let him go. I don't know what the young master is thinking. Our Tianfengchu clan has such good resources and heritage, but he still wants to leave. Should I call him a country bumpkin or a country bumpkin? The person who said this had a somewhat contemptuous look on his face, but his eyes were filled with a strong sense of jealousy that could not be dispersed. If he had such an opportunity, he would not be willing to give it up. Isn't that so? Many people agreed with his words. But I heard that the young master's brain is a little short-sighted. He is not presentable at all. It's only because he is the only descendant of the clan head that he can become the young master. Someone gloated. Sigh, it's also because the family head can't see past it. Otherwise, wouldn't Madame Xing be quite good? I think it's not a bad idea to let her be our madam. Yes, it's a pity that the patriarch isn't willing. Moreover, although young master's brain isn't very good, he's very talented. It's said that he completely inherited the clan head's bloodline talent. Not long after he returned to the Tianfengchu clan, he's already the number one among the younger generation of the Tianfengchu clan. If it were any of you, who would have the ability and talent? Everyone was talking at the same time. There were those who were envious, those who were jealous, and those who were full of admiration. Luo Qingtong listened with great interest. She was curious about the young master of the Tianfengchu family. She tried her best to poke her head out of the human wall formed by Hu Zhan and the others to see what the young master of the Tianfengchu family looked like. However, Hu Zhan and the others were really burly and tough. Luo Qingtong finally squeezed a little through the gap between them, but she only saw a flash of white light in front of her. In an instant, she swept into the abandoned continent. This is, Luo Qingtong's eyes widened. Chu Lingfeng? She looked at Chu Lingfeng, who was riding Snowball. His entire body was tall and sturdy, and he looked extraordinarily handsome. She blinked her eyes. Damn, the young master of the Tianfengchu family was this big blockhead? Just as Luo Qingtong's eyes widened, Chu Lingfeng scratched his head. That's strange. Little Shui, did you sense it? Why do I feel like master is nearby? It was said that the sixth sense of a simple-minded person was the most accurate. Chu Lingfeng was like this. Even if he was far away from Luo Qingtong, and Luo Qingtong was mixed in with a group of people. She had changed her appearance and gender, making it difficult for people to recognize her. However, he still had a faint feeling in his heart. That was why he paused when he entered the abandoned continent. However, this feeling came to Chu Lingfeng from time to time. Especially when he had just arrived at the Tianfengchu family. Every day, he hoped that master would quickly find him and bring him back, so that his mother wouldn't be worried. Therefore, every once in a while, he would have an illusion that Luo Qingtong had come to find him. Later on, when he was disappointed many times, he learned to restrain himself. His gaze swept over the place where everyone was gathered. He patted Snowball and continued to rush into the abandoned continent. He wanted to get the Tianluo grass. When he brought it back to find his mother and master, they would definitely be very happy. Especially master. This Tianluo grass would definitely greatly improve master's strength. When master became powerful, he and his mother would have someone to rely on. They also wouldn't need to be afraid that the Tianfengchu family would find his mother and bully her. Chu Lingfeng's thoughts were actually very simple. When he was weak, he was saved by Luo Qingtong. Then Luo Qingtong saved Yan Yang. In his heart, no one was more powerful than Luo Qingtong. Even if the Tianfengchu family praised him as a rare genius of the Tianfengchu family and regarded him as their young master. But in his heart, only Luo Qingtong was the most powerful. Even if the girl's strength wasn't as powerful as his, Chu Lingfeng believed that it was only temporary. No one could compare to master's strength and power. These people simply didn't know how powerful master was. This was Chu Lingfeng's thoughts. But when he was at the Tianfengchu family, he still didn't mention anything about Luo Qingtong. Otherwise, if people knew that the young lord of the Chu clan had a master, they would definitely go crazy. They would immediately hunt her down and deal with her. Chu Lingfeng didn't want Luo Qingtong to be in danger because of him. So he patiently stayed at the Tianfengchu family. First, the Tianfengchu family didn't let him leave. Second, he didn't want the Tianfengchu family to know about the existence of Luo Qingtong and Yan Yang. Therefore, no matter what the Tianfengchu family asked, he didn't pay attention. He only wanted to become stronger. That's right, become stronger. During this time, Chu Lingfeng didn't do anything in the Tianfengchu family. He only wanted to become stronger. He didn't have many thoughts, and his brain wasn't very bright. He always remembered what Yan Yang and Luo Qingtong had told him before. That was, if other people asked him something, he shouldn't answer. As for taking advantage, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Master said that he couldn't treat himself unfairly anywhere. When he becomes strong, he can go back and protect his master and mother. Chu Lingfeng really wants to become strong. When he thought about how he was powerless to face Luo Qingtong and Yan Yang when he was unconscious, his heart ached and he couldn't forgive himself. So when he couldn't go back to the Tianfengchu clan, he desperately tried to improve himself. He inherited Chu Tiany's bloodline power. In the entire Chu clan, only he and Chu Tiany had this kind of ability. The Tianfengchu clan valued him very much. It was also because of this that he could become the young master of the Tianfengchu clan. All of the clan's resources were at his disposal. Whatever he wanted, it was all there. Chu Lingfeng didn't hold back and used all of the Tianfengchu clan's resources. He even beat up the younger generation of the Tianfengchu clan in order to seize their cultivation resources. In order to become strong, Chu Lingfeng didn't care about anything. What's more, he had no interest in the Tianfengchu clan. What did those geniuses think of him have to do with him? If he had the ability, then he would defeat him. If he couldn't defeat him, then the clan's resources would be given to him. What was there to talk about? Master said that if he could solve it with his fists, then there was no need to talk nonsense. If one fist wasn't enough, then two. What's more, the people of the Tianfengchu clan weren't good people either. On the surface, they accepted his identity, but behind his back, they called him a bastard. They disliked his birth and despised his mother. Chu Lingfeng once accidentally heard a group of elders talking. They said that if a woman like his mother was found, then they should just give her the position of a concubine. As for the wife of the clan head, that Madame Xing was more suitable. His mother had suffered so much for him, so how could he let his mother suffer such grievances? Not to mention a concubine. Even if his mother didn't want to be the wife of the clan head, he wouldn't let her be. He also wouldn't let the Tianfengchu clan find her. Don't think that he didn't know that the Tianfengchu family wanted to use his mother to tie him down. As for the man named Chu Tiany, his words were pleasant to hear. He said that he liked his mother and hadn't forgotten her even after so many years. But who knew if he was telling the truth? Moreover, if it wasn't for him, his mother wouldn't have suffered so much because she was pregnant with him, and his family wouldn't have almost been ruined. Chu Lingfeng thought for a moment. His mother would definitely not want to see him. Therefore, no matter what the other party said, he was too lazy to respond, let alone reveal Yin Yang's existence. When Chu Tiany left the True Spill continent in the past, he hadn't specifically searched for information about the True Spill continent. Thus, he simply couldn't find the existence of the True Spill continent. Once he leaves the abandoned continent, he will be able to return to find his mother and master. Chu Lingfeng rode on Snowball and disappeared into the sky above the abandoned continent. After his figure disappeared, Luo Qingtong recovered from the shock of seeing him. Damn, this news was too exciting. The young master of the Tianfengchu clan was actually Chu Lingfeng, that big fool. She was worried that he would be summoned by his father using their bloodline connection, and that he would encounter some bad treatment. Now, it seemed that he was doing very well. As Luo Qingtong thought this, she couldn't help but laugh. Yan Yang had always been very concerned about Chu Lingfeng. Now that she had news of him, she would be able to feel at ease when she returned and told her. The young master of the Tianfengchu clan. Luo Qingtong frowned. The Tianfengchu family attached great importance to Chu Lingfeng, and they would not let him go easily. Moreover, although they attached great importance to Chu Lingfeng, it was because of his talent. They would not be so tolerant to Yan Yang. They might even use her as a tool to restrain Chu Lingfeng. This was a bit troublesome. It was not so easy for Yan Yang to get her son back. But this could wait until later. Yan Yang could also practice now. Once the strength of a soul-sound master was improved, ordinary masters could not compare with her. It was not certain who would look down on whom in the future. Speaking of which, Chu Lingfeng still did not know that Yan Yang could practice. When she entered the abandoned continent and found him, she could give him a surprise. Thinking of this, Luo Qingtong's smile deepened. Especially when she thought of Chu Lingfeng, the silly big guy, who just scratched his head and looked around. Did that guy sense her existence, so he ran out to see her? Otherwise, how could he go in and then run out? Sure enough, silly people were particularly sensitive in other aspects. However, Snowball was her contract beast. Why didn't it move? Luo Qingtong did not sense the existence of Snowball herself. Otherwise, she would not have been so surprised when she saw Chu Lingfeng. She thought that the Tianfengchu family had used some means to temporarily block the connection between her and Snowball. She did not know whether it was by accident or on purpose. Luo Qingtong raised her eyebrows. Now she already had two little guys, Humph and Tuanzi. In addition, Snowball had been following Chu Lingfeng all the time. It was not impossible for it to contract with Chu Lingfeng. However, she was very unhappy with the way the Tianfengchu family did. Did they want to take her contract beast by force? Interesting. If they wanted to take Chu Lingfeng by force, it would be fine. But if they had other ideas, haha, Luo Qingtong sneered. She had known for a long time that these big clans usually had a lot of dirty dealings. It had nothing to do with her in the past, and she didn't want to get involved. But if they really offended her and her people, then don't blame her for being impolite. Luo Qingtong was a person who never suffered a loss. Her mind was racing, but she didn't show it on her face. She just followed the crowd and looked ahead in surprise and excitement. He seemed to be very excited about the appearance of the young master of the Tianfengchu family. Everyone around her had the same expression, so it didn't seem out of place. As for Xianxia and the others, their eyes lit up when they saw Chu Lingfeng. "Master, it's Chu Lingfeng, the big fool by the evil doctor's side." Bei Qing's voice rang out in Xianxia's mind. "Yes." Xianxia responded in a low voice. His eyes lit up as he looked at Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng had appeared here. If that woman was also here, even if she hid her identity, she would go and meet him, right? When that time came, he would be able to find her. Thinking of this, Xianxia's deep black eyes revealed a hint of joy. "When we arrive at the abandoned continent, find a way to find Chu Lingfeng and keep an eye on him." He gave the order. "Yes." Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others lowered their heads in excitement, as if they could see the hope of finding the evil doctor in the future. There was no other way. The evil doctor was too good at hiding. They had never seen such a powerful person. They had been searching for him in circles. Those noble ladies in Tiandu looked down on the evil doctors, but they didn't know that they were nothing compared to the evil doctors. They were only better than the evil doctors in terms of background and resources. What if they were in the evil doctor's position? They wouldn't even know how they died. Bei Qing, Feng Yu, and the others were excited, while Xianxia subconsciously looked in the direction of Luo Qingtong. He wanted to see how she would react to Chu Lingfeng's appearance. But to his disappointment, Luo Qingtong's face was filled with excitement, no different from the others. He frowned and looked at Luo Qingtong for a while, then turned his head away. Xianxia didn't know why he was so obsessed. He kept thinking that Luo Qingtong was Luo Xiaoqi. He had already checked her identity, but he still didn't give up. He pressed his forehead and decided to draw a line with her after they arrived at the abandoned continent, so that he wouldn't always have these inexplicable thoughts. Anyway, Chu Lingfeng had already appeared. If Luo Qingtong wanted to take part in this operation, she would definitely show up. As for Luo Xiaoqi, she had nothing to do with him. As Yi Qianren thought of this, she closed her eyes again. The Tianfengchu family and the Lian family of Flying Star acted very quickly. After the top disciples rushed in, it was Chu Xiaofeng's turn. This was also to prevent anyone from attacking the top disciples of the two families. Moreover, those who entered first would have the advantage. There was no problem in arranging the order of entry according to one's identity. "Okay, let's go." When it was Chu Xiaofeng's turn, he said to Luo Qingtong, Xianxia, and the others, "Follow me closely. Don't act on your own. When we get there, I'll tell you some simple information. In order to prevent any mistakes or omissions in this operation." The Tianfengchu family didn't mention anything about the abandoned continent. Everything was left to the people of Mercenary City to explore. Of course, the children of the Tianfengchu family had some information in their hands. For the sake of their own safety, they would also inform the mercenaries around them of the information that they knew. As for how much the children of the Tianfengchu clan knew, it depended on how high their status was. There is no doubt that some people know more and some know less. As for Chu Ke and Chu Yufei, one was from the direct line of descent, while the other was Madame Xing's daughter. Even if his current status was not as high as before, he still knew far more than Chu Xiaofeng. Especially Chu Yufei. The amount of information she knew was comparable to those top disciples. Now that Chu Ke was with her, she knew a lot of things that she didn't know before. At this moment, she sneered at Luo Qingtong and the others and said, "That's right. Just follow him obediently. Don't lose your life because of it. You must know that this high-level abandoned continent used to have extremely high energy. There are many demon beasts and spirit plants living inside. Although there are many opportunities, the danger is 10 against 10. You must be very careful." As she spoke, she snorted lightly. Her gaze swept past Xianxia, then she raised her head arrogantly and said, "Of course, if you beg me, perhaps I will take you with me." To put it bluntly, Chu Ke still had her eyes on Xianxia. She had her eyes on this man. She didn't know why, but she wanted this man to crawl in front of her. As long as she thought of this, her heart was very excited. The mercenaries by Chu Ke's side were all trash. They were low-level mercenary groups. Even if Xianxia and the others joined her side now, it wouldn't be considered a violation of the internal rules of the Chu family. Moreover, she could casually abandon a low-level mercenary group. As for whether Chu Xiaofeng and the others wanted it or not, it was up to them. Chu Ke's eyes were burning. Chu Yufei listened to her and didn't object. Previously, she didn't want Chu Ke to be followed by Xianxia. But now, she and Chu Ke walked to the side. She hoped that Xianxia would come over. After all, this way, she could be with him. Compared to the arrogant and domineering Chu Ke, he would definitely think that a considerate, beautiful, and pleasant girl like her was many times better than Chu Ke. Chu Ke was a green leaf that was destined to set off the fresh flower that was her. With this thought in mind, Chu Yufei gently tugged at Chu Ke's sleeve to express her intention to persuade her. However, she didn't say anything. She only looked at Xianxia and Chu Xiaofeng apologetically, as if there was nothing she could do. After hearing Chu Ke's words, Chu Xiaofeng immediately became angry. "Chu Ke, are you trying to poach people in front of me?" He laughed in anger. The information he had was indeed not as much as Chu Ke and Chu Yufei. Among them, the main variable was Chu Yufei. Her mother was Madame Xing. And Madame Xing had an extremely high status in the Tianfeng Chu family for so many years. Although she was a lowly woman brought back by the family head from a remote star region, it was said that she had saved the family head's life. For so many years, she had been respected in the Tianfeng Chu family because of her identity as his savior. And she was also very scheming. Very quickly, she gained a foothold in the Tianfeng Chu family and obtained the approval of a group of family elders. If the family head hadn't insisted, she wouldn't be Madame Xing today, but the wife of the family head. Under such circumstances, it was normal that Chu Yufei knew more about the abandoned continent than he did. After all, she was Madame Xing's only daughter. And when she was first born, she was mistaken as the daughter of the family head. It was only after a group of elders forced the patriarch to marry Madame Xing that the patriarch clarified that she was not his daughter. But even then, because the family head didn't have any childrens, he had always doted on her like his own daughter Chu's, SSSSS, and SSSSS family. SSSSTSS is, of a SSF of Chu, it. SSSS, Chu Xiaofeng looked at Chu Yufei. He didn't intend to target her. Their bloodline was a firm supporter of the family head. Madame Xing had saved the family head's life, so he wouldn't target Chu Yufei. However, he wasn't so polite to Chu Ke. Chu Ke's expression froze the moment he said that. "Didn't you say so yourself? These guards are all up to us to choose. Although they followed you before, if they suddenly don't want to follow you anymore and want to follow me, then you can't blame me, right?" Chu Ke raised her head and responded with the words that Chu Xiaofeng used against her. Her voice was indescribably sharp. "Okay." Chu Xiaofeng looked at her and smiled coldly. "Which one of you wants to follow her? Quickly go over now. The information I have is indeed not as much as hers." If he was persuaded by Chu Ke with just a few words, he didn't want such a person. If he came, he would only be a fence-sitter who would run when there was trouble. It was better to join Chu Ke and her group as soon as possible. When Chu Xiaofeng's voice sounded, Luo Qingtong and the others didn't move at all. The people of the Red Flame mercenary group and Xianxia couldn't be bothered with Chu Ke and the others. The remaining 3 mercenary groups looked at Chu Ke as if she was an idiot. What kind of joke was this? Because she knew more information about the abandoned continent, she wanted them to follow her. she probably didn't know Luo Shaqi's ability, right? When it came to information about the abandoned continent, who could compare to this young man who had meticulous observation skills? Luo Qingtong could easily analyze the environment and habits of the mission items, and even how to deal with them, and what their weaknesses and restraints were. Under such circumstances, how could an arrogant and despotic woman like Chu Ke compare to her? She even used this to tempt them. What an idiot, they wouldn't follow her unless their brains were fried. Didn't they see that the mercenary groups behind her and the girl named Chu Yufei were all ready to move? Were they waiting for them to run over so that they could fill the empty space? The group of mercenaries all looked at Chu Ke with contempt, and no one moved. Chu Ke originally wanted Yi Qianxian and the others to come over and trample on Chu Xiaofeng's arrogance. In the end, who would have thought that not only did Yi Qianxian and the others not come over, but even those ordinary mercenary groups didn't come over. Not only that, but they also looked at her as if she was a fool and a joke. These lowly trash. Chu Ke's face was twisted to the extreme, and her expression was unspeakably ugly. Beside her, Chu Yufei's expression was also a little ugly. After all, she was on Chu Ke's side. When the latter was humiliated, she, who had similar thoughts, also felt a little embarrassed. However, due to the fact that she was smart enough, she did not say anything the entire time. In fact, she did not even speak in support of Chu Ke. Thus, the humiliation and shock she received was not as intense as Chu Ke's. The latter was the one who had truly lost all face. Compared to being ignored at this moment, he was like a fool who was being laughed at by others. You. Chu Ke was so angry that she pointed at Luo Qingtong and the others. She was about to fly into a rage. At this moment, a dignified voice suddenly sounded from the side. What's going on? Why are you still here? This voice came from the Tianfeng Chu clan's strong cultivators. It was the elder of the Tianfeng Chu clan who had spoken. Everyone looked up and realized that other than them, the other disciples and guards of the Tianfeng Chu clan had all left. Grandfather. Seeing the elder of the Tianfeng Chu clan who had spoken, Chu Ke's mouth twitched, and she almost cried. End of chapter 2487. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.